Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 294 to Chapter 344. Performing the minor blood demon body separating great art did not feel good at all. All of his chi and blood seemed to be burning, bringing waves of needle-like pain. This kind of pain was getting worse as time went on. Even with Yi Chen's powerful endurance, cold sweat still dripped down from his forehead. Kill! Yi Chen turned his body, and a blood-colored arc flashed through the air. All of a sudden, Yi Chen appeared above the middle-aged man, throwing out a sword attack. You are looking for death. The middle-aged man recovered from his shock. A sharp killing intent shot out from his eyes as he threw out a fist attack with a burning flame halo towards Yi Chen. Boom, a huge part of the cloud layer had been evaporated. Looking down from the cloud layer, there seemed to be a huge hole in the sky. The edge of the hole was filled with fire and thunder. The terrifying impact sent Yi Chen flying backward. He glided in the air for hundreds of meters before he managed to stop himself. His feet stepped on the misty cloud, and a pale look flashed across his face. A peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior was extremely powerful. Even with the combination of Yi Chen's minor blood demon body separating great art and his sky-shattering clouds with his 70% sword intent, he would still be at a disadvantage. Plus, the middle-aged man was different from the other masked man who had already died. He had basically not been wounded before. Once he started to burn his Jin Yuan, his battling power would be doubled. Alright, you and I will take care of him together. Thunder Freer did not plan to keep the middle-aged man alive, because he knew that he would not be able to do it with his own power. Wounding him was already his limit. But now that Yi Chen had taken out the other masked man, if the two of them worked together, they would have a great chance of winning. In your dreams. Taste my three-colored fire fist. The middle-aged man roared as all of his clothes started to dance in the air without any wind. Under the burning Jin Yuan mode, the edges of his clothes were covered in flames. It looked like he was wearing pieces of dancing flames, looking extremely powerful. On his right fist, a golden flame appeared, burning the air. Three-colored fire fist? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Before, he had felt that he did not have enough battling techniques, so he went to the trading palace of the martial city to look for a replacement fist art. Among the two fist art manuals that he had his eyes on, one of them was indeed the three-colored fire fist, while the other one was the five-mountain godly fist. The three-colored fire fist was sold for 170,000 low-rank soul stones in the trading palace. There were 3 movements in total. The fist power of the first movement would be red, the second would be purple, and the third would be gold. Obviously, the masked man had already trained the three-colored fire fist to the highest level. Although the three-colored fire fist art was a mid-rank Earth Realm fist art, and its rank was not that high, but in the South River region, normal astral-reaching realm warriors rarely had martial arts above mid-rank Earth Realm. A high-rank Earth Realm martial art was priceless, and only the astral-reaching realm warriors from rank 6 martial institutions and rank 7 martial institutions had the money to buy it. Plus, even if you had the money, you might not be able to buy it, since there were so many astral-reaching realm warriors in the South River region, and martial arts above mid-rank Earth Realm were extremely rare. In this situation, it would be impossible for every astral-reaching realm warrior to have a martial art above mid-rank Earth Realm. But of course, mid-rank Earth Realm martial arts were 2 different concepts in the hands of Clasping Yuan Realm warriors and Astral-reaching Realm warriors. Clasping Yuan Realm warriors used Jin Qi to perform their martial arts, while Astral-reaching Realm warriors used Zhen Yuan. This alone was like a huge gap that could not be crossed. Plus, because of the high cultivation of Astral-reaching Realm warriors, they would be able to perform their martial arts to the extreme, and their martial poetic perspective would be a whole level higher than that of Clasping Yuan Realm warriors. In the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, Yi Chen's sword poetic perspective was just like that of an astral-reaching realm warrior, which had already shocked a lot of people. Therefore, even if a Clasping Yuan Realm warrior had a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, he would still not be able to compete with an astral-reaching realm warrior who had used a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art. Even more extreme, an astral-reaching realm warrior could easily kill a Clasping Yuan realm warrior without using any martial arts. As for martial geniuses like Yi Chen and Si Kongxing, who could fight against people who were a whole level higher than them, they could be counted as special cases. The three-colored fire fist art was one of the top mid-rank Earth Realm martial arts. Performed by the masked man, that rich golden flame had raised the temperature of the area rapidly. It was like a fire chi field had formed in that area, and anyone who entered the chi field would be greatly affected. Haha, I can't kill you, but I can kill him. The masked man could tell that Yi Chen had used a martial art that could increase his battling power. Normally, this kind of martial art would not last long, and it would also cause a lot of damage to the user. He did not believe that Yi Chen would be able to use it forever. In front of me, Thunder Freer, you will not be able to kill anyone. Heavenly Thunder Battle Armor. Thunder Freer sneered. His burning protective Xianxia shrunk and condensed into a battle armor that was full of thunder and lightning. Two light arcs extended out from the back of the battle armor. At the place where the light arcs intersected, a bull-sized thunder bead started to condense. The electric arcs that were spreading out from it started to make cracking noises. The martial art that came with the Heavenly Thunder Great Art, the Heavenly Thunder Battle Armor, Thunder Freer had a great adventure in his early years. He had found a set of martial art, the Heavenly Thunder Great Art, which contained a martial art, a defensive martial skill, and a battling martial skill. Judging only the effect of increasing battling power, it was almost as powerful as a normal high-rank Earth Realm martial art. Excluding the early astral-reaching realm warriors from the super martial institutions, with the power of the Heavenly Thunder Great Art, Thunder Freer would definitely be one of the most powerful early astral-reaching realm warriors. I will kill you first. Thunder Freer's toughness was out of the masked man's expectation. His body flashed, and he rushed towards Yi Chen with a straight fire wave. Pap, after the Heavenly Thunder Battle Armor had been condensed, Thunder Freer's speed had been pushed to its limit. An electric arc exploded, and his whole body appeared in front of the masked man within a second. He threw out a claw attack. So fast. But so what? Back out now. Raising up his fist that was wrapped in golden flame, the masked man clenched his teeth and threw out an attack towards Thunder Freer. Boom! A huge sound was heard as both of them were blown back. Right then, Yi Chen moved. He looked like a bloody battle god. He took a step forward, ignoring the distance between him and the masked man as he threw out a sword attack. Kill Heart. The Kill Heart was a combination of the Lone Peak Kill and the One Sword attack. It could be used for both close-range and long-range attacks. Relatively speaking, close-range attacks were more powerful. Under the cover of the Kill poetic perspective, warriors with the same cultivation would not be able to block it out at all. Even astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to ignore this poetic perspective. Pooh, the burning protective Xianxia had been punctured through, and an egg-sized bloody hole appeared on the masked man's shoulder. It was perfectly round, and blood kept pouring out of it. The masked man screamed and hurried to back out, increasing the distance between them. What a shame. Just a little bit more. Yi Chen's soul power had been searching for the flaws of the masked man all the time. Before, when the masked man was battling with Thunder Freer, his flawless protective Xianxia had been slightly unstable, which gave Yi Chen the chance to throw out a sword attack. However, astral-reaching realm warriors had extremely powerful mental power, and the Kill poetic perspective could not affect his mind completely. Therefore, Yi Chen managed to avoid the fatal attack. Since his sword attack had failed, Yi Chen looked around and noticed that Thunder Freer was preparing for another thunder attack. He understood what he meant, so he attacked towards the masked man again. You are too much. Go away. After being hit on the shoulder by Yi Chen, the masked man's face turned red and then white. It was an expression of anger. He threw out his three-colored fire fist, and a golden flame wave shot up into the sky. Waving his sword, Yi Chen suddenly backed out for dozens of meters. The next second, a tens of meters long, dark blue lightning bolt shot out from Thunder Freer's direction. The lightning bolt was as thick as 2 fingers, and it started from the thunder pearl where the 2 light arcs intersected on Thunder Freer's back, and ended at the masked middle-aged man's body. With a loud boom, the masked middle-aged man was blown hundreds of meters away by the dark blue lightning bolt. Along the way, the clouds were burned into a straight line, leaving a trail behind. After landing his first attack, Thunder Freer followed up. The thunder pearl on his back continued to prepare, shooting out the second dark blue lightning, which landed on the masked man's body. the masked man had been beaten until he puked out blood. He had underestimated Thunder Freer and Yi Chen. He thought that even if he could not kill Yi Chen, he would still be able to escape unscathed. After all, his cultivation was still there, and his battling power had already been pushed to its limit. Sky Thunder Attack. The color of the armor on his body started to dim down. Thunder Freer took a deep breath and pushed his thunder element Xianxia, gathering all of the power on the armor into the Thunder Pearl. He threw out the last attack at the cost of the Thunder Pearl exploding, which was also his most powerful attack. Boom, the lightning went straight through the masked man's protective Jinyuan and pierced through his chest. However, not even a single drop of blood came out. I don't want to die like this. The masked man felt a strong sense of regret. He regretted taking on such a tricky task, regretted not backing out immediately, and regretted underestimating Yi Chen once again. If it were not for Yi Chen, Thunder Freer would not have had the chance to hit him so easily in a one-on-one battle. One wrong move, and everything after that, he would have to pay with his life. Even if I die, one of you will have to die with me. Right then, running away was impossible. The masked man did not care about his fatal wound and burned his Jinyuan to its peak. His body turned into a flame as he jumped towards Yi Chen, planning to drag one of them down with him before he died. Yi Chen's expression did not change as he performed his separating shadow flying art. As the wind blew, he disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already on the right side of the masked man. He threw out a sword attack, and the kill heart sword chi burst out. Pooh, the masked man's neck twisted, and his eyes lost the color of life. After being attacked for so many times, his battling power had decreased drastically, and he could no longer handle Yi Chen's kill heart sword attack. Seeing the death of the masked man with his own eyes, Yi Chen let out a heavy breath of blood chi. The side effect of the minor blood demon body separating great art was extremely huge. It was all thanks to the blood sun flower that he was able to last until now. However, the blood sun flower could only make up for one side of the side effect, since the chi and blood of the flesh were different from Zhen Qi. It was not as simple as using a little bit to make up for it. There was still an extremely complicated conversion process involved. After releasing the minor blood demon body separating great art, Yi Chen's face was extremely pale, and he looked a bit exhausted. After swallowing a soul-replenishing pellet, Yi Chen looked over at Thunder Freer, who seemed to be in a slightly better condition than him. That Sky Thunder attack had used up a lot of his Zhen Qi, and he was currently swallowing pellets to replenish his Zhen Qi. The two looked at each other and forced a smile. Killing a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior was way more difficult than they had expected. The higher the cultivation, the harder it would be to kill. Luo Xinglia and the rest of the people had just woken up from their stupor. They were all shocked. 2 astral-reaching realm warriors had been killed just like that, and it had only been a short while. Plus, both of them were killed by Yi Chen, although the second masked man was mainly killed by Thunder Freer. Senior Thunder Freer, Yi Chen, let's go back to the Windy Eagles first. It was not a good place to stay, so Luo Xinglia suggested. All right. Thunder Freer did not reject either. The Zhen Qi that he had lost would not be recovered in a short period of time, and he would need to rest for a while. Waiting for Thunder Freer and Yi Chen to get on, a group of Windy Eagles carried everyone and flew far away. After a couple of hours, Thunder Freer opened his eyes and blew out a breath towards the incoming strong wind. The breath was extremely powerful, and the strong wind dissipated in an instant. Turning his head, he looked at Yi Chen and laughed. Little brat, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. This is the first time I, Old Lei, admire someone. In this true spirit continent, only the powerful ones were respected. This rule was everywhere. When one person was way more powerful than the other, even if they had a good relationship, there would still be a subtle relationship between the two, since the gap was still a gap. For someone who was not powerful enough, would you be friends with him? Laugh and yell? Joke around? It was obviously not realistic, since there would always be one person who would be the leader, and that person would usually be the most powerful one. In the past, Thunder Freer would always call himself Thunder Freer when he met someone from the younger generation, but this time, he called himself Old Thunder. The reason was simple, because Yi Chen's attacking power was already at the same level as his, and the gap was very small. Plus, Yichen was a disciple of the martial institution that Cloud Dreamer was in, so calling him Old Thunder would be more intimate, just like how he liked to call Cloud Dreamer the Old Ghost. Senior Thunder Freer, you are flattering me. Yichen was just lucky to have found a secret martial art that could increase his attacking power. Yichen said. Secret martial arts are also a part of one's power. Otherwise, why would warriors need to run into all kinds of things? Not to mention this, is this secret martial art the minor blood demon separating great art? Thunder Freer asked through his Jin Yuan. Yichen hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, yes. No wonder. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. It turns out to be Master Blood Demon's ultimate technique. Thunder Freer continued, you are different from Master Blood Demon. He has the Blood Demon clone to provide him with his Ji and blood, which allows him to continuously perform the minor Blood Demon body separating great art, or even the even more horrifying Major Blood Demon body separating great art. However, you need to use your own Qi and blood to perform the minor Blood Demon body separating great art, which is even scarier than the Major Blood Demon body separating great art. But, you need to use your own Qi and blood to perform the minor Blood Demon body separating great art, so it is inevitable that you will get injured. Plus, this kind of thing can easily attract attention. If Master Blood Demon notices you, me, you, and Cloud Dreamer, the three of us together would not even be able to defeat one of his fingers. It was indeed the secret martial art of the Blood Demon. In fact, Yichen had already suspected it, since the minor Blood Demon body separating great art and the Major Blood Demon body separating great art were way too similar. After hearing what Thunder Freer had just said, he could finally confirm it. As for the power of the Blood Demon, Yichen did not doubt it at all. Among the 108 ghost warriors of the Nine Ghost cult, the Blood Demon was one of the top ones, way more powerful than the Corpse Man Senior, don't worry. Unless it is a critical moment, Yichen knows what to do. Yichen nodded. If it were not for the fact that his life would be in danger, he would have been hesitant to perform the minor Blood Demon body separating great art. The Sky Cloud Martial School of the Windy Nation was too far away from the Hidden Dragon ancient city. After 2 whole months, the group finally arrived at the Sky Cloud Martial School on the Wind Eagles. The leader is back. Brother Yi is here too. Brother Yi has been training for more than a year. I wonder what level he has reached now. There were a lot of disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School every day. Raising their heads, they could see a group of wind eagles flying towards the main mountain. On the plaza outside the palace, a lot of inner elders had heard the news and ran out to congratulate Yichen. Beside them were many outer elders, core disciples, and inner disciples. Welcome, leader, welcome, Senior Thunder Freer. Luo Xinglia landed on the ground first, waved his hand and said, everyone, come to the palace, I have something to announce. Inside the spacious palace, there were a lot of people. Luo Xinglia was sitting on the main seat, while Yichen was standing right next to him. As for Thunder Freer, he had already gone to find Cloud Dreamer, as he was not interested in these things at all. Clearing his throat, Luo Xinglia opened his mouth and said, the reason why I gathered you all here is to tell you about the Hidden Dragon rank. Brother Yi must have made it into the rank. Otherwise, the leader would not make such a big announcement. It must be. Brother Yi was already the #1 warrior among the young generation of the 9 nations 1.5 years ago. After 1 year, his power must have improved a lot. I wonder what his rank is now. Inside the palace, everyone was discussing. They kept looking at Yichen, who was standing right next to Luo Xinglia. This time, 2 disciples of our Sky Cloud Martial School have made it into the Hidden Dragon rank. One is a core disciple, Su Jing, and the other is indeed Yichen. After the palace quieted down for a while, Luo Xinglia started to announce the result. Most of the people were not surprised at the result. Su Jing's power was obvious to all. Even Luo Hanshan and Zhu Mei, the 2 core disciples, could not even last 3 attacks from her. And Yichen was even more powerful than Su Jing. Therefore, it would be surprising if he was not in the Hidden Dragon rank. Su Jing is ranked 19. Seeing everyone's shocked eyes, Luo Xinglia smiled and continued, Yichen, ranked, first in the Hidden Dragon rank. What? Brother Yi is the #1 of the Hidden Dragon rank? Although Brother Yi is indeed powerful, I remember that the champion of the last hidden dragon rank was Xianxia, the second was Xianxia, and the fourth was Li Daoxian. These three already had the power to compete with peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warriors 3 years ago. After 3 years, no peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warriors would be able to compete with them. No matter how much Brother Yi has improved, he would not be able to beat them, right? Did they not participate? Everyone was shocked, their faces were full of disbelief. One of the inner masters asked confusedly, "Leader, did something happen to this year's hidden dragon rank?" He was trying to ask if Xianxia and the rest of them could not participate because of something. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the fact that Yi Chen had won the number 1 title. Luo Xinglia said with a smile on his face, yes, something had happened. The change is that Yi Chen had beaten all of the top young warriors from the last hidden dragon rank, including Lin Yun, Li Daoxian, Yan Qihua, and Xianxia. He had made it to the number 1 of the hidden dragon rank. Not only that, he had also opened the hidden dragon secret realm, which had not appeared for thousands of years, breaking the record of the hidden dragon rank. Gasp! Hearing him, everyone in the palace gasped. Yi Chen had beaten all of the top young warriors from the last hidden dragon rank and made it to the number 1 of the hidden dragon rank. In other words, his power had already reached the peak of the clasping Yuan realm. In the Sky Cloud Martial School, he was only below the Great Master. As for the hidden dragon's secret realm, they did not know much about it. However, the 1,000-year record had shocked them again. The record was not that easy to break. Reaching the height of the South River region, there might not be anyone who could break it within 100 years. And what Yi Chen had broken was the 1,000-year record of the South River region. What kind of concept was this? Is this real? There were still people who did not believe it and mumbled. Luo Xinglia was not happy. Do you think I would lie to you? Knowing that this matter could not be fake, the way everyone looked at Yi Chen had changed. It was now filled with admiration and respect. Indeed, it was respect. Yi Chen's status had changed drastically. He was no longer a simple disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, but an existence just below the Great Master. He was the number 1 martial genius of the South River region. With so much glory gathered on him, it would be his own problem if he was no longer worthy of their respect. Congratulations, Brother Yi. In the palace, all of the core and inner disciples held their fists together and bowed to Yi Chen, including Zhang Haoren and Wu Ming. One of them was a core disciple, and the other was an inner disciple. Their status had improved a lot, but unfortunately, compared to Yi Chen, they were like fireflies. Especially for Zhang Haoren, his expression changed a couple of times before he finally calmed down. His fighting spirit would not diminish, but it was obviously not suitable for him to keep looking at Yi Chen as his goal, since Yi Chen was a couple of levels lower than him. When he was still an inner disciple, Yi Chen was already the number 1 among the young generation in the 9 nations. After he became a core disciple, Yi Chen became the number 1 among the young generation in the South River region. He could not imagine what would happen when he reached the clasping Yuan realm. Yi Chen felt a bit emotional. He raised his hand and said, "Don't be so polite. I am still a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. It will not change now, and it will not change in the future." Luo Xinglia glanced at Yi Chen with a smile, then said to everyone in the palace, "All right, everyone now knows the situation. You can go now." After a while, when everyone had left, Luo Xinglia said to Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, I will take you to the base of the Sky Cloud Martial School." "Yes, leader." In less than 1 day, almost 10,000 people in the Sky Cloud Martial School had heard about the news of Yi Chen winning the number 1 hidden dragon rank. They all had their mouths wide open, unable to believe it. I did not believe it at the time either. But since the leader had said it, it must be true. I could not believe that our Sky Cloud Martial School would have a number 1 martial genius in the South River region. Fortunately, I am also a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Otherwise, I would not have been able to share this honor. I heard that the hidden dragon ranking is related to luck. Brother Yi is the number 1. Doesn't that mean that we will also benefit from luck? Indeed. As long as we work hard in the future, we will be able to get twice the results with half the effort. My cousin is still hesitating about which martial institution to join. Now that Brother Yi has won the number 1 hidden dragon rank, he would definitely fight to join. Then tell him to do it as soon as possible. Soon, the whole Windy Nation will know about it. By then, the number of young people joining the Sky Cloud Martial School will be beyond imagination. If he is late, he will not have the chance anymore. Thanks for the reminder. I will ask for leave now and tell my people about this. My uncle is going to join the Emerald Martial Palace and become the outer master of the Emerald Martial Palace. I will go stop him now. It would be great to join the Sky Cloud Martial School. He would be lucky. Within one day, countless people had asked for leave, which made the master in charge very busy. But of course, it was with a smile on his face. In front of the Martial Skill Pavilion, the master who was guarding the pavilion touched his beard after hearing the news. He forced a smile and said, "What kind of monster is he?" He could still vaguely remember that Yi Chen was only 14 or 15 years old. He had a handsome face and looked very young. The first time he had met him was when he was training the Lone Peak 13 swords. He did not think that Yi Chen would be able to successfully train the Lone Peak 13 swords, but he did. As time went by, the handsome teenager was no longer there. He had grown into a young man, and his status had also increased. He had become the #1 martial genius of the South River region, and had dominated the young generation of the South River region. 3 to 4 years had passed so fast. When Yi Chen and Su Jing arrived at the base of the Sky Cloud Martial School under Luo Xinglia's lead, the dragon fountain chi that had been hidden in their bloodline suddenly jumped out and drilled into the ground like a dragon diving into the ocean. After about 10 breaths of time, hundreds of miles around the Sky Cloud Martial School started to gather. Dragon roars and tiger roars could be vaguely heard in the air and underground, which was a sign that the dragon fountain chi was extremely abundant. There was a small dragon fountain under the Windy Mountain where the Sky Cloud Martial School was located. In fact, all the top-rank martial institutions would choose to build their martial institutions in places with dragon fountains. That way, they would be able to develop better and better. For example, the Dragon Fountain under the Rank 7 Martial Institution, the Emerald Martial Valley, was much bigger than the Sky Cloud Martial School. It used to be the place where the Rank 6 Martial Institution, the Mountain and Water Pavilion, was built. Unfortunately, after the Mountain and Water Pavilion was destroyed, the Dragon Fountain chi had been lost a lot. They had to rely on the 1,000 mountains and rivers layout to leave some. Even so, the Dragon Fountain chi that was left behind was still more than all the martial institutions in the Windy Nation combined. Right now, Yi Chen and Su Jing's Dragon Fountain chi poured into the Dragon Fountain of the Windy Mountain, and it immediately started to cleanse the Dragon Fountain. It also started to help the Dragon Fountain to gather the Earth chi from tens of thousands of miles around and strengthen itself. The gathering of Earth chi was way too loud, and the Dragon Fountain could not control it at all. Only Yi Chen's Dragon Fountain chi could suppress it, and Su Jing's Dragon Fountain chi could only support it. After a long time, the abundant Dragon Fountain chi gradually stabilized. One big and one small Dragon Fountain chi broke out of the ground and merged into Yi Chen's and Su Jing's bodies respectively. As soon as the chi of the dragon vein entered his body, Yi Chen immediately felt that the chi of the dragon vein had increased and established a vague connection with the dragon vein of the Windy Mountain. Carefully sensing it, Yi Chen found that there was a trace of his chi of the dragon vein left in the Windy Mountain dragon vein. This trace of chi of the dragon vein did not play a dominant role, but it could suppress the newly added earth chi. Meanwhile, Su Jing's chi of the dragon vein wandered around, taming the more violent earth chi and driving away some evil earth chi, maintaining the purity of the Windy Mountain dragon vein. Everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School, who was staying in the Windy Mountain or the surrounding mountains, seemed to be thinking about something. Their minds suddenly became clearer, and some of the tiny distracting thoughts that were hindering their cultivation were being washed away by the invisible power. They felt much more relaxed. Behind the Qingfeng Mountain was a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. There were 2 people sitting on the mountain peak. One of them was wearing white robes with purple edges. He looked to be in his 60s, and looked very peaceful. The other one was the middle-aged Thunder Freer. "Old man, I don't know what kind of luck your Sky Cloud Martial School had in your last life, to have such a talented true dragon like Yi Chen. As long as he is alive, the Sky Cloud Martial School will continue to prosper." Thunder Freer poured himself a glass of wine and drank it all. Cloud Dreamer smiled and said, "The world is unpredictable, and so is the luck. Who said that a normal place cannot have a true dragon? A true dragon can be big or small, it can rise or hide. There can be a true dragon anywhere. This true dragon is too powerful. With his late clasping Yuan realm cultivation, he was able to kill an early astral reaching realm warrior. If we give him some time, I am afraid that even you and I will be surpassed by him. I don't know what you are going to do with him. Being a core disciple is obviously not suitable. Thunder Freer asked. Cloud Dreamer hesitated for a while. How about making him a master? Master, it is such a waste. Even if he is a core master, so what? He is a true dragon, how can he be under someone else? Even if he wants to, he can't do it. Hee, I am talking about the Great Master. Great Master? Thunder Freer opened his eyes wide. You are not joking, are you? Isn't there a rule in the Sky Cloud Martial School that if one does not reach the astral reaching realm, one cannot be a great master? Cloud Dreamer shook his head. Rules are made by people. Since they are made by people, they can be changed. I believe that even if all the ancestors of the Sky Cloud Martial School were alive, they would not object to it. That's true. A true dragon is something that others can't even wait to worship. Giving him the position of Supreme Elder is not a big deal. Moreover, Supreme Elder doesn't need to manage anything, which suits Yichen even more. The other positions are somewhat inappropriate. After thinking about it carefully, Thunder Freer felt that Cloud Dreamer's words were not groundless. He had probably planned for this a long time ago. Cloud Dreamer suddenly lifted up his head. Thousands of miles high up in the sky, the clouds were clouds, and the wind was the wind. From the surface, nothing seemed to be out of place. However, as he used his mental power to check, he immediately realized that the natural Yuan Qi was gathering towards the Sky Cloud Martial School. Besides that, there was an undercurrent under the ground, along with vague dragon roars and tiger roars. It is done. Cloud Dreamer let out a deep breath. He was extremely energetic. Thunder Freer put down his wine cup. I am thinking about whether or not I should join your Sky Cloud Martial School. You should not mind being a great master, right? Cloud Dreamer said, not yet. I am out in the open, and you are in the dark. There are some things that I need you to take care of. I cannot move easily. Plus, there is no need to rush. You saved Yichen's life back then, so you have already been blessed with luck. It would not be any worse than being a great master in the Sky Cloud Martial School. You think I am the hired fighter of the Sky Cloud Martial School? Thunder Freer laughed. Slowly standing up, Cloud Dreamer said, I will be right back. In the main mountain's palace, Luo Xianxia, the headmaster, Su Jing and Yichen were standing in the middle of the palace. A human shadow flashed past the back door of the palace. A young elder wearing white robes with purple edges walked out. He smiled slightly, looking very peaceful. Great Master. Luo Xianxia and the headmaster said with respect. Hearing him, Su Jing and Yichen also held their fists together. Great Master, greetings. Cloud Dreamer waved his hand. Yichen, Su Jing, you two have done a great job. No matter what happens in the future, you will still be the biggest contributors to the Sky Cloud Martial School. I am here to discuss something with you. I do not want to make it too big. Only the 5 of us need to know about it. Yichen said, Great Master, please go ahead. Su Jing, you have trained a body-strengthening art. Although you are only at the early clasping Yuan realm, you have the power to fight against late clasping Yuan realm warriors. I have discussed with the leader and decided to give you the position of a core master. What do you think? Su Jing did not hesitate. Thank you, Great Master and leader. Su Jing will accept it. Since she was willing to share the fortune with the Sky Cloud Martial School, she would naturally not want to leave the school. Being a core master was not a big deal, since she would be part of the Sky Cloud Martial School anyway. I am glad to hear your decision. Although Cloud Dreamer had expected that Su Jing would accept it, he was still very happy. In the South River region, there were not many martial geniuses like Su Jing. She would be able to surpass him in the future and become the real pillar of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Clearing his throat, Cloud Dreamer looked at Yichen. Yichen, are you willing to be the Great Master of the Sky Cloud Martial School? Yichen was a bit surprised. Great Master? Yichen is still not qualified enough. It does not seem to be suitable. Luo Xianxia said, Yi Chen, the great master is all about power. Qualifications do not mean much. Plus, with your current cultivation, reaching the astral reaching realm is only a matter of time. Why don't you confirm it now so that you can focus on your own things? Since the great master and the leader think that I can do it, then I will do it. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen nodded. Good. That would be great. Cloud Dreamer studied Su Jing and Yi Chen, then laughed, don't worry. The school will not restrict you. You can do whatever you want. The Sky Cloud Martial School will not interfere too much. I only hope that when the Sky Cloud Martial School is in danger, you can help us. Of course. Yi Chen and Su Jing nodded at the same time. His fingers swept across the storage ring. Cloud Dreamer took out 2 tags and handed them to Su Jing and Yi Chen respectively. These are the Core Master tags and the Great Master tags. Although they are just symbols, it would be best if you don't lose them. After all, only the 5 of us know your real identities, so they might be of some use to you. Taking over the tags, Yi Chen said, in the next few days, I will go back to the Yi family to take a look, then I will stay in the Sky Cloud Martial School to train. Alright, I have already prepared a mountain for you two to train. No one will disturb you. Waiting until Su Jing and Yi Chen left, Cloud Dreamer and the other 2 looked at each other and smiled. Now that everything had been settled, they could finally let out a breath. The next day, Yi Chen rode the Wind Eagle and flew towards the Yi family in the Luo city. The Wind Eagle could travel 20,000 miles a day. Within a day, Yi Chen arrived outside the Luo city. Without stopping, Yi Chen drove the Wind Eagle and flew towards the Yi family's area, which made people in the city gasp in shock. In the Yi family, it was rare for Yi Badian to come back to the Yi family. As an inner elder of the Purple Sun Martial School, because of the fact that a genius like Yi Chen had appeared in his family, he had become the enemy of the Purple Sun Martial School. Because of this, he had been pushed aside by the other inner elders a lot. He had been holding back his anger for a long time. He didn't know if it was because of Yi Chen, or because of what he had been through. Either way, he was not happy. Father, that's a Wind Eagle. His eldest son, Yi Feng, also came back with Yi Badian. He was already at the mid-condensing reality realm. Normally, his talent was not that bad, it could be considered as above average. However, things were different now. His mid-condensing reality realm cultivation could no longer attract any attention. Yi Badian raised his head, sneered, and said, This is the Yi family, people from the Sky Cloud Martial School dare to come here on a Wind Eagle. They are not taking me seriously at all. Get down. Yi Badian reached out his right hand. His Jun Qi surged up and created a strong suction force. Whoosh, a fierce gale started blowing, and the Wind Eagle started shaking. Yi Chen, who was covered by the Wind Eagle, stood up. Seeing Yi Badian's attack, he frowned and waved his right hand, cutting off the suction force. Yi Chen. Yi Badian squinted his eyes. Yi Feng plucked up his courage and said, Yi Chen, why don't you come down and greet my father? It had only been 2 days since Yi Chen came back to the Windy Nation. What happened in the Hidden Dragon Ancient City had not been spread out yet. Only a few people in the martial world knew about it. In Yi Feng's eyes, Yi Chen was only at the peak level early clasping Yuan realm or mid clasping Yuan realm at most. There was still a huge gap between him and his father, Yi Badian. Yi Chen remained expressionless. Greetings, uncle. After saying that, he rode the Wind Eagle and flew towards the plaza of the Yi family. How dare you? Yi Badian yelled. He was a bit surprised that Yi Chen had cut off his palm attack. However, he had reached the late clasping Yuan realm for a long time, and was one of the most powerful inner elders in the Purple Sun Martial School. How could he let Yi Chen look down on him? Enraged, he threw out a palm attack, trying to show his power. Feeling the sharp fist power coming right at him, Yi Chen threw out a punch without even turning his head. He had performed the first movement of the 5 mountain godly fist art, 5 mountain consolidating shapes. The bright yellow halo formed into a shadow of a mountain. The shadow vibrated, and the air collapsed. Yi Badian's fist power didn't even reach 10 meters before it was shattered. Boom! The courtyard that Yi Badian was in was flattened, and a huge fist mark appeared in front of him. It was 5 meters deep. Yi Badian could not stop his body. He backed out for dozens of steps, his face pale. As for Yi Feng, he had already been blown hundreds of meters away by the fist wind. He was dizzy from the impact. In the air, Yi Chen's voice was heard. I respect you as my uncle, so I will let bygones be bygones. But it does not mean that you can do whatever you want in front of me. Some things should be kept to yourself. Yi Badian's face kept changing. At the same time, he was shocked by Yi Chen's power. A casual punch from him had pushed him back for dozens of steps without giving him any chance to fight back. Perhaps he had reached the late clasping Yuan realm? No matter whether he wanted to admit it or not, martial geniuses were almost invincible among warriors at the same cultivation level. All of a sudden, Yi Badian looked like he had aged 10 years. If his biggest advantage was not even worth mentioning, then what would be left? Father has been beaten? Yi Feng awkwardly crawled up and looked around at the courtyard that had been razed to the ground. He saw Yi Badian's expression drastically change, and his face was filled with disbelief. The last thing he had relied on in his heart had been destroyed, and his pride had been crushed. This kind of blow made his heart feel empty, and his eyes had lost all of their previous spirit. On the plaza of the Yi family, people from the Yi family had already arrived after hearing the commotion. Chen Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing were walking in front of the crowd. Xin Yuqing was even holding 2 beautiful babies in his arms. Yi Chen turned around and smiled, Father. Mother. Yi Tianhao, who was still smiling, gave Yi Chen a bear hug. Finally, you are back. Yeah. Yi Chen nodded slightly. What happened to your uncle? How could Yi Tianhao not know that Yi Chen had razed Yi Badian's courtyard to the ground with a single punch? At the same time, he was also worried that Yi Chen would kill Yi Badian. After all, Yi Badian had never done anything to harm his family, so he didn't deserve to die. Yi Chen said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Tianhao, don't you know Chen Er's character? He's not someone who kills indiscriminately. Xin Yuqing's eyes were slightly moist, and he immediately said, What are you talking about here? Come into the hall. Yeah. It seemed that Yi Chen had an amiable temperament. The 2 babies in Xin Yuqing's arms wriggled their bodies slightly. Their big black eyes were filled with joy. They looked straight at Yi Chen and made vague sounds from their mouths. Mother, this must be my younger brother and sister. Let me hold them. Yi Chen carefully took his younger brother and sister from Xin Yuqing's arms and let them lie in his arms in a comfortable way. Haha, as soon as they were in Yi Chen's arms, the 2 little guys laughed adorably. Their chubby cheeks were pressed against Yi Chen's chest, looking very intimate. Xin Yuqing smiled and said, They like you very much, it seems that they like you more than me and your father. Yi Chen followed Xin Yuqing into the hall and asked, Mother, what are my younger brother and sister's names? Your younger brother is called Yi Xian, and your younger sister is called Yi Xiaoxiao. Hey! The 2 little guys are asleep. Yi Chen looked down and saw that his younger brother and sister had both closed their eyes. Their mouths were slightly open, revealing a pair of baby teeth. Coupled with the blush on their cheeks, they looked extremely cute. In the hall, Yi Chen was holding the 2 babies in his arms. He looked no different from the handsome boy next door. However, after everyone had heard the news about the hidden dragon rank from him, they all looked up at him, who was standing in the clouds, the #1 warrior of the young generation in the South River region. #1 in the hidden dragon rank. The Yi family is so lucky. An elder from the Yi family yelled out with tears running down his face. Yi Tianhao was also shocked by Yi Chen's words. In fact, Yi Chen's ranking in the hidden dragon rank had already shocked him, but the #1 in the hidden dragon rank had made him blank out for a short period of time. He could not even say a word. What did the hidden dragon rank represent? Everyone knew that it was the biggest competition in the South River region. It was the competition that the young generation of the South River region had to fight for. It would not be easy to get out of the competition. However, Yi Chen had not only gotten out of the competition, but he had also pushed all of the top young warriors aside and walked to the top of the South River region by himself. If Yi Chen came from a famous family or a famous martial institution, it would not be shocking at all. However, he was obviously from a family in a small country in the South River region. He was not even one of the top warriors in the Windy Nation, and his background was not even worth mentioning in the outside world. Compared to those rank 6 martial institution disciples, it was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. Besides that, everyone from the Yi family had the same feeling. The Yi family was an unranked family, and Yi Chen had turned from a mediocre person to a real dragon. The combination of the two had created a legend that belonged to ordinary people. They had no doubt that when the news of Yi Chen winning the first place in the hidden dragon rank spread out, it would cause a huge sensation. Perhaps the whole martial world of the Windy Nation would be boiling, and the whole martial world of the South River region would be boiling. Well done! Yi Tianhao slapped heavily on Yi Chen's shoulder, his eyes filled with tears. His body did not shake, as Yi Chen did not want to wake his brother and sister up. In fact, the noise in the hall did not even reach his brother and sister's ears, as they were all blocked out by his Xianxia. Yi Chen said, "Father, I told you before that I would not let you down. Indeed, you did not let me down. I am proud of you, and the Yi family is proud of you." As the leader of the Yi family, Yi Tianhao had been under a lot of pressure. He was afraid that the Yi family would fall in his hands, and he was afraid that he would not live up to his father's expectations. But now, all of that pressure was gone, because his son was even more powerful than him, 100 times more powerful. The humiliation and gossip when he was young did not defeat him. Instead, it made him stand up and shine brighter than the sun. Outside the hall, Yi Badian stood there in a daze, and next to him was Yi Feng, who had a blank face. The father and son were like outsiders. They could not feel the surprise, nor could they feel the warmth of the family, because all of those things had been killed by them. In their minds, all of the things that they had done in the past had been so ridiculous, so fragile. Yi Chen glanced at Yi Badian and Yi Feng, who were standing outside the hall. He did not pay much attention to them. There was still a chance for them to repent, but if they lost this chance, there would be no more. The Yi family he wanted was a united Yi family, not a Yi family that was always fighting against each other. Anyone or anything that stood in the way of unity would be crushed by him. Night fell, the main yard of the Yi family was brightly lit. In the living room of the main yard, Yi Chen took out a book from his storage ring and piled it on the table. "Father, Mother, let's take these as our family's martial arts." Shen Yuqing randomly picked up a book, and as soon as he opened it, he was shocked. Mid-rank Earth Realm Sword Art, Jade Breaking Sword Art, Mid-rank Earth Realm Sword Art? Yi Tianhao didn't realize it. He also picked up a book, opened it and read, Mid-rank Earth Realm Martial Art, Wave Shock Spell. It really is a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art. There is also a fist art. There is also a kick art. After reading over 10 books in a row, Shen Yuqing and Yi Tianhao looked at Yi Chen at the same time. They were shocked. Among the 20 books Yi Chen took out, there were 3 mid-rank Earth Realm martial arts, 5 low-rank Earth Realm martial arts, and 18 top-rank Mortal Realm martial arts, all of which were top-rank. Not to mention the top 8 families of the Windy Nation, even a ranked martial institution would not be able to compete with them. Yi Tianhao said, "Chenair, are these all yours?" Yi Chen nodded. "I've been training outside for more than a year, I've had a couple of adventures, and I've killed a lot of powerful warriors. These are all from them, and some are given to the Sky Cloud Martial School." "Father, the martial art you're training is already a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, so you don't need to change it. You can train this jade-breaking sword art." "Mother, the martial art you're training is only a low-rank Earth Realm martial art, so you can change it to a better one. As for a high-rank Earth Realm martial art, we can't get it for now, but we will find a way in the future." "That's enough. Even if you give us a high-rank Earth Realm martial art, we won't be able to understand it completely." The martial art that Yi Tianhao was practicing was the only mid-rank Earth Realm martial art in the Yi family. It was bought by the 3rd-generation family head with a huge price. It had always been a martial art that only the family head could practice. However, up until now, Yi Tianhao had not practiced it to the highest level. Giving him a high-rank Earth Realm martial art would be a waste. Shen Yuqing said, "Your father is right. Mid-rank Earth Realm martial arts are our limit. There is no need to waste time looking for higher-ranked martial arts." They were not geniuses, nor were they lonely people. They had a lot of time to practice martial arts. Therefore, even if there was a high-grade Earth tier manual in front of them, they would still choose to give it up and keep it as their family's secret. Jade Shattering Sword Art, not bad. With it, my battling power would increase by at least 30 to 40%, and I would even be able to compete with late clasping Yuan Realm warriors. Yi Tianhao grinned, holding the Jade Shattering Sword Art manual in his hand. Yi Chen chuckled. This Jade Breaking Sword Art manual was exchanged from Cloud Dreamer, and all the martial arts he got from the 2 Astral Reaching Realm warriors had been given to the Sky Cloud Martial School. After all, the Yi family did not have the power to fight against Astral Reaching Realm warriors. Here are some pellets. Some can increase your cultivation slightly, and some can replenish your spirit and chi. You guys can use them yourselves. Yi Chen then took out bottles of pellets from his storage ring. These pellets were not cheap, some of them were even worth tens of thousands of low-rank soul stones. Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing were full of smiles. If it were someone else giving them the manuals and pellets, they might reject it. But since it was their son, they were more than happy about it. More importantly, they did not want to be a burden to Yi Chen. Only by becoming more powerful would they be able to reduce Yi Chen's worries. The 2 little ones were very quiet in Yi Chen's arms. When they woke up, they stared at Yi Chen and the other 2 with their big, shiny eyes. They did not make any noise, and they seemed to be much more energetic than when Yi Chen had just arrived. Even Xin Yuqing was quite surprised, and thought that Yi Chen was the reason for the change. Yi Chen thought of the Dragon Fountain Qi, which could not only increase the luck of the martial institutions, but also the luck of his family. The difference was that the people in the martial institutions were not related to him by blood, so he needed to inject part of the Dragon Fountain Qi to stabilize the luck. However, the people in his family were his blood relatives, and that kind of bloodline connection could not be cut off. Now that he had returned, the Dragon Fountain Qi had already affected his family, especially his parents and siblings. In a couple of days, I will go into closed-door training in the Sky Cloud Martial School. This Wind Eagle will stay here, and if you need anything, you can come to me directly. Yi Chen thought for a while and said. Yi Tianhao nodded, all right, you don't need to worry about us, just take care of yourself. Okay. In the next couple of days, Yi Chen didn't do anything else. He stayed with his family, telling them about his experiences, and sharing the happiness of his family. On the 5th day, Yi Chen returned to the Sky Cloud Martial School. The mountain that Cloud Dreamer had chosen for him was the second mountain behind the main mountain, right next to the mountain where Cloud Dreamer was staying. The mountain was extremely steep, and there was no way to climb it. On the mountain, there were fountains and waterfalls, flowers and trees, and it was surrounded by a misty sea of clouds, which made the mountain faintly visible. What a beautiful place! The Sky Cloud Martial School built their school in this place for a reason. Except for the main mountain, the mountain that Yi Chen was staying on was the steepest one, and the mountain that Cloud Dreamer was staying on was the most mysterious. These 3 mountains could be called the 3 peaks of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The mountain didn't have a name yet, and would be named by the Great Master himself. Yi Chen didn't think too much, and directly named it the Shocking Cloud Mountain. It was the 3rd day since Yi Chen had moved in. The huge mountain had already been explored by him, and he was completely familiar with it. On the top of the mountain, Yi Chen stood there. It is time to close up. The Green Lotus Sword spell is a top-rank Earthrealm martial art, so it is not hard to imagine how hard it would be to train. In a short period of time, my battling power would not increase, but decrease instead. But, after this period of time, my battling power would increase to an unprecedented level. It is such a shame that I have never used that bit of Jin Yuan from the mysterious great art. Once I change my martial art, this bit of Jin Yuan would be wasted. What a shame. The biggest problem for Yi Chen was the bit of Jin Yuan in the Jin Qi spiral inside his body. This bit of Jin Yuan was not half-step Jin Yuan, but a genuine supreme Jin Yuan, which was extremely pure. Without exaggeration, with this bit of Jin Yuan, Yi Chen would be able to kill a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior within a second. Even a mid-astral-reaching realm warrior would be severely wounded if they were careless. A bit of Jin Yuan would be more powerful than any ace attacks. It would be the ace of all ace attacks, the ace of all ace attacks. It would be able to turn the tables completely. However, it was not a good idea to stay here. The Green Lotus Sword spell was 2 ranks higher than the mysterious great art, and it was a martial art suitable for sword artists to train. Combined with the Green Lotus Sword art, it would allow him to have the power to kill early astral-reaching realm warriors under normal conditions. He would not need to perform the minor blood demon body separating great art or that pile of Xianxia, since both of them had their own advantages. Plus, time was precious. If he delayed training the Green Lotus Sword spell by 1 day, his progress would be delayed by 1 day, which would affect his future achievements. Never mind, I will train the Green Lotus Sword spell first. Once I have the power to kill astral-reaching realm warriors face to face, that bit of Xianxia would not be that useful anymore. Biting on his teeth, Yichen had finally made up his mind. There were a lot of training rooms under the shocking cloud mountain, and the biggest one was right in the middle of the mountain. There were 2 paths in the room, one was the normal path that led to the inside of the building, and the other was the cave that led to the main mountain of the Sky Cloud Martial School. On top of the stone platform in the middle of the room, Yichen sat with his legs crossed. The Green Lotus Sword spell has 15 levels. For normal warriors, reaching the 9th level would be equivalent to reaching the 11th level of the mysterious great art. But I am a sword artist who has learned the sword intent, so I should be able to recover my original battling power after reaching the 8th level. Taking a deep breath, Yichen slowly closed his eyes and started to operate his Xianxia according to the 1st level of the Green Lotus Sword spell. The training method for the 1st level of any martial art would be very easy. Even the most ordinary of warriors would be able to train it successfully. Yichen's comprehensive ability was extremely powerful, plus the fact that the Green Lotus Sword spell was the perfect fit for him. His training speed could not even be described as twice the result with half the effort, because within half an hour, he had already reached the 2nd level. The 2nd level was a couple of times harder than the 1st, but it was still not too difficult for Yichen. After an hour, he had successfully trained the 2nd level again, and was now at the 3rd level. It would not be possible to break through from the 3rd to the 4th level within a short period of time. It had nothing to do with comprehensive ability, it was a necessary process, since operating the Xianxia would take a lot of time as well. 3 days passed. Beams of sword-shaped qi spread out, signifying the completion of the 4th level. It's faster than I thought. It should be the experience from training the mysterious great art. Warriors would change their martial arts not only to become stronger, but also because they had trained other martial arts before. Changing martial arts could more or less save time. Otherwise, warriors would have to spend their entire lives changing martial arts, and it would be impossible for them to improve. After that, Yichen spent 1 week to reach the 5th level, half a month to reach the 6th level, and 1 month to reach the 7th level. The mysterious Xianxia is about to be completely transformed into the Green Lotus Xianxia. I will not be able to keep this Xianxia anymore. Sinking his consciousness into his dantian, Yichen could see that there were 2 spirals of Xianxia in his dantian. The fist-sized one was the Green Lotus Xianxia, while the pigeon egg-sized one was the mysterious Xianxia. Wrapped by the mysterious Xianxia, there was a finger-sized drop of pure Xianxia that was perfectly still, shining brightly without any impurities. Getting rid of his depressed mood, Yichen pushed his Green Lotus Xianxia to wrap up the mysterious Xianxia, wanting to convert it all into Green Lotus Xianxia in preparation for breaking through to the 8th level. Hiss! 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 A sound that could not be heard from the outside world appeared inside Yichen's dantian. The mysterious Xianxia was decreasing bit by bit, while the Green Lotus Xianxia was growing bit by bit. That drop of Xianxia was gradually exposed. Yichen could imagine that once the Xianxia lost the nourishment of the mysterious Xianxia, it would instantly turn into normal mysterious Xianxia. Whatever, it's better to deal with it sooner rather than later. The conversion speed did not decrease, but instead increased. Yichen pushed his Green Lotus Xianxia to its limit. Finally, the mysterious Xianxia had been completely converted into Green Lotus Xianxia. Only a finger-sized drop of Xianxia was left, quietly floating in the air of his dantian. It was vibrating slowly but surely, a sign that it was about to break down. Right then, a Xianxia thread shot out from the center of the Green Lotus Xianxia, wrapping around the drop of Xianxia and pulling it in. In the next second, countless Xianxia threads connected with the Xianxia, just like the meridians and blood vessels around the heart. They were all interconnected, and could not be cut or separated. Seeing this, Yichen looked surprised. He did not expect that the Zhen Yuan would not only not disappear, but instead enter the green lotus Xianxia. Although he had already prepared to give up on that stream of Zhen Yuan, it would be a lie to say that he did not feel pain in his heart. After all, he had not used that stream of Zhen Yuan even once since he started to cultivate it. He did not even know how powerful it was, which made Yichen feel pain in his heart. But now, there was no need to worry. The Zhen Yuan had already merged with the green lotus Xianxia. As time passed, the mysterious Zhen Yuan would also be converted into green lotus Zhen Yuan, and would no longer have any connection with the mysterious Xianxia. So, there would not be any problem of not being able to use it. Perhaps, the problem lies with the Great Mystery Art. Otherwise, the moment the Great Mystery Xianxia disappeared, the Great Mystery Zhen Yuan should have disintegrated immediately, instead of staying there and giving the green lotus Xianxia a chance to react. Yichen could vaguely feel that the martial arts from the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace were not simple at all. A mid-rank Earth Realm martial art could actually produce a stream of Zhen Yuan, which was unbelievable. Never mind. Trying to understand something that I cannot understand is not a good thing. Yichen shook his head, and did not want to spend any more time on this topic. Sinking his consciousness into his dantian again, Yichen saw that the mysterious Zhen Yuan was slowly moving in the green lotus Xianxia, gradually transforming into the green lotus Zhen Yuan. During the transformation, the mysterious Zhen Yuan was inevitably a bit mixed. Not only did it contain a huge amount of mysterious Zhen Yuan, but also a small amount of green lotus Zhen Yuan. Moving his attention away from the Zhen Yuan, Yichen focused on the 3 green lotus sword qi outside the Xianxia spiral. These 3 green lotus sword qi were only as long as a pinky finger. They were pure blue, without any impurities, and looked a bit illusory. They looked like streams of sharp airflow, spinning around the Xianxia spiral in a regular pattern. They were in perfect order, and did not clash with each other at all. I have reached the 7th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell in less than 2 months. This speed is indeed a bit fast. It seems that the higher my cultivation, the faster my martial arts will be. Yichen did not think that his training speed was 10 times faster than the other top martial geniuses. It should be known that not only normal warriors needed to change their martial arts, even the disciples of the super martial institutions needed to change their martial arts. Because when one's cultivation was still low, even if one was given a powerful martial art, one would not be able to train it normally. Therefore, in the early stages of training, most people would be training the mortal realm martial arts instead of the earth realm martial arts. Martial arts had always been about progress step by step. Those top martial geniuses had just reached the clasping Yuan realm and had already started to train high-rank or top-rank earth realm martial arts, which was a challenge for them. If they were the same as Yichen and only started to train top-rank earth realm martial arts at their current cultivation, their speed would definitely be much faster. It was just like how Yichen was still unable to learn the Sky Realm martial arts right now. He had spent more than a year to learn it, but Sea of Souls Realm warriors were able to learn it within a couple of months. Did it mean that Sea of Souls Realm warriors' comprehensive ability was 10 times or even dozens of times better than Yichen's? This was impossible. The cultivation speed would be determined by the level 1 reached. The meaning of being a martial genius was that under the same conditions, their cultivation speed would be extremely fast. You could not compare an early clasping Yuan realm martial genius with a late clasping Yuan realm martial genius like Yichen, which would be unfair in itself. Of course, Yichen was confident that under the same conditions, the cultivation speed of a peerless genius would not be able to match up to his, although it was not as exaggerated. Kill. Sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, Yichen suddenly pointed his finger. Qi, a beam of cyan sword qi darted out, leaving a zhonglong sword mark on the ground. It was not that powerful, only about the same as the sword qi released by a normal late clasping Yuan realm sword artist. It was not as powerful as the sword qi released by Yichen's sword. As the sword qi darted out, one of the green lotus sword qi in Yichen's dantian suddenly disappeared, and he would not be able to generate more in a short period of time. Only 2 green lotus sword qi were left spinning around his Xianxia. The green lotus sword qi inside my body has only been formed not long ago. It seems like I will need a long time to train it before I can bring out its full power. Letting out a long breath, Yichen's finger swept across his storage ring. A huge pile of low-rank soul stones appeared on the ground. there were at least thousands of them. In the early stages of changing martial arts, there was no need for soul stones to provide yuan qi, because the original Zhen qi could be directly converted into the current Zhen qi, which would save the training process. But, as the mysterious Zhen qi was used up, it would be time to use soul stones to increase the training speed. 2 low-rank soul stones landed in Yi Chen's hand. He closed his eyes and operated the Zhen qi inside his body according to the 7th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell. Soon, Yi Chen opened his eyes. No, the low-rank soul stone's yuan qi is not pure enough. It cannot keep up with the Green Lotus Zhen qi's training speed. Do I have to use mid-rank soul stones? Normally, only the powerful warriors who had reached the astral reaching realm would use mid-rank soul stones to train, because the Zhen yuan was way too pure. It would take too much time to train the low-rank soul stone's yuan qi. Right now, Yi Chen was also facing this problem. The Green Lotus Zhen qi trained by the Green Lotus Sword spell was extremely pure, at least twice as pure as the mysterious Zhen qi. Therefore, using low-rank soul stones would be much more efficient. Putting away the low-rank soul stones on the ground, Yi Chen took out hundreds of mid-rank soul stones. After training for a while, Yi Chen nodded to himself. This time, he was right. Although it might be a bit of a waste to train the mid-rank soul stone's yuan qi into Green Lotus Zhen qi, compared to his power, it was nothing. With 60 to 70,000 mid-rank soul stones, Yi Chen could definitely afford it. Reaching the 8th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell from the 7th level was a very difficult process. It took Yi Chen a whole 2 months before he finally succeeded. A sharp chi flow spread out in the air. The walls of the secret room had all been eroded to a crisp, powder falling down. After resting for half a day and eating something, Yi Chen continued to train his Green Lotus Sword spell. It had been 7 months since Yi Chen started his closed-door training. During this period of time, the Sky Cloud Martial School had undergone a huge change. Not only did the number of outer disciples increase from 3,000 to 5,000, but the number of inner disciples had also increased from 500 to 700. The biggest change was the number of outer masters. Countless clasping Yuan realm warriors in the Windy Nation wanted to join the Sky Cloud Martial School. Because of this, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School had increased the difficulty of the selection. Besides having enough power, they also had to have a good character. Those with bad reputations were rejected, and those with ordinary reputations would not have any advantage. Only some of the clasping Yuan realm warriors with good reputations would have a higher chance of joining the Sky Cloud Martial School. Many people expressed their dissatisfaction with what the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School had done. Unfortunately, what could they do? It was you who wanted to join the Sky Cloud Martial School, not the other way around. On this day, the Sky Cloud Martial School was the same as usual, and the number of people who wanted to join had decreased a lot. Hundreds of miles away, above the clouds, a beam of lightning flashed across. Within the lightning, one could vaguely see a beast and 2 people. The beast was a demonic beast, and it had 5 wings. 2 pairs of wings were symmetrical, and the one in the middle was a lot smaller. It was covered with lightning, and it was exactly this lightning that made its speed reach such a horrifying level. It was a couple of times faster than the windy vulture. On the back of the demonic beast, 2 human figures were standing. The elder on the left had a beard and was wearing a long gray robe. He was standing with his hands behind his back, looking like a powerful warrior. Next to the elder was a young man with a pair of godlike eyes. It was Xianxia, who had lost to Yi Chen in the last battle of the Hidden Dragon rank. On the day when the Hidden Dragon rank had ended, Xianxia rode on the only rank 7 demonic beast in the Floating Mountain Martial School, the Bright Thunder Beast. He had rushed back to the Floating Mountain Martial School in 1 week and started his closed-door training. This was also the reason why he dared to challenge Yi Chen in half a year. After all, the South Rudra region was way too big, and without a fast demonic beast, it would take at least 1 to 2 months to get back. 9 months of closed-door training. Do you have the confidence to beat Yi Chen? The elder in the gray robe asked. Xianxia said, in the last battle of the Hidden Dragon rank, my first movement of the mysterious Sky Tyrant Fist art was not completed yet. My martial art had also stopped at the peak level of the 11th realm, and had not reached the 12th realm yet. This time, I have successfully trained my martial art to the 12th realm, and I have also mastered the first movement of the mysterious Sky Tyrant fist art. I have also learned the first movement of the second movement. It should be enough for me to beat him. That would be for the best. The demonic beast of the Sky Cloud Martial School is the Wind Eagle. It would take at least 2 months to get back from the Hidden Dragon Ancient City. In other words, he would only have 7 months of closed-door training, which is 2 months less than you. He has reached the late clasping Yuan realm, and 7 months would not be able to increase his battling power that much. Huh. What belongs to me, I will take it back myself. The glory in the early stage is nothing. Xikongxing looked even colder. The bright thunder beast flew out of the clouds, and the two could already see the main mountain of the Sky Cloud Martial School not far away. Get down! The elder yelled. Pap, the lightning flashed once in the air. When it reappeared, it was already above the Sky Cloud Martial School. Such a fast demonic beast. There are people up there. There are really people? They are not friendly. Hurry up and inform the leader and all the masters. The bright thunder beast had made too much noise. Everyone on the main mountain of the Sky Cloud Martial School had been stirred up. They all rushed to the plaza on top of the main mountain. Luo Xinglia walked out of the palace. Seeing Xikongxing on the bright thunder beast, he squinted his eyes and said politely, I am the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Luo Xinglia. I wonder what brings you two here. The elder looked down at Luo Xinglia. Let Yichen out. Yichen? He is in closed-door training. We should not disturb him. Luo Xinglia frowned. He had more or less figured out why Xikongxing was here. It seemed like he had made some progress in the past 9 months. This time, he must be here to beat Yichen and take back the dragon fountain chi that belonged to him. Shoo, Xikongxing jumped down from the bright thunder beast and looked around. He noticed that the inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School were all different. He sneered, this battle is inevitable. I have made a deal with him. Let him fight me first, and then go into closed-door training. The headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School said, I am afraid that is not a good idea. To be honest, the headmaster had started to worry about Yichen. Xikongxing had come with a lot of power. If he did not have the confidence, he would not have come to the Sky Cloud Martial School. Since he had come, he must have the confidence to beat Yichen. What is not good about it? The elder was a core master in the Floating Mountain Martial School. His cultivation had reached the late astral reaching realm a long time ago. He did not care about Luo Xinglia and the headmaster at all. Hearing him, Luo Xinglia's face looked terrible. The situation was not in his favor. Even if he did not want to, there was nothing he could do. He sighed inwardly. This dragon fountain chi was indeed a hot potato. It would not be easy to keep it. But, he was one of the people who knew about Yichen's closed-door training. It had only been 7 months, and he would not be able to beat Xikongxing no matter what. Xikongxing, you seem to be late. Right then, a clear voice was heard from the shocking cloud mountain behind the main mountain. It was extremely sharp, like sword chi, spreading out quickly. Brother Yi has finished his training. A lot of the inner disciples and core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School felt pressured by Xikongxing's aura, which made them feel a bit shorter. It was like there was a giant standing in front of them, a god of war looking down on them from the clouds. That kind of king's aura had made them feel breathless. Only then did they realize who their brother Yichen had defeated. Their admiration for Yichen had reached its peak, almost to the point of worship. The cloud mist between the main mountain and the shocking cloud mountain was torn apart. Yichen, who was wearing blue robes and had a long sword on his waist, flew over. Wherever he passed, the air was like water, with ripples spreading out everywhere. All of a sudden, Yichen landed on the main mountain. Yichen, are you okay? Luo Xinglia hurried to ask. Yichen shook his head as he shifted his gaze to Xikongxing and said, if you had come a month earlier, I think it would not have been that easy to win against you. But, you did not take this opportunity. Half a month ago, Yichen had already trained his Green Lotus sword spell from the 8th level to the 9th level. In the remaining time, he had reached the peak level of the 9th level. The 3 Green Lotus Shen Qi inside his body had gone through 2 fundamental changes. After 5 months of training, the power of his green lotus sword chi had increased drastically. It could be counted as one of his killing attacks, and he would not be afraid of anyone in close combat. Xing could feel that Yi Chen's sword aura was a bit more powerful than when he was in the Hidden Dragon Valley. However, thinking about his own improvement, he sneered, "Losing to you in the Hidden Dragon rank competition was the biggest shame of my life. Now, I will take it back with my own hands." Yi Chen glanced at the elder on the Thunder Beast. "Unfortunately, I do not plan to give away the first place of the Hidden Dragon rank and the Dragon Fountain Chi. Then, let's wait and see." The two stopped talking as their cold eyes clashed in the air. The vibrations generated were extremely horrifying. Even Luo Hanshan and Zhu Mei did not dare to be within 30 meters of them. On the Cloud Mountain, Thunder Freer said seriously, "The Xing is not simple at all. It has only been 9 months and he has already improved so much. It seems like he is not far from the second Xinyuan purification." Cloud Dreamer nodded, "This is the first time I have seen this man. He is indeed a top genius with a keen bloodline. The pressure of his aura alone can make people feel like they are no match for him. I am afraid only Yi Chen's sword aura can resist him. It's just that Yi Chen has just changed his cultivation method. Being able to recover his original battle strength is already his limit. His situation is not optimistic." Thunder Freer did not take Yi Chen's minor blood demon body separating great art into consideration. Although the secret martial art was powerful and could increase one's fighting power, it should not be exposed to the public. Back in the day, the blood demon had slaughtered a lot of powerful warriors from the floating mountain martial school. It was hard to guarantee that the elder on the Huang Thunder Beast would not make a big fuss about it and cause some trouble. "Just wait and see. I don't think Yi Chen doesn't know about this." Cloud Dreamer was much calmer than Thunder Freer. He knew that Yi Chen's achievements were definitely not due to luck. "This place is not a good place to fight. Let's go somewhere else." Once they had reached this level of battling power, their destructive power would be extremely powerful. They would not be any weaker than astral-reaching realm warriors. After a big battle, the buildings on the main mountain would be turned into ruins, which was not what Yi Chen wanted to see. Flashing his body, Yi Chen flew toward the mountains behind the main mountain. Xing's battling intent surged as he followed closely behind. "Hurry up. Brother Yi is about to battle with Xing. This battle will be the top battle between the young generation of the South River region. If we miss this, we will never be able to see it again." A lot of the core disciples and inner disciples chased after Yi Chen. Luo Xinglia did not stop them. No matter if Yi Chen won or lost, being able to watch this battle would be a good thing for the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. It would help them to have a competitive spirit. It was a short mountain in the middle of the mountains. It was less than 800 meters tall, covering 7 to 8 miles of land. There were rocks all over the mountain, and hardly any plants could be seen. On top of the short mountain, Yi Chen and Xing stood facing each other, 100 meters apart. Around the short mountain, there were human figures everywhere. Some of them were standing on the 100-meter-tall ancient trees, while some of them were standing on the hills. There were also some people with good eyesight who had climbed up to the mountains that were a bit further away, looking down from above. Right then, almost half of the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School had gathered in the mountains behind them. A dim light flashed through his storage ring, and 2 dark blue gloves appeared in Xing's hands, shining with a cold light. Putting on the gloves, the half-step Xinyuan inside Xing's body exploded completely. The powerful pressure spread out in all directions, and the sparse trees on the short mountain were all uprooted and blown away. It was a horrifying scene. On the other side, Yi Chen placed his right hand on the sword hilt. His body was like a sword, and his aura was like a sword. The pressure brought by Xing's half-step Xinyuan had not even gotten close to Yi Chen before it was cut open by that powerful sword aura, creating a peaceful area. "Let's fight." The light in his eyes had reached its limit. Xing took a step forward and appeared in front of Yi Chen within a second, throwing out a fist attack. Space Flash Step. Sky Tyrant Fist Attack. Right from the start, Xing had pushed his battling power to a new peak. It would be fine if he did not move, but once he moved, it would be like a tsunami that could shatter the sky. Green Lotus Light. Chin, Taking out his star scar sword, Yichen yelled with a low voice, blocking out Xikongxing's fist attack. Crack, a huge crack appeared in between the two, spreading out at an extreme speed. Within a second, it had turned into a couple of miles long and 10 meters wide pitch-black gully. The mountain has cracked. Most of the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School had never seen such a horrifying battle before. The moment they clashed, the 800 meters tall mountain had been cracked open, and the ground had been shaken. "Alright, take another punch from me." Xikongxing's eyes looked horrifying. His body shook once, and his half-step Xinyuan spread out, covering half of the mountain. Something shocking happened. The half of the mountain that had been cracked started to attack towards Yichen. Combined with Xikongxing's powerful aura, he looked like a real battle god. Green Lotus Mountain opening. Yichen did not back out. The star scar sword in his hand was waved up, and a waterfall-like sword chi shot out, cutting the half of the mountain that Xikongxing was on in half. Rocks flew everywhere. Xikongxing flew up into the sky, throwing out a punch. It was the ace attack of the Sky Tyrant Fist art, Sky-Breaking Fist, Rumble. The other half of the mountain was completely shattered, and boulders of different sizes were thrown out in all directions, like a goddess scattering flowers. Watch out! Even the smallest of these rocks weighed tens of thousands of pounds, while the bigger ones were as big as a small hill. Most of the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School did not dare to fight against them alone. Dozens of people gathered together, attacking the rocks together. They looked shocked and excited at the same time. Stepping on a huge rock that had been thrown into the sky, Yichen thought to himself, he has indeed improved a lot. Before, this ace attack was not completed yet, and was easily broken by my kill heart sword attack. But now, it has been completed, and the only way left is to develop the mentality. After the completion of the Earthrealm martial arts, the warriors would have to study the mentality if they wanted to become more powerful. Astral Reaching Realm warriors would not only be powerful in terms of cultivation, but their martial mentality would also be more powerful than clasping Yuan Realm warriors. Take out your ace attack. Otherwise, the battle will be over soon. Xikongxing also stepped on a huge rock in the sky, increasing the distance between him and Yichen. As you wish. Immortal Sky-Shattering Clouds. Performing his separating shadow flying art, Yichen left the huge rock within a second, jumping into the area where Xikongxing was. He was in the sky, throwing down a sword attack accompanied by a thunder light. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, there were still a lot of huge rocks that had not hit the ground yet, still being thrown into the air. However, under Yichen's sword attack, they all exploded into pieces. Countless muddy yellow fireworks bloomed in the sky, looking extremely spectacular. Break for me. Xikongxing performed his sky-shattering fist art again. That aggressive fist power shattered the incoming sword chi time after time. His body flashed once, as if he had completely ignored the distance. He suddenly appeared in front of Yichen, throwing out a punch that went through the air. Watch out! Some of the disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School screamed. Xikongxing's step art was extremely horrifying. It was like he was moving in a second, making it impossible for people to react. Yichen smiled lightly as he put up his left hand's index and middle fingers, pointing out in the air. Shoo, the bright blue sword chi shot out of his fingers, cutting through the surreal space. Sword chi coming out of his body? The fist power had been cancelled out, and Xikongxing hurried to back out a couple of steps. In the next second, another beam of sword chi shot over. Although he had dodged fast, it still scratched his thigh, causing blood to pour out. In the sky, the elder who was standing on the back of the thunder beast frowned. He had expected to see a one-sided battle, but this Yichen was way more powerful than he had imagined. He had managed to tie with Xikongxing in the previous battle, and now, he had revealed another sword chi attack that had shot out from his fingers, forcibly gaining the upper hand. Losing 2 beams of green lotus sword chi, and still not gaining the upper hand. It seems like the gap between the realms of the martial arts is not that easy to make up for. Yichen could tell that Xikongxing's martial art had improved again. He estimated it to be around the 12th level, while his green lotus sword spell was only at the peak of the 9th level. Since it was a martial art suitable for sword artists, its power was equivalent to the 10th level. Combined with the 70% sword intent, it could barely break through Xing's half-step protective Xianyuan layer. However, it still wasted a little bit of time. Otherwise, with such a close distance, the Green Lotus Sword Chi would not have missed. If the Green Lotus Sword spell had reached the 10th level, the 3 beams of Green Lotus Sword Chi would become 6, and then it would be much easier to win. The Green Lotus Sword spell was divided into 15 levels. The 7th level could produce 3 beams of Green Lotus Sword Chi, the 10th level would produce 6 beams, and the 13th level would produce 9 beams. Once it reached the 14th level, the Green Lotus Sword Chi would transform into the Lotus Heart Sword Chi. Right now, Yichen was at the peak of the 9th level, and he had only produced 3 beams of Green Lotus Sword Chi. Glancing at the wound on his thigh, Xing's eyes looked extremely serious. Yichen's improvement was out of his expectation. He could not believe that Yichen could still grow even stronger. Although he still had an unfinished ace attack that he had not performed yet, Yichen also had an ace attack. He would never forget the last battle of the Hidden Dragon rank, when Yichen had broken through his fist power with one sword attack and defeated him. Do not hold back anymore. Use the secret skill that can increase your battling power. The elder on the Thunder Beast suddenly said. Xing nodded. Yichen, if this is all you have, then you will lose for sure. This time I did not come here just to improve my power. Yuan Magnetic Battle Body. The half-step protective Xianyuan around Xing shrunk suddenly, sticking to the surface of his skin. It was similar to Tua Baku's defensive martial art, but the only difference was that the half-step Xianyuan on the surface of Xing's body seemed to be covered with a layer of magnetic light, with tiny electric sparks flashing. The powerful attraction and repulsion power intertwined together, forming a very chaotic power field. This is a magnetic field? Yichen's pupils shrank. On Xing's body, he sensed a completely different power field compared to Murongqing's. TSS. TSS. TSS, the half-step Xianyuan started to vibrate at an extremely high speed. Xing could feel that his power had increased by more than 30%. It was like he could blow up a 1,000 meters tall mountain with one punch, and kill a warrior at the same level with one finger attack. Secret skills that could increase the battling power were extremely rare in this true spirit continent. Even the rank 6 martial institutions did not have such powerful secret skills. The Floating Mountain School did not have them before, but they did have the Yuan Magnetic Godly Iron, which contained an extremely powerful magnetic power. Inside the Floating Mountain, there was a small piece of Yuan Magnetic Godly Iron Essence, which contained extremely condensed magnetic power. According to the special effect of the Yuan Magnetic Godly Iron, the powerful warriors of the Floating Mountain School had spent a lot of effort to create a secret skill that could increase the battling power. Training this secret skill would not increase the battling power by itself. One would need to go inside the Floating Mountain and absorb a part of the magnetic power from the Yuan Magnetic Godly Iron Essence, then bind it inside the body and use it together with this secret skill. Because it was incomplete, the secret skill had a time limit. Once the magnetic power binding inside the body was used up, the battling power increasing effect would disappear as well. This time, before going to the Sky Cloud Martial School to challenge Yichen, Xing had made a lot of preparations. Training the Yuan Magnetic Battle Body and absorbing the magnetic power was one of his preparations, which was also the source of his confidence to win against Yichen. Fist Tyrant River. Without performing his Sky Tyrant Fist art, Xing had only performed one ace attack. The aggressive power was like the air exploding, shaking the sky. An unparalleled pressure shot out, leaving a dozens of meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide vacuum mark in the air. Boom, the place where Yichen was exploded violently. The powerful vibration had triggered the electric current, making a sizzling sound. What a fierce fist force! Yichen's body turned into black smoke and disappeared with the wind. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of meters away. Looking at Xing's fist power, his expression turned serious. You can't escape. The Yuan Magnetic Battle Body had boosted Xing's speed to its limit. His feet slightly stepped out, and his whole body appeared right in front of Yichen within a second. His huge fists, which were covered by the dark blue gloves, shone with a chilling cold light and electric current as he threw out a punch. The air exploded again. The edges of Yichen's black smoke twisted slightly. Puff, a corner of the blue robe shattered into pieces. Kill. Naturally, Yichen would not be at a disadvantage. While he was moving, he turned around and slashed with his sword. The sword chi that was hundreds of feet long was like a giant axe that could split the sky. Xianxia did not bother to dodge as he threw out a punch at the sword chi. With a cracking sound, the sword chi exploded. The extremely high frequency of vibration quickly exhausted the immortal will contained in the sword chi, and it could no longer hold on for even a moment. Brother Yi has fallen into a disadvantage. The situation is not looking good. What can he do? Xianxia has a secret art to increase his battling power, but Brother Yi does not. A rank 6 martial institution is indeed powerful. They even have a secret art to increase their battling power. Even if Brother Yi loses, it will not be because of his power. Hearing his disciples' discussion, Luo Xinglia's eyebrows frowned deeply. Yichen being able to get the upper hand in the beginning was already out of his expectation. He did not expect the situation to change so drastically. Xianxia had used a secret art to increase his battling power. In this case, if Yichen wanted to win, he would have to use the secret art that he had used when fighting against the astral-reaching realm warriors. Thinking up to here, Luo Xinglia glanced at the core master of the floating mountain martial school who was standing on top of the thunder beast, feeling a bit worried. Whatever you have, use it all. I will shatter it one by one and let you admit your defeat. After shattering another incoming sword chi, Xianxia floated in the air. His cold eyes locked onto Yichen, looking for the best opportunity to attack. His body flashed without any pattern. Yichen thought to himself, one kill heart sword attack. No, he must have a more powerful ace attack waiting for me. If I use it now, it will only hurt my spirit and will waste my battling power. The minor blood demon body separating great art would not work either. It was not the time to expose it yet. Once he used it, it would be troublesome if something happened. The elder on top of the thunder beast had scared him a lot. Then let's use the mysterious Xin Yuan. Taking a deep breath, Yichen sunk his spirit into his dantian and quickly touched a drop of mysterious Xin Yuan inside the Zhen Qi spiral, trying to pull it out. Not good. I can't pull out the mysterious Xin Yuan. Although he looked calm, Yichen was shocked inside. He thought that even if he had trained the green lotus Zhen Qi, he would still be able to use the mysterious Xin Yuan. But, he did not expect it to go wrong. The mysterious Xin Yuan did not listen to his command at all. It only shook a couple of times before it disappeared completely. Kill. Although there was no expression on Yichen's face, Xianxia could tell that something was wrong from his movements. He took the chance immediately and threw out his fist, conquering the mountains. The surreal space tightened, and Yichen was trapped within it. The fist power that came after landed right in the middle of that area, fast and violent like thunder. Dong, the air vibrated like water, and the trees nearby started to fall down one after another. The blade-like chi flow tore the ground apart, bringing up waves of dirt. On a small mountain far away, Yichen looked down at his torn sleeves with a serious look on his face. It seemed like he would have to use his minor blood demon body separating great art this time. Haha, Yichen, why don't you use that sword attack? I will give you one more chance. If you don't use it now, I will beat you instantly. There was still more than half of the magnetic power inside his body, so Xianxia was not worried about the possibility of his Yuan magnetic battle body running out. In the last battle of the Hidden Dragon rank, he had lost to Yichen's ace attack. Therefore, this time, he wanted to beat Yichen, who had performed his ace attack. Raising his head to look at Xianxia, Yichen had a cold look on his face, a secret art that can increase battling power? I have it as well. Since you want me to use all of my power, then you should be prepared for the worst. Crack, the small mountain cracked open. Blood-red chi flow shot up into the sky, dyeing Yichen's clothes, hair, eyebrows, and pupils all red. His whole body looked like a bloody battle god, standing on top of the collapsing small mountain. His chi and blood are burning. This is... On the back of the thunder beast, the core master of the floating mountain martial school's expression changed. Luo Xinglia shook his head. He had used it after all. Oh well, it's better than being beaten by Xianxia. On the cloud-drifting peak, Thunder Freer forced a smile, hoping that the core master of the Floating Mountain Martial School would not ask about the origin of the minor blood demon body separating great art. Otherwise, even with the power of the Sky Cloud Martial School, they would not be able to compete with him. A late astral-reaching realm warrior from a rank 6 martial school was not something a normal late astral-reaching realm warrior could compete with. Without exaggerating, even 10 of him would be seeking death. Cloud Dreamer said hesitantly, I think there should be no big problem. The True Spirit continent is extremely complicated. It is hard to avoid some secret martial arts. Even if this martial art is from Master Blood Demon, it should not link Yi Chen and Master Blood Demon together. I hope so. Thunder Freer had a bad feeling about this. His chi and blood were burning, and his green lotus Xianxia was boiling. Yi Chen's battling power had increased drastically, and soon reached more than 50%. That kind of extremely violent power had ignited his battling intent. 2 beams of blood-red light shot out of his pupils, sharp like swords. Cut. His feet stomped on the ground, and the speed of the hill collapsing increased by 10 times. The powerful vibrating power had blown Yi Chen away, dragging a sharp red chi flow behind him. His body was like a sword, and his battling intent was like a sword. Yi Chen lifted up his star scar sword in the air and threw out a sword attack towards Xikongxing. Blood-red lightning flew everywhere. A twisting blood-red sword light tore open the air, creating a pitch-black vacuum tunnel. Sky-breaking fist. Xikongxing roared, pushing his Yuan magnetic battle body to its limit. Electric currents covered his whole body as he threw out a killing attack. Crack, out of nowhere, dark clouds gathered above the mountains. A beam of lightning struck down, hitting right where the two had clashed. The balance had been broken, and Yi Chen had been blown out dozens of meters. His feet had left piles of blood-red patterns in the air. Compared to Yi Chen, Xikongxing had backed out for almost 100 meters. The advantages and disadvantages of the Yuan magnetic battle body and the minor blood demon body separating great art were obvious. What kind of secret skill is this? A shocked expression flashed through Xikongxing's face. He had experienced the power of the Yuan magnetic battle body, but his opponent's secret skill seemed to be even more powerful than the Yuan magnetic battle body. It was almost as brutal as burning his Jin Yuan. Taking a quick breath, Xikongxing forcefully pushed his half-step Jin Yuan, combining it with the magnetic power created by the essence of Yuan magnetic godly iron. He pushed his Yuan magnetic battle body even more violently. Electric currents appeared on his pitch-black hair, making a sizzling sound. Didn't you want to see my ace attack? Then, I will show you. Stopping his backing out, the blood-red chi flow on Yi Chen's body suddenly expanded, looking like a burning blood-colored flame. He raised his star scar sword with both of his hands, pouring his mind into it along with his sword intent. He threw out a sword attack. The sword chi was like a pillar, piercing through the surreal space and arriving in front of Xikongxing within a second. Break! Sky-breaking earth-cracking. An electric current flashed through the surface of his pupils. Xikongxing stood in the surreal space steadily. The air behind him continued to shatter, creating cracks in the vacuum space. A heaven-shattering poetic perspective spread out along with the powerful fist aura of the mysterious Sky Tyrant fist, shattering everything. Ka-la-la. After throwing out a fist attack, the mountain behind him could not handle the huge counterforce of his ace attack. It shook a little before shattering all of a sudden, causing dust to rise into the sky. It was almost within a second that the fist power and the sword chi clashed together, freezing right there. The sky was covered in dark clouds, thunder and lightning were everywhere. Countless lightning bolts struck down crazily, breaking the rocks and lighting up the trees. All of the Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples who were watching the battle were shocked. They had never seen such a powerful clasping Yuan realm warrior before, and they might not be able to see one again in their lives. Shoo, a weird cloth-tearing sound was heard. The Kill Heart Sword Chi, which contained the immortal mentality and sword intent, brutally pierced through Xikongxing's fist power, leaving behind a sharp and long pitch-black sword mark in the air. It then landed on Xikongxing's chest with an unstoppable force, blowing him away. However, although the sword chi had pierced through the fist power, the aftermath of the exploding fist power still tore apart the air, creating layers of vacuum cracks. Countless vacuum cracks combined together, looking like a vacuum balsam flower blooming towards Yichen. Shoo! 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 The range of the vacuum cracks was way too big. Even with his separating shadow art, Yichen could not avoid all of them. Without panicking, Yichen put up his left index and middle fingers, and the last green lotus sword chi shot out of his body, destroying one of the incoming vacuum cracks. As the vacuum cracks disappeared, Yichen looked in front of him. There was a collapsed hill, and a human-shaped crack could be vaguely seen. Boom! The hill exploded, and Xikongxing rushed out with blood dripping out of the corner of his mouth. Stepping on the ground, Xikongxing quickly calmed down his boiling qi and blood and his half-step Xinyuan. This time, he was able to block out the kill heart sword qi. Besides the fact that his fist power had cancelled out most of the power, it was also thanks to the chaotic force field created by his Yuan magnetic battle body, which had reduced the stability and destructive power of the kill heart sword qi. Of course, the half-step Xinyuan on the surface of his body was also one of his defensive methods, which was 30 to 40% more powerful than the normal half-step protective Xinyuan. Your ace attack can't do anything to me anymore. Plus, it seems like this sword attack can't be used too much. Let me see what other ace attacks you have this time. Winning or losing was very important to Xikongxing, and the luck that had been taken away was also very important. Xikongxing had never thought of giving up until the last second. The ground was cracked as Xikongxing shot up into the sky. His tightly clenched fist was covered in electricity as he threw out a punch, shaking up the entire sky. Then I will show you a new killer move, Green Lotus Sky. Taking a deep breath, Yichen's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. The Green Lotus Shen Qi inside his body had been pushed to its limit, pouring into his palm and into the Star Scar sword in a mysterious way. An extremely sharp blue qi flow appeared on the Star Scar sword, which then condensed into countless illusory blue lotuses. Whoosh, the sword attack seemed slow, but it was actually fast. The air strangely calmed down, as if the raging river had turned into a lake with no waves at all. On the surface of the lake, different-sized green lotuses started to grow at a speed faster than human eyes could see, which was exactly the same as the scene in the Hidden Dragon's secret realm. Xikongxing's powerful fist power entered the lake and seemed to have encountered a huge obstacle. Its speed became slower and slower, and its sharpness became fainter and fainter. Those green lotuses that were close to his fist power were like sharp swords that had been taken out of their sheaths, flying out one after another, turning into blue-colored sword qi and shooting out. What happened next was even more horrifying. The lake had been stimulated by the fist power and started to expand at an extreme speed, dragging Xikongxing into it. Countless green lotuses turned into sword qi and hacked on his body crazily, burning out the magnetic power and half-step Xinyuan inside his body. What kind of sword movement is this? Xikongxing was deep in the lake-like area, trying his best to defend against the endless sword qi that was shooting towards him. The magnetic power inside his body was decreasing at a much faster rate than before. If it continued like this, the Yuan magnetic battle body's effect would disappear completely. Green Lotus accumulation, cut. The Green Lotus Sky was the ace attack of the Green Lotus sword art. It worked perfectly with the Green Lotus Shen Qi, which was extremely mysterious. The immortal mentality contained in the sword intent seemed to have a nourishing effect on this ace attack, making the air even more stable, like a calm lake. Feeling the Green Lotus Shen Qi inside his body being consumed at an extremely fast speed, Yichen did not dare to waste any time. He flicked his sword tip, lifting up the edge of the lake in the air. The next second, hundreds of green lotuses floated up in the air, merging together and forming into a huge green lotus. There were light purple lotuses on top of the green lotuses, surrounded by beams of blue qi flow, looking like blades. Boom, the huge green lotus spun a couple of times before attacking towards Xikongxing. Pooh, the consumption of the magnetic power had greatly decreased Xikongxing's defense, and the huge green lotus formed by the sharp qi flow was even more horrifying than the kill heart sword qi. It had broken through his defense instantly, shattering his half-step Xinyuan. As the remaining magnetic power leaked out, Xikongxing could no longer handle the power. He puked out a 3-meter-tall blood column, then was blown backward like a shooting star. Sheng-er. The elder's face was dark like water. He controlled his Huang Thunder Beast to catch Xikongxing and put him on the back of the beast. He then turned around slowly, his expression changing continuously as he stared at Yi Chen. As one of the core masters of the Floating Mountain Martial School, the elder's name was Jin Huang, and people called him Jin Huang. He was extremely famous in the Grey Mystery Nation, and all the warriors from the Grey Mystery Nation would be scared when they saw him. The head disciple of his martial school had been beaten. No matter how good his temper was, he would still be a bit angry, not to mention that he was not a good-tempered person himself. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen released his minor blood demon body separating great art. As the minor blood demon body separating great art was released, Yi Chen's spirit seemed to have dropped a lot. However, a stream of qi that was extremely hard to detect had been injected into his body through the air, making his condition much better. This is the Dragon Fountain Qi? Of course, he knew what Si Kongxing's intention was. It was nothing more than to decide the winner and take back a part of the Dragon Fountain Qi. Although this was not a hidden dragon rank competition, if he lost, he would still lose a part of the Dragon Fountain Qi. Luckily, it would not be as exaggerated as the hidden dragon rank competition, since luck was something that was constantly changing. This time, if Si Kongxing beat him, he would lose a part of the Dragon Fountain Qi without a doubt. The Dragon Fountain Qi was equivalent to luck, but of course, luck was not necessarily the Dragon Fountain Qi. Shu, Cloud Dreamer, who had always been quiet, appeared right next to Yi Chen. He laughed at Jin Huang. This year's young generation is indeed different. You have really opened my eyes. I am the great master of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Cloud Dreamer. I wonder who you are. Jin Huang said coldly, you do not need to know my name. But, I have a question. What you have performed is the minor blood demon body separating great art. The last sentence was directed at Yi Chen. Cloud Dreamer's expression changed suddenly. The last thing he wanted to see had happened after all. He hurried to say, Yi Chen used to be a disciple of our Sky Cloud Martial School. Now, he has become a master. He had some strange encounters in the past, and had gotten some messy martial arts and secret martial arts. Shut up. Jin Huang interrupted Cloud Dreamer and yelled at Yi Chen, I am asking you, are you training the minor blood demon body separating great art? So what if I am? So what if I am not? Yi Chen knew that there was no way for this to end well. His opponent was obviously targeting him. Even if he did not perform the minor blood demon body separating great art, he could not guarantee that there would not be any other problems. Hee hee, Jin Huang sneered, how dare you? Do you know how many people of our Floating Mountain Martial School had been killed by Master Blood Demon? How many elders had died in his hands? Under such circumstances, you still dare to train the infamous minor blood demon body separating great art? Are you not putting our Floating Mountain Martial School in your eyes? What a big accusation. Yi Chen said, which martial art in this true spirit continent has not been stained with blood and life? Are all martial arts unusable? You still dare to talk back? You are courting death. Without giving Yi Chen any chance to speak, Jin Huang put his finger on his thumb and flicked out a beam of golden light. Don't go too far. Cloud Dreamer roared, burning his Zhen Yuan all of a sudden. He blocked in front of Yi Chen and threw out a sword attack toward the finger light. At the same time, Thunder Freer also arrived. Nobody knew when he had already burned his Zhen Yuan, but he had also thrown out a claw attack toward the golden finger light. As the target of the opponent, how could Yi Chen just stand by and watch? He did not care that performing the minor blood demon body separating great art again would bring a huge damage to his body. His qi and blood burned fiercely as he coughed out a chunk of blood and threw out a kill heart sword attack. Rumble, the three of them were in their strongest state, but Taoist Jin Huang's strength was not something they could resist even if they joined forces. Even a wisp of his finger light could easily shatter their defenses and send them flying hundreds of meters away, coughing up 3 feet of blood. Walking down from the back of the thunder beast, Jin Huang stood in the midair with a cold look in his eyes. You three want to fight against me? You are courting death. Right now, I will give you a chance, and a chance to live. Hand over the minor blood demon body separating great art and break your own arms and legs. Then, I will let this matter go. Otherwise, I will kill the whole Sky Cloud Martial School. As soon as he said that, everyone in the Sky Cloud Martial School turned pale. They believed that Jin Huang could do it. A late astral reaching realm warrior from a rank 6 martial school was extremely powerful. Even a normal late astral reaching realm warrior would not be able to survive against him, not to mention them. Some of the people who had just joined had already started to run. Compared to their lives, the honor of the martial school was too far away from them. It was not worth it at all. Even if I, Cloud Dreamer, die, I will make you suffer for 3 days. Breaking their own arms and legs would be the same as cutting off their martial path, which would be even more painful than death. Cloud Dreamer, Thunder Freer, and Yichen were all ready to fight to the death, especially Cloud Dreamer. The burning Xianyuan outside of his body had become extremely unstable, showing signs of exploding. A horrifying qi spread out everywhere. Shu, Yichen, who was bleeding from every orifice, blocked in front of Cloud Dreamer. He was the one who started all of this, so he should be the one risking his life. He had already died once, so what if he died again? Come out. Coughing out a piece of internal organ, Yichen crazily pushed his green lotus Zhen Qi, trying to draw out the mysterious Xianyuan from the Zhen Qi spiral. It seemed to be affected by Yichen's crazy emotions, as the mysterious Xianyuan that had been silent for a long time started to wriggle. The frequency was getting higher and higher, and the vibration was getting bigger and bigger. A wave of Xianyuan spread out, along with a violent unstable element. It was because the mysterious Xianyuan was not pure, as 10% of it was green lotus Xianyuan. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. Jin Huang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he pointed out his finger again. Pooh, it was not Yichen who puked out blood, but Su Jing. Her body was slightly slim, and her white clothes were stained with blood. Both of her arms were hanging down, as if she had lost her bones. Just like Yichen, Su Jing had chosen to go into closed-door training not long after she got back from the Hidden Dragon Ancient City. Because the battle between Yichen and Si Kongxing was way too loud, she decided to come out and see what was going on. When she arrived, the battle between Yichen and Si Kongxing had already ended. Jin Huang's aggressiveness had alerted her secretly, so she rushed over to help Yichen. Jin Huang had trained a gold element martial art. Even a casual finger attack from him would have the ability to break through anything. It had easily pierced through Su Jing's defense, breaking the bones in her arms inch by inch. It had all happened too fast. The mysterious Xianyuan inside Yichen's body had just been drawn out of his dantian. If he moved even a little bit, it would be all for naught. He could only watch Su Jing being blown hundreds of meters away. The good thing was that Zhu Mei had already caught up, blocking in front of Su Jing. Blood explosion spell, green lotus sky. With an angry growl, the bloody red Zhen Qi outside of Yichen's body exploded violently. It was the most powerful ace attack of the minor blood demon body separating great art, and it also had the biggest backfire. Even Yuan Zongbua did not dare to use it, because once he used it, there was a 90% chance that he would be crippled, and a 30% chance of dying completely. It was extremely dangerous. Correspondingly, after using the blood explosion spell, Yichen's battling power had increased again, reaching more than 80%. It was almost the same as burning his Xianyuan to increase his battling power. Not only that, the mysterious Xianyuan that had been poured into the meridians in his right arm had also been dyed red by the spell. In other words, the second he used the mysterious Xianyuan, Yichen's basic power would be similar to an early astral reaching realm warrior. Combined with the 70% sword intent and the ace attack from the green lotus sword art, it would be possible for him to kill a mid-astral reaching realm warrior. As for a late astral reaching realm warrior, the result would be revealed soon. Shu, the star scar sword in his hand was as heavy as a mountain. Yichen threw out a sword attack that looked slow but was actually fast. The boiling air calmed down at an unnatural speed, turning into a dead silence. Then, countless green lotuses with a hint of red appeared, covering the entire sky. Humph, you dare to show off your insignificant skills in front of me? Break! Taoist Jin Huang snorted coldly. He raised his palm horizontally and slapped the void. A golden brilliance condensed into a giant palm, tearing apart the stagnant air, tearing apart countless green lotuses, and opening up a pitch-black vacuum passage. The vacuum passage seemed to contain a great gravitational force, sucking in everything around it. Puff, Yichen's 7 orifices were bleeding, and his body reeked of blood. Right then, Yichen's body suddenly shook. His green lotus sword spell, which had been stuck at the peak of the 9th realm, had suddenly reached the 10th realm under the great pressure. At the same time, his cultivation had also made great progress. Not only had he reached the peak level late clasping Yuan realm, but he was also not far away from being able to purify his Jin Yuan. Yi Chen had finally understood that the more pressure there was, the more explosive power there would be. If he did not explode in silence, then he would die in silence. Green Lotus accumulation, cut. Without showing any excitement, Yi Chen's eyes were resolute, locking onto Daoist Jin Huang like a hawk. Right then, his mysterious Jin Yuan had already been poured into the Star Scar sword through the meridians in his arm. The Star Scar sword exploded with a bright light that could even dim the stars in the sky. Under the dazzling light, a fist-sized green lotus appeared on the tip of the sword. It was light purple in color, with strands of blood diamond-like chi flowing around its edge, easily cutting through the surreal space. Shoo, as Yi Chen's sword hacked down, the fist-sized green lotus shot out at a horrifying speed, leaving a perfectly straight black line in the surreal space. The black line did not disappear for a long time, extending for hundreds of meters, as if it had divided the whole space into two parts, one above and one below. It was extremely creepy. Not good. How can this kid have Jin Yuan? If it were only Jin Yuan, Daoist Jin Huang would not even spare a glance, as he could turn the opponent into ashes with a flick of his finger. However, Yi Chen had just used the blood explosion spell, combining his Jin Yuan with his chi and blood, which was equivalent to burning his Jin Yuan. His basic strength had increased drastically. Not only that, Yi Chen was also a sword artist who had comprehended 70% sword intent. With the two added together, even a mid-astral reaching expert would have to suffer a grievance if they were careless. Moreover, he did not put the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School in his eyes at all, and had only used 50 to 60% of his Jin Yuan, not to mention burning his Jin Yuan. The current him could not even compare to a mid-astral reaching expert with his protective Jin Yuan. If he were hit by this sword, even if he did not die, he would be crippled. The speed of the Green Lotus was too fast. Daoist Jin Huang did not have the time to thicken his protective Jin Yuan, so he could only raise his right middle finger and point out. Gold Bright Finger. Gold Bright Finger was Daoist Jin Huang's famous martial art. Even if he used 50 to 60% of his strength, its might was not something an ordinary astral-reaching expert could compare with. Shoo, the golden light streaked across the sky, colliding with the unceasingly revolving Green Lotus. There was no sound, nor any sound or light effect. The two tightly stuck together, without any sound or presence, as if they were two magnets. Everyone was somewhat unable to adapt. It was as if they clearly knew that thunder was about to strike, and they could already see the flickering of thunder and lightning, and they had already made all the preparations. Yet, when the lightning struck down, there was not the slightest sound of thunder, which was rather unbearable. It might have been an instant, or it might have been a long time. With a loud bang, a dazzling radiance soared into the sky, tearing apart the black clouds in the sky, tearing apart the thunder and lightning, unceasingly spurting out firepower. At first glance, it looked like a fan-shaped light screen, the starting point of which was precisely the point where the golden light and Green Lotus collided. With a loud bang, Yi Chen and Daoist Jin Huang were both blown back. The difference was that Yi Chen was blown back while spurting out blood, and his body seemed to have lost a lot of weight, becoming as thin as a stick. On the other hand, Daoist Jin Huang's face was slightly pale, and he slid back several hundred meters in the sky, without any injuries. The gap between the two was too big. Even if Yi Chen had surpassed his limits and burst out with the most powerful attack of his life, a gap was still a gap. Compared to Daoist Jin Huang, who had hastily counterattacked, he was still not his opponent. However, being able to push Daoist Jin Huang back several hundred meters was enough to prove Yi Chen's strength. Sky Shattering Strike. Sky Thunder Strike. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer bit their tongues, trying their best to recover from their absent-minded state. Their Jin Yuan, which had been pushed to its peak, poured out without any regard for their lives, and performed their most powerful martial arts, attacking Daoist Jin Huang, who had just stabilized his body. Victory or defeat would be decided in this one move. Huh. No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. This time, you will all die, and the Sky Cloud Martial School will be completely destroyed as well. Yi Chen's frontal attack had made Daoist Jin Huang's blood boil. He had to hold back his blood for a long time before he could swallow it back down. Seeing Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer seize this opportunity to attack him, Daoist Jin Huang was instantly enraged. He did not care about the fact that forcefully increasing his Jin Yuan would bring a huge burden to his body, and threw out two-finger attacks with 70% of his Jin Yuan. Pooh! Pooh! Although Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer's attacks were not as powerful as Yi Chen's attack, they should not be underestimated. However, this time, Daoist Jin Huang had used 70% of his Jin Yuan, which was not something that the finger attack from before could compare with. Without any suspense, the two attacks had been shattered. Cloud Dreamer laughed bitterly. "Brother Thunder, please take away all the people that you can, especially Yi Chen. Leave a route for our Sky Cloud Martial School, a lifeline. Do not let our last hope die. Otherwise, I, Cloud Dreamer, will not be able to face all the previous leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School. I will not be satisfied even if I die." The last sentence was almost yelled out by Cloud Dreamer. Thunder Freer's expression changed. "Cloud Dreamer, what are you doing? Hurry up. There is no time. I will use my last drop of blood to stall him." Cloud Dreamer was already extremely unstable. His exploding Jin Yuan had been completely messed up, and he could no longer calm himself down. His whole body was like a container filled with gunpowder, ready to explode at any second. Thunder Freer shook his head and sighed. He was ready to die as he said to Cloud Dreamer, "There is no more chance. Look." Cloud Dreamer followed Thunder Freer's gaze and saw Yi Chen, who was covered in blood, flying back. His robe was stained with blood, and so was his hair. "Senior Cloud Dreamer, Senior Thunder Freer, I know what you are thinking, but I can't back out, and I can't run away. If I were to sacrifice the whole Sky Cloud Martial School for my life, then what would be the point of me staying alive? The scary heart demon will stop me from reaching the life and death realm for the rest of my life, and I will not live up to your expectations. I do not want to carry such a heavy burden. Since the day I, Yi Chen, picked up my sword, I have never thought about running away, and I have never thought about letting someone else die for me. This is all because of me, and I will be the one to end it. You don't need to try to persuade me, I have made up my mind." As he spoke, Yi Chen took out a huge amount of blood sunflowers and swallowed them. He then performed his blood explosion spell without caring about his own life. Right then, his mind had never been this resolute, and his will had never been this strong. The sword intent kept rising up into the sky, and it seemed to be endless. Such a horrifying sword intent had already surpassed his body's limit, and his skin started to crack. Peak 70% sword intent. No, it should be 80% sword intent. Jin Huang gasped as he screamed in his mind. This kid can't be left alive, or he will become a huge threat. Right now, he was already scared. If he could not kill Yi Chen today, he would have nightmares for the rest of his life. Woo! 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 A lot of Sky Cloud Martial School's female disciples started crying, while the male disciples' eyes became more and more determined. "Wu Ming, I want to go up and fight. What do you think?" Zhang Haoran, who was only at the peak of late condensing reality realm, took a step forward and flew into the sky. Wu Ming laughed out loud. "Zhang Haoran, don't look down on me. Do you think I, Wu Ming, am afraid of death?" Unknowingly, all of the Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples had gathered together. Those who could fly stood next to Cloud Dreamer and the rest, while those who couldn't stood on the ground. At this moment, the Sky Cloud Martial School was unprecedentedly united and powerful. Everyone's mind naturally gathered together, eventually turning into a fighting spirit that would rather die than surrender. "Zhu Mei, let's go up." Being held in Zhu Mei's arms weakly, Su Jing said in a low voice. Zhu Mei had tears in her eyes as she slightly nodded. Lu Hanshan chuckled, but no one knew what he was laughing about. They only knew that his smile was bright and gentle as he flew into the sky together with Zhu Mei. Looking at the crowd of Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples, Jin Huang was in a bad mood. He had never seen a situation like this before. In his mind, the Sky Cloud Martial School should be in a desperate situation. "Then, all of you, die!" Jin Huang roared out. His Jin Yuan started to burn fiercely, and an extremely horrifying aura swept out, condensing into a hurricane that tore the ground apart and collapsed mountains. That golden fiery light looked like a golden sun. Golden sun splitting. An extremely condensed light ball condensed on his fingertip. Jin Huang believed that once this light ball exploded, no matter how many people there were, they would all die. Sigh. Right at this moment, a sigh was heard. It seemed to be right next to everyone's ears, but also seemed to be far away from the sky. It kept lingering in the air and vibrating. Right after that, the gray sky suddenly cleared up. In everyone's sight, a mountain-sized huge hand pressed down, covering the sun and the sky. The fingerprint on the palm was so clear that even the heaven and earth were shaken. Retracting his finger, Taoist Jin Huang's eyes widened as he roared, "Impossible! How could Sky Cloud Martial School have this kind of background? Impossible! Who are you? Why are you meddling in this matter? My Floating Mountain Martial School has no enmity with you. Please don't do anything." Taoist Jin Huang couldn't sense the aura of the owner of the huge hand at all. Therefore, there were only two possibilities. First, the opponent had entered the Sea of Souls realm, and his Jin Yuan had turned into an ocean, returning to the origin. Second, the opponent had entered the even more frightening life and death realm. Once one entered the life and death realm, the difference between heaven and earth would be completely different. Regardless of which possibility it was not something that Taoist Jin Huang could contend against. The former was still manageable, since at least the Floating Mountain School had Sea of Souls realm warriors, and not just one or two of them. However, if it was the latter, then the entire Floating Mountain School would not even be able to withstand one finger of the opponent. Life and death realm warriors were called kings, and it was not without reason. They were the kings of the martial artists, and represented the world's will of the true spirit continent. Without life and death realm warriors, no matter how powerful one was, it would be useless. The speed of the huge hand was not that fast, as if its owner was not serious. However, in Taoist Jin Huang's eyes, the sky was no longer the sky, and the earth was no longer the earth. The mountains behind Sky Cloud Martial School were all under the control of the huge hand. Seeing that the opponent had no intention of stopping, Taoist Jin Huang's heart was filled with boundless fear. Not caring about the Huang Thunder Beast and Si Kongxing, he extended his body and flew away at an extreme speed. With a flicker, he appeared 7 to 8 li away, like a small sun that was constantly jumping. Humph! With a cold snort, the thumb and index finger of the sky-covering hand began to close together. When it was only 10 feet away, the fleeing Taoist Jin Huang seemed to have walked right into a trap. He was imprisoned within, unable to move or even struggle. "I am not willing. These people are only ants. I will kill them if I want to." Taoist Jin Huang mustered his remaining strength, burning his Jin Yuan fiercely, trying to escape. Everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School was stupefied. The previously insufferably arrogant Taoist Jin Huang was currently being clamped by 2 sky-reaching fingers. His face was full of fright and anger, as if he was a headless fly, which brought a huge contrast to their vision. They all thought, who is the owner of this sky-covering hand? Even a late astral-reaching expert has been casually pinched by him. This level of strength is already not something that can be imagined. "Don't worry, I won't kill you with my own hands. You're not worth my life. Now, get the hell out of the Sky Cloud Martial School, get the hell out of the Windy Nation. If you dare to take another step forward in this life, you will die for sure. Also, go back and tell the leader of the Floating Mountain sect that this is just a small warning. If he dares to offend you again, the Floating Mountain sect will be destroyed, and the 10,000 years of foundation of the Azure Emperor and the Stone Emperor will be destroyed. Do you hear me?" Only Taoist Jin Huang could hear the voice of the owner of that sky-covering hand. However, it was not a human voice, but the sound of the air vibrating. It was similar to Xianxia sound transmission, but 10 times more advanced than Xianxia sound transmission. Astral-reaching realm warriors would never be able to do it. "You won't kill me?" Taoist Jin Huang stopped struggling. He knew that no matter how hard he struggled, it would be useless. If the opponent wanted to kill him, it would only take a single thought. His evil eyes landed on Yi Chen's body. Taoist Jin Huang sneered inwardly, "So it is not because of your backer. If you were, you would not let me go, because if you let me go, once Yi Chen leaves the Windy Nation, I would be able to hunt him down." Anyway, the owner of that sky-covering hand did not say that he was not allowed to kill Yi Chen, he only said that he was not allowed to enter the Windy Nation. It seems like the gods want you dead. Within 5 years, you will never have the power to fight against me. And if you want to continue growing, you will have to leave the Windy Nation. This is an endless cycle, there is only death. How about I let you go for now? Although Taoist Jin Huang was afraid of Yi Chen's potential, he did not think that Yi Chen would be able to surpass him within 5 years. There would be plenty of chances to kill him, there was no need to risk his own life. Senior, I promise that I will never step into the Windy Nation or the Sky Cloud Martial School for the rest of my life. Taoist Jin Huang said with a loud voice. The huge hand made of Yuan Qi loosened, and the air around Taoist Jin Huang's ears vibrated again. Piss off. I might change my mind at any time. Hearing him, Taoist Jin Huang's expression changed. He seemed to be afraid that the owner of the huge hand would change his mind and kill him for good. He hurriedly jumped onto the back of the thunder beast and commanded it to fly away. Within a blink of an eye, they disappeared into the clouds. You didn't kill him? It would be a lie if Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer said that they were not disappointed. Of course, they did not dare to complain about the owner of the huge hand. Without him, the Sky Cloud Martial School would have been completely destroyed. There would not have been a second possibility. A late astral reaching realm warrior from a rank 6 martial school would already be considered as a top warrior in the whole South Rudra region. Under the Sea of Souls realm, he would be above hundreds of thousands of people. Not good. I can't control my Jin Yuan anymore. Although he had relaxed a bit, Cloud Dreamer still could not control his own Jin Yuan. Once his Jin Yuan exploded, there would be nothing left of him, and everything within 10 miles would be destroyed. This was a secret art that he had obtained by chance. Once he used it, there would be no way to change it. Thunder Freer noticed the aura that was about to explode from Cloud Dreamer's body, so he was shocked. Cloud Dreamer had told him about this secret art. This time, he had to use it during the battle with Taoist Jin Huang. However, Taoist Jin Huang had already left, so his death would be meaningless. Shoo, something strange happened. One of the fingers of the huge hand reached out and lightly touched on Cloud Dreamer's protective Jin Yuan. The wind started to blow, and the clouds disappeared. The next second, Cloud Dreamer's aura disappeared, and the Jade Destruction secret art returned to its original state. The explosive aura disappeared completely. Thank you, Senior. Cloud Dreamer cupped his fists and bowed toward the huge hand. The air vibrated. No need to thank me. Actually, I wanted to save Yi Chen. But, Yi Chen's relationship with the Sky Cloud Martial School was too deep. This whole thing was caused by him. Senior, how can I not thank you? Cloud Dreamer obviously could not just say no, since the other had not only saved him, but the entire Sky Cloud Martial School. Even if the other asked him to kill himself right now, he would do it. The Sky Cloud Martial School was in his hands, and this kind of feeling was not something normal people could understand. The owner of the huge hand did not say anything, and his voice moved to Yi Chen's ears. Are you wondering why I didn't kill Taoist Jin Huang? The blood explosion art disappeared automatically. Yi Chen's body was covered in blood as he said weakly, Senior, you should have your own plan. Yi Chen can guess a little bit. Oh? Tell me. Senior, you want me to take revenge myself and get rid of my inner demon. The air vibrated a bit unsteadily. Hee, you are right. I did have this intention. The path of a warrior is to overcome all obstacles, and no impurities can be tolerated. Today's incident had a great impact on you. If you could not kill Taoist Jin Huang yourself, it would be a huge hindrance to your cultivation. Plus, you are a sword artist who had comprehended the sword intent, so you could not back down. Killing Taoist Jin Huang was like helping you choose to back down. This is not what I want to see, nor is it what you want to see. Therefore, you can take Taoist Jin Huang's life. As for whether you can kill him or not, it will depend on your own ability. I will not help you for the same thing twice. Yi Chen said, Thank you Senior for your help. I will kill Taoist Jin Huang with my own hands, and no one can stop me. As for his death, it means that I am not qualified to step into a higher realm. Very good. I like your calmness. I hope you can keep it up. Do not be blinded by hatred. The path of a warrior is not just about hatred. Senior, you are? Don't ask, and don't think about it. I will tell you when I need to. I have my reasons for not telling you, and it is also the reason why I did not show up. Yichen is too reckless. You are badly wounded. The minor blood demon body separating great art is not a secret skill for warriors. It is an incomplete secret skill created by the blood demon master based on the blood demon doppelganger. Without the doppelganger, every time you use it, you will lose your chi and blood. Normal medicines will not be able to help you recover completely. You will have to deal with this yourself. I will not give you any material help. Yichen knows. The minor blood demon body separating great art was a huge burden on the body. Although the chi and blood that was consumed could be replenished by the blood sun flower, the blood sun flower was not omnipotent. It could be used once or twice, but if it was used too many times, then it would have to be nurtured for a while. Otherwise, there would be a horrifying side effect. This time, in order to fight against Daoist Jin Huang, Yichen had even performed the ultimate skill of the minor blood demon body separating great art, the blood explosion great art. It was almost as powerful as the major blood demon body separating great art, but the side effect was extremely huge. If it were not for the fact that Yichen's body was extremely powerful, and that he had trained the pure jade body boosting spell to the 5th level, the King Kong jade body boosting spell, he would have been crippled even if he did not die. As for the help from the owner of the sky-covering palm, Yichen had never thought about it. Everyone's path of being a martial artist was right under their feet, and others would not be able to help them. If they helped him, then they might end up harming him instead. If one did not understand the pain, then how could one understand the sweetness after the pain? Of course, Yichen was not worried about the side effects, since he still had a 3,000 years old blood sun flower in his storage ring, which was 10 times more powerful than the 1,000 years old one. As long as his chi and blood did not run out, it would not be a big problem to get rid of the side effects. However, Su Jing's injury was giving him a headache. The broken bones in her arm and the broken bones in her arm were two completely different things. Without great treasures, it would be very hard to heal. He could imagine the pain of having a whole bone broken into countless pieces. The owner of the sky-covering palm seemed to have guessed Yichen's thoughts. I will not help that girl with the broken bones in her arm either. She is very talented, and has a great chance to achieve great things in the future. This is not a bad thing for her. In fact, have you realized that the whole Sky Cloud Martial School has changed because of this? This is the rise of the Sky Cloud Martial School. It is the beginning of the Sky Cloud Martial School's rise. Yichen nodded. During that bloody battle, he was very touched by what people from the Sky Cloud Martial School had done. They were obviously very weak, and could not help at all, but they still stood out without any hesitation, willing to live and die with the Sky Cloud Martial School. This kind of fearlessness was not something that a powerful martial school could achieve. He believed that in the future, the Sky Cloud Martial School would definitely grow and become a super martial school in the South River region. Since this is done, I will not stay any longer. Remember, the path of a martial artist is like sailing against the current. Only by keeping your heart will you be able to move forward. The sky-covering palm disappeared, and the voice disappeared slowly. Taking a deep breath, Yichen turned around to look at the crowd. In his sight, everyone was looking at him, and he was also looking at them. The eye contact did not require words. This is my second home. As the thought flashed through his mind, Yichen raised his head and fell down from the sky. It was a miracle for him to be able to last until now. But now, the miracle was over. Shocking Cloud Peak. Inside a spacious room, Yichen, who was wrapped in bandages, crawled out of bed. He was already 18 years old, but he was no longer childish. His slightly skinny body was not weak at all. The tightly wrapped bandages showed his well-defined muscles, which were full of explosive power. It was as if his body was made of steel. He raised his arm, but it was still weak. This was a sign of excessive loss of chi and blood, and a great loss of vitality. Yichen shook his head and thought to himself, the blood explosion spell is too powerful. It made me unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. Fortunately, my body was strong enough, so I did not lose my chi and blood, and my meridians were not destroyed. Otherwise, it would not be easy to recover. Yichen had not used the 3,000-year-old blood sunflower yet, so he was not sure how effective it was. He planned to use it in a day or two when he was full of energy. Pushing open the door, Yichen came to the yard. The courtyard was no different from an ordinary family's courtyard. It wasn't too big, and it wasn't extravagant either. Opposite it was a flower bed with dozens of beautiful flowers, including a few young blood sunflowers. Next to the flower bed was a row of sunflowers. They were taller than the courtyard wall, and they were in full bloom facing the blazing sun. Bang bang, after standing in the yard for a while, there was a knock on the door. Looking away, Yichen said, "Come in." Creak, the yard door, which was not locked, opened. Zhang Haoran and Wu Zhongming walked in. "Yichen, are you all right?" It was Wu Zhongming's first time coming to the shocking cloud peak. He looked around and found that other than the Great Elders' Hall, the other buildings were very ordinary. They could not even be considered as the mansion of an ordinary landlord. Yichen smiled and said, "It's you too." "I'm all right." Wu Zhongming laughed, "It's good that you're all right. I thought there would be some side effects." That day, Yichen looked too scary. He was covered in blood, and his muscles were cracked. The loss of qi and blood made Wu Zhongming wonder if Yichen had that much qi and blood. At this moment, Zhang Haoran said, "I'm here to apologize." "Apologize for what?" Yichen was surprised. Wu Zhongming interrupted, "He's a stubborn man. We had a grudge in the past and he always wanted to apologize. In my opinion, apologizing between men is too mushy. Besides, it's been so long. Why would we care about each other's frivolity when we were young? 14 or 15 years old was the most impulsive age. At that age, they were very competitive and aggressive. It was inevitable that there would be conflicts and friction. If they were not careful, they would become enemies. Fortunately, there was not much conflict between the three of them. They just disagreed with each other." Yichen smiled. "Wu Zhongming is right. Everyone is frivolous." Zhang Haoran said seriously, "It's different this time. It's an official apology." "All right, I accept your apology." When dealing with a stubborn person, Yichen could not be in a deadlock with him, so he accepted the other party's apology. The three of them drank some tea and chatted casually. After about an hour, the two of them bid farewell. As soon as Zhang Haoran and Wu Zhongming left, Luo Hantan, Zhu Mei and Su Jing arrived. "Yichen, are you all right?" Luo Hantan asked. "Except for a bit of weakness, I'm fine." Yichen's wounds were actually quite serious. But of course, with the help of the 3,000-years-old blood sunflower, it was indeed not a big deal. He looked at Su Jing and saw that her arms were wrapped in bandages, hanging weakly on her waist. Yichen said gently, "Does it hurt?" Su Jing's face blushed slightly, "Not at all." Yichen didn't say anything to express his gratitude. He knew that it would be too polite, and she would not want to hear it either. True gratitude did not need to be expressed, as long as it was in his heart, it was enough. Taking out 10 800-years-old blood sunflowers and 2,000-years-old blood sunflowers from his storage ring, Yichen said, "You are cultivating a body-strengthening art, which requires enough qi and blood. These blood sunflowers are very beneficial to your qi and blood, so don't say no." After saying that, he grabbed Su Jing's slim hand and put the blood sunflowers into her storage ring. Su Jing lowered her head and bit her lower lip. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Zhu Mei's face. It was a smile that contained a trace of envy. Not good. Holding Su Jing's soft and boneless hand, Yichen wanted to check her injury. Her arm was almost boneless, and it was only connected by her qi and blood, so it was hard to describe how soft and boneless it was. If an ordinary martial artist were to suffer such a serious injury, they would basically be ruined for the rest of their lives. Fortunately, Su Jing had been cultivating a body-strengthening art, which gave her a powerful qi and blood. Therefore, the broken bones were healing at an almost imperceptible speed. However, if the bones were to heal on their own, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for them to fully recover. Moreover, even if they were fully healed, they would not be able to do any strenuous exercises, not to mention training martial arts. Frowning, Yichen was thinking about going out to look for some natural treasures that could heal bones. Although these natural treasures were even rarer than the 3,000 years old blood sun flowers, they were still available. But of course, it was not the right time yet. He was still too weak, and he had a powerful enemy like Jin Huang. Without being fully prepared, he would not be able to leave the Windy Nation for the time being. Luo Hanshan winked at Yi Chen and said, "Zhu Mei and I still have something to do, you guys go ahead, I'll come to see you when I have time." After saying that, he left the yard with Zhu Mei. Yi Chen let out a bitter smile. Su Jing, who was sitting in front of him, had her head almost touching her chest. He had to find something to talk about, otherwise it would be very awkward. "Do you still remember that time when I came back from the Northwest auction house? I borrowed your hand to train my body strengthening art?" After thinking for a while, Yi Chen started talking about the past. "Yeah." Su Jing listened quietly. The sky was getting dark. Yi Chen walked Su Jing to the mountaintop where Yi Chen lived. The night passed without any words. The next afternoon, the room was filled with a bright blood-golden aura. This aura was extremely strong. With just a single sniff, Yi Chen would feel warm and refreshed. In Yi Chen's sight, there was a water tank-sized lump of mud on the floor of the room. The mud was completely covered by the blood-golden color and was slightly translucent. Through the translucent mud, Yi Chen could see a palm-sized blood sun flower growing in it. The blood sun flower had a rich blood-golden color, it looked like gold or jade, it was shining brightly. "It's time for me to use you." Using his Zhen Qi like a blade, Yi Chen cut open the mud and took out the 3,000 years old blood sun flower. Tearing off a small petal, Yi Chen took a deep breath and swallowed it. He then sat cross-legged on the bed and started to refine the medicinal energy. 3 days passed, and a blood-golden aura appeared on Yi Chen's body. Strands of it were like ribbons. This was the sign of the excess medicinal energy leaking out. As expected of a 3,000 years old blood sun flower, I still underestimated its medicinal energy. Just a small petal was able to completely replenish my qi and blood, and even improve it to the next level. What a pity that some of the medicinal energy leaked out and was wasted. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen had a regretful expression on his face. If it were Su Jing, then this would not have happened. It seemed like he would have to find a chance to send some over. After 7 months of closed-door training, Su Jing's strength had already crossed the 100,000 pounds threshold, leaving Yi Chen far behind. Her qi and blood were so powerful that even astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to compete with her. If it were not for the minor blood demon body separating great art, he would have given her all of it. However, although my qi and blood have been replenished, the side effects are not completely gone. The blood explosion great art is not just a little bit harmful to martial artists. Yi Chen was not in a hurry. Sometimes, he would have to bear the consequences. It was something that could not be avoided. A lot of thoughts flashed through his mind as Yi Chen started to think about his own power. In terms of cultivation, he had reached the peak level of late clasping Yuan realm, and was not far away from purifying Jin Yuan. It was a huge improvement, as his basic power would not be at a disadvantage for warriors below the astral-reaching realm. In terms of martial arts, his Green Lotus Sword spell had already reached the 10th level, and he had condensed 6 beams of Green Lotus Sword Qi in his body. Each beam was extremely powerful, and combined with his sword intent, he would be able to beat Yan Qihua and the others. Besides his cultivation and martial arts, the biggest breakthrough was his sword intent. Once the sword intent reached the late stage, each breakthrough would be extremely rare. As his sword intent reached the 80%, Yi Chen's overall power had increased drastically again. He already had the battling power to kill a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior, and he would be able to fight against a normal mid-astral-reaching realm warrior. Before, with his mysterious Jin Yuan and 70% sword intent, Yi Chen might be able to tear apart the defense of a mid-astral-reaching realm warrior, but his opponent was not a block of wood that would let him attack. Therefore, if he encountered a mid-astral-reaching realm warrior, he would not have any chance of winning. Instead, the possibility of him dying would be very high. Although right now, he might not be able to win against a mid-astral-reaching realm warrior, he would be able to fight against him for a while. My cultivation will not improve in a short period of time. My 80% sword intent has not stabilized yet. Right now, I will close up and train my Green Lotus Sword spell. Yichen was very clear that the higher the cultivation realm, the earlier one could step into the Jinyuan refining stage, and the faster the refining process would be. Right now, what he lacked was nothing else but cultivation base. If his cultivation base had been at early astral reaching realm during the bloody battle with Taoist Jin Huang, he would have been able to fight for a long time, and Su Jing wouldn't have broken the bones in her arms, temporarily crippling her. Cultivation is the way to go. Nothing else can be relied on. Sighing, Yichen decided to continue his closed-up training. He would train his Green Lotus Sword spell to a higher realm first. Once he had enough basic power, he would think about other things. Before his closed-up training, Yichen went to the Misty Peak to talk to Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer. The two were his seniors, and had helped him a lot. In this bloody battle, it was also thanks to their help. Cloud Dreamer had almost exploded himself, so it would not be right if he did not greet them. Seeing Yichen recover so fast, Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer were very happy. They thought that it would take at least a year and a half for Yichen to recover. Hearing that Yichen was going to continue his closed-up training, the two reminded him not to be too impatient because of the hatred in front of him. He needed to increase his power. Yichen told them not to worry. He had already planned for this closed-up training. In fact, if Jin Huang and Si Kongxing had not come to the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yichen was planning to train for a year before coming out. Saying goodbye to the two, Yichen went to notify Su Jing and the rest before returning to the shocking Cloud Mountain and entering the training room inside the mountain. His Green Lotus Sword spell had reached the 10th realm under the pressure, but it was not that simple. Sometimes, the breakthrough of a martial art required not only the comprehensive ability, but also the explosive power. When the explosive power had nowhere to go, it would naturally follow the best path. But of course, one could not expect to be this lucky every time. Most of the time, the breakthrough of a martial art would have to be done step by step. Looking forward to the next 3 steps, hoping for luck to come would be short-sighted after all. My body has almost recovered. Closing up should be no problem. The 3,000 years old blood sunflower was way too powerful. Even though he had lost a part of it, there was still a lot of it hidden deep inside his body, constantly nourishing his qi and blood. Right now, Yichen had to pay close attention to be able to sense some slight discomfort, which was slowly disappearing. Sitting on the stone platform with his legs crossed, he took out 2 mid-rank soul stones and held them in his hands, then closed his eyes. While Yichen was closing up, the Sky Cloud Martial School had started a big reorganization. This time, there were a lot of people who had run away from the Jin Huang incident. Among them, there were more than 1,000 outer disciples, 100 inner disciples, 50 outer masters, and 4 inner masters. Most of them had just joined the Sky Cloud Martial School, and they were not loyal enough yet. Therefore, Luo Xinglia decided to give those disciples a chance. They were still young after all, and their loyalty could be trained slowly. It was understandable that they would run away in a life-and-death situation. However, the elders who had run away would not be so lucky. If they lost this chance, they would never be able to join the Sky Cloud Martial School again. Especially the 4 inner masters, they had lived in the Sky Cloud Martial School for more than 10 years. Running away like this would make a lot of people feel ashamed. In the main hall, Luo Xinglia looked at Luo Hanshan and Zhu Mei, who were sitting in the middle of the hall. He cleared his throat and said, "Hanshan, Zhu Mei, you two have reached the clasping yuan realm for a long time. It is not suitable for you to continue being the core disciples. Right now, there are some vacancies for the inner masters. Do you have any objections?" The requirement to become an inner master in the Sky Cloud Martial School was relatively low. As long as one had proven his power, he or she could become an inner master as long as they were at the mid-clasping yuan realm. Although Luo Hanshan and Zhu Mei were only at the early clasping yuan realm, their battling power was at the same level as mid-clasping yuan realm warriors. Hanshan is fine. Zhu Mei has no objections either. Indeed, the two of them did not have any objections. Now that Yichen was a Grand Elder and Su Jing was a Core Elder, their statuses were extremely high. In formal occasions, they had to greet the two of them respectfully, which made them very uncomfortable. Now that they had become inner elders, the awkwardness was solved. Keep working hard. The Sky Cloud Martial School still needs you to survive. Yi Chen and Su Jing will most likely leave the Sky Cloud Martial School to train themselves. They will not be able to stay in the Sky Cloud Martial School for long. Luo Xinglia nodded. Lu Hanshan and Zhu Mei glanced at each other, a bitter smile appeared on their faces. It was not that they couldn't go out to train themselves, but in order to go to a bigger place, they would need to be qualified. For example, the Clasping Yuan Realm martial artists of the Windy Nation would basically stay in the Windy Nation to train themselves in a small area. Very few of them would go to other nations, and the same was true for the martial artists of other nations. Normally, the weaker a martial artist was, the smaller the area he could train himself in. In order to break this rule, a martial artist would have to have an extremely great potential, which would allow him to grow stronger quickly in a dangerous situation. Otherwise, even if he was one step late, he would be in mortal danger. They were clearly aware of their own potential, and even if they could barely survive, it would still be very difficult for them to grow stronger quickly. Instead of risking their lives, they would rather stay in the Windy Nation, and occasionally go to other nations to train themselves. All of the martial geniuses were like a group of fish swimming against the current. After a while, there would be a group of fish that would fall behind, and after a while, there would be another group that would fall behind. The ones who could actually swim to the top could be counted on one hand. Yi Chen and Su Jing were without a doubt the leaders of this group of fish. The distance between them was getting further and further, and eventually, they were out of their sight. The mountain peak was steep, and the wind was fierce. Su Jing, who was dressed in white, stood in the knife-like wind, wholeheartedly practicing her martial arts. Of course, since her arms were already crippled, it was impossible for her to practice fist arts. Instead, she practiced leg arts and lightness skills. It seemed to be caused by her personality and the martial arts she practiced. In the hands of Su Jing, any martial arts would become as powerful as a thunderbolt, full of power. Together with her slender and graceful figure, she gave people a unique feeling, like a small white flower in the cold winter. The biting cold wind was kicked away by the sharp knife-like leg force, and the angular mountain peak was flattened. Su Jing's figure was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When she was fast, she was like a shooting star, and when she was slow, she was like a floating paper crane. The combination of the two was quite harmonious, showing her extraordinary control over her body. Break! The leg force was like a knife. Su Jing's leg chopped down diagonally, hitting the edge of the mountain peak. With a cracking sound, a piece of the huge mountain peak was cut off. The cut surface was smooth and flat, and it was impossible to tell that it was caused by the leg force. Before he knew it, 2 months had passed, and Yi Chen was still in closed-up training. During this period of time, a few big things had happened in the Sky Cloud Martial School. The annual Inner Disciple Ranking competition had just finished, and a lot of talented disciples had been discovered. The core disciples had increased from 20 to 30, and among them, 3 had reached the Clasping Yuan Realm one after another. The reason they could reach the Clasping Yuan Realm was more or less because of the Dragon Fountain Qi. But more importantly, it was because they had decided to fight against Jin Huang, which had affected them a lot. Every single one of them could feel that their will had been strengthened, and it was hard to be shaken. Shocking Cloud Mountain, inside the spacious secret room, Yi Chen slowly let out a breath. The breath was like a stream of soft sword qi, shooting through the wall in front of him. I have reached the 11th realm of the Green Lotus Sword spell, and it took me even less time to reach the 8th realm from the 7th realm. According to Yi Chen's original estimation, reaching the 11th realm within half a year would already be very impressive. After the 10th realm of a top-rank Earth realm martial art, the next realm would get harder and harder to train. A lot of people would be stuck at the 10th realm for their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Some of the astral reaching realm warriors who had trained top-rank Earth realm martial arts would only be stuck between the 12th and 13th realm, because in the later stages, it would not take a lot of time to make a breakthrough. It would require both luck and enlightenment. Sometimes, with a sudden inspiration, one might be able to make a breakthrough. The second his Green Lotus Sword spell broke through to the 11th realm, the 6th Green Lotus Shen Qi in his dantian slightly shook, and had a qualitative change. The pinky-sized sword qi was like a small fish, covered with a layer of sharp qi. The tip of the sword qi even seemed to be spitting out a cold light. That kind of spirituality and sharpness made even Yichen admire it. He could imagine how powerful the Green Lotus Sword Qi would be when it reached the 13th realm. Cut. Pointing out his finger, the Green Lotus Sword Qi shot out of his finger along his meridians. It tore open a thin mark on the ground, and eventually flashed through a stone pillar in the secret room. Without a sound, a complete black line appeared in the middle of the stone pillar. If it were not for the support of the stone pillar underneath, the top half of the pillar would have fallen off without a doubt. So sharp. The stone pillar and the sword qi did not even touch. Only the qi of the sword qi had swept through it, and it had already been cut in two. It was so silent. Yichen had seen it clearly. He secretly gasped. If the 11th realm of the Green Lotus Sword Qi was already this powerful, then the 13th realm would be even more powerful. No wonder the manual said that even if the Green Lotus Sword spell was separated, it would still be the top rank Earth realm martial art, only one step away from reaching the next realm. Right now, I am already at the peak level late clasping Yuan realm, and I have been training the Green Lotus Sword spell. I can reach the Jin Yuan refining stage at any moment. I have to push my martial art and my cultivation to the next level. By then, my power will increase exponentially. Taking a deep breath, Yichen closed his eyes and sank into his training mode again. Time flew like water. 4 months had passed since Yichen went into closed-up training for the second time. The Sky Cloud Martial School had officially walked out of the big reorganization. Everyone was united. Whether it was the core masters, the inner masters, the outer masters, the core disciples, the inner disciples, or the outer disciples, everyone looked refreshed. Many of the warriors who came to visit the Sky Cloud Martial School could already feel that kind of unbreakable aura before they even got close to the Sky Cloud Martial School. They could not help but click their tongues. On this day, a group of outer disciples who had gone to the Silent Hills for the training had hurried up the mountain with blood stains all over their bodies. What's wrong? What happened? An inner court disciple stopped them and asked with a frown. The leading outer disciple breathed heavily and said, "Not good. The number of beasts in the Silent Hills has increased a lot. Some of them have never been seen before. They are very different from normal beasts. We were attacked by a group of low-rank beasts when we just got in. 9 of us were killed. 9 people died? Let's go. I will take you to the main palace. You need to tell the leader and all the masters about the details. This is very important. We cannot afford to be careless." The Silent Hills had always been the training place for the outer disciples. The inner disciples would occasionally go there to look for some medicines as well. However, there had never been a situation where 9 disciples had died at once. 1 or 2 deaths in a couple of months was already the limit. After the group of outer disciples arrived at the main palace and told the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School what had happened, Luo Xinglia frowned a little and thought to himself, the outer part of the Silent Hills is not that dangerous. There are only 1 or 2 rank 7 beasts in the deeper part of the hills. This is very strange. The deepest part of the Silent Hills was listed as a forbidden area by the Sky Cloud Martial School. Everyone in the Sky Cloud Martial School knew about it. However, after this incident, the entire Silent Hills would probably be listed as a forbidden area. They would lose a great training place. The headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School suggested, "Leader, we should inform the Great Master first." Luo Xinglia nodded, "You go and gather everyone in the plaza. Tell them not to go to the Silent Hills for a while. We will talk about it after we know the result." Yes. Cloud Dreaming Peak. After hearing Luo Xinglia's words, Cloud Dreamer exchanged a look with Thunder Freer. "Brother Thunder, you help me take care of the Sky Cloud Martial School. I will go to the Silent Hills to check it out. Do you want me to go with you?" "No need. Yichen is in closed-door training right now. He cannot be disturbed. The Sky Cloud Martial School needs someone to take care of it. Plus, I am quite familiar with the Silent Hills. If anything happens, I will come back immediately. Even a top rank 7 beast would not be able to stop me." "Alright then. You be careful." Thunder Freer knew about Cloud Dreamer's flying art. Although Cloud Dreamer was not as fast as him in a straight line, he was much better than him in other aspects. On the main plaza, The headmaster saw that almost everyone had arrived, so he told everyone about what had happened in the Silent Hills. He then ordered everyone not to step into the Silent Hills and wait for the result of the investigation. What? 9 outer disciples had died in the outer area of the Silent Hills, and it was all at once. What had happened? The Silent Hills is not that far from the Sky Cloud Martial School. This year has been quite an eventful one for our Sky Cloud Martial School. What are you afraid of? It is only a beast. I hope the leader will gather us to hunt the beasts in the Silent Hills. It has been a long time since we last got some exercise. Don't be too confident. There are 1 or 2 rank 7 beasts in the deepest part of the Silent Hills. One of them is confirmed to be the ghost-faced demonic cow. As for the other one, no one knows for sure. Some say it is a rank 6 tyrant beast, while others say it is a rank 7 beast. 2 rank 7 beasts. It is indeed tricky. Fortunately, we have 2 peak-level early astral-reaching realm warriors and Brother Yi. No, I should call him the Great Master. Everyone was discussing, curious about what had happened in the Silent Hills. Alright, everyone disperse. Remember, without orders, no one is allowed to come close or enter the Silent Hills. Otherwise, even if you do not die, you will be punished according to the school rules. The headmaster waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Shoo, right then, a white shadow flew into the sky from the cloud mountain, disappearing into the clouds. The headmaster could see it clearly. It was indeed the Great Master, Cloud Dreamer. Great Master, are you going to the Silent Hills? I wonder what the result will be. One day later, Cloud Dreamer had returned. His face was expressionless, and no one could tell anything from his expression. On the Cloud Mountain, Thunder Freer asked, Cloud Dreamer, did anything happen in the Silent Hills? I fought with the rank 7 ghost-faced demonic cow. This demonic cow is much more powerful than it was 10 years ago. The good thing was that the problem was not with it. Otherwise, even if you and I fought together, we might not be able to kill it. At most, we would only be able to push it back. Cloud Dreamer sat on the stone bench and took a sip of tea. You only fought with the demon-faced bull and didn't do anything else? Cloud Dreamer looked a bit serious. I don't know if it is my illusion, but half of the Silent Hills is covered by a layer of black chi. I think it is the reason why the beasts from other places are gathering here and going crazy. Unfortunately, we haven't found the source of the black chi yet. Plus, I might not be able to handle it by myself. Black aura, strange. Thunderfreer thought for a while and said, I'll go check it out tomorrow. Maybe I can find the source of the black chi. Alright, let's take turns. When Yichin comes out of seclusion, we'll work together to search for him. After a month, Thunderfreer and Cloud Dreamer took turns to enter the Silent Hills to search for the source of the black chi. However, the chi was very uniform, and they couldn't tell where it was thicker. They couldn't find anything. Gradually, they started to get anxious. Recently, the beasts from the outer area of the Silent Hills had been attacking the villages and towns nearby. As the real ruler of the area within 10,000 miles, the Sky Cloud Martial School had the responsibility to protect them. If the area under their control was not safe, then where would the Sky Cloud Martial School's reputation go? Remember, although our Sky Cloud Martial School is one of the top 5 martial institutions, do not bully or look down on the disciples of other martial institutions or families. Anyone who breaks the rules will be punished. Do you hear me? On the main plaza, the top management of the Sky Cloud Martial School had a serious look on their faces. This incident was classified as a small area beast wave incident. Although it was not as big as a small beast wave, they still couldn't be careless. They had already notified all the leaders of the big cities within 10,000 miles, the leaders of all the big families, and some of the leaders of the non-ranked martial institutions. They were going to form an alliance army to kill more and more beasts and protect the safety of the ordinary people. Understood. After the incident with Jin Huang, everyone was not afraid of this small area beast wave. Instead, they were a bit excited and wanted to go there immediately. Within a blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School had had a very fulfilling life. Every day, there would be a huge amount of beasts walking out of the Silent Hills, attacking villages and towns. The people from the Sky Cloud Martial School who were guarding the villages and towns would join hands with the people from other forces in the nearby areas to kill the beasts. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer took turns to patrol the battlefield. Of course, they did not join the battle, since the small area beast wave was not that dangerous. For warriors, it was a great training opportunity. Sometimes, there would even be a situation where there were not enough beasts to kill, and people would fight for the beasts. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was still under control. Maybe it was because of some reason that the number of beasts had increased and turned violent. Seriously speaking, this was not a beast wave. A real beast wave, even if it was a small one, was extremely dangerous. Every time it appeared, there would be a lot of casualties. It would not be like this, where everyone was fighting for the beasts. In a city near the Silent Hills, Cloud Dreamer smiled. The black chi was indeed strange, but as long as it was not too dangerous, he would have time to deal with it. In the afternoon, a horrifying roar suddenly came from the outer area of the Silent Hills. Then, the sky turned dark, and dark clouds appeared, covering the sun and the sky. Ghost-faced demonic cow. No, it is another rank 7 beast. Cloud Dreamer's heart slightly tightened. His Jinyuan was ready to explode, ready to burn at any second. After a while, 100-meter-long, jet-black, giant snake slithered over at an extreme speed. Its body was covered with palm-sized black scales, and there was a curved horn on its head. There was a black chi flowing on that horn, which had stimulated the beasts nearby to become even crazier. Black chi. It is the Sky Demon Snake. Cloud Dreamer looked a bit bad. The Sky Demon Snake's defense was extremely powerful, and it was almost invincible among the beasts at the same rank. If it were a rank 6 Sky Demon Snake, then it would be the tyrant of the rank 6 beasts, which would be even more powerful than the Wind Beast. If it were a rank 7 beast, then it would be the tyrant of the rank 7 beasts. According to the rumors, the Sky Demon Snake had the bloodline of the ancient beast, the Demon Dragon. Once it reached rank 7, it would be able to breathe out a black flame that was similar to a dragon's breath, which could burn everything. It was extremely horrifying. Even peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warriors would have a headache facing it. The Sky Demon Snake straightened up half of its body, opening its mouth and shooting out a bucket-thick dark light at Cloud Dreamer. On its way, the trees were shattered, and the ground cracked open, leaving behind a deep ravine. Open! Burning his Jinyuan, a sword appeared in his hand. Cloud Dreamer threw out a sword attack at the dark light. As for dodging, he did not even think about it, since there were hundreds of thousands of people in the city behind him. Boom, the dark light had been shattered, and Cloud Dreamer was blown dozens of meters away in the air. The Sky Demon Snake stared at Cloud Dreamer with its vertical pupils. As it flicked its tongue, a black flame spread out, burning the air and turning it into a vacuum world. I did not expect that there would be such a rare Sky Demon Snake in the Silent Hills. This snake must have reached rank 7 recently. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me not to notice it. The Sky Demon Snake was born as a rank 5 beast, and it would grow into a rank 6 beast when it was young. During its growth period, it would become a rank 7 beast, and when it matured, it would become a rank 8 beast. Different from the normal beasts, once it reached its growth period, it would become extremely bloodthirsty and brutal. Wherever it went, blood would flow like a river. It was extremely aggressive, and it was born with the demonic nature, just like the ancient demon dragon, which was the symbol of killing and bloodthirst. I cannot handle a rank 7 Sky Demon Snake, and I cannot save the city by myself. It seems like I will have to join hands with Brother Lei. It was an emergency situation, so Cloud Dreamer planned to lure the Sky Demon Snake to a place not far away from the Sky Cloud Martial School. By then, Thunder Freer would definitely notice. Once he arrived, the two of them would be able to stall the Sky Demon Snake for a while. Of course, Cloud Dreamer had other plans as well. Yichen had been in closed-up training for 6 months, and his power must have improved. If the three of them joined hands, there was still a chance for them to beat the Sky Demon Snake back. Right now, it was the only choice they could make. Cloud-shattering sky cut. Thinking about that, Cloud Dreamer yelled out as he poured his burning Jinyuan into his great sword. He threw out an arc-shaped sword chi. Boom, the sword chi was bounced off by the sky demon snake's scales, only leaving a small crack on it. Cloud Dreamer was secretly happy seeing that. This sky demon snake had just leveled up not long ago, so its defense was not that powerful. That way, they would have a higher chance of winning. The sky demon snake was furious, and started to approach Cloud Dreamer. Cloud Dreamer kept fighting and backing out at the same time, gradually leaving that area. Hundreds of miles later, wherever the man and beast went, everything was in a mess. A lot of mountains had collapsed, and rivers had stopped flowing. From the beginning to the end, the sky demon snake had not spat out any black flame. It seemed like it had just reached rank 7 not long ago, so there was not much black flame left. Alright, this is the place. Dozens of miles behind him was the Sky Cloud Martial School. Cloud Dreamer stopped moving and started to fight with the sky demon snake. The sword chi and the dark light were everywhere. Shoo, Cloud Dreamer was too agile. The sky demon snake obviously had the upper hand, but it still could not hit him within a short period of time. The sky demon snake rolled its eyes and opened its mouth again, shooting out a huge wave of black flame towards Cloud Dreamer's direction. The flame seemed to be alive, blocking all of Cloud Dreamer's escape routes. Cloud Dragon 9 turns. Twisting his body, Cloud Dreamer flashed 8 times before he managed to escape from the black flame. However, the long robe on his body had been brushed by the black flame and started to burn. Cloud Dreamer made a quick decision and cut off the burning long robe. The black flame could burn anything, even if it was not dead, it would be crippled. The man and the beast were making too much noise. Thunder Freer, who was in the Sky Cloud Martial School, had sensed Cloud Dreamer's chi. His expression changed, and he flew out without saying a word. From afar, Thunder Freer saw the massive sky demon snake. He performed his sky demon great art, burning his Jin Yuan and forming the sky thunder battle armor outside his body. Cloud Dreamer, let me help you. Alright, be careful of its black flame. Shocking Cloud Mountain, sitting on the stone platform, Yichen let out a breath. This time, the chi was even more intense than the last time. It went through the secret room directly and reached the edge of the mountain. It has been 6 months. I am afraid it will be hard to reach the 13th level in a short period of time. But, it should be enough. With my current power, I will no longer need to be afraid of mid-astral reaching realm warriors. Standing up, Yichen waved his hand and the door of the secret room opened. His body flashed, disappearing within a blink of an eye. Boom, dozens of miles away from the Sky Cloud Martial School, the ground started to shake. Countless mountains were either pierced through by the dark light, cut down by the sword chi, or directly shattered into pieces. The battle between 2 peak-level early astral reaching realm warriors and a rank 7 beast sky demon snake was extremely horrifying. Sky Thunder Strike. The thunder orb had accumulated enough thunder element shin chi. Thunder Freer yelled loudly as he controlled the thunder orb to shoot out arm-sized thunder and lightning towards the sky demon snake. The thunder and lightning were like spears, leaving finger-sized cracks on the sky demon snake scales. Tiny electric arcs kept flashing in the air. With the addition of Thunder Freer, Cloud Dreamer felt a lot more relaxed. However, up until now, the two of them could not do anything to the sky demon snake's defense. Although the sky demon snake had just leveled up, and it had not fully activated all of its potential as a rank 7 beast, the demon dragon bloodline was not a normal ancient beast bloodline. As its level increased, the demon dragon bloodline would bring more and more benefits. Right now, the sky demon snake was almost at the same level as a rank 7 tyrant beast. Given some time, it would definitely surpass most of the rank 7 tyrant beasts. Cloud Dreamer, we can't. Even if we both attack with all of our power, we would not be able to break through its defense. Thunder Freer forced a smile. The sky demon snake was only a small beast among the rank 7 snake-type beasts. However, compared to human beings, its hundreds of meters long body was already extremely huge. The tiny cracks on its scales would not be able to do any damage to it, unless they could break through its defense with one attack and get inside. After cutting down the head of the sky demon snake, Cloud Dreamer flashed to the side and said while gasping for air, it would be impossible to break through its defense with one attack. We would have to attack a certain spot multiple times to hurt it. Alright then. You give me a chance. Let me see if my Sky Thunder Strike can hurt it. The Sky Thunder Strike was Thunder Freer's most powerful ace attack. However, it was rarely used in battles, because it would take a long time to charge up and consume a lot of Jin Yuan. Basically, Thunder Freer could only perform it 2 or 3 times at his peak, and each attack would consume more than 30% of his Jin Yuan. On the other hand, the destructive power of the Sky Thunder Strike was extremely horrifying. It was a powerful ace attack that sacrificed all the other advantages. After a while, under Cloud Dreamer's control, Thunder Freer threw out a Sky Thunder Strike towards the Sky Demon Snake's neck. Gotcha, the Sky Demon Snake's neck had the most cracks. After that attack, the scales had finally cracked open. The lightning poured into the wound like a spear, and exploded the Sky Demon Snake. Hissing into the Sky Demon Snake's body twisted together in pain. Like an earthworm that had just left the ground, it curled up and kept rolling. Of course, this kind of attack would not be able to wound it badly. It was only a flesh wound, but the pain was still very real. In its fury, the Sky Demon Snake did not care about anything else. It opened its mouth and spat out a huge amount of black flame towards the two of them. The flame was ferocious like waves, covering the entire sky. Retreat! Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer turned around and flew away, increasing their speed to the limit. The fierce black flame followed closely behind them, less than 10 meters away from them. Green Lotus Sky. At this moment, a silhouette appeared on the side of the mountain peak. The silhouette reached the peak and swung his sword at the black flames. The void was frozen, and it was as calm as a lake. Numerous green lotuses formed by sharp airflows bloomed in the air, spreading out at an extremely fast speed and enveloping the black flames. Shoo, the power of the black flame was extremely horrifying. Pieces of green lotuses had been burned into ashes, and the peaceful void had been shaken up. Cracks had appeared in the vacuum space. However, after that, the power of the black flame had been completely removed. It could only keep burning. Yi Chen. A joyful expression flashed through Cloud Dreamer's face. His body flashed once, and Yi Chen appeared right next to the two, Senior Cloud Dreamer, Thunder Freer. What is going on? Right then, Cloud Dreamer told Yi Chen everything that had happened. Yi Chen glanced at the Sky Demon Snake. This is the Sky Demon Snake? It is indeed tricky. If we do not get it out of the Silent Hills, it will always be a problem. He had heard about the Sky Demon Snake before. This kind of rank 7 beast with the bloodline of the Demon Dragon was extremely hard to kill. It had an unbelievably powerful life force. Although Yi Chen's power had increased drastically, and he could even fight against mid-astral reaching realm warriors, he was still far from being able to kill the Sky Demon Snake. Yi Chen, you have been in closed-up training for 6 months. What realm have you reached? Thunder Freer could not help but ask after seeing that the sword attack of Yi Chen was even more powerful than 6 months ago. It could almost trap an early astral reaching realm warrior who was burning his Jin Qi to death. Yi Chen smiled lightly. The Jin Qi inside his body started to circulate. Bits of broken light appeared on his protective Jin Qi layer, which looked like precious stones and diamonds at the same time. They were crystal clear and extremely condensed. Because of the martial art, these broken light gave people an extremely sharp feeling. Half-step Jin Yuan? You have reached the level where you can purify Jin Yuan. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer's eyes brightened. Yi Chen was different from them. They were battling with their cultivation, and were not that outstanding in other aspects. However, Yi Chen was top of the top in other aspects besides his cultivation. Therefore, even if there was only a slight breakthrough in his cultivation, his battling power would increase tremendously. Yi Chen said, right now, I am in the first Jin Yuan purification stage, but I have not finished it yet. Training a top-rank Earthrealm martial art would require 2 Jin Yuan purification stages. Right now, it was Yi Chen's first Jin Yuan purification process. Judging on cultivation, he was still a bit weaker than Si Kongxing. But, soon, after the first Jin Yuan purification, there would be no difference between him and Si Kongxing in terms of cultivation. Among the young generation of the South River region, he would be at the top in every aspect. Cloud Dreamer was overjoyed. Great. As long as you enter the Jin Yuan purification stage, you will not be far from reaching the astral reaching realm. By then, as long as late astral-reaching realm warriors do not show up, no one would be able to compete with you. Before, the Sky Cloud Martial School was just normal, and would not attract any attention. But now, the Sky Cloud Martial School had an endless amount of luck, which would make people jealous. Just him and Thunder Freer alone would not be enough. This time, if it were not for the powerful warriors who had come to save them, the Sky Cloud Martial School would have been destroyed already. Therefore, Yi Chen's improvement had greatly reduced the pressure on him. Senior Cloud Dreamer, don't worry. That day will not be far away. The higher the realm of the martial arts, the shorter the Xianyuan purification time would be. In 6 months, Yi Chen had trained his Green Lotus Sword spell to the 12th realm. He believed that after the first Xianyuan purification, it would be able to reach the 13th realm, and the second Xianyuan purification time would be much shorter. As for what Thunder Freer had said before, even with a top-rank Earth realm martial art, it would still take 3 to 4 years to reach the astral-reaching realm. It was because he did not think that many people would be able to train their martial arts beyond the 10th realm at the Clasping Yuan realm, not to mention Yi Chen's 12th realm. Plus, the Green Lotus Sword spell was almost a heaven realm martial art, so 3 to 4 years was obviously not needed. Roar! The Sky Demon Snake recovered from the pain and shot out a bucket-thick dark light towards Yi Chen. The dark light split open the air, creating a vacuum tunnel. Cut! The sky-shattering cloud sword movement operated according to the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds. Yi Chen held his sword with both of his hands, throwing out a sword attack towards the dark light. Swoosh! The dark light was split into 2, shooting through 2 mountains on the left and right respectively. Be careful of its black flame. Do not touch it. Cloud Dreamer reminded. Yi Chen nodded. This Sky Demon Snake was not as scary as the rumors said it to be. It should be because it had just reached the next level. However, its battling power was obviously at the mid-astral reaching realm, and its defense had reached the rank 7 Tyrant Beast level. Normal mid-astral reaching realm warriors would have to run for their lives if they ran into it. However, Yi Chen was confident that he could beat it back. During the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank, he had trained a high-rank Earth realm martial art, the Mysterious Great Art. Although it was not as powerful in other aspects, his battling power was already equivalent to a normal early astral reaching realm warrior. Right now, he had entered the Xianyuan refining stage. Without using the minor blood demon body separating great art, he would be able to compete with early astral reaching realm warriors who were burning their Xianyuan. Once he used it, his battling power would reach beyond the early astral reaching realm and reach the mid-astral reaching realm. Of course, if a mid-astral reaching realm warrior were to burn his Xianyuan, it would still be quite horrifying. Yi Chen's battling power was still below average. He would not be able to compete with the older mid-astral reaching realm warriors like the Black Crow Man. He could only fight against normal mid-astral reaching realm warriors. Once he reached the astral reaching realm, everything would be clear. He would truly not be afraid of mid-astral reaching realm warriors. As long as a late astral reaching realm warrior did not show up, there would not be many people who could do anything to him, including some of the freakishly powerful mid-astral reaching realm warriors. Seeing that the dark light could not do anything to Yi Chen, the Sky Demon Snake did not plan to shoot out that extremely hard-to-form black flame. Instead, it slightly lowered its head, and a black light appeared on its horn, shaking the entire space. Boom! A pile of black chi flow poured out of its horn, eventually turning into a demonic dragon chi flow, attacking towards Yi Chen. Blood Demon Body Separation. The blood-red half-step Xianyuan shot out into the sky, and Yi Chen's aura increased drastically. Judging from his appearance alone, he looked even more horrifying than an early astral reaching realm warrior. Along with his aura, there was also a sword intent that had spread out in the air. The sword intent had been condensed into one beam, which was even more threatening. He did not perform his kill heart sword attack. Although it was more horrifying than the first ace attack of the Green Lotus Sword art, it was under the premise that he could not perform his minor blood demon body separation great art. Therefore, he would only be able to perform 80% of its power. Therefore, it was not as powerful as the second half of the Green Lotus Green Lotus accumulation. Shoo! A fist-sized Green Lotus shot out along with Yi Chen's attack. It drew a thin black line in the air, landing heavily on that demonic dragon chi flow. The demonic dragon chi flow roared into the sky, opening its mouth to bite the green lotus, wanting to swallow it whole. Pooh! The demonic dragon chi flow had been pierced through completely, and the green lotus came out from its tail. The remaining power did not disappear, blowing the sky demon snake back into the air and shattering a mountain. After shattering the demonic dragon chi flow with one punch, Yichen chased after it. His mysterious Xinyuan, which had already been converted by half into green lotus Xinyuan, poured into his star scar sword through his meridians. Cut! While the iron was still hot, Yichen threw out his most powerful ace attack to the sky demon snake, not giving it any chance to fight back. Yichen's green lotus accumulation did not do much damage to the sky demon snake, which was only equivalent to a normal attack from a mid-astral reaching realm warrior. But once he had activated his mysterious Xinyuan, Yichen's attacking power had increased drastically, reaching the peak level of mid-astral reaching realm. With one attack, the sky demon snake's huge body had been pushed into the ground directly. Blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing the collapsed mountain red. There is still a trace of Xinyuan in the Zhen-Qi spiral, which is the seed to regenerate a drop of Xinyuan. It would take me 3 days to do that. If I cannot beat it, then I will have to fight it again after 3 days. I do not believe that it would be able to recover within 3 days. Before, it would take Yichen at least half a month to regenerate a drop of Xinyuan. But after entering the Xinyuan refining stage, it would only take him 3 days. In other words, every 3 days, he would be able to perform a Xinyuan attack. Boom, the ground cracked open as the sky demon snake crawled out from the ground. There was a long and narrow sword mark on its forehead, with blood pouring out of it. What a powerful defense! I am afraid that even late astral reaching realm warriors would not be able to kill it easily. That attack just now was already Yichen's limit. Since it did not want to back out, then they would have to work together and force it back into the Silent Hills. Let's do it together. If there are too many wounds on the skin, it would cause internal injuries as well. With the help of Yichen, Cloud Dreamer did not think it would be that hard to beat back the sky demon snake. With the 3 of them working together, it would be more than enough to suppress it. Alright, let's do it together. Thunder Freer was accumulating the Xinyuan for his Sky Thunder attack. After a while, the sky demon snake finally decided to back out. Its upper body had been attacked by the 3 of them together, and there was almost no place left unscathed. It was covered with sword marks and burn marks. Plus, it had been losing blood for a long time, which had consumed a lot of its energy. It was not as powerful as before, and it was getting more and more tired. As the sky demon snake backed out, the 3 of them followed right behind it, watching it escape into the Silent Hills. Outside of the Silent Hills, Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer had stopped burning their Xinyuan and were gasping for air. Burning Xinyuan was a heavy burden for astral-reaching realm warriors. Each time they burned their Xinyuan, they would need to spend a lot of time to recover. If the burning time was too long, they would also need to use great medicines to nourish their meridians and flesh. Otherwise, after a long period of time, it would be hard for them to train. Compared to them, Yichen was much more relaxed. The medicinal power of the 3,000-year-old blood sunflower was too strong. Now, he did not even need to deliberately swallow the blood sunflower. The medicinal power of the blood sunflower hidden in his body would automatically nourish his qi and blood. And with the continuous consumption and replenishment, Yichen's qi and blood were clearly much more vigorous. Compared to 6 months ago, there was a huge improvement. As for the side effects of performing the minor blood demon body separating great art, it had also disappeared, since the medicinal power of the blood sunflower was constantly nourishing Yichen's body. No matter how many side effects there were, they would all be gone, and would not affect Yichen at all. The blood sunflower that was less than 1,000 years old would have 3 petals, and the 3,000-year-old one would have 9 petals. Before, I had only swallowed a small half of the petals, and it already had such a lasting effect. There are still 8 petals left, which should be enough for me to use for a long time. Sending 2 or 3 petals to Su Jing should be fine. Although Su Jing had a slim body, and her bones were not that thick, her qi and blood were at least 3 times more powerful than Yichen's. As long as she did not run out of qi and blood, her physical strength and wounds would be able to recover very quickly. If she ran into a powerful opponent, she would be able to slowly kill him. In the future, when she traveled across the true spirit continent, she would be able to protect herself. Watching the sky demon snake disappear into the silent hills, Cloud Dreamer turned around and said to Yi Chen and Thunder Freer, "In the coming days, the Sky Cloud Martial School will not be peaceful. Let's go back and heal our bodies first, and get ready to fight the sky demon snake until we drive it out of the Windy Nation. That's the only way." Thunder Freer nodded. Yi Chen then said, "In about 3 days, I will be able to recover 1 drop of Jin Yuan in my body. After that, I will go and find it every 3 days, until it dies." The sky demon snake's defense was way too powerful. When it used its Jin Yuan attack, Yi Chen's attacking power was at least 2 to 3 times more powerful than his Sky Thunder attack. However, it could only slightly wound the sky demon snake, and could not severely wound it. Of course, compared to Thunder Freer and Cloud Dreamer, Yi Chen's attacking power was already quite powerful. After all, the two of them had been fighting against the sky demon snake for a long time, and they had only managed to injure it a little. If it were not for Yi Chen, the two of them would not be able to do anything to the sky demon snake, and would instead be killed by it. Recovering 1 drop of Jin Yuan in 3 days? So fast? Cloud Dreamer was shocked. He had read the mysterious great art manual that Yi Chen had left behind, but until now, no one had trained it to the 11th level. Only Yi Chen had reached this level. However, according to his understanding, it would take a long time to condense 1 drop of Jin Yuan. The fact that Yi Chen was able to condense 1 drop of Jin Yuan in 3 days was probably related to his cultivation and the level of his martial art. Yi Chen nodded and asked, "Who else in the martial school has trained the mysterious great art?" "There are quite a lot of people who have trained it. There is 1 core master, 4 inner masters, and 1 core disciple. But only the core master, Master Wu, has trained it to the 9th level. The rest of them are all below the 8th level." "Oh, I see." Yi Chen said, "I have a lot of knowledge about the mysterious great art. I know every breakthrough method like the back of my hand. If they have time, let them come to my shocking cloud mountain tomorrow. I will teach them personally. If they can train it to the 11th level at the Clasping Yuan realm, then their extreme battling power will increase drastically." "That would be great. You train everything fast, and the breakthrough method is without a doubt the best. With your guidance, they would be able to save a lot of time and effort." Cloud Dreamer stroked his beard, his face full of smiles. The mysterious great art did not have much of an effect on astral-reaching realm warriors, since all they had was Jin Yuan inside their bodies, and they did not need to condense it. However, for Clasping Yuan realm warriors, 1 drop of Jin Yuan could increase their extreme attacking power drastically. Even if they could not handle a single attack from an astral-reaching realm warrior, they would at least be able to kill a powerful peak-level late Clasping Yuan realm warrior. Covering the 10,000 miles radius of the Sky Cloud Martial School, the beast wave did not have much of a destructive power. Many of the powerful parties were even a bit happy, since the more beasts there were, the more opportunities for their disciples to train. For this reason, all of the powerful parties had come together and made a rule that they could get rewards based on the number of beasts they had killed, in order to stimulate everyone's enthusiasm. After looking around for a while, the 3 realized that the Allied army had the situation under control, and they did not need to worry about it, so they went back to the Sky Cloud Martial School. The second day. On the shocking Cloud Mountain. "Master Yi, I have trained the mysterious great art for more than 2 years, but I have been stuck at the 9th level. I cannot make a breakthrough." Inside the great master's palace, the core master, Master Wu, cupped his fists and bowed to Yi Chen, then told him about his problem. Yi Chen said, "You try to activate your martial art, let me have a look." "Yes." Master Wu took a deep breath. The Zhen Qi inside his body was activated according to the 9th level of the mysterious great art. After scanning with his soul power, Yi Chen found out the problem and said, "The main point of the mysterious great art is to condense. Your Zhen Qi has a tendency to scatter. In this way, even if you have 3 to 5 years, you might not be able to make a breakthrough to the 10th level, not to mention the 11th level." Immediately, Yi Chen told Master Wu the details of the breakthrough method. Because of his powerful soul power, he was able to see the problem in detail. Master Wu could understand it easily, and could not help but thank him again and again. He was very impressed by Yi Chen. Following that, the 4 inner court elders also came over one by one to lay out their questions. After the 4 left, the only core disciple who had trained the mysterious great art, Jingju, walked in. Yichen was not surprised at all. After the incident with Jin Huang, there were 2 more core disciples who had reached the clasping Yuan realm. One was Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong, and the other was indeed Jingju. Only clasping Yuan realm warriors could have the right to train the top martial arts of the martial school. In the beginning, when Yichen had just risen, Jingju was ranked 4th among the core disciples. He was cold and had a rich battling experience, so it was reasonable for him to reach the clasping Yuan realm first. In a couple of months, Jingju had already reached the 4th level of the mysterious great art. He wanted to improve faster, so he came to the shocking cloud mountain where Yichen was. It was not easy to reach the 5th level from the 4th level, but with Yichen's guidance, it could at least shorten the time. Jingju was also a martial genius in the Sky Cloud Martial School, so he could spend even less time. After Jingju left, Yichen closed the door of the Great Master's palace and headed to Sujing's mountain. On top of the mountain, Sujing was practicing her leg art. Yichen watched quietly for a while, then nodded silently. Sujing's talent was only second to him in the Sky Cloud Martial School, and even in the entire Windy Nation, she was only second to him. Her understanding of martial arts could not be compared to normal people at all. Even Yichen could not see any flaws in her martial arts. "You are here." It was like there was a layer of membrane between the two, and without breaking it, Sujing was always a bit shy when she saw Yichen. She was not as straightforward and calm as she used to be. Right now, they were more like friends than friends, and more like lovers. It was not quite accurate to say that they were lovers, since neither of them had expressed their feelings for each other clearly. Yichen thought that it was enough for them to maintain their current relationship. Yichen smiled. He took out 3 petals of the blood sun flower and a bottle of medicine. He said, "These petals are 3,000 years old blood sun flower petals. The medicine is 10 times more effective than 1,000 years old blood sun flower. This medicine can preserve the life of the petals, and it will be very helpful for your body training. What about you?" Sujing knew that Yichen's minor blood demon body separating great art was very dangerous, and it would require even more spirit medicines than her. Yichen said, "I still have some here. It should be enough for a long time." Hearing him, Sujing did not reject any more, but the blush on her face was even more obvious. The two chatted for a while in the Core Master Palace. When the sky was getting dark, Yichen returned to the shocking cloud mountain and continued to figure out the method to break through the 13th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell. After 3 days, Yichen ran to the Silent Hills alone, trying to find the Sky Demon Snake. The Sky Demon Snake had been hiding quite well, hiding underground. No wonder it had not been discovered for so many years. Unfortunately, it had run into Yichen. Following the direction of the black chi, Yichen arrived at the general area. He then scanned with his soul power, and the Sky Demon Snake's tracks were immediately exposed. Without any hesitation, Yichen performed his minor blood demon body separating great art and fought with the Sky Demon Snake that had not fully recovered yet. In the end, he pushed his Jing Yuan and gave it a brutal attack before leaving. The Sky Demon Snake had been beaten by Yichen until it had lost its temper. It had toned down a lot, and did not dare to walk out of the Silent Hills. However, since it had inherited a lot of the bloodline of the demon dragon, it would not be able to vent its desire without killing. Therefore, it could only vent its anger on other beasts. Just like that, Yichen came once every 3 days, and left right after the fight. Soon, another 2 months had passed. He was not far away from breaking through the 13th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell, and the first Jinyuan purification was also coming to an end. By then, his battling power would reach the next level. However, the recovery speed of the Sky Demon Snake was a bit out of Yichen's expectation. Although every time he went, the Sky Demon Snake would get even more wounded, it was still able to maintain the situation. Yichen suspected that there must be something that could speed up the Sky Demon Snake's recovery. Perhaps it was also the main reason why it could reach rank 7. If he did not find that thing, then the battle would not be finished in a short time, and it would become a long battle. Inside the training room, Yichen sat on top of the stone platform with his legs crossed. The half-step Xinyuan inside his body was vibrating at a slight frequency. Each time it vibrated, the impurities inside the half-step Xinyuan would decrease a bit. Correspondingly, the total amount of half-step Xinyuan would decrease as well, but it was still not as much as when he had just reached late clasping Yuan realm. Of course, although the amount of half-step Xinyuan had decreased, as the quality increased, his battling power would still increase. After a long while, the vibration disappeared. Bits of broken light shone out of Yichen's body, which took up almost half of his total. It meant that the first Xinyuan purification had finished, and what he had right now was the true half-step Xinyuan, which was still weaker than before. The first Xinyuan purification has finished. There will still be some time before I can start the second one. But, by then, I should have reached the 13th realm of the Green Lotus Sword spell. Letting out a sharp breath, Yichen's body released the aura of a powerful warrior. It was weaker than an astral-reaching realm warrior, but obviously different from the aura of a clasping Yuan realm warrior. Standing up, Yichen waved his fist. The fist that contained half-step Xinyuan tore apart the air, creating an ear-piercing sound. Before, when I was still weak, there was a huge gap between my normal attacking power and my extreme attacking power. But now, the gap is shrinking. Once I finish the second Xinyuan purification, my whole body will be filled with Xinyuan, and then there will be no extreme attacking power anymore. Burning my Xinyuan will be the extreme attacking power. Just half-step Xinyuan had already made Yichen feel what it meant to be powerful. Every inch of his body had been refined by the half-step Xinyuan, and it had become extra tough. He could imagine how powerful his body would be after he reached the astral-reaching realm. It would also explain why astral-reaching realm warriors could burn their Xinyuan, since burning their Xinyuan would increase their battling power, which would be even more powerful than the minor blood demon body separating great art. Without a powerful body, one would not be able to handle it. Thinking of this, Yichen suddenly understood how terrifying a body-forging cultivation method was. Body-forging cultivation methods mainly focused on physical strength, and did not pay much attention to Zhenqi and Xinyuan. However, there would still be Zhenqi and Xinyuan in one's body, but it would be much less than other martial artists of the same level. However, a strong body would allow them to burn their Xinyuan for a longer period of time, and it would not be easy for them to suffer a backlash. 3 days have passed. It is time for me to find the sky demon snake to practice with. It should not be easy this time. Battling power needed to be demonstrated in real battles. Looking for Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer was not suitable for him, and they would not satisfy his needs either. The Sky Demon Snake with its strong defense was without a doubt the best training partner for him. Xiao, on the shocking cloud peak, Yichen extended his body and flew towards the Silent Hills. There was a vague black qi covering the entire Silent Hills. If one did not sense it carefully, one would not be able to sense it. Scanning with his soul power, Yichen could easily locate the Sky Demon Snake's location according to the direction of the black qi flow, since it had not left its original spot at all. Strange. If it was once or twice, it would be understandable. But after so many times, it still does not plan to change its location. Is it waiting for me to go up there? Or is there something there? With suspicion, Yichen did not hide his qi at all as he flew over at an extreme speed. Deep inside the Silent Hills, there was a deep underground cave. This cave was indeed the nest of the Sky Demon Snake. Cut. Taking out his Star Scar sword, Yichen threw out a sword attack. Crack, the 100-meter-long sword qi shot out, leaving a huge sword pit on the ground. The intense vibration had caused the cave to collapse. Moo, shoo, 2 completely different beast roars were heard. Then, the ground cracked open, and a huge bull-like beast rushed out, followed by a 100-meter-long black snake with a sharp horn. It was indeed the Sky Demon Snake that had the bloodline of the demon dragon. That bull-like beast should be the famous ghost-faced demonic cow in the Silent Hills. It managed to get the ghost-faced demonic cow to help. Unfortunately, its power was only equivalent to peak-level early astral-reaching realm, which was only slightly more powerful than Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer. It would not be able to handle my attacks at all. Yichen did not know how the Sky Demon Snake managed to get the other tyrant of the Silent Hills, but one rank 7 beast would not affect him much, unless it was a rank 7 tyrant beast. Moo, the ghost-faced demonic cow attacked first. It stomped on the ground with its hoof, and a powerful beast qi shockwave attacked towards Yichen. Blood demon body disintegration. A blood-red half-step Xianyuan exploded from his body, and Yi Chen's battling power increased drastically. He cut open the beast chi shockwave with one sword attack and returned the attack back to the ghost-faced demonic cow. Pap, the sword chi was shattered, and the sky demon snake used its tail to block in front of the ghost-faced demonic cow, blocking out the attack for it. However, it had underestimated the power of Yi Chen's sword chi, and the scales on its tail were all cracked open. Blood poured out of the wound, and it was not a light wound. All of you, get in. Green Lotus Sky. The first half of the Green Lotus sword art had been performed, and the surreal space had been frozen. Layers of chi flow formed a green lotus that spread out, covering both the ghost-faced demonic cow and a sky demon snake. The next second, the green lotus turned into a sword rain and attacked on the two's bodies crazily, bringing up a clear clanging sound. The ghost-faced demonic cow's defense was not as powerful as the sky demon snake's after all. It could not even handle the first half of the ace attack. Countless bone-deep sword marks appeared on its body, and it kept making a muffled moan. The sky demon snake was furious. It opened its mouth and let out a black flame that could burn anything. The green lotus turned into a sword rain and was burned into ashes. The frozen surreal space had also been shattered, disappearing into nothingness. Green lotus accumulation. Cut. A fist-sized green lotus formed on the tip of the sword. Yi Chen waved his sword towards the ghost-faced demonic cow, preparing to take out one first. The ghost-faced demonic cow had never seen such a powerful clasping Yuan realm warrior. It regretted coming to help the sky demon snake, but it was already too late. It had no choice but to use its hardest horn to block out the incoming green lotus, hoping that it would be able to block out the attack. Kacha, the ghost-faced demonic cow's horn was broken, and a huge amount of blood poured out of its mouth and nose. Die. The Silent Hills was not far from the Sky Cloud Martial School. A rank 7 demonic beast was a threat after all. It was hard to guarantee that it would not lose its mind and start to attack. Yi Chen planned to take care of it right here and now. He turned his body, avoiding the sky demon snake's counterattack, and threw out a sword attack towards the ghost-faced demonic cow. The sword chi was like a pillar, and it was indeed the kill heart sword. Pooh, there was no way that the ghost-faced demonic cow could block out the extremely fast kill heart sword. A sword hole appeared on its stomach, and it was so cold that it felt like it had been killed. With its ally dead, the sky demon snake went crazy. For the past 2 months, it had been wounded almost every day, and it was all thanks to Yi Chen. If it were not for him, it would have been killing everywhere, enjoying the experience brought by killing, and gradually activating the demon dragon bloodline inside its body. Once the potential of the demon dragon bloodline was activated to its limit, it would become a real tyrant of rank 7 demonic beasts. It would be way more powerful than normal tyrants of rank 7 demonic beasts, and it would be ready to reach rank 8. Swoosh, the black flame spread out, forming a burning firestorm. Wherever it went, the ground was burned through, and the air was burned out, turning into a vacuum world. The green lotus sky art might not be able to stop the black flame. I will have to attack with brute force. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen jumped up from the ground. The mysterious Xianyuan, no, it should be called the green lotus Xianyuan. The green lotus Xianyuan poured into the star scar sword through the meridians in his arm, pushing out a beam of blood-red sword chi. The blood-red sword chi sliced open the black flame, landing heavily on the sky demon snake's forehead. Blood was pouring out of its forehead like a pillar, but the sky demon snake did not care about it at all. Its body jumped into the black flame that it had spat out, and with the help of the flame, it threw out a tail attack. Yi Chen was too busy dealing with the black flame that could burn anything, so he did not have the time to dodge. He was smashed into the ground by the sky demon snake's tail. Originally, Yi Chen was planning to rush out immediately, but he sensed that the black chi under the ground was hundreds of times denser than the black chi on the ground. He was confused. Maybe this black chi is not coming from the sky demon snake, but something else? Because of the black chi flowing on the sky demon snake's sharp horn, Yi Chen had always thought that the sky demon snake was the main reason why the beasts in the Silent Hills had gone crazy. But right now, he had overturned his own conclusion. The thing deep under the ground was the real reason why the beasts had gone crazy. The sky demon snake could reach rank 7 beasts and recover at an extremely fast speed, and it was probably because of this thing. Without paying attention to the sky demon snake, Yichen released his soul power, flying towards the source of the black qi. Every time he saw something in the way, he would cut it open with his sword. The sky demon snake could not wait for Yichen to come out, so panic and anger flashed through its eyes. It twisted its body and dove into the ground, trying its best to reach the thing it was guarding. It was getting closer and closer. Yichen's soul power had finally scanned the source of the black qi. It was a flower, a black flower. The black flower was the size of a basin, and each of its petals seemed to be very heavy. It was releasing a very intense black qi, which was in the form of a mist at first. As time went on, it started to dilute into a gaseous form, and then slowly spread out, seeping out of the ground and onto the ground. So this is the thing that the sky demon snake was guarding? Why is there a heartbeat? Yichen tried to sense it carefully, and his expression changed. He could sense that the black flower was like a heart, vibrating rhythmically. The frequency of that vibration was similar to a heartbeat, but much stronger. Every time it vibrated, the soil around it would vibrate like a drum. It should not be a normal medicine. Let's pick it first. Yichen could tell that the black flower had already matured, and picking it would not harm the medicine. Plus, if he just left it there, the sky demon snake's wounds would continue to recover. Rumble, no one knew when, but the sky demon snake had caught up. Seeing that Yichen had discovered the black flower, it roared extremely shrilly. Its evil eyes were filled with killing intent, which was the killing intent of the demon dragon's bloodline. After such a long time of accumulation, that killing intent had finally exploded. The ground was burnt through, and the black flame turned into a horrifying demon dragon's shape, sweeping out. Even if it were Yichen, he would be killed immediately without any chance of survival. Being underground, Yichen's dodging speed would definitely be affected. Seeing the black flame coming at him like an evil demon dragon, Yichen stomped on the ground with his back facing the black flower, holding his star sword with both of his hands. Green Lotus Light. This attack focused more on defense than offense. A bathtub-sized green lotus appeared and gathered on the blade of the star sword, covering Yichen's whole body. Boom, the black flame could burn anything, but the thickness and defense of the green lotus could not be underestimated either. All of a sudden, there was a subtle balance between the two. No matter how aggressive the flame was, it could not break through Yichen's sword attack defense right away, and could only slowly erode it. Seeing that its ace attack could not do anything to Yichen, a murderous light flashed through the sky demon snake's eyes. A black flame appeared on its tail as well, looking like a burning fire column. As it swept across, the air in the whole cave had been burned into nothingness, and the resistance had been reduced to an extreme. Boom! The green lotus exploded, and Yichen was blown away. However, this result was obviously within his expectation. As he was flying backward, he made a grabbing gesture in the air. That basin-sized black flower was pulled out by the roots, falling into his storage ring. Once the black flower disappeared, the black qi had become the source of everything. The first one to sense it was naturally the sky demon snake. It opened its mouth and let out an ear-piercing scream, which was filled with anger that it had never felt before. Yichen had stopped it from killing and trapped it in the silent hills, but it had not lost its mind yet. However, the black flower was its life, the key to its growth. Once it was taken away, it would be impossible for it to grow fast, which would be the same as cutting off its potential. Therefore, at that moment, the sky demon snake had completely lost its mind. The remaining black flame inside its body continued to pour out, covering Yichen and the cave. Break! Throwing out a sword attack, a tiny crack appeared in the black flame. Yichen pushed his separating shadow flying art to its limit. After flashing once, he jumped out of the crack and landed on the ground. The sky demon snake jumped right after him, carrying the burning flame towards Yichen. It looked like it would not stop until it was dead. No one could stop it. Let's see how long you can last without this flower. Since his green lotus Jin Yuan had been used up, Yichen could not hurt the sky demon snake with one attack. However, the black flame was not endless, so Yichen was not afraid of anything happening to himself. Stepping lightly on the ground, Yichen soared into the sky and turned into a wisp of black smoke. A man and a beast chased each other. Wherever they went, mountains would collapse, forests would be destroyed, and the ground would be plowed open with a 10-meter wide and infinitely long mark. Getting out of the silent hills, the sky demon snake suddenly gave up on chasing Yi Chen. Instead, it flew towards the nearby cities, its eyes filled with cruelty. Yi Chen was a little dazed, but he soon realized what the sky demon snake was thinking. It was planning to slaughter humans and force him to give up the black flower. If he could not do anything to it, then he would indeed be in a dilemma. If he did not give up the flower, then 1 or 2 cities would definitely be destroyed. If he gave up the flower, then he would be helping a tyrant. The brutality of the sky demon snake had been proven in history. Every time a sky demon snake grew up, countless creatures would be killed. This kind of beast was closer to a demon, and had a horrifying evil nature inside of it. This time, they had Yi Chen. Without him, no one knew what would have happened to the Sky Cloud Martial School. With just Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer, they could only delay it for a while. A rank 7 beast is coming. Run. There would be big and small battles happening outside the city every day. There were quite a lot of disciples from all of the big parties. Seeing the sky demon snake approaching them aggressively, everyone was shocked. It was impossible for them not to know how horrifying a rank 7 beast was. In fact, even an astral reaching realm warrior would not be able to compete with a rank 7 beast at the same level. Plus, this rank 7 beast seemed to be even more horrifying than the rumors. It was covered in black flames, looking like a demon that had just crawled out of hell. I was planning to spend more time with you. But since it is like this, then I will have to kill you now. Yi Chen looked cold. It was not that he could not beat the sky demon snake. Even without his green lotus Xin Yuan, the sky demon snake would still not be able to compete with him. At most, it would be a bit more troublesome. But before this, he had planned to use the sky demon snake as a long-term training target. Once he reached the astral reaching realm, he would be able to take it out easily. However, the sky demon snake's brutality and cunningness were still out of his expectation. It knew how to kill humans to force him to submit. Looking at the countless human warriors outside the city, the sky demon snake's pupils turned red. It had been a long time since it had seen blood. As a sky demon snake, killing was its instinct. Especially after reaching rank 7, its killing instinct had become harder and harder to control. It had been hiding in the silent hills, hoping that one day, it could grow up in blood. Boom, the ground had been shattered. The sky demon snake moved over quickly as it opened its mouth and shot out a beam of dark light. Blood explosion spell. Cut. Performing the ace movement of the minor blood demon body separating great art, Yi Chen's speed had been pushed to its limit. He appeared in front of the dark light and shattered it with one sword attack. The sky demon snake stared at Yi Chen brutally. As a beast, it had made up its mind to take back the sky demon flower. Even if it did not care about the fact that eating the sky demon flower would bring a huge backlash to its body, it still wanted to kill Yi Chen and his martial school. This was the consequence of pissing it off. Huh. You are looking for death. Yi Chen floated in the air as his 80% sword intent spread out. Combined with the half-step Xin Yuan that had been activated by the blood explosion spell, his aura had been pushed to its limit. It was as if his whole body had turned into a blood sword, and the surrounding air had also turned into a blood sword, locking onto the sky demon snake's every move. It is him. Outside of the city, there were 5 people who had noticed Yi Chen. These 5 people were none other than the 5 disciples from the Golden Light Martial School that Yi Chen had met when he first entered the Silent Hills as an outer disciple. The leading 2 people were Lu Tao and Wang Haichuan, followed by the girl in red, Yao Qing, and the twin brothers, Yang Wen and Yang Wu. Right now, Lu Tao and Wang Haichuan were both core disciples of the Golden Light Martial School, and they were both at the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. The girl in red, Yao Qing, and the twins were all inner disciples at the peak of the early condensing reality realm. In the Golden Light Martial School, they had made quite good progress. Unfortunately, in the Sky Cloud Martial School, they would only be above average. They were not geniuses at all. This was the difference between a ranked martial school and a non-ranked martial school. Plus, the Sky Cloud Martial School was not something a rank 9 martial school could compare with anymore. It had the potential to become a rank 7 martial school. Lu Tao was shocked. Back then, his cultivation was not even as high as mine, but now he could already fight against rank 7 beasts. Could it be that he is the legendary genius in the Windy Nation? There were a lot of people with the same name in the Windy Nation, but none of them had ever associated Yi Chen with the legendary genius. Plus, after such a long time, they had almost forgotten about what had happened in the Silent Hills. They would never think that Yi Chen was the most talented genius in the Windy Nation, or even the South River region. It has only been 4 years, and the gap has become so huge. Compared to before, the impulsive Wang Haichuan was much calmer now. His face was full of determination, and his battling power had surpassed Lu Tao. He was the backbone of the 5. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down first. Yao Qing made a face. It has been 4 years, and he has not even come to us once. What a heartless man. The twin brother Yang Wu forced a smile. If he had nothing to do, he would not have made it this far. Xiao Wu is right. The power of a genius comes with a price. We are not geniuses, but we are not as hardworking as him. The twin brother Yang Wu nodded. Yao Qing said, "Do you think he will just ignore us if we go to him?" Hearing her, the 4 of them forced a smile. They had only met Yi Chen by chance, and it was their honor to have fought alongside him. So, they would not dare to disturb him. Green Lotus Mountain. The blood explosion spell had increased Yi Chen's battling power by more than 80%. With one sword attack, he had wounded the sky demon snake. That blood-red sword chi left a horrifying sword mark on its body. Roar, the sky demon snake hid in the black flame and threw out a tail attack. Shadow explosion. Human shadows flashed as Yi Chen's real body appeared above the sky demon snake within a second. The ace movement of his green lotus sword art was thrown down. Crack, a bloody hole appeared on the sky demon snake's forehead, and blood kept pouring out. Piss off. His body flashed again, and Yi Chen appeared right in front of the sky demon snake's chin. He threw out a sword attack, and that blood-red, fire-like sword light appeared. It had blown the sky demon snake hundreds of meters away, creating a huge pit on the ground. It was dozens of meters deep and dozens of meters wide. He is completely dominating a rank 7 beast. So powerful. Of course. Yi Chen is the great master of our Sky Cloud Martial School. Hearing him, all the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School looked proud. They felt lucky to be a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Right now, in the Windy Nation, which young generation did not want to join the Sky Cloud Martial School, the black flame inside the Sky Demon Snake's body was not endless. Without the Sky Demon flower, it would be extremely hard for it to gather the black flame again. After all, it had just reached the level not long ago, and did not know much about the power of a rank 7 beast yet. There was just too little information about the black flame. Without the black flame, the Sky Demon Snake had completely become a powerful rank 7 beast. Its defense was only equivalent to a rank 7 tyrant beast, and its overall power had dropped by 1 level. It tried to run away, but was stabbed into the ground by Yi Chen's sword attack. As it lost more and more blood, its physical strength started to run out. Eventually, it roared into the sky and exploded. Rumble, that horrifying chi wave blew away Yi Chen, who had backed out far away. After backing out not far away from the city wall, Yi Chen forced a smile. A rank 7 tyrant beast was only equivalent to a powerful mid-astral reaching realm warrior, but it had not reached the peak level yet. On the other hand, without the black flame, the Sky Demon Snake's overall power was actually not as powerful as a rank 7 tyrant beast. However, Yi Chen still could not kill it within a short period of time. It was not hard to tell how powerful the Sky Demon Snake was. Once it grew up, it would definitely become a tyrant among the rank 7 tyrant beasts. It would be powerful enough to fight against a peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warrior, and even a late astral reaching realm warrior would not be able to kill it easily. Yi Chen. Right then, a clear voice was heard from afar. Yi Chen turned his head to look, and a smile appeared on his face. "It's you guys. Long time no see." Yao Qing was surprised. "You still remember us?" "Of course." After releasing the blood explosion spell, Yi Chen felt that the blood sunflower's medicinal power that was hidden in the deepest part of his body had completely disappeared. He felt a bit uncomfortable, so he shook his head and laughed. "It's been more than 4 years, and the five of you are still together. Lu Tao was obviously happy that Yichen did not ignore them. If we are together, we will always be together, unless something unexpected happens. Luckily, other than some small conflicts, there were no accidents. Yao Qing was more beautiful than 4 years ago. Although she was not as pretty as the girls that Yichen had met before, such as Morong Qingqing, Su Jing, Ji Xueyan, Zhu Mei, and Yuan Xueme, she was still a beauty. She was still wearing a red dress, and under the dress, her curvaceous body was filled with the vitality of a girl next door. She looked at Yichen curiously. Strange, you don't even have 3 heads and 6 arms, why is there such a big gap between us? But the trick of the sword art that you taught me was really good. I am much better than others with the same sword art. Yichen smiled. At that time, he was a bit perfunctory. Of course, the method was right, but it was a bit stupid. Greetings, Great Master. Great Master, my name is Song Hai. Great Master, what can I do for you? While the 6 of them were talking, the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School all ran over to greet them, causing Lu Tao and the other 4 to be dumbfounded. They were all the same age, but they were already great elders, and their status was even higher than the patriarch. It is fate that brought us together. I don't have anything good to give you, but here are 5 bottles of pellets that are useful for training, which will help you break through. He was the great master of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and the leader of the Golden Light Martial School used to be a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Therefore, the 5 of them were technically his juniors, so it was not good to meet them empty-handed. Luckily, when Yichen was training outside, he had bought a lot of pellets. These 5 bottles of pellets were not that expensive for him, but they still cost 1,000 low-rank soul stones, which most of the outer masters could not afford. The 5 of them declined and accepted it. Anything that could make Yichen give it to them couldn't be bad. They had no reason to refuse. After bidding farewell to the 5, Yichen flew towards the Sky Cloud Martial School. Idle Cloud Peak. Cloud Dreamer looked at the black flower that Yichen took out and shook his head, indicating that he did not know the name of the flower. Thunder Freer looked confused, and said slowly, "Is this the Sky Demon flower?" Sky Demon flower? Yichen and Cloud Dreamer looked at Thunder Freer. Thunder Freer said, "I have heard people describe the Sky Demon flower before, but I am not sure if it is. But if it is, then it would be shocking. The Sky Demon flower is a supreme spirit medicine that is extremely rare in the world. According to the legends, it was made from the blood of the ancient demon king, who was way more powerful than the current life and death realm warriors. He was not weaker than Su King, and his spirit blood was way more powerful than Su King's. His spirit blood had the horrifying effect of reviving people from the dead. As long as there was one breath left in the body, it would be able to heal completely. It was way more powerful than the so-called great healing medicine. I think the Sky Demon Snake and the Sky Demon Flower are only one word apart, but they are more or less related. Not many people knew about the Sky Demon Snake guarding the Sky Demon Flower. Sometimes, the Sky Demon Snake might not even show up with the Sky Demon Flower. Therefore, Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer were obviously not as knowledgeable as the people from the super martial institutions. It was normal for them to not know about it. Can broken bones be healed? Yichen asked. Thunder Freer laughed. Of course, as long as there was one breath left in the body, it would be healed completely. Plus, it would make the body even more powerful. But, do not swallow it directly. The medicinal power of the Sky Demon Flower is very aggressive, and the backfire is even more horrifying. Only those who have trained the ancient Demon King's martial arts would be able to swallow it directly. Other people or demonic beasts could die from the backfire. I think this is also the reason why the Sky Demon Snake did not dare to swallow it. Otherwise, it would have swallowed it directly. Yichen nodded. Indeed, he had been wondering why the Sky Demon Snake did not swallow the Sky Demon Flower. Normally, once the spirit medicine that the demonic beasts were guarding matured, they would swallow it immediately in case something bad happened. However, the Sky Demon Snake did not do that. As for that ghost-faced demonic cow, it should have been attracted by the Sky Demon Flower. Unfortunately, it did not enjoy the effects of the flower, and died in Yichen's hands. If we do not swallow it, then how are we going to use the Sky Demon Flower? Absorbing its medicinal power from the outside should not be a problem. But, it is still a bit of a waste for the sky demon flower to fall into our hands. Its true value is not only the medicinal power, but also the mystery it contains. After reaching the life and death realm, the Zhen Yuan would have already merged with the flesh and blood. Every single drop of essence blood would have the trace of the ancient demon king. For some of the powerful demonic warriors, a sky demon flower could save them a lot of trouble, which is something that the medicinal power alone could not compare with. What a pity, what a pity. Thunder Freer shook his head. Yichen still did not know why the essence blood of the ancient demon king would turn into the sky demon flower, and how it had been passed down until now. But, he did not care about these things. No matter how mysterious the sky demon flower was, it did not matter to him at all. All he needed was its medicinal power. Senior Cloud Dreamer, Senior Thunder Freer, you can each take a petal of the sky demon flower. The sky demon flower was extremely heavy. Yichen used his half-step Xin Yuan to cut off 2 petals with all his might, handing them to Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer respectively. Cloud Dreamer was shocked. You want to give it to us? This thing can only be found by luck. There are only 10 petals on one plant. Yichen said, since the sky demon flower can heal the dead, it will definitely be useful in the future. The Sky Cloud Martial School still needs you two to control the situation. Yichen was telling the truth. In the future, when he was not in the Sky Cloud Martial School, the school would have to rely on the 2 of them. Without some life-saving means, he would not be able to rest assured. Alright then, I will keep it for you for now. Cloud Dreamer knew Yichen's temperament very well. There was no way he would take back something he had already given out. If he continued to decline, it would seem like he was treating him like an outsider. Leaving the Cloud Dreamer Mountain, Yichen arrived at Su Jing's mountain. Core Master Palace, Su Jing frowned, this thing can cure my arms? It should be right. You try it first. Yichen took out 3 petals and handed them to Su Jing, keeping 5 for emergencies. Alright. Su Jing held one of the petals in her hand. Her Zhen Qi poured out through her meridians, sweeping towards the black Qi coming out from the petals. Crack, vaguely, Yichen heard the sound of bones rubbing against each other in Su Jing's right arm. He scanned with his soul power and immediately found out that Su Jing's shattered bones were getting back together. At the edge of the bones, the black Qi was like a magnet, attracting other bones towards it. It is indeed the sky demon flower. Its effect is so powerful. Yichen finally confirmed the name of the black flower. It was undoubtedly the sky demon flower that Thunder Freer had mentioned. Even if it was not, it could at least prove that it could cure broken bones. Su Jing seemed to be very surprised. Only the black Qi from one petal had increased the recovery speed of her broken bones by dozens of times. Moreover, the broken bones and the flesh of her arm seemed to be even stronger and stronger after being infected by that Qi. You take your time to recover. If it is not enough, I still have more. Yichen saw that the sky demon flower petal was effective, so he did not keep it anymore. Su Jing nodded and put away the other 2 heavenly demon flower petals. Walking out of the Core Master Palace, Yichen let out a breath. Su Jing's problem had been solved. Next, he could let go of everything and try to reach the 13th realm of his Green Lotus Sword spell and the Astral Reaching realm. Once he had achieved both of his goals, he was ready to go to the Natural Moat Gorge and see if he could learn something from the Battle King's sword intent. He wanted to try to reach 90% of his sword intent, or even complete it. With the completion of his sword intent, he should be able to fight against Jin Huang, and would no longer be afraid of him. Once he made more progress, it would be the day that Jin Huang died. Inside the training room on the shocking Cloud Mountain, Yichen took out a sky demon flower petal and placed it on his palm. He pushed his half-step Xin Yuan, absorbing the medicine inside. Crack, Yichen could clearly feel that his body was getting tougher and tougher, and his bones were getting denser and denser. At the same time, the side effects of performing the blood explosion spell had disappeared as well. The effect was even more powerful than the 3,000 years old blood sun flower. However, the blood sun flower focused on the qi and blood, while the sky demon flower focused on the whole body. The 2 focused on different things. So, the blood sun flower was still not comparable to the sky demon flower in terms of replenishing the qi and blood. After a while, Yichen could no longer handle any more of the sky demon flower's medicine. his body had reached a limit. If he wanted to break through this limit, he would have to change his body training art or reach the astral reaching realm, which would increase his body quality drastically. However, his current body quality did not seem to be weaker than astral reaching realm warriors. Su Jing's body quality was basically a couple of times more powerful than normal astral reaching realm warriors. Putting away the sky demon flower petal, Yichen closed his eyes and focused on training the green lotus sword spell. The green lotus sword spell was a top-rank earth realm martial art. After reaching the 10th realm, the battling power would increase drastically with each realm. The difference between the 12th realm and the 13th realm was especially obvious. As for the 14th realm, Yichen did not dare to think about it right now, since the 14th realm would be a transformation. It would be able to combine the 9 green lotus sword chi into one even more horrifying lotus heart sword chi, which would definitely be more powerful than any of Yichen's sword attacks. Correspondingly, it would be even harder to break through to the 14th realm. The 13th realm of a top-rank earth realm martial art would be the limit. The 14th realm would be beyond this limit. The 15th realm would be the highest realm. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors might not be able to reach it. Once they reached this realm, battling beyond their realms would be no different than eating and drinking. Eating the rice bit by bit, Yichen cleared away all the distracting thoughts, preparing himself for the 13th realm. Time flowed like water, and there was no turning back. Ever since the Sky Demon Snake and the Sky Demon Flower disappeared, the beast wave that had been plaguing the Sky Cloud Martial School for thousands of miles had suddenly stopped. Only a few beasts were still active in the human area. Half a year later, the shocking cloud mountain where Yichen was at released a wave of intense sharp chi, which pierced through the clouds and attracted the attention of the whole Sky Cloud Martial School. Is this the sign of a huge improvement in martial arts? Thunder Freer had heard about top-rank Earth Realm martial arts. After reaching the first or second level, every level up would bring about a horrifying phenomenon. Yichen trained the green lotus sword spell, so it was natural that there would be some kind of sharp chi in the phenomenon. Cloud Dreamer shook his head. Not only has his martial arts improved, he is only one step away from the astral reaching realm. The second Jin Yuan refinement is about to end? Hearing him, Thunder Freer was shocked. Normal people who train top-rank Earth Realm martial arts would need at least 3 to 5 years to refine all of their Jin Qi into Jin Yuan. But, Yichen had only spent less than a year to refine all of his Jin Qi into Jin Yuan. This speed was way too horrifying, Cloud Dreamer said. Martial geniuses are always the existence that breaks the rules. 5 months ago, Xing had already reached the astral reaching realm, becoming the youngest astral reaching realm warrior in the South River region in hundreds of years. Right now, it seems like this record is going to be broken by Yichen. Thunder Freer nodded. Xing was a 22-year-old astral reaching realm warrior. If Yichen could reach the astral reaching realm in 3 months, then he would be a 19-year-old astral reaching realm warrior, which would only be 1 year later than the #1 martial genius of the whole True Spirit continent, Xianxia. Even in the whole True Spirit continent, he would be a famous warrior. His name would definitely be on the martial genius ranking. Yeah, there is no doubt about that. However, martial geniuses do not only have a fast cultivation speed. There are other reasons as well, such as the most important battling power and comprehensive ability. Of course, no matter how you look at it, Yichen is the top martial genius. Sooner or later, his name will shake the whole continent. Plus, right now, the more powerful he is, the safer he will be. If he does not have enough stamina, then it would be dangerous. While the two were talking, inside the training room of the shocking Cloud Mountain, Yichen slowly opened his eyes. The 13th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell, the second Jin Yuan refinement, is about to come to an end. Such a powerful feeling. It had been 2 years since the end of the Hidden Dragon rank competition. Yichen had been improving all the time. Every time he improved, it was a huge leap. However, none of them were as good as this time. Not only had he reached the first limit of the Green Lotus Sword spell, but he was also close to completing the second Jin Yuan refinement. With the combination of the two, his power had definitely increased tremendously. Unfortunately, he did not have a suitable training partner, otherwise, he would know exactly how much his power had increased. Chi. The fist that contained half-step Jin Yuan shot out, tearing a crack in the air. It was as fast as lightning and as heavy as a mountain. Half-step Xinyuan, no, it should be fake Xinyuan, its destructive power is not to be underestimated. That punch just now had not contained any sort of martial skill. Just by relying on fake true essence, it had been able to tear open a vacuum crack in the air. This was already infinitely close to the destructive power of true essence. With a wave of his hand, the door of the secret room opened wide. Yichen stood up and flew out through the passage. Idle Cloud Peak. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer were both there. "Brother Yi, what's the progress this time?" Thunder Freer laughed and said. The clouds moved away automatically, and Yichen landed on the peak. The two seniors should have already guessed it. "Haha, your cultivation speed really makes me blush with shame, ashamed of my inferiority." Although Yichen called them seniors, they did not dare to treat him as a junior. They treated him as an equal. Cloud Dreamer waved his hand, and a nearby stone chair moved over. Then, he poured Yichen another cup of wine. Yichen sat on the stone chair and asked, "Has anything happened in the past half a year?" Cloud Dreamer said, "According to our people, Xingxia had reached the astral reaching realm 5 months ago and became an inner master of the floating mountain martial school. This had a huge impact. A lot of famous astral reaching realm warriors had gone to congratulate him, including the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School, the Fireman, and a great master of the Emerald Martial School. As for Xingxia reaching the astral reaching realm, Yichen was not too surprised. He had already reached half-step Xinyuan during the Hidden Dragon rank competition. After 2 years, he should be an astral reaching realm warrior. As for the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School, Yichen had some doubts. Doesn't he need to stay in the Purple Sun Martial School? Thunder Freer forced a laugh. That old bastard Fireman had also traveled in the South River region before. He had met 4 powerful warriors. They were the Gold Spearman, the Wood Man, the Lake Man, and the Mountain Man. The 5 of them had titles that contained the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They were called the 5 Nature Men. Not long after Xingxia reached the astral reaching realm, the Gold Spearman and the Lake Man came to the Purple Sun Martial School as guests and helped him stay there. 5 Nature Men. Yichen mumbled. Soon, our Sky Cloud Martial School will have 3 astral reaching realm warriors. Come, let's drink. Cloud Dreamer was not too worried about the power of the Purple Sun Martial School. One Yichen could fight against 2 or 3 astral reaching realm warriors. Plus, Yichen's potential was still far from exploding. No one knew how far he could go in the future. In the following days, nothing happened. Yichen had reached the 13th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell, and the second Xinyuan refinement was about to end. Yichen did not need to go into closed-door training. Xinyuan refinement was something that would happen naturally, and had nothing to do with comprehension ability. When the time came, he would naturally become an astral reaching realm warrior. After all, his foundation was there, so he would not be too slow. On this day, Yichen was comprehending the poetic perspective of clouds. After integrating the 6th movement of the sky-shattering clouds, Yichen felt a huge obstruction, as if there was an invisible barrier in front of him. The shocking cloud sword art has a total of 9 movements. After integrating the 6th movement, it would be equivalent to a top-rank Earth Realm sword movement. The 7th movement should be similar to the 2nd movement of the Green Lotus sword art. The 8th movement would almost touch the edge of a Heaven Realm sword movement. It would be the limit of the poetic perspective, the limit of the moves. I wonder how I can make it through. By now, Yichen had already understood that Heaven Realm martial arts were not something that could be learned with high comprehension ability. Without reaching that level, there would not be a point of convergence. Taking a deep breath, Yichen waved his sword and slashed out a sword path in the sea of clouds. The sword path was more than 1,000 meters long, which split open a short mountain in front of him. Thunder exploded, and clouds surged. My mastery of the poetic perspective is already not weaker than most of the astral reaching realm warriors. What I lack is accumulation. With enough accumulation, it would be a lot easier to comprehend. It seems like only by going out to train would one be able to grow faster. Staying in one place would have some limitations after all. Everything needed a process of accumulation. Even a top martial genius would not be able to truly grow without enough accumulation. It was like an extremely smart person. If he or she had not studied for a few years and experienced a lot of things, then he or she would not be able to fully utilize his or her intelligence. He or she would have to rely on his or her brain to do some smart things. No need to rush. My martial arts are still above my cultivation. There is no need to rush. Putting his star-scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen's mood was as calm as still water. Haha. I, the fireman, have arrived. Why is no one coming out to greet me? Are all the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School dead? In front of the Sky Cloud Martial School, dozens of human shadows flew over. The two leading people had a very powerful aura. The one on the right had an unbreakable aura, while the one on the left had a very aggressive aura. It was indeed the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School, the fireman. In the main mountain palace, Luo Xinglia's expression changed. He said to the headmaster, "Gather all the masters here." The Sky Cloud Martial School and the Purple Sun Martial School were enemies. However, since the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School had come in person, it was reasonable for them to treat him with respect. This was the rule between the martial schools, and the Sky Cloud Martial School could not break it. Yes. The headmaster looked serious. Soon, all the masters had gathered in the plaza in front of the palace, including the 6 core masters including Su Jing. In front of the plaza, dozens of human shadows landed. The leading fireman looked to be in his 60s. His face was red and healthy. He looked around and smiled, "Not bad, at least you are polite." The group of masters made a path, and Luo Xinglia walked out. He held his fists together and said, "I did not know that the fireman was coming. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. Where is that old bastard Cloud Dreamer? Tell him to come out and see me. You do not have the right to talk to me." The fireman glanced at Luo Xinglia and said lightly. Hearing him, all the masters from the Sky Cloud Martial School stared at him with anger. Luo Xinglia was the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School. He was the face of the Sky Cloud Martial School. What? Do you think you can look down on me just because you have a big backer? I don't know what that master is thinking. But believe it or not, even if I destroy the Sky Cloud Martial School, he will not show up. The fireman saw it more clearly than anyone else. Although Jin Huang was scared away last time, he was not from the Windy Nation after all. He represented a super martial school like the Floating Mountain Martial School. He was clearly bullying the weak. The Purple Sun Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School were both top 5 martial schools in the Windy Nation. There was no such thing as bullying the weak. The fireman did not believe that the powerful master would help the Sky Cloud Martial School. Fireman, you are showing off in the wrong place. The Sky Cloud Martial School is not a place where you can do whatever you want. The Cloud Dreamer flashed his body and appeared in the plaza. The fireman glanced at the Cloud Dreamer. If I want to show off, do you think the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School would be able to stand still like this? The Cloud Dreamer sneered, if the Sky Cloud Martial School is not doing well, then the Purple Sun Martial School will be done for. You are so full of yourself. The middle-aged man in gold sneered. I wonder who this is? The fireman said proudly, this is the Gold Spearman, the VIP of the Purple Sun Martial School. The Gold Spearman was in his 50s. His face was light gold, and his body was huge. He made a face. I thought the Sky Cloud Martial School would have some powerful warriors, but it is only a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior. Fireman, you have not destroyed the Sky Cloud Martial School after all these years. You are too kind. Huh. If it were not for the others, how could the Sky Cloud Martial School be so arrogant? Now, there is no one in the Purple Sun Martial School. A killing intent flashed through the fireman's eyes. The Gold Spearman chuckled. He glanced at the masters of the Sky Cloud Martial School casually. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, landing on the inner master Zhu Mei and the core master Su Jing. Fireman, you did not say that the Sky Cloud Martial School had people like this, especially that woman in white. She is rare even in the South River region. The Gold Spearman licked his lips. The Cloud Dreamer saw that these two people were acting like they were his own family, and did not care about them at all. He looked a bit gloomy. However, Thinking that they would not come here for no reason, he suppressed his unhappiness and asked, "I wonder why you two are here. If there is nothing, please leave." The fireman said, "Of course I am here for something. But, is this how you treat your guests? You want us to talk in the square? This way, please." Luo Xinglia lifted the corner of his mouth. "Huh." The fireman waved his sleeves and walked in the front. The gold spearman walked side by side with him. When they passed by the crowd, he glanced at Su Jing on purpose. There was an evil light shining in his eyes. In the main mountain hall, the main seat was empty. The left side of the hall was occupied by Cloud Dreamer and Luo Xinglia, while the right side was occupied by the fireman and the gold spearman. The rest of the people were outside. The fireman took a sip of the tea slowly and exchanged a look with the gold spearman. He said slowly, "Don't say that I did not take care of your Sky Cloud Martial School. This time, I came all the way here to show you enough respect. Unfortunately, some people do not know what is good for them." Cloud Dreamer frowned, waiting for the fireman to continue. Putting down the teacup, the fireman said, "Our intelligence team from the Purple Sun Martial School has found the nest of the corpse man." "What? The nest of the corpse man?" Cloud Dreamer's expression changed. The corpse man was one of the 108 ghost warriors from the 9 Ghost cult. He was very famous for killing people. It would not be wrong to call him the Old Monster. Countless powerful warriors from the top 5 martial institutions of the Windy Nation had died in his hands, including a couple of astral-reaching realm warriors. So what? After all these years, the corpse man's power should have recovered to its peak. Plus, with his special power, even all of the astral-reaching realm warriors in the Windy Nation combined would not be his opponent. Although the corpse man's battling power was the lowest among the 108 ghost warriors, he had the power to create zombies. With 3 to 4 rank 7 zombies attacking together, even astral-reaching realm warriors who were more powerful than him would not be able to handle it, and would be killed easily. His name was very famous, and people called him the corpse man. "Since I am here, of course, I have the confidence to kill this old monster." The fireman looked like he was going to win as he continued, "Back in the days when I was traveling, I met 4 friends who had the same goal. Right now, 2 of them are here. One is the gold spearman, and the other is the mountain man. Unfortunately, the lake man and the deadwood man could not come. Otherwise, with them here, killing the corpse man would be as easy as pie." Cloud Dreamer glanced at the gold spearman. He could naturally tell that the latter was the same as the fireman, also a mid-astral reaching realm warrior. According to the rumors, among the 5, the deadwood man was the most powerful one, being a late astral reaching realm warrior. He knew an ancient martial art called the Deadwood Palm Spell. Judging purely on battling power, he might not lose to the ghost man. Although the lake man was not as powerful, he was still a peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warrior. However, no one would dare to underestimate the ghost man's ace attack, the rank 7 zombie warrior. "How did you know about the nest of the corpse man?" Cloud Dreamer stared at the fireman without blinking. It was not that he did not trust him, but it was because the Sky Cloud Martial School had been set up way too badly back then. His brother disciple Wu Yunzi had died because of that. He did not have any proof, but he was sure that the Purple Sun Martial School had something to do with it. The fireman sneered, "It is up to you whether you want to believe it or not. If the 9 Evil cult wants to grow stronger again, they will need a lot of resources. The top 5 martial institutions control more than 80% of the resources in the Windy Nation, and there are no other powerful martial institutions around. In their eyes, we are just a piece of meat without any defense." Cloud Dreamer's expression changed a couple of times. The fireman was right. If the 9 Evil cult wanted to make a comeback, they would need a lot of resources. But, they were hiding in the dark, and could not take all of the resources in public. Once they showed up, they would be attacked by all of the powerful parties in the South River region. Therefore, they could only do it secretly, not daring to show their faces. Although they could get a lot of resources from some lone warriors, those resources would not be enough to support them for a long time. The resources in the Windy Nation seemed to be nothing special, but it was still a nation after all. The resources of a nation would be more than enough to support the development of the Ghost Corpse Mountain. Plus, it would not be that dangerous. He believed that there would also be other small nations with the 9 evil cults remaining members, so the Windy Nation would not be the only one. If they did not attack first, when the Corpse Man decided to attack, one martial institution would not be able to handle the invasion of the Ghost Corpse Mountain. The problem was that the fireman's words could not be trusted completely. First of all, he was the first one to know about the location of the Corpse Man's nest, which was already suspicious. He was not like his brother disciple Wu Yunzi, who had been able to stay in the Sky Cloud Martial School for so many years and watch the development of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Then how do you think we should deal with it? The Corpse Man is not easy to deal with. Being able to survive that big battle years ago, it is already enough to prove how powerful he is. Cloud Dreamer did not know if he should accept it or not. If he accepted it, he might be ambushed by the fireman. He did not believe that there was nothing wrong with it. If he did not accept it, then the Corpse Man would indeed be a big problem. Who knew when he would decide to attack the Sky Cloud Martial School first? Although the Sky Cloud Martial School had martial geniuses like Yi Chen, who was able to kill the Sky Demon Snake with only half-step Xin Yuan, the Corpse Man was a late astral-reaching realm warrior. He was a cunning demon. Added with all the rank 7 martial zombies, his overall power was only above Jin Huang's. No one in the Windy Nation would be able to fight against him. Without a choice, the Cloud Dreamer threw the topic back to the fireman. The fireman nodded, indeed. The Corpse Man is indeed a troublesome existence. Therefore, I had immediately informed all the martial institutions and asked everyone to join forces. We will kill the Ghost Corpse Mountain and the Corpse Man as fast as lightning, so that he would not have the time to react. You mean, to combine all the astral-reaching realm warriors in the Windy Nation? Cloud Dreamer understood what the fireman was trying to say. Only astral-reaching realm warriors would be able to kill them at such a fast speed. Warriors below the astral-reaching realm would be slowed down a lot. The fireman stared at the Cloud Dreamer. What do you think? The Cloud Dreamer thought for a while, then said, how about this? Wait until everyone is here, then we will discuss. Sure. 3 days later, I will see you on the Green Beauty Mountain. By then, all the astral-reaching realm warriors from the top 5 martial institutions will be there. The Cloud Dreamer's answer was within the fireman's expectation. He then said, this time, all the top 3 astral-reaching realm warriors from the Purple Sun Martial School will be there. You will not be the only one from the Sky Cloud Martial School, right? Of course not. If it is confirmed, there will be 2 astral-reaching realm warriors from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Oh? Which 2? The fireman squeezed his eyes. Although he did not think that Yi Chen would be able to reach the astral-reaching realm in a short period of time, but it was better to be safe than sorry. If Yi Chen really did reach the astral-reaching realm, then some of the details would have to be changed. He just hoped that things would not be as bad as he thought. Me and the Thunder Freer. The Thunder Freer was not a secret in the Sky Cloud Martial School anymore, so the Cloud Dreamer was not afraid to say it out. I heard that Yi Chen has not reached the astral-reaching realm yet, but he already has the power to fight against astral-reaching realm warriors. Why don't we bring him along as well? This time, killing the Corpse Man would be a great opportunity. Hearing him, the fireman let out a breath. Judging from his expression, Yi Chen should not have reached the astral-reaching realm yet. A smile appeared on his face as he said. The Cloud Dreamer's face sank. You don't have to worry about that. Huh. He has the power to fight against an astral-reaching realm warrior before reaching the astral-reaching realm? It is most likely just a rumor. I, the Gold Spearman, do not believe it. Even if we bring him along, he would only be a burden. The Gold Spearman said with a disdainful expression. The fireman took a sip of tea casually, seeming to want to hear how the Cloud Dreamer would respond. The Cloud Dreamer did not change his expression and said, you can try if you have the chance. If you two do not have anything else to say, you can leave now. Since the owner has asked us to leave, then we should not stay. Brother Gold, let's go back first. The fireman did not plan to stay any longer. The Gold Spearman stood up with the fireman. He glanced at Su Jing, who was standing outside the palace. He suddenly opened his mouth and said to the Cloud Dreamer, I do not have a wife yet. I think that master from your Sky Cloud Martial School is not bad. She is qualified to be my wife. I wonder if I, the Gold Spearman, would have the honor? Both the Cloud Dreamer and Luo Xinglia did not look good. This Gold Spearman was way too arrogant. He really thought that he was invincible. Plus, Su Jing and Yi Chen had a close relationship. Whoever dared to touch her would probably be killed by Yi Chen. Don't even think about it. The Cloud Dreamer did not look happy at all. The Gold Spearman had a creepy smile on his face. I suggest you guys think about it. I am not like the fireman, who is kind. The Cloud Dreamer yelled, don't push it too far. The Sky Cloud Martial School is not a place for you to do whatever you want. Brother Gold, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Why do you have to rush it? What is yours will be yours eventually. The fireman did not expect the Gold Spearman to be this eager and say this in front of everyone. He could only try to comfort him, telling him to take it slow. The road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Not bad. I, the Gold Spearman, am definitely going to have this woman. The Gold Spearman laughed and walked out of the palace with the fireman who allowed you to leave. Right then, the crowd split apart and someone walked over. It was none other than Yi Chen. Yi Chen was wearing a blue robe with a long sword on his waist. He stood 10 steps in front of the two quietly. His eyes landed on the Gold Spearman and the fireman. The fireman glanced at Yi Chen and noticed that he was still at the Jinyuan refining stage. A strong killing intent flashed through his mind as he said with a smile on his face, not bad. You have already reached the Jinyuan refining stage at such a young age. You are not that far away from the astral reaching realm. However, you are not that talented. Before a martial genius grows up, you should be more patient. Do not ruin your own life. So you are Yi Chen? You are nothing special. What? Do you think you can stop us? I will give you a chance. Slap yourself 4 times. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson today. The Gold Spearman did not care about Yi Chen at all. If it were not for the fireman warning him to be careful of powerful warriors helping him, he would not have talked much with him. He would have just killed him directly. Things are different now. The Windy Nation is no longer a place where you can call the shots. If you had come here and left just like that, I would have let it go. Unfortunately, you think too highly of yourselves. As long as I, Yi Chen, am here, there is no place for you to mess around. In Yi Chen's plan, the Purple Sun Martial School was the place he had to go. Although the assassination before did not really hurt him, it did not mean that he did not care about it. Seeing the situation, Cloud Dreamer wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back down. He knew Yi Chen's personality very well. Since he had stood out, there was no need for him to go back. Plus, these two were indeed too arrogant. The only thing that worried him was how powerful Yi Chen's battling power was. 2 powerful mid-astral reaching realm warriors would not be a joke, especially this Gold Spearman who had just appeared out of nowhere. He gave Luo Xinglia a look and took a couple of steps back. He planned to leave the situation to Yi Chen, and the others should not interfere. Haha, I, the Gold Spearman, have been out there for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen a young warrior talk to me like this. Brat, you are the first. The Gold Spearman laughed out loud. His whole body shone with a golden light, which was extremely pure, carrying an unbreakable aura. Senior Cloud Dreamer, I will kill this guy. There was no emotion on Yi Chen's face. He had already known about what had happened in the palace. If he had guessed it right, there must have been some kind of conspiracy. Facing a conspiracy, his way of doing things was different from normal people, which was to kill as fast as possible. He would kill as many as he could, since he would have to kill those people from the Purple Sun Martial School sooner or later anyway. As for the mission of killing the corpse man, he would not miss out on it. Yi Chen, you are too arrogant. The fireman's face suddenly darkened. He had come to the Sky Cloud Martial School, obviously not for the sake of the Sky Cloud Martial School. In his eyes, even if Cloud Dreamer knew that there was a conspiracy, he would not be able to refuse this mission. Since he could not refuse, then his plan was already half a success. Therefore, he did not care what Cloud Dreamer was thinking at all. Bringing the Gold Spearman was just to suppress the Sky Cloud Martial School, to let them know that in terms of top battling power, the Sky Cloud Martial School could not compete with the Purple Sun Martial School. So what if he was arrogant in the other's territory? No one could do anything to him. However, he had never thought that Yi Chen would come out and ask them to stay, and even kill the gold spearman. How reckless. Did he think that the powerful master behind him would protect him all the time? Geniuses were geniuses because they could grow in adversity. If the powerful master behind him wanted to train a genius, then he would not protect him all the time. Otherwise, there would be no adversity. He was confident that if he killed Yi Chen now, nothing would happen to him. Lai Hua, there is no need to say so much. Since this brat wants to die, then don't blame me for being merciless. Today, I will kill this brat and take this woman away. Sky Cloud Martial School, who dares to stop me? Who dares to stop me? The gold spearman's killing intent surged, his face was filled with disdain. Everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School took a deep breath. Looking at the situation, Yi Chen and the gold spearman seemed to be at each other's throats. They hoped that Yi Chen would be able to defeat the gold spearman, otherwise, if Yi Chen lost or died, it would be a disaster for the Sky Cloud Martial School. Die. All of a sudden, a golden spear appeared in his hand. His Jinyuan exploded as he thrust the spear towards Yi Chen, who was 10 steps away. The tip of the spear created a thin vacuum crack in the air. I'll take your dog life in 3 moves. Clang, as Yi Chen's voice was heard, the star scar sword was taken out of its scabbard and pressed against the tip of the golden spear. Rumble, there seemed to be an earthquake. The entire main hall of the main peak and the entire square shook violently. Terrifying shockwaves erupted and radiated in all directions. Cloud Dreamer stood in front of everyone, trying his best to block the shockwave. Whoosh, after blocking the gold spearman's attack with one sword attack, Yi Chen suddenly jumped up into the sky. The main mountain of the Sky Cloud Martial School could not withstand the attacks from the two of them. It was not an ideal place to fight. Where are you going? Gold Spear Sanran followed closely behind, the golden spear in his hand pierced out at a speed invisible to the naked eye, bursting out hundreds of spear lights. Each spear light was equivalent to an attack of 60% of his strength. Hundreds of spear lights pierced out at the same time. There was no way to escape, no way to retreat. The first move. Flying into the sky, Yi Chen stopped his body. 80% of his sword intent had been infused into his star scar sword, attacking towards the gold spearman with his sky-shattering clouds. The moment he swung his sword, the wind blew, the clouds churned, and lightning crackled. It split apart the hundreds of spear lights with an unstoppable force, and under the horrified gaze of the golden spear loose man, it ferociously attacked. He actually split apart hundreds of my spear lights. Gold Spear Practitioner was caught unprepared and quickly raised his spear to block. There was a loud bang. In everyone's sight, the gold spearman had been blown away by Yi Chen's first sword attack, looking extremely embarrassed. Impossible. He has obviously not reached the astral reaching realm yet. How could his battling power be this powerful? The fireman, who was standing on the ground, was shocked. He was very clear about the gold spearman's power, which was definitely not weaker than his. Although he was still in his normal condition without burning his Jinyuan, he could still fight against an early astral reaching realm warrior when he was burning his Jinyuan, not to mention Yi Chen, who had not even reached the astral reaching realm yet. He had always thought that Yi Chen was just a normal early astral reaching realm warrior. As for Yi Chen killing the sky demon snake half a year ago, it was not that he did not know about it, but there were too few people who knew about it. Most of them thought that the sky demon snake was just a slightly more powerful rank 7 beast, which misled the fireman. In the sky hundreds of meters away, the gold spearman's eyes were red. He was a mid-astral reaching realm warrior, but he had been blown away by Yi Chen, who had not even reached the astral reaching realm yet. It was something that he could not accept. The Jinyuan inside his body rubbed against each other, and a golden flame appeared. The gold spearman, who was covered in fire, yelled, "Today, you will die for sure." Gold snake break. As he threw out a spear attack, a golden snake-shaped spear light shot out along the spear body, traveling at an extremely fast speed. The horrifying gold mentality had given the snake-shaped spear light the ability to break through anything. The air had been pierced through, and the space cracks kept appearing, providing the snake-shaped spear light with an environment to increase its speed. Whoosh, a blood-red fake Jinyuan exploded from Yi Chen's body. The fake Xianyuan was not that much different from the real Xianyuan. The only difference was that it could not be burned, which increased his battling power by several folds. However, the minor blood demon body separating great art had also increased Yi Chen's battling power to more than 50%. Combined with his 80% sword intent, he was no weaker than the gold spearman, who was burning his Xianyuan. Besides that, he had trained the top-rank Earth Realm martial art, Green Lotus Sword Spell, and had trained it to the 13th realm, which was something that the gold spearman could not compete with. Green Lotus Sky. Around the Star Scar Sword, countless red lotuses formed by sharp chi flow blossomed. The lotuses rose up one after another, following Yi Chen's attack and disappearing into the surreal space. The air had been frozen, and the snake-shaped spear light was getting slower and slower. It was like a poisonous snake going against the current, unable to increase its speed. The gold spearman, who was behind it, was also trapped in this area, looking shocked. Shoo, shoo, in the air that was as calm as a lake, countless green lotuses turned into sword chi and shot out, landing on the snake-shaped spear light like a storm. Waiting until the spear light was shattered, the rest of the sword chi attacked towards the gold spearman like a swarm of bees. Ding, dang. Dang, the gold spearman had trained the gold element Xianyuan. In terms of pure defense, it was even more powerful than the earth element Xianyuan. Although the sword chi was aggressive, it still could not break through his protective Xianyuan layer. The third movement, Dai. The Green Lotus Sky was the first ace movement of the Green Lotus Sword art. It could be separated into two movements. One was the Green Lotus Sky, which was mainly used for restraining, and the other was the Green Lotus Accumulation, which was used for killing. The fist-sized Green Lotus shot out, instantly landing on the gold spearman's protective Xianyuan layer. Pooh, the protective Xianyuan layer was broken open, and the Green Lotus pierced through the gold spearman's chest, bringing out a straight stream of blood that stretched for dozens of meters. This is impossible. There is no way I will die. The gold spearman did not even know what had happened until he died. He did not know why Yi Chen had the power to kill him, and it was even within 3 movements. He had been traveling in the South River region for so many years, but he had never encountered something like this. Otherwise, he would not have underestimated Yi Chen. Putting his Star Scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen said lightly, "I have said that I will kill you within 3 movements, and I will kill you within 3 movements. No matter how many mid-astral reaching realm warriors there are, it will be the same." He dared to kill the gold spearman and ignore the fireman and the 5 wanderers. Naturally, he had his own power, and it did not come from his power. His real power had not been revealed yet, and there was no need for him to do so in front of everyone. The people on the ground were all shocked. Yi Chen's power in the Sky Cloud Martial School was known to be extremely powerful, even more powerful than Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer. However, they had never seen Yi Chen kill any mid-astral reaching realm warriors. They did not know how powerful a mid-astral reaching realm warrior could be. Judging from the power that the gold spearman had released, he was definitely a mid-astral reaching realm warrior, which was way beyond what an early astral reaching realm warrior could compete with. However, he still could not last 3 attacks from Yi Chen, and was killed within 3 attacks. Killing an enemy that was 2 realms higher than him. Yi Chen is getting more and more horrifying. Lu Hanshan and Zhu Mei took a deep breath as they looked at each other. Su Jing's tightened body finally relaxed. She was planning to join hands with Yi Chen to fight against the gold spearman when he could not handle it anymore. However, it seemed like it would not be necessary anymore. Plus, even if she went up, it would not make any difference. Although the Sky Demon Flower had healed her completely and improved her body, the opponent was a mid-astral reaching realm warrior, who could wound her badly with a flick of his finger. A smile appeared on Cloud Dreamer's face, then he forced a laugh and turned his head to look at the fireman. The fireman's face was almost twisted as he yelled, "Yi Chen, how dare you kill the gold spearman? How dare you?" Flashing his body, Yi Chen landed on the main plaza. "Right now, piss off. Otherwise, I will kill you as well." Only the fireman knew where the corpse man's base was. Yi Chen knew that he was up to no good, but he could not kill him right away. He planned to play along and see what kind of tricks he had up his sleeves. Before this trick was exposed, killing the fireman would only make things more complicated. The fireman's anger was stuck in his chest, and he could not let it out. His face turned red. Cloud Dreamer was afraid that Yichen would really kill the fireman. Although he wanted to kill him as well, before the corpse man was taken care of, it would not be appropriate to kill the fireman. Right then, he did not know what he was feeling, so he tried to persuade him. Fire, a wise man knows his limits. You cannot win against Yichen. If you stay, you will only get yourself killed. Right now, the corpse man is the most important thing. I will see you on the Blue Mountain in 3 days. Who? After taking a couple of deep breaths, the fireman tried his best to suppress his anger as he said coldly, good, very good. Yichen, I will remember you. Yichen looked at the fireman coldly. When his eyes opened and closed, the sharp light was like a sword. Together with his emotionless face, it gave the fireman a terrifying pressure. He was sure that if he kept talking, Yichen would kill him immediately, without giving him any chance. Let's go. Waving his hand, the fireman brought the dozens of people from the Purple Sun Martial School and flew out of the main mountain of the Sky Cloud Martial School like dogs that had lost their homes. Yichen, isn't this a bit too cruel? Cloud Dreamer wasn't criticizing Yichen for killing indiscriminately. He just felt like the timing was not good. Hiding the sharp light in his eyes, Yichen said calmly, if we have to kill, then we should kill. At least one enemy has been removed, which would reduce the threat. Staying here would only bring harm to our Sky Cloud Martial School. Yichen's words were not unreasonable. Cloud Dreamer did not want to talk about this anymore. Yichen, let's go to my Cloud Dreamer Mountain. We will discuss the plan. All right. The two of them arrived at the Cloud Dreamer Mountain one after another. Thunder Freer walked up to them, good job. Let them down a bit. Otherwise, they would think that everything is under their control. Thunder Freer had seen everything that had happened on the main mountain clearly. He was also a person who would kill if he had to, so he thought that Yichen was right for him. Cloud Dreamer smiled and told Thunder Freer what had happened. He then said, the corpse man's base is in the Windy Nation. Whether it is true or not, we cannot ignore it. How do you think we should deal with it? I think we should send a few people there. Yichen said, the Sky Cloud Martial School has to have someone guarding it. That is a must. But who will be guarding it? Thunder Freer thought for a while, how about we let Yichen guard it? He is more powerful than us, so he would be able to take care of it. If even he cannot take care of it, then we would not be able to take care of it either. Let's take a step back and say that if things get really bad, it should not be a problem for us to escape. Of course, this is the worst case scenario, and the possibility is very low. Meanwhile, Cloud Dreamer and I will join the fight against the corpse man and face the fireman's evil plan. I would like to see what kind of tricks he has up his sleeves. Hearing him, Cloud Dreamer was a bit moved. He had thought the same before. Yichen shook his head, 2 seniors, you will guard the Sky Cloud Martial School. I will join the fight against the corpse man Yichen. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer both looked at him. Yichen explained, we have to be careful of the fireman. But I think his main target is not the Sky Cloud Martial School, but the astral reaching realm warriors of the Sky Cloud Martial School. 2 seniors going would be perfect for him. Although I cannot guarantee that I will be able to shatter their evil plan, but in a dangerous situation, escaping would not be a problem. But you have not reached the astral reaching realm after all. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate? Cloud Dreamer was a bit hesitant. He obviously knew about Yichen's power, but the fireman's evil plan would not be that simple. He would not feel comfortable letting Yichen take the risk. Thunder Freer nodded. Yichen laughed, actually, I can reach the astral reaching realm anytime I want. What? The two did not quite understand what Yichen meant. With a thought, a crystal clear and condensed pseudo-Xianxia appeared outside of Yichen's body. If observed carefully, one could see that more than 99% of the pseudo-Xianxia had been covered by the broken light. Only a small part of it had not been refined yet. It was a sign that he was about to reach the astral reaching realm. I only need one more vibration, and I will reach the astral reaching realm. Refining Xianxia was not a natural process. Instead, it required the warrior to vibrate his half-step Xianxia to extract the essence and remove the impurities. If the warrior did not do it on his own, then he would be stuck at this stage for a long time. One more vibration, and I will be able to extract the Jin Yuan and reach the astral reaching realm. Thunder Freer gasped. To be honest, he had never heard of a martial genius like Yi Chen before. Not only would he be able to reach the astral reaching realm within a year, the most important thing was that he was able to control the timing of the breakthrough. The others would have to work so hard to reach the astral reaching realm, afraid that they would be too late. Yi Chen, on the other hand, did not reach the astral reaching realm first, but waited for the critical moment to reach the astral reaching realm. No matter how you looked at it, he was a complete monster, a monster that could scare people. Thunder Freer, would not believe that this guy did not make it big. Thunder Freer was shocked and excited at the same time. His blood was boiling. Cloud Dreamer frowned and said, Yi Chen, it is not that I am doubting your control, but you know, this is not something you can be careless about. If you make a mistake, then your life will be in danger. Putting away his fake Xin Yuan, Yi Chen said confidently, Senior, don't worry. I could have reached the astral reaching realm a week ago, but after thinking about it, I have decided to stay at this stage for now. After he had finished his closed-door training, he had heard about the fireman and the 5 wanderers from the Purple Sun Martial School, which had alerted him. Therefore, in the next half a month, he could have reached the astral reaching realm, but he had chosen to give it up. Seeing how serious Yi Chen was, Cloud Dreamer had to believe him. He thought about the ancestors of the Sky Cloud Martial School and wondered what had happened to the Sky Cloud Martial School to have such a genius like Yi Chen. Someday, when he becomes the dominator of the True Spirit continent, you will all be able to smile in the afterlife. Thunder Freer, have to admit that in terms of training speed, you would be able to beat me in the South River region. Thunder Freer finally knew what a top martial genius was, and Yi Chen was one of them. Xikongxing, Yan Qihua, they were only top martial geniuses. Senior, you are flattering me. The reason why Yi Chen was able to reach the astral reaching realm so fast was not only because of the influence of the Dragon Fountain Qi, but also because of the Green Lotus Sword spell. After reaching the 10th realm, each realm would be more powerful than the previous one. Reaching the 13th realm would already be an extreme limit for one's training speed. In fact, even Yi Chen himself could not imagine the power of the 13th realm. It was 2 different levels compared to the 12th realm. Not only had his battling power increased drastically, he had beaten the Gold Spear Man in 3 attacks, and his training speed had also reached an unimaginable speed. In fact, in the South River region, being able to train a top-rank Earth Realm martial art to the 11th realm at the Clasping Yuan realm would already be considered a top martial genius. Reaching the 12th realm would be extremely rare, and there would only be one Xikongxing in a few hundred years. But reaching the 13th realm would only be a monster like Yi Chen. It should be known that even for astral reaching realm warriors, top-rank Earth Realm martial arts were extremely hard to train. There were not many people who could reach the same realm as Yi Chen at the late astral reaching realm. As for the 14th realm, one would basically have to reach the Seas of Souls realm to reach it. The 15th realm was said to be breaking through the barrier of Heaven realm martial arts, which even Seas of Souls realm warriors might not be able to reach easily. Therefore, Yi Chen's achievements in martial arts alone were already equivalent to the top astral reaching realm warriors, which would increase his battling power by quite a bit. As for why he was able to train the Green Lotus Sword spell to the 13th realm, Yi Chen himself knew it the best. As he had learned more and more martial arts, the comprehensive ability brought by the fusion of his 2 souls had been fully utilized, and his martial talent had improved drastically. Thinking about the time when he was training the mysterious great art, he had spent 1.5 years to reach the 11th realm, which was the highest realm. And the 11th realm of the mysterious great art was only equivalent to the 9th realm of the Green Lotus Sword spell. Sometimes, Yi Chen really wanted to know where his limit was. Thousands of miles away from the Sky Cloud Martial School, the fireman was flying with a group of people from the Purple Sun Martial School. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Unable to control the anger that was about to burn, the fireman threw out a palm attack on the mountain next to him. Boom, the top half of the mountain had been blown away. The destructive power of a mid-astral reaching realm warrior was obvious. Yi Chen, just you wait. This time I will kill all of the astral reaching realm warriors in your Sky Cloud Martial School. As for you, don't even think about living. I will kill you first, then the Sky Cloud Martial School, and then the Yi family. I will kill all the men and sell all the women to the brothel. I will make your Sky Cloud Martial School and the Yi family slaves forever, never to be born again. This was the biggest shame of the fireman's life. The Gold Spearman, who was one of the Wild Five with him, had been killed by Yichen right in front of him, and he had been kicked out of the Sky Cloud Martial School. He had lost all of his face. His whole life's face had been lost just like that. Great Master, let him be arrogant for a while. A little impatience would ruin the big plan. An inner master of the Purple Sun Martial School said bravely. Boom, after killing his opponent with one palm attack, the fireman said with his teeth bared, "Who asked you to teach me a lesson? You are looking for death." Seeing that, the others felt a chill down their spines, not daring to say anything more. 3 days later, with Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer guarding the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yichen went to the Blue Beauty Mountain alone. The Blue Beauty Mountain was located 3,000 miles north of the Purple Sun Martial School in the Lanha mountain range. It was not that tall, but it was very pretty. On top of the Blue Beauty Mountain, the fireman and a middle-aged man in gray robes were sitting on a stone chair next to a stone table, drinking wine. This Yichen has to die for sure. He dares to challenge us, the Wild Five. The middle-aged man was still very angry. He tightened his hand, and the wine glass shattered. The fireman squeezed his eyes. "Don't worry, Brother Mountain. He will not live for long. Brother Gold will not die for nothing." The middle-aged man in front of him was indeed one of the Wild Five, the Mountain Man. His name was Yu Mountain, and he was even more powerful than the fireman and the Gold Spearman. He was the third most powerful warrior among the Wild Five. His earth element Jin Yuan was extremely rich, and he was very good at attacking. The Mountain Man stayed silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Is he really that powerful? He has not even reached the astral reaching realm yet, but he was still able to kill Gold with 3 attacks. Although Gold is not as powerful as me, if I want to win against him, I would need at least dozens of attacks. Killing him would be even more difficult." The fireman said, that day, Brother Gold was more or less careless. He did not even use his most powerful ace attack. But that brat should not be underestimated. He even knows the minor blood demon body separating great art, which can increase his attacking power by more than 50%. The minor blood demon body separating great art is a secret art that burns chi and blood. He must have some rare medicine on him. Pausing for a while, the Mountain Man said again, "After this mission, we need to make a plan to kill him right away. Once he reaches the astral reaching realm, even late astral reaching realm warriors might not be able to stop him. If he escapes, then none of us will have a good life." "Yeah." The fireman nodded heavily. Yichen's threat was increasing day by day. Right now, even he was not his opponent. If he waited for Yichen to reach the astral reaching realm, then the success of his plan would be greatly reduced, which was not what he wanted to see. "Haha, Brother Lai Hua, I haven't seen you for many years, but your charm hasn't decreased at all." In the distant sky, 2 human silhouettes swiftly flew over. The leading one was a man who was about 60 years old, with a muscular body and a muscular waist. He was wearing an emerald golden robe. The man beside him was about the same age as him, but looked much thinner and weaker. He had a trace of scholarly aura, which made him look quite similar to the leader of the Emerald Martial Palace, Xianxia. The fireman stood up and greeted them with a smile. "Brother Peng, Brother Zhuang, you two have been training in the Emerald Martial Palace for so many years. It is so rare for me to see you." These two were none other than 2 of the top 3 great masters of the Emerald Martial School. The one with a strong body was the #1 warrior of the Emerald Martial School, Peng Ya, who was at the peak of mid-astral reaching realm, only 1 step away from reaching the late astral reaching realm. The one with a scholarly aura was the father of the leader of the Emerald Martial School, Xianxia, who was at the peak of early astral reaching realm. The other one was not here, probably because he had chosen to guard the Emerald Martial School. The 2 landed on the Bisho Mountain. Peng Ya looked at the Mountain Man and said, "Is this the Mountain Man from your 5 Wanderers? Nice to meet you." The Mountain Man did not dare to underestimate Peng Ya. Judging from his powerful chi, he was obviously a half-step late astral-reaching realm warrior. It seemed like it was not without reason that the Emerald Martial School was able to dominate the Windy Nation for hundreds of years. He held his fists together and laughed. I am flattered. I have always heard about how powerful Peng Ye from the Emerald Martial School is. Now that I have seen you in person, you are indeed powerful. Haha, Brother Fire, you are flattering me. Peng Ye did not care about it and asked, have the other martial institutions confirmed yet? The fireman nodded. There will be 2 people from the Rudra Martial School, 1 from the North Snow Martial Academy, and 2 from the Sky Cloud Martial School. They are Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer. Speaking of the Sky Cloud Martial School, the killing intent and haze flashed past his eyes, but he hid it very well. It is not strange for the Rudra Martial School to send 2 people, but why would the Sky Cloud Martial School send 2 people as well? Did no one stay behind to guard the school? Peng Ye was a bit surprised. He had witnessed the rise of the Sky Cloud Martial School in the past couple of years, so he had been paying a lot of attention to the school. The fireman said with a low voice, Brother Peng, I am afraid you do not know yet. The new great master of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yi Chen, was able to fight against mid-astral reaching realm warriors when he was only at the Jinyuan refining stage. This time, I went to the Sky Cloud Martial School to remind them, but I did not expect that Yi Chen had not liked our Purple Sun Martial School for a long time. Not only did he say something rude, he even took the opportunity to kill my good friend, the Gold Spearman. Hearing him, Peng Ye and Xianxia his faces looked a bit gloomy. Yi Chen's rise was way too fast. Before, they did not think that he would be a threat to them, so it was a mistake to ignore him. Peng Ye sneered, it seems like it is time to teach the Sky Cloud Martial School a lesson. I have let them grow for the past couple of years, and now they really think that the Windy Nation is their territory. Of course, he would not believe everything the fireman had said, but Yi Chen's threat was undeniable. If the Emerald Martial School wanted to keep their dominating position in the Windy Nation, he would not show any mercy. This place has a nice view. I hope I am not late. While they were talking, a wave of ice-cold chi spread out. A couple of miles away, a white shadow appeared out of nowhere. The white shadow's body art was combined with his blade art, which was unstoppable. Peng Ye turned his body, facing the direction where the white shadow was coming from. He said with a faint smile, Lin Xuehan, after 10 years of training, your blade art has reached the next level. Shoo, the white shadow landed on the ground. It was a middle-aged man wearing a long white robe. He was in his 50s, and his face was skinny and angular. His palms were huge, but there were no calluses on them. Once he landed on the ground, the ice cold chi disappeared immediately, and he turned into a normal human being. Impressive. I have underestimated the astral-reaching realm warriors from the Windy Nation. The middle-aged man in white was only at the mid-astral-reaching realm, but in the mountain man's eyes, he was no less threatening than Peng Ye. There seemed to be an unstoppable blade chi hidden inside his body, waiting to be unleashed. The middle-aged man in white laughed, there are only 2 astral-reaching realm warriors in our North Snow Martial Academy. Therefore, I had to come here alone. You must not be too busy, right? Of course not. As long as you are here. The fireman laughed. Peng Ye smiled lightly, Brother Lin alone is more than enough to take on 2 people. I wonder how much of your blade intent has reached. Lin Xuehan said, I am not that talented, only 70%. The blade intent was just like the sword intent. The higher the level, the harder it was to learn. Especially after the entry level of the blade intent, every little bit of improvement would be extremely difficult. Lin Xuehan being able to learn 70% of the blade intent when he was only at the mid-astral reaching realm was already quite impressive. Most of the astral reaching realm blade artists who had learned the blade intent would only be around 50 or 60%. Right now, there were 3 people in the North Snow Martial Academy who had learned the blade intent. One was him, one was the leader of the academy, Xue Warren, and the last one was Lynch. Xue Warren was a late bloomer, so he was currently at 50% of the blade intent. On the other hand, Lynch was catching up. In the 1 year after the Hidden Dragon rank competition, his blade intent had reached 40%, and his overall battling power had reached beyond Xue Warren. I heard that Yi Chen from the Sky Cloud Martial School had revealed 70% of his sword intent during the Hidden Dragon rank competition. It was indeed shocking. Lin Shuihan said. The fireman could not help but say, he has reached 80% sword intent. Oh. Peng Ye and Lin Shuihan both looked at him. This guy is way more horrifying than you can imagine. If you underestimate him, you will die a horrible death. The fireman took advantage of the fact that everyone did not want to sit and watch the Sky Cloud Martial School develop, so he told them the truth on purpose. This way, there would be less obstacles when they carried out their plans in the future. Peng Ye remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Lin Shuihan was still calm and at ease. The serious atmosphere did not last long before the people from the South River Martial School arrived. The South River Martial School trained a water martial art. When they pushed their speed to its limit, layers of water-like ripples appeared in the air, which was extremely pleasing to the eyes. In everyone's sight, a man and a woman, who looked to be in their 40s, flew over. May I know who you are? The South River Martial School had a special status, and they had a powerful background. For all these years, no one had ever seen the great master of the South River Martial School show up. Therefore, no one knew who they were or where they were from. Peng Ye could not help but ask. The man and the woman landed on the ground. The middle-aged man said, Xiao Heng, this is my wife, Long Yu. Nice to meet you too. No one dared to be rude. They all held their fists together to greet them, including the mountain man. Although he did not really care about the top 4 martial institutions of the Windy Nation, he had heard from the fireman that they could not touch the South River Martial School. If they did, no matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to escape death. After a moment of silence, the mountain man said unhappily, how come the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School are not here yet? We can't keep waiting for them here, can we? Xiao Heng said, what if we wait a little bit longer? The mountain man made a face. The fireman and Peng Ye's expressions both darkened. Senior Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer had something to do, so they could not come. I have come on their behalf. Right then, a clear voice was heard from the Green Mountain. Everyone looked up. Yi Chen, who was wearing a blue robe, was flying in the air at an extremely fast speed. It is him. The fireman froze for a second, then he was overjoyed. He did not plan to kill Yi Chen right away. He only planned to kill the 2 astral-reaching realm warriors first. However, he did not expect that Yi Chen would join the mission to kill the corpse man himself. Therefore, the mission to kill Yi Chen could be brought forward. God is helping me. The fireman and the mountain man looked at each other, a smile that was hard to notice flashed past their faces. It was the first time Peng Ye had seen Yi Chen from the front. He sneered, you are that Yi Chen, the rare martial genius of the Windy Nation. The blue shadow disappeared, and Yi Chen appeared in front of everyone. I am not a martial genius. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer are afraid of death. They asked you to go to the front line. It seems like they do not care about you at all. Peng Ye looked at Yi Chen. Although his chi was powerful, it was not as powerful as the fireman had described. He thought to himself. At the same time, there was a hint of killing intent. He did not believe that the fireman did not have a plan this time. Perhaps, he could take advantage of the fireman's plan and get it over with once and for all. Yi Chen glanced at Peng Ye and the fireman. He was expressionless as he walked up to greet the 2 great masters of the River Martial School. Peng Ye sneered and said to the fireman, Brother Fire, since everyone is here, let's discuss the plan to deal with the corpse man. The fireman nodded and said, everyone, although there are 8 people from the top 5 martial institutions, the corpse man is not that easy to deal with. His cultivation is at the late astral reaching realm, and we would need at least 3 mid-astral reaching realm warriors to keep him occupied. Plus, there are 2 or 3 rank 7 zombie warriors in his nest. I will not say much about the zombie warriors. Judging from their battling power, they might not be as powerful as all of you here, but their defense is extremely powerful. Without a powerful attack, we might not be able to kill it. Instead, we might be exhausted to death. Besides that, the corpse man also has 4 warriors in white. They seem to have no physical bodies, and are extremely creepy. They are all at the early astral reaching realm. Lin Shuihan said, so, we have just enough people. The great master of the South River Martial School, Xianxia, said, just enough, which means it is very dangerous. If there is one more astral-reaching realm warrior on the corpse man's side, the situation will be very unfavorable for us. Xiaohang's wife, Long Yu, nodded, indeed. Our breakthrough point was the zombie warriors. After killing the zombie, we would then kill the 4 warriors in white, and then we could join hands to kill the corpse man. But, the situation might not be as good as we thought. If there is one more astral-reaching realm warrior on the other side, they might be able to find a breakthrough point from us. Fire, is this your plan? Although Peng Ya and the fireman had the same goal, it did not mean that he did not care about his own safety. Who knew what kind of plan the fireman had, and whether or not he would be included in it? The fireman laughed, don't worry, everyone. My good friend, the lake man, will meet with us tomorrow. This way, there will be 9 of us. If there is no change on the corpse man's side, it will be easy to kill him. Even if there is a change, we still have enough power to deal with it. If worst comes to worst, the 9 of us can join hands and escape from the corpse man's nest. The lake man, one of the wild 5, I heard that there are 2 people who have come to the Purple Sun Martial School this time. One is the mountain man in front of us, and the other one is the gold spear man. Where is he? With him, the chance of winning will be even higher. Lin Shuihan suddenly said. The fireman's face darkened as he glanced at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's expression did not change. I killed him. You killed him? Xiaohang and his wife, as well as Lin Shuihan, were quite surprised. Yi Chen's cultivation was only at the purifying Jinyuan stage, which was still a small distance away from the astral-reaching realm. Meanwhile, the gold spear man's cultivation had already reached the mid-astral reaching realm. There was a huge realm and a small realm difference between the 2. Under normal circumstances, Yi Chen would not even be able to hurt the gold spear man's hair. The few of them were shocked. The number 1 martial genius of the South River region was way more powerful than they had imagined. Since he's dead, then that's another matter. Brother Lai Hua, when are we leaving? Lin Shuihan didn't intend to blame Yi Chen and directly skipped over this matter. The fireman said, let's not waste any more time. Let's go today. Things might change if we delay. I have no objections. Me neither. Since that's the case, let's go. As astral-reaching experts, they did not like to talk nonsense. Once they had decided on something, they would immediately carry it out. Above the clouds, the fireman said, the corpse man's nest is right under the ground on the west side of the Devil Grassland. There is a lake there. No wonder we had not found it after all these years. It was hiding under the ground. The Devil Grassland is huge. Without luck, we would not be able to find it. The Green Beauty Mountain was 20,000 miles away from the west side of the Devil Grassland. With the speed of the astral-reaching realm warriors, although they would be able to get there in 4 to 6 hours, it would be extremely dangerous to hunt down the corpse man. Going at full speed would definitely affect their condition. Therefore, everyone only maintained half of their normal speed. On the way, they bumped into the lake man, one of the 5 wanderers. The lake man looked like he was in his 50s. He was wearing a blue robe, holding a fan in his hand. His temperament was quite similar to Xianxia. With his powerful soul power, Yi Chen could see a hint of viciousness flashing through his eyes. It was evil and cruel, which was definitely not as elegant as he looked. After 8 hours, everyone had arrived at the west side of the Devil Grassland. In front of them was an endless stretch of lakes. Some of them were big, some were small. Some were gourd-shaped, some were like water snakes, and some were round. We are here. The fireman was the first to land next to a lake. The great master of the South River Martial School, Xiaohang, said hesitantly, I wonder where the entrance is? The entrance is right under this lake. The fireman pointed at the lake in front of them. Under the lake. Peng Ya sneered, this corpse man sure knows how to find the right place. He had set the entrance under the lake, covered with mud. It is almost flawless. Let me check out the environment under the lake. The great master of the South River Martial School, Long Yu, was still a bit worried. She pushed her Jinyuan and waved her palm over the water in front of her. Something shocking happened. A swirl suddenly appeared on the surface of the water. It slowly stabilized and floated in the air, looking like a whirlpool water mirror. Turn. As Long Yu's palm moved, the whirlpool water mirror kept changing its direction. In everyone's eyes, the scenery under the lake could be seen clearly through the mirror. The fireman gasped. The martial art trained by the great master of the South River Martial School was indeed unimaginable. Although he still did not know how powerful it was, judging only by its mysteriousness, there seemed to be no other martial art that could compete with it. It was almost close to the Sea of Souls realm master-level martial artists. The lake man's heart skipped a beat. He had also trained a water-type martial art, and the water-type Xinyuan inside Long Yu's body made him very excited. If he could make her his mistress, it would be such a great thing. Unfortunately, he could not afford to offend the power behind her, so he would need to think about it further. I will have you sooner or later. The lake man was different from the gold spear man. He liked those middle-aged beauties who were still attractive. Long Yu looked like she was only in her 40s, but because she had trained a water-type martial art, she looked very attractive. Her skin was not any weaker than young girls in their 20s. Added with that special aura of hers, she would be his ideal prey. If there was someone who had seen through the whole situation the best, it would be Yi Chen. From the beginning to the end, he had not said a single word. He had been watching with cold eyes. The lake man's expression was very vague, but unfortunately, he could not hide anything from Yi Chen. He could not help but sneer inside. People from the South River Martial School were not idiots, so they must have some backup plans. The leader of the South River Martial School was even more mysterious. Messing with her would only result in death. Alright, I will finish it here once and for all. Yi Chen did not expect to kill the corpse man easily. In fact, he knew that it would not be that easy. But, for him, killing the fireman, the mountain man, and the lake man would not be that hard. If the two great masters from the Emerald Martial School also wanted to do something to him, then he would kill them together. It was not because he was very confident in himself, but because of his own power. Today, he was not the same as before. Everything he had learned was top-rank Earth Realm martial arts, top-rank Earth Realm sword art, top-rank Earth Realm movement art, top-rank Earth Realm movement art, kill heart sword and sky-shattering clouds were his ace attacks, and the 80% sword intent was his biggest weapon. It was one of the reasons why he could fight beyond his cultivation. Plus, he could step into the astral reaching realm anytime he wanted. With this kind of power, not to mention peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warriors, even if it was a late astral reaching realm warrior, he would not be afraid. After all, even the inner masters of the rank 6 martial institutions did not have a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, not to mention the corpse man top-rank Earth Realm martial arts were extremely rare in the South River region. Even all the rank 6 martial institutions would only have a couple of them. He believed that no matter how powerful the Nine Ghost cult was, it would still be impossible for everyone to have one. The 108 ghost warriors were only equivalent to the core masters of a rank 6 martial institution. All these advantages had made Yi Chen not afraid of the fireman's evil plan. Even if it did not work out, with his separating shadow flying art, it would not be a problem for him to leave this place. There is no danger. The water mirror disappeared as Long Yu shook her head. Then let's go down. The fireman suggested. The underwater environment was not a problem for everyone. Even mortal realm warriors could stay underwater for a long time. Not to mention that everyone here was an astral reaching realm warrior, who had the power to fly in the sky and dive into the ground. Normal natural environment would not be able to stop them at all. Opening up his fake Xinyuan lair, Yi Chen followed everyone into the water. Piss off. Not long after they entered the water, a huge underwater beast approached them. It was killed by Peng Niao with one palm attack, and its dead body was thrown out of the water. The fireman controlled his excitement and said with his Xinyuan, "The entrance is over there. Everyone, follow me." After he finished talking, he took the lead, using his red protective Xinyuan layer to sneak in at an extreme speed. He was as fast as a ghost, like a flickering lamp in the water. Soon, they found the corpse man's nest. At the bottom of the lake, on the side of a huge rock mountain, there was an entrance that was covered with water plants. As the plants were shattered, the entrance could be seen clearly. It was around 10 meters wide and led straight down. It looked like a tunnel to hell. Under the protection of their Xianxia layer, everyone did not care about what was in front of them. If it were not for the fact that they were afraid that the corpse man would hear them, they would have been able to break in with brute force. It would be a piece of cake for them. The fireman was the first to sneak in, followed by the mountain man and the lake man. Let's go in as well. Xiaoheng and Long Yu glanced at Yi Chen. Among everyone here, only Yi Chen was on their side. Yi Chen nodded and smiled. Seniors, I will go in first. Since the Green Lotus sword spell was a martial art trained by sword artists, Yi Chen's fake Xinyuan was extremely sharp. It was unbelievably fast under the water. When the water in front of him touched his fake Xinyuan layer, it was like it had been cut in half by the sword qi. It did not pose much of a resistance at all. Pitch black, everywhere was pitch black. There was no light at all. No one knew how deep the entrance to the corpse man's nest was. Everyone could only feel that they were getting further and further away from the lake. The surroundings were strangely quiet, without any noise. Splash, after an unknown amount of time, everyone reappeared on the water surface. However, it was not the original water surface, but the underground water surface that was connected to the lake. Everyone, be careful. Once they got out of the water, Xiaoheng and Long Yu took out their own weapons. What surprised Yi Chen was that both of their weapons were mid-rank great weapons. Xiaoheng had a blade, while Long Yu had a half-moon saw. Although they had suppressed the aura of the mid-rank great weapons, that light pressure was still frightening. The fireman's pupils shrank. With the increase of cultivation, the importance of the great weapons had increased as well. The low-rank great weapons could only increase the attacking power of warriors below the astral reaching realm by 10 to 20%. In the hands of astral reaching realm warriors, it would be great if they did not break. However, the mid-rank great weapons were different. They could increase the attacking power of astral reaching realm warriors by more than 30%, and 40% would be the top mid-rank great weapons. Both of them were mid-astral reaching realm warriors themselves. With the mid-rank great weapons, they would be able to compete with peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warriors. In other words, Xiaoheng and Long Yu's attacking power would not be weaker than anyone among the 8 of them. Mid-rank great weapons. These things are hard to come by. Yi Chen had been to the trading palace in the martial city before, so he naturally knew how precious the mid-rank great weapons were. If he was lucky, he might be able to see 1 or 2 within a month. If he was unlucky, he might not even see 1 in a year and a half. Every time one appeared, it would be bought by someone immediately, and no one would complain about the high price. The price of a mid-rank great weapon would be at least 50 times more than a low-rank great weapon. Normal astral reaching realm warriors would not be able to afford it, unless they were powerful astral reaching realm warriors from rank 6 martial institutions. However, increasing the attacking power by 30 to 40% might not necessarily increase the battling power by 30 to 40%. The battling power is affected by many factors, so it should not be the same. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen took out the Star Scar sword from his storage ring and wore it on his left waist. He had bought this sword from the trading palace in the martial city, and it was definitely one of the top low-rank great weapons. It could increase the attacking power of a clasping Yuan realm warrior by 20%. Although once he reached the astral reaching realm, the Star Scar sword would not have that effect anymore, but Yi Chen had a lot of tricks up his sleeves, so he was not lacking in attacking power. Let's go. The fireman looked away, glanced at Yi Chen and said in a low voice. Hee, this time, the corpse man is dead for sure. The mountain man sneered. The last 3 words, dead for sure, were spoken in a very low voice. Yi Chen's gaze was indifferent, his eyelids slightly drooping. Patter, patter, light footsteps sounded one after another in the dark environment. Spreading out his soul power with his body as the center, Yi Chen realized that this strange underground world was not small at all. With his current soul power, he could only explore a very small part of it. Even after gathering his soul power into a straight line, he still could not find the edge of the underground world. This underground world was not very humid. On the contrary, it was somewhat dry. If an ordinary person stayed here for a period of time, they would easily suffer from dehydration and other symptoms. So many forks? Peng Ye raised his eyebrows. Mr. Lake waved his fan and said with a smile, "There's no rush. Let me check with my secret skill. Oh. Mr. Lake has such a powerful secret skill. Everyone was a bit surprised. Normally, astral-reaching realm warriors would use the same method to check their surroundings, which was to spread out their powerful soul power. They had already checked before, and found nothing. The lake man smiled slightly as a watery light spread out from his body. It was extremely thin, and seemed to have connected with the water yuan qi in the air. He did not say a word, as if he was trying to sense something. The water yuan qi in all directions is vibrating slightly. It is transmitting. Yichen had mastered a soul power that was even more powerful than his soul power, so he could easily tell what was happening. After a while, the light on the lake man's body disappeared. He pointed towards the east and said, "There is a sound in that direction, 5 miles away. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go." Under the lead of the lake man, everyone's bodies turned into shadows, disappearing into the forks. There were too many forks in the road. If they followed the forks, they would not know where they would end up. Therefore, they had no choice but to choose between 2 points, where a straight line was the shortest. They used their power to destroy the forks, creating a straight path. It is here. The lake man pushed up his protective Jin Yuan and cut open the mud wall in front of him with his fan. Save me! Save me! The scene in front of them had changed everyone's expression a bit. In the pool filled with pitch-black liquid, a man whose face could not be seen clearly was soaking in it. His shoulder blades were hooked by 2 wrist-thick iron chains, while his hands and feet were fixed in the pool, unable to move at all. A clasping Yuan realm warrior. Lin Shuihan said slowly. Xiaoheng said, "If I have guessed it right, the corpse man wants to turn him into a rank 6 zombie warrior, turning him into a mindless killing machine. Let's save him first." Just as Long Yu finished talking, the iron chains made a couple of clinking noises. Without exception, they were all cut in half. She turned around and saw Yichen put his sword back into its scabbard. Move. Activating her water-type Xin Yuan, Long Yu waved her hand. The pitch-black liquid in the pool started to spin intensely, eventually turning into a wriggling water column that shot out into the distance. Whoa, the iron chains were broken, and the pool was empty. However, Long Yu had puked out as well. In the pool, the naked man did not have a single intact body part. His stomach had been cut open, his thigh muscles had been cut open, his calf muscles had been cut open. The flesh and the pitch-black liquid had already mixed together to a certain extent, giving off a faint metallic luster. So cruel. This corpse man has done all kinds of evil things. Xiaoheng frowned. Lin Shuihan said, "The corpse man is not a human being. He is a zombie warrior who has not lost his mind. Therefore, it is understandable that he would be so cruel." Yichen nodded. Back in the Heaven Dream Ancient region, Yichen had heard from Lin Yu that there were 2 ways to create a zombie warrior. The first way was under special circumstances. After a warrior's death, his Jin Qi would not dissipate and would mix with the corpse Qi. After a long time, the body would become immortal. However, if a living person came to this place, the rich Qi and blood would cause a mutation in the warrior's body, turning it into a zombie warrior who only knew how to kill and eat blood. The second way was to create a zombie warrior. One of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 evil cult, the corpse man, was a zombie warrior. However, he was different from normal zombies. Because of some special reasons, he had regained his intelligence, which made him even more cunning than human beings. What was even more horrifying was that he, who used to be a zombie warrior, could turn living warriors into zombies. According to him, they were called elite zombies. From high to low, they were iron shell zombie, bronze shell zombie, silver shell zombie, gold shell zombie and so on. According to the corpse man's own power, the iron shell zombie would be a rank 4 zombie warrior, the bronze shell zombie would be a rank 5 zombie warrior, the silver shell zombie would be a rank 6 zombie warrior, and the gold shell zombie would be a rank 7 zombie warrior. If it were not for them, the man in front of them would have been turned into a silver shell zombie. He is beyond saving. Let's send him on his way. Yichen scanned the man in the pool with his soul power, then shook his head. The man's body had already been corroded, and only his mind was left to support his mind. Even if there were great medicines, there would be no way to save him. Instead of living, it would be better to let him leave safely. After thinking for a while, Yichen took out his star-scar sword seriously and threw out a sword attack. Pooh, the man's head was thrown into the air, but there was no blood. Sneering inside, the fireman glanced at Yichen in an extremely subtle way. He was thinking about what it would be like if he could turn Yichen into a zombie warrior. It would be so fun. At the same time, the mountain man and the lake man had their own thoughts. Lake man, please perform your secret skill again and find out where the corpse man is. Right then, Lin Shuihan said. All right. The lake man was about to perform his secret skill when he suddenly frowned. We are surrounded. Surrounded. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Hell. 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 In the dark environment, a couple of black-colored zombies with a faint silver shine rushed over. Their green eyes had lost their human emotions, leaving only cruelty, creepiness, bloodthirstiness, and cruelty. All the evil things in the world could be seen in those eyes. It is the Silver Shell Zombie, a rank 6 zombie warrior. Long Yu did not have time to think. She waved the half-moon saw in her hand, and a couple of half-moon-shaped blade lights flew out, dismembering the incoming Silver Shell Zombie. Hell. Hell. Hell, more and more Silver Shell Zombies came over from all directions. With one glance, it was impossible to count them all. There were at least 1,000 of them. How many clasping Yuan Realm warriors did this corpse man capture? Right then, even Yichen could not help but gasp. Every Silver Shell Zombie used to be a clasping Yuan Realm warrior, so 1,000 Silver Shell Zombies meant 1,000 clasping Yuan Realm warriors. It was unimaginable. They are all hopeless. Kill. Xiaoheng yelled as he waved his mid-rank great blade in the air. A crushing sound was heard, as a horrifying blade light split the water apart, landing heavily on the place where the Silver Shell Zombies were the most concentrated. Boom. Dozens of Silver Shell Zombies were cut into pieces by that blade light. Snow Full Bow Blade. Lin Shuihan had also started to show his power. He did not push his 70% blade intent, but only waved his snow-white long blade. The blade chi was like a fully drawn arrow, slicing across the air at an extreme speed. Wherever it went, countless dried heads were thrown into the air. Mountain-splitting fist. Peng Ye had a powerful aura as he threw out a punch. All of the approaching Silver Shell Zombies were blown away, their metal-like bodies shattered into pieces. Zhuang Qing had trained the same martial art as Zhuang Qingxian and Zhuang Fei, which was the mountain and river great art. His movements were extremely powerful, layered on top of each other. Cut. After cutting dozens of Silver Shell Zombies in half with one sword attack, Yichen noticed that although the Fire Man, the Mountain Man and the Lake Man were attacking aggressively, they were not that powerful. He sneered. He would like to see what kind of tricks these three were going to play. Paying attention to the three at all times, Yichen killed the Silver Shell corpses that were approaching him casually. Lake Man, why is Brother Kumu not here yet? It is getting late. In the midst of the chaotic battle, the Fire Man sent a Jinyuan message to the Lake Man. The Lake Man replied, no hurry. Today, half of them have to stay. Kumumu had lost 2 gold shell zombies a while ago. We can use them as materials for the gold shell zombies. Hehe, that brat would be a good material as well. Too bad that he had not reached the astral reaching realm yet. Otherwise, he would be able to become a gold shell zombie as well. The 9 of them were all at the astral reaching realm, or at least as powerful as the astral reaching realm. Even if the Fire Man, the Mountain Man and the Lake Man did not do much, they were still able to clear out the Silver Shell corpses at a very fast speed. Soon, a huge part of the 1,000 Silver Shell corpses had been killed, leaving only hundreds of relatively powerful ones. However, although they were powerful, the power gap between them and the others was too huge. It would only take them a couple of breaths' time to kill them, which would not be a problem for them at all. Ayo 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 ayo. Right at this moment, the roars of the martial zombies came from all directions. The roars were endless, like the roars of mountains and seas, causing the underground world to shake. Not good, this number has already exceeded 10,000. Long Yu's expression changed drastically. They could kill 1,000 Silver Shell corpses with their power, but 10,000 silver shell corpses would take a long time to kill. Not to mention that the silver shell corpses had a very powerful defense, which was much harder than killing clasping Yuan realm warriors, and would consume a lot more Jin Yuan. Yichen shook his head. Its aura is a bit weaker than a silver armored corpse. It should be a bronze armored corpse. The bronze shell corpses were rank 5 zombies, they were also made by clasping Yuan realm warriors. The difference was that most of the rank 5 zombies were made by early or mid clasping Yuan realm warriors, while the silver shell corpses were made by mid or late clasping Yuan realm warriors. Of course, although the bronze shell corpses were not as powerful as the silver shell corpses, the number of corpses was still overwhelming. If they wanted to kill all of them, it would take a lot more time and Jin Yuan. Plus, the corpse man had not shown up yet, which made the group feel a bit of pressure. There are quite a lot of astral-reaching experts. They'll make up for my metal shell corpse. After the bronze-armored corpse's roar was followed by a cold and cunning voice. The voice was hoarse and terrifying, like two pieces of steel rubbing against each other, making people feel like vomiting. The corpse man. Needless to guess, the owner of the voice must be one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 Ghost cult, the extremely cruel corpse man, who had killed countless people. Rumble, a wall collapsed, and a black-robed man wearing a ghost mask appeared in front of everyone. His body was as thin as firewood, and his fingernails were black and shiny. His withered skin wrinkled together, forming a grayish-black cuticle, like the claws of an eagle. Zung, burning sparks flew everywhere. It turned out that the corpse man had clashed with Xiaoheng and his wife. His dry and sharp claws had clashed with the mid-rank great weapon, creating sparks. Xiaoheng and his wife were only mid-astral reaching realm warriors after all. There was still a huge gap between them and the infamous corpse man. They only felt their arms go numb before they were blown away. Old ghost, go to hell. Unexpectedly, the lake man rushed towards the ghost man without caring about his own safety. He threw out a palm attack, bringing up a huge wave of power. The corpse man sneered. His pair of claws broke through his opponent's palm attack and fiercely dashed out. Bang, the lake man's protective Jin Yuan was shattered. Blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth as he was blown backward. His route was the same as Xiaoheng and his wife's. Where are you going? The corpse man followed closely behind. After exchanging a few blows, the four of them gradually left the line of sight of Yi Chen and the others and arrived in another environment. I see. The two great masters of the South River Martial School are not their target. Their target is us. Yi Chen thought for a while and understood a lot. The corpse man targeting Xiaoheng and his wife was not reasonable. He probably wanted them to separate from us, to stall them and not kill them. In this way, no one from the South River Martial School would die, and it would not piss off the leader of the South River Martial School, Long Bai. Plus, the fireman and the other two probably had something to do with the corpse man. Everyone had died except for them, which meant that they were obviously working with the corpse man. Boom, amidst the tide of bronze-armored corpses, 2 metal-armored corpses with pitch-black skin and a faint golden glow suddenly emerged. These 2 metal-armored corpses were nimble. As they leaped, they were like tiny bolts of lightning, rapidly appearing in front of Peng Ye and Xianxia. At the same time, a white figure shuttled through the group of bronze-armored corpses, aiming for the slightly weaker Xianxia, intending to kill him with a single blow. Peng Ye and Xianxia did not dare to underestimate the gold shell corpses and the white shadow, so they attacked with all of their power. Lin Shuihan, the great elder of the North Snow Martial Academy, was not idle either. His opponents were 3 white-clothed, long-robed men. These 3 long-robed men seemed to have no physical form, they were floating in the air, and with a flash, they would appear in front of Lin Shuihan. It was impossible to defend against them. Soon, everyone had been separated. Xiaoheng and his wife were fighting with the corpse man, who was far away from them. Peng Ye and Xianxia were fighting with 2 gold shell corpses and 1 man in long robes, while Lin Shuihan was fighting with the 3 men in long robes. All the space outside of the fighting area had been filled up by the bronze shell corpses, making it hard for anyone to move. Among everyone, only Yi Chen, the fireman and the mountain man did not have any opponents. The fireman and the mountain man were obviously on the same side as the corpse man, and so was that lake man who had pretended to help Xiaoheng and his wife. Therefore, only Yichen was standing alone in the crowd of bronze shell corpses, looking at them coldly without changing his expression. Judging from this situation, the astral-reaching realm warriors from the Windy Nation were not in a good situation. No, it was not in a good situation. It was a sure-kill situation. Although the original plan was good, who knew that the fireman and the other two would be working with the corpse man in public, trying to kill everyone except the South River Martial School. Even Yichen did not think about this beforehand. He only thought that the corpse man would kill him or the others secretly, and would not do it so openly. Right now, these two were not moving at all, and did not seem to want to help the others. Peng Ye yelled angrily, "Fireman, why are you not doing anything yet?" He had more or less guessed what the fireman was thinking, and sounded very angry. The fireman sneered, "Don't worry, I will do it." The plan was going perfectly. Xiaoheng and his wife had been lured away, so they would not be able to hear what was happening here. Then, he would kill the four of them, including Yichen, and then the mountain man would disappear while he himself was injured. Then, when he returned to the Purple Sun Martial School, no one would suspect him. They would only think that the corpse man was too powerful, and only he, Xiaoheng and his wife had made it back, and they were all injured. Of course, it would be impossible for everyone to not suspect him. But without any evidence, the fireman did not think that there would be any accidents. Even the Cloud Dreamer and a Thunder Freer from the Sky Cloud Martial School would not be able to do anything to him. As for the South River Martial School, it was indeed a huge obstacle. He would have to be more careful in the future, in case he got caught. Seeing the fireman and the mountain man coming over, Yichen said lightly, "Just you two? I don't think it is enough." "Oh yeah? What about us?" From a dark corner, two human shadows flew over. Judging from their chi, they were definitely peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warriors. With the combination of 4 mid-astral reaching realm warriors, with Yichen's current power, he would indeed be killed, unless his fake Xinyuan layer was able to handle the attacks from the 4 of them. But that would not be possible, since the gap between their realms was too huge. These two were also the remnants of the 9 evil cult. Their status was not as high as the corpse man's, but they were battle attendants. The fireman laughed, "Yichen, you did not expect this day, did you? Originally, the ones who would die would be the Cloud Dreamer and the Thunder Freer. Who asked you to be so arrogant and join this mission? This time, you will die for sure. I will ask the Deadwood brother to turn you into a silver shell corpse, and let you suffer a pain worse than death." Yichen shook his head. The fake Xinyuan inside his body started to vibrate for the last time as he said lightly, "Don't joke around. I happen to have no reason to kill you. Let's do it right here and now." Once he finished talking, the fake Xinyuan inside Yichen's body started to vibrate and merge with each other. A crystal bright light was released, and the chi was extremely sharp. At the same time, the fake Xinyuan spiral inside his dantian started to expand and shrink. Within a blink of an eye, it had changed dozens of times, and finally expanded to twice its original size. Then, it started to shrink at an unimaginable speed, forming an egg-sized blue core. The blue core looked like a crystal, but not a crystal, like a liquid, but not a liquid. It was somewhere between solid and liquid, with a blue halo on its surface. The halo was like the halo of a star, giving people a mysterious and condensed feeling. But of course, it was more about power and shock. Outside the blue core, there were 9 sharp chi flows spinning around it in a regular pattern. Those sharp chi flows were indeed the Green Lotus Sword chi. After reaching the 13th realm of the Green Lotus Sword spell, not only did the number of Green Lotus Sword chi increase to 9, its power had also increased. Each of them was equivalent to one of Yichen's ace attacks. If caught unprepared, people who were more powerful than him could be badly wounded, or even killed. Plus, Yichen had just reached the 13th realm not long ago. After a while, the Green Lotus Sword chi would be fully nourished, and its power would be even more horrifying. It had the potential to become Yichen's most powerful ace attack, which would allow him to kill warriors at the same level as him. Of course, Yichen's talent in martial arts was way too powerful. He was afraid that before the Green Lotus Sword chi could become his most powerful ace attack, he would create another powerful ace attack, just like the One Sword attack, which had been gradually replaced by other ace attacks. It had also been combined with the lone peak kill to form the most powerful sword attack, which meant that there would be no chance for it to show up. The good thing was that these 9 green lotus sword chi were inside Yi Chen's body, which was a close-range attack. No matter if it was his most powerful ace attack or not, it would still be very useful. The second he reached the astral reaching realm, Yi Chen's aura had increased drastically. It was way more horrifying than any other clasping Yuan realm warrior. Because he had trained the green lotus sword spell, Yi Chen's aura was different from the others. It was extremely sharp, as if there were countless saw teeth cutting through the surreal space. This is the power of an astral reaching realm warrior. It is even more horrifying than I had imagined. No wonder it is so hard for a clasping Yuan realm warrior to win against an astral reaching realm warrior. There are not that many of them in the whole South River region. Closing his eyes slightly, Yi Chen tightened both of his fists. His aura was still increasing, and outside of his fists, one could vaguely see that sharp blue chi flow spinning, increasing its speed and making a buzzing sound. What? He reached the astral reaching realm? The fireman opened his eyes. The stage of the fire, mountain visitor's face darkened. Kill. Kill him now that he has just broken through. Otherwise, once he gets used to using Zhen Yuan, it will be hard to kill him. Yi yi. Yi. Yi 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 yi. Yi. Yi yi, and yi. Yi opened. Yi yi. He had seen a lot of astral reaching realm warriors burn their Zhen Yuan, so how could he not know how to do it? The soul power that was blessed by the heavens was not something that could be used for nothing. Boom, the Zhen Yuan inside his body rubbed against each other. A wave of blue flame spread out and rushed out of Yi Chen's body. Looking from afar, it looked like a blue human-shaped fire pillar. As the Zhen Yuan burned, Yi Chen's increasing aura suddenly exploded, reaching 2 times of his original power. 2 times of battling power was an ability that only astral reaching realm warriors had. How is this possible? How could it be so easy to burn Zhen Yuan for the first time? When the mountain man burned his Zhen Yuan for the first time, he had only made a small flame. Not to mention doubling his battling power, it had not even increased by 20%. It took him a month to master the technique of burning Zhen Yuan. So what if you have reached the astral reaching realm? So what if you have burned your Zhen Yuan? The 4 of us are more than enough to kill you. Die. That muddy yellow Zhen Yuan was burning fiercely. The mountain man was the first one to jump at Yi Chen. On his way, a huge iron hammer appeared in each of his hands, which he threw out. Piss off. Yi Chen pointed out his right index finger in the air. A beam of blue sword chi shot out, carrying a horrifying sword intent. It landed on the iron hammer of the mountain man chin. The iron hammer was a low-rank great weapon, containing Zhen Yuan. Even if Yi Chen's green lotus sword chi was unbreakable, it still could not leave a scratch on it. However, the attacking power of the sword chi still landed on the iron hammer's Zhen Yuan, which was then transmitted into the body of the mountain man. Sparks flew everywhere. Blood spurted out from the corner of the mountain man's mouth as he was blown away. Let's work together and kill him. The fireman had already started to burn his Zhen Yuan. As a fire element Zhen Yuan cultivator, once he started to burn his Zhen Yuan, his battling power would not only increase by 1-fold, but more than 1-fold. Compared to the other astral reaching realm warriors, the water element Zhen Yuan cultivators would only be able to increase their battling power by 80 to 90%. However, their recovery speed would be much faster, and burning their Zhen Yuan would last longer. Whoosh! Whoosh! The other 2 warriors from the 9 Ghost cult had also started to burn their Zhen Yuan. There were 3 mid-astral reaching realm warriors, and 2 of them were at the peak level of mid-astral reaching realm. Their combined aura was even more powerful than that of a late astral reaching realm warrior. The dark underground world suddenly brought up waves of tornadoes, which blew away all the bronze shell corpses nearby. Kill! Kill! The 3 of them stomped on the ground. The second the mountain man backed out, they attacked towards Yi Chen from 3 different directions. The fireman's weapon was a light red great blade, while the other 2 had a long stick and a pair of gloves respectively. With the burning Zhen Yuan, the attacking power contained in their weapons was even more powerful. They tore apart the air, creating countless cracks in the vacuum space. If the 3 of you combined your power into one, you might be able to beat me. Unfortunately, if you are separated, you will still be separated. Although it was possible to win with quantity, but quality would always be above quantity. Without quantity reaching a certain level, quality would not be able to win. Qin, the star scar sword on his waist was taken out of its scabbard. The bright sword light brightened up the dark underground world. Soon, countless electric snakes shot out, and the misty clouds started to roll. Along with Yi Chen's sword aura, all of them had been thrown out. Crack, the first one to puke out blood and back out was the fireman. His battling power had increased the most, but his basic power was not as powerful as the other two. Facing Yi Chen's brutal sword Qi, his palm that was holding the light red great blade cracked open. His feet rubbed against the ground as he was blown back. Green Lotus Light. The star scar sword blocked back, blocking out one of the remaining two's attacks. Yi Chen did not change his posture as he pointed out his right index finger like a ghost. He ignored the distance between him and the other peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warrior, stabbing into his protective Jin Yuan layer. Pooh, his opponent's protective Jin Yuan layer was shattered. The green lotus sword Qi circled around his neck once, and a huge head flew into the sky. Damn. Die. The peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warrior who had his attack blocked by Yi Chen saw that his partner had been killed after only one attack. His brutal Qi spread out as he threw out another iron fist towards Yi Chen's head. Separate. The separating shadow flying art performed with his Jin Yuan was especially horrifying. Yi Chen's body shook once before disappearing like a wisp of black smoke. Ghost spirit art. His opponent's flying art was not weak either. He took a step back unconsciously, leaving a dreamy ghost shadow where he was standing. There was a flash of sword light on the phantom, and then it dissipated and disappeared. Hammer mountain pressure. The mountain man came back. He flipped his iron hammer, and the burning yellow Jin Yuan turned into a 10-meter-tall mountain shadow, attacking towards Yi Chen. Freeze! Yi Chen did not dare to ignore the mountain man's attack. Before, he was able to kill the rest of the people from the Nine Evil cult, who were even more powerful than the mountain man. It was all because of the unexpected green lotus sword Qi inside his body. Plus, his basic power was still not as powerful as the rest of them. His sword intent could only increase his attacking power, but not his defense. After throwing out a sword attack, the air within hundreds of meters had been frozen. Pieces of green lotus appeared in the air, absorbing the Yuan Qi in the air. The yellow mountain shadow started to slow down, giving Yi Chen time to dodge. He flashed a couple of times, and his real body appeared right next to the mountain man. The mountain man was shocked. He put away one of his iron hammers and flipped his left hand, creating layers of thick yellow mud wall shadows in front of him, blocking Yi Chen's way. Break! Yi Chen did not stop. He threw out his star scar sword, and a fist-sized green lotus pierced through the yellow mud wall shadows, landing on the mountain man's protective Jin Yuan layer. The two were exchanging attacks as fast as lightning. Plus, with Yi Chen's separating shadow art, it was hard to tell which one was the real one. By the time the fireman and the other 9 ghost cult realized what was going on, the mountain man had already been blown away with blood puking out of his mouth. He landed in the middle of the group of bronze-armored corpses. Yi Chen would not give up the chance to kill his opponent. He lifted up his left index finger and pinky finger, and 2 beams of green lotus sword Qi attacked from the left and right. One was attacking from the front, and the other from the side. Chin, sparks flew everywhere. The mountain man blocked out the first beam of green lotus sword Qi, but the second beam of green lotus sword Qi bypassed his defense and went right through his skull. Crack, his brain spilled everywhere, and half of the mountain man's head fell off. The cut was smooth and clean, with the red and white mixed together. It was a shocking sight. Within a short period of time, 2 of the 4 people from the fireman's group had been killed. Yi Chen's power had shocked them. He had only just reached the astral reaching realm, but he already had such a horrifying power. After all, the 4 of them were all mid-astral reaching realm warriors, and 2 of them were even at the peak level. If the 4 of them combined their power, they would be able to fight against a late astral reaching realm warrior. However, in front of Yi Chen, they could not even work together, and were killed one by one. If he were to get a little more powerful, who among the astral reaching realm warriors would be able to fight against him? What did it mean to be powerful? This was it, his body drifted as Yichen passed through the group of bronze shell corpses. It was even weirder than those invisible men in robes. Lin Shuihan, who was fighting hard, only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and 2 out of the 3 men in robes had been killed. From the corner of his eyes, Yichen's back was getting blurry. "Thank you," Lin Shuihan said to himself. He did not choose to help the great master from the Emerald Martial Palace. Whether they were dead or alive, Yichen did not care at all. He went back to his own battle, and Yichen locked onto the fireman with his chi. "I have been wanting to visit the Purple Sun Martial School for a long time. I will take you as a gift." "How dare you? You are breaking the balance of the Windy Nation." The fireman was scared, so he tried to sound tough. Yichen sneered, "It is still better than you trying to kill all the astral-reaching realm warriors in the Windy Nation. If the news gets out, the Purple Sun Martial School would be ruined in your hands. Explode." As he spoke, Yichen slightly twisted his feet on the ground. An explosive-like spinning power went deep into the ground, exploding under the fireman's feet. It was indeed the secret martial art, Earth Explosion Sky Shock. Boom, rocks flew everywhere as the fireman tried to dodge out of the way. "Next year, today will be your death anniversary." Yichen's voice seemed to have some kind of magical power as it went into the fireman's ears. Then, a bright sword light exploded. Within the sword light, a huge green lotus could be vaguely seen. The fireman pushed his Jin Yuan and yelled crazily, "Brother Deadwood, save me." Crack, just as he finished speaking, his protective Jin Yuan had been sliced open by that huge sword light. A bloody line appeared from his forehead to his chin. His huge body had been cut in half all of a sudden. After killing the fireman, Yichen looked at the last person. "Run." This person knew that Yichen was not a match for him, so he did not think about anything else. "Do you think you can run away?" Using his flying art, Yichen chased after him. The two were both astral-reaching realm warriors, so they could run at an amazing speed. Hundreds of meters only took them a second to cover. Plus, since their Jin Yuan was way too powerful, it had sucked out all the air around them, making them stand in a vacuum. Therefore, the sound they made was very soft, unlike clasping Yuan realm warriors, who would make a sonic boom when they ran at full speed. Die. Like a maggot on a bone, Yichen soon shortened the distance between them. He focused his kill heart sword attack, which looked like a shooting star in the sky, flashing once before disappearing. Swoosh, the man's running posture did not change, but his Jin Yuan had been weakened drastically. A huge head shot up into the sky with blood pouring out of it, looking very unwilling. "Right now, I finally have the power to do whatever I want in the South River region. Without Sea of Souls realm warriors, it would not be easy for anyone to kill me." After killing 4 mid-astral reaching realm warriors in a row, Yichen felt a sense of pride. Before, although he was extremely talented and had a great comprehensive ability, he always felt like he was in a precarious situation. Therefore, he had to think twice before doing anything, and be extremely cautious. Right now, mid-astral reaching realm warriors were nothing in his eyes. Even if he were to encounter a late astral reaching realm warrior, he would still have the power to fight back. Of course, Yichen also knew that the reason why he was able to kill mid-astral reaching realm warriors was not only because of his powerful 80% sword intent, but also because of all the top-level martial arts he had trained. He would not be at a disadvantage in terms of martial arts, and his only weakness would be his cultivation. After this, I have to go to the natural moat gorge to learn the Battle King's sword intent and try to reach the next level. If I can train my sword intent to 90% or even complete, then I would be able to compete with late astral reaching realm warriors. Then, I will try to increase my cultivation. Once I reach the peak level of early astral reaching realm, my battling power would reach a very high level. With mid-astral reaching realm, I would basically be able to do whatever I want in the whole South River region. I would also not have to be afraid of some peak-level late astral reaching realm warriors who had trained powerful martial arts. Yichen knew very well that some of the warriors who were stuck at the peak level of late astral reaching realm and could not make it to the Sea of Souls realm would be extremely horrifying. With his current power, he would not be able to fight against them. The good thing was that these people usually did not go out, and there were not many of them, so the chance of running into them was almost negligible. I will take it one step at a time. The natural moat gorge will be my first destination. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen's mind seemed to have cleared up a lot, and his sword intent was even more powerful. Yi Chen, you and I are both astral-reaching realm warriors from the Windy Nation. Why are you not coming to help us? Without us, you would still die in the hands of the ghost corpse man. Peng Ye's voice was heard. Yi Chen looked over. Peng Ye and Xianxia, his opponents, were two gold shell corpses and a man in a long robe. These two gold shell corpses were even more powerful than what the fireman had described. One of them had a dark gold color on its dark skin, which meant that it was a rank 8 zombie warrior. Its defense was extremely horrifying, and it could almost ignore Peng Ye's attacks. The other gold shell corpse was also at the peak level of rank 7 zombie warrior. Its light gold color seemed to be developing towards the dark gold color. It should have been a rather powerful mid-astral reaching realm warrior when it was alive. These two gold shell corpses had completely suppressed Peng Ye and Xianxia. Added with the man in a long robe who did not have a high cultivation, the two were in a dangerous situation. I will start with you two first. Before Yi Chen could reply, a ghost-like figure appeared near Peng Ye and Xianxia. It was indeed the ghost corpse man. His whole body was covered with a dark gray protective Xinyuan, and the evil face mask was releasing a horrifying qi. It was only a flash, and he was about to kill the two. How dare you? Peng Ye was shocked. He pushed his Xinyuan to its limit, and a huge fire wave shot out of his body. It was extremely powerful. Xianxia, who was on the side, knew very well that he would not be able to handle a full power attack from the ghost corpse man, and that he would not be able to survive today. He performed his mountain and river great art, and his Xinyuan attacked towards the ghost corpse man like a huge wave. The ghost corpse man chuckled as he twisted his right hand. With a shoo sound, his right hand went through Peng Ye's fist power and sliced through his left arm. At the same time, he held a golden skull in his left hand and threw it towards Xianxia. The three passed by each other. The ghost corpse man was holding an arm in his hand. On the other hand, Peng Ye and Xianxia had lost their left arm and life respectively. Facing a full power attack from the ghost corpse man, one was wounded and the other was dead. Losing interest in killing Peng Ye, the ghost corpse man turned his attention to Lin Xuehan, who had just killed the man in long robes. Boom! On his way, the ghost corpse man suddenly lifted up his golden skull, clashing with the incoming sword qi. Kid, you are looking for death. Originally, the ghost corpse man was planning to kill Lin Xuehan first. However, he did not expect that Yi Chen would stop him and attack him with a sharp sword qi. After killing a huge group of bronze shell corpses, Yi Chen stood there quietly. This is the end. He did not care about the two great masters from the Emerald Martial Palace, but the great master from the North Snow Martial Academy could save his life. However, this ghost corpse man was indeed powerful. He could shatter Yi Chen's sword qi in a hurry, which meant that he was way more powerful than the fireman Shu. Shu. Shu, three human figures appeared one after another. They were Xiaoheng and his wife, and the lake man. All three of them had been wounded quite badly. Xiaoheng and his wife were not sure if it was just an illusion, but the ghost corpse man had not used all of his power yet. Of course, since they dared to come to the ghost corpse man's base, they all had their ace cards prepared. Unless it was a critical moment, they would not use them easily. Xiaoheng and his wife could not just sit and watch Peng Ye get killed, so they hurried to help him fight against the two gold shell corpses and the man in long robes. As for the lake man, he looked a bit gloomy. He could not see the fireman and the rest of the bronze shell corpses, so he did not know what had happened. Peng Ye, where are the others? Xiaoheng asked. Peng Ye spat out a mouthful of blood. That fireman and the ghost corpse man were in cahoots. There were two other powerful warriors, but they were both dead. Peng Ye glanced at Yi Chen with hatred. Although the ghost corpse man's attacking speed was extremely fast, he did not think that Yi Chen would save him at all. Xiaoheng and his wife were shocked. This Yi Chen was unexpectedly powerful. Eh? He had reached the astral reaching realm? Was it an accident, or, the ghost corpse man said to the lake man, kill them all. Everything is out of our control now. He was talking about the couple. According to the plan, they did not need to be killed, because killing them would cause a lot of trouble. but now, it seemed like they had to kill them. Once the fireman and the other three had died, the plan had gone into an unknown direction, and the cause of all of this was Yichen. The lake man had a creepy look on his face. He looked at Long Yu with a hint of evil in his eyes. Finally, he did not have to hold it in anymore. He could just run away from the Windy Nation. The battle had started again, but this time, there was a slight change. The lake man, who had been helping the couple, had now become the ghost corpse man's helper. He fought with the two gold shell corpses and the man in long robes. Of course, there was also the horrifying amount of bronze shell corpses. Pulling back his attention, the ghost corpse man knew that Yichen was the key. Only by killing him would he be able to kill everyone from the Windy Nation. Right now, all he needed to do was to maintain the situation. "You are the one who killed the fireman and the rest." Yichen did not answer but asked, "You must be the leader of the Wild Five, the Deadwood Man, right? I wonder if your original name was the Deadwood Man or the Ghost Corpse Man before the fireman died." He had called him Brother Deadwood. Therefore, Yichen knew that the Ghost Corpse Man was the Deadwood Man, and the Wild Five were actually all in the Windy Nation. The only question was whether the fireman was working with the Ghost Corpse Man, or if he had already become part of the Nine Ghost cult. But none of this mattered anymore. The fireman was already dead, and he no longer existed in this world. "Both of them are my names. Too bad, all the enemies who know my name have to die. You are no exception. Die." The gold skull was transferred to his right hand as the ghost corpse man rushed towards Yichen at an extreme speed. Sky-shattering clouds. Facing the infamous ghost corpse man, Yichen did not back out at all. Instead, he lifted up his sword and faced him head-on. Boom, the gold skull clashed with the Star-Scar sword. The dark underground world shook a little bit, and a lot of rocks fell down from above. Who was more powerful and who was weaker, it would be easy to tell. The ghost corpse man backed out 3 steps. Yichen backed out 10 steps. The gap between their cultivation was too huge. Even though Yichen had trained the top-rank Earthrealm martial art, the Green Lotus sword spell, and had 80% sword intent, it was still not enough to make up for the gap. However, being able to handle a full attack from the Ghost Corpse Man was already very impressive, since the Ghost Corpse Man was one of the 108 ghost warriors of the Nine Ghost cult. Even if he was not famous for his battling power, he should not be underestimated. Normal late astral reaching realm warriors might not even be able to run away from him. "Hee, I am afraid that you will die here today." The Ghost Corpse Man had made up his mind, as he sneered. Yichen's expression did not change. There was a bloody light burning inside his body as he said, "Not necessarily." "Oh yeah? Then I will see how you are going to fight against me." The gray-black Ghost Corpse Man's Xianxia shot up into the sky. The Ghost Corpse Man held the gold skull in his right hand, looking like a demon stepping on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. "I said not necessarily. You were able to rule the Windy Nation before, but today, it is not your world anymore." Crack, the ground cracked open as a bloody red chi flow exploded from Yichen's body. It combined with his burning Xianxia, turning into a greenish-red color all of a sudden. That intense aura spread out in all directions, blowing away all the bronze shell corpses that were surrounding him. Just as I expected, the minor blood demon body separating great art and burning Xianxia cancel each other out, only increasing my battling power by 20%. The burning of Xianxia was too powerful, and even the minor blood demon body separating great art could not compete with it. Before, it could increase his battling power by 50%, but now, it had only increased by 20%. Plus, the burning speed of his chi and blood was even faster than before, which would not last long. If he had guessed it right, as his cultivation increased, the power of burning Xianxia would increase, and the minor blood demon body separating great art would eventually be eliminated. Of course, under the condition of burning Xianxia, being able to increase his battling power by 20% was already very shocking. It was even 20% more powerful than astral-reaching realm warriors who trained fire element Xianxia. Whoosh, the blue-red Xianxia flame burned brightly as Yichen lifted up his head and looked at the corpse man. The corner of the corpse man's eyes twitched. This brat had trained the blood demon's minor blood demon body separating great art. He did not know how the blood demon had given out his own secret martial art and given it to someone else. Take one of my attacks first. A ghostly wailing sound came from the golden skull as the corpse man took a step forward. It was as if a demon had arrived, attacking towards Yi Chen's head. A green lotus flower seizing art blocked out the corpse man's attack. Yi Chen waved his left hand, and two beams of green lotus sword chi shot out, attacking towards the corpse man's throat and heart. Pooh! The eagle claw-like left hand sliced open the sword chi, while the other beam of sword chi drew a beautiful arc in the air and brushed past the corpse man's chest, bringing up a small piece of disgusting flesh. Damn! Corpse fire! The corpse man was furious. As the golden skull shook, two balls of gray flame shot out, sticking onto Yi Chen's protective Xianyuan. This flame is not simple. The gray flame had a strong corrosive power. It did not go out even after touching the Xianyuan flame. Instead, it started to corrode Yi Chen's body. Without a choice, Yi Chen's Xianyuan exploded, shooting out both his protective Xianyuan and corpse fire, killing dozens of bronze shell corpses. The corpse man was caught off guard, and was hit by that Xianyuan. He backed out 4 or 5 steps, his grey protective Xianyuan shaking. Corpse drill. Stopping himself from backing out, the corpse man's 5 fingers on his left hand formed into an awl shape, with 5 hard black nails at the front. Around those nails, a grey-black Xianyuan started to spin intensely, forming into a grey-black Xianyuan drill. He then tried to drill towards Yi Chen. Xiao! The sound of breaking air was extremely soft. In the blink of an eye, the Xianyuan drill had arrived in front of Yi Chen. So fast. Quick sword intent burst out as Yi Chen blocked the Xianyuan drill with his sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blazing sparks scattered in all directions. The true essence drill gradually lost its momentum and dispersed. Seizing the opportunity, the gold skull flew out of the corpse man's hand and into the air. Spheres of grey flame spread out like a rain of fire. Shadow explosion. Dozens of shadows exploded. Yi Chen's real body quickly left the area covered by the rain of fire. Most of the shadows were ignited by the corpse fire and disappeared. This kid is too hard to deal with. I have to kill him to avoid future troubles. After fighting for so long, the corpse man had almost used all of his power. Not only did he not manage to hurt Yi Chen, he had even lost a small piece of his flesh. Although he was a zombie warrior, and a little bit of flesh was nothing to him, as one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 Ghost cult, he had dominated the Windy Nation for dozens of years. There were at least dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors who had died in his hands. He had never been taken advantage of by a young warrior. The anger in his heart was gradually ignited, and a creepy green color appeared in his black eyes. Ghost roar art. Opening his stinky mouth, the corpse man pushed his Xianyuan and formed an illusory skull in his throat. As the skull opened its mouth, a horrifying sound wave burst out. The sound wave had a faint gray-black color, spreading out in the shape of a wave. All of a sudden, the dark underground world was filled with screams and screams, as if hell had reappeared. What a powerful sound wave art! Yi Chen pushed his Xianyuan as hard as he could, protecting his mind and ears. However, the sound wave was not just a simple sound, it also contained a power that was hard to defend against. Pooh! Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth as Yi Chen staggered backward. The others were not as lucky as him. The sound wave had pierced through their ears, making them all bleed out of their orifices. They looked like they were in pain, especially Peng Ye. Since he had lost an arm to the corpse man earlier, he was badly wounded. Being shaken by the sound wave, the Xianyuan inside his body could no longer be suppressed. It rushed up, and he puked out a stream of blood. He had almost been killed by his own Xianyuan. The lake man was shocked. The corpse man had used his ghost roar art, which consumed a lot of Xianyuan. According to what he knew, the ghost roar art was one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 Ghost cult, which was just as famous as the blood demon. With one roar, it could kill a huge amount of weaker opponents. Even warriors at the same level would have to back out, unable to compete with it. That brat was surprisingly powerful, forcing the corpse man to use his ghost roar art, which he was not that familiar with yet. Kill Heart Sword. Seeing that the corpse man was going to perform his ghost roar art, Yi Chen's face turned cold. He held his scar sword with both of his hands and sank his mind into it, throwing out an attack along with his 80% sword intent. The sword chi was like a pillar, fast like lightning. Crack, the corpse man forcefully released his ghost roar art, his gold skull blocking in front of the sword chi. Shoo, sparks shot out in a fan shape. The corpse man's blocking was a bit slow after all. The gold skull had only brushed against the sword chi, missing its target. The next second, a bone-deep sword mark appeared on his shoulder. He had almost lost one of his good arms, which was not a small loss. How is this possible? Although my ghost roar art is not that good yet, even a late astral-reaching realm warrior would have their chi and blood boiled under this roar. They would not be able to fight back immediately. The corpse man could tell that Yichen was wounded. However, the biggest use of his ghost roar art was actually to weaken his opponent's condition, allowing him to gain the upper hand. Yichen frowned slightly. The corpse man's sound wave art was indeed out of his expectation. The good thing was that he had trained the Green Lotus sword spell, and it had already reached the 13th realm. Although his Jin Yuan did not seem to be as rich as his opponent's, it was actually slightly better in terms of purity. Besides that, the corpse man's ghost roar art was not that good, and had a lot of flaws. Otherwise, the situation would be even more dangerous, since both of them were at the same power level. The two were in a stalemate, neither of them willing to attack first. Meanwhile, the battle between Xiaoheng and his wife was still going on. Because Peng Ya could no longer fight, the couple and Lin Xuehan were slowly falling into a disadvantage. They were being suppressed by the lake man, the two gold shell corpses, and a man in long robes. Let's fight together. Xiaoheng signaled Long Yu. Yeah. Long Yu nodded. A water-like water Jin Yuan rushed out of her body, which looked extremely heavy. A pinky-sized drop of Jin Yuan landed on the ground, immediately creating a small deep hole. At this moment, the 8th grade zombie, Metal Elite Zombie, stomped on the ground and rushed towards the two. Big water wave dragon break art. Two loud yells were heard. Xiaoheng and Long Yu's water Jin Qi combined together, performing an extremely horrifying secret skill. In the middle of the raging waves, a huge dragon that was completely made of water Jin Yuan broke through the waves. The huge dragon shook its head and tail, and an ancient aura spread out in the air. Oh no! It is the secret skill of the dragon god Celestial Palace. The lake man's expression suddenly turned dark. Boom, the rank 8 gold shell corpse was even more powerful than a peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warrior. However, the huge dragon made of water Jin Yuan was even more powerful. With a wave of the dragon's claw, it had been blown away immediately. It was like a broken bag being blown away by a defenseless kid. Oh whoa, the huge dragon roared into the sky, attacking towards the lake man and the others. Blue wave spell. Cloud-piercing attack. The lake man drew a circle with his left hand while his right hand shot out. It was also a huge wave, but the difference was that there was a long spear made of water Jin Yuan shooting out towards the huge dragon and the long spear clashed, and the lake man was completely defeated. The huge dragon and the long spear had lost one of its right claws, and the long spear had been shattered. When Xiaoheng and his wife performed that horrifying secret skill, even the ghost corpse man might not be able to handle it, not to mention the lake man who was only at mid-astral reaching realm. The huge dragon's tail swept over, forcing the lake man to puke out a mouthful of blood. He had no way of fighting back at all. The other gold shell corpse next to him had also been blown away. As for that man in long robes, there were two of them. Seeing that the situation was not right, they did not try to fight against the huge dragon at all. Instead, they took the chance when the lake man was about to fight back and flew to the right. Xiaoheng and his wife knew that they could not afford to lose this opportunity. This secret skill was extremely hard for them to perform. Once their Jin Yuan could not keep up, the huge dragon would disappear. Therefore, they planned to kill the lake man and the others while they still had enough Jin Yuan, not giving them the chance to fight back. Evil corpse drill. The ghost corpse man had caught up. He threw out an evil corpse drill with his left hand while his right hand held the gold skull and threw it towards the huge dragon. He yelled, "Everyone, retreat." The huge dragon had been shattered, and the ghost corpse man backed out for dozens of steps. The lake man's face was pale, and he was badly wounded. However, even in this kind of situation, he still stared at Long Yu with evil intentions. He then looked at Yi Chen, who was at the peak of his power. Right then, the situation was completely out of control. The ghost corpse man could not do anything to that brat, so staying here would only put him in danger. Let's go. The lake man and the man in long robes decided to retreat first. As for the two gold shell corpses, they would only listen to the ghost corpse man, so they did not have to worry about them. Ghost smoke. Staring at Yi Chen, who had caught up to him, the corpse man threw out 3 black pellets. The pellets exploded, and an endless amount of black smoke spread out. Leave something behind before you leave. The black smoke could not block out Yi Chen's soul power. He waved his star-scar sword, and a fist-sized green lotus pierced through the smoke, landing on the ghost corpse man's left arm. The whole left arm fell off. The ghost corpse man screamed as he walked further and further away. His evil voice lingered in the smoke. Brat, wait for me to come back. It will be your death day. No one will be able to save you. Yi Chen did not plan to chase after him. Before, he had noticed that the ghost corpse man's wound had already been healed. Although he had lost an arm, neither of them had prepared for a battle of life and death. He knew that the ghost corpse man must have left some horrifying ace attacks behind. Yi Chen sneered, if you don't come back, you might still have a chance to live. If you come back, you will only die faster. Right now, he had just reached the astral reaching realm, so his foundation was not very stable. Once he stabilized his cultivation, he would go to the natural moat gorge to learn the Battle King's sword intent. Not to mention the ghost corpse man, even Jin Huang would not be able to kill him. Once the corpse man had left, Xianxia and his wife let out a breath of relief. Although they had prepared for everything before they came, it was still quite hard to face him. Even the big water wave dragon break art might not be able to do anything to him. Luckily, Yi Chen was very powerful. He had managed to block the corpse man all by himself, and had gained quite the upper hand. Otherwise, it would not be the corpse man who had backed out, but them. Warrior Yi, no wonder the leader thinks so highly of you. Long Yu looked at Yi Chen. This old monster is not simple. If we keep fighting, the result will be unpredictable. As they were talking, Yi Chen released his minor blood demon body separating great art and put out the burning Zhen Yuan. He then let out a mouthful of turbid qi, which was slightly hot and filled with the smell of blood. The minor blood demon body separating great art consumed a lot of qi and blood, which was a huge burden on the body. Even though Yi Chen had been trained by the sky demon flower and had just reached the astral reaching realm, his body was way more powerful than other astral reaching realm warriors at the same level. However, burning Zhen Yuan was different. It was something that all astral reaching realm warriors would try their best to avoid. Unless it was a critical moment, they would not want to burn their Zhen Yuan. The side effects of burning Zhen Yuan and the minor blood demon body separating great art combined together would be too much for Yi Chen's body. Perhaps only Su Jing's body would be able to last for a long time. This was also the main reason why he did not chase after the corpse man nearby. Peng Ye held up Xuanqing his body and said with his teeth clenched, Fireman, don't think that I will give up on revenge just because you are dead. From now on, the Purple Sun Martial School will no longer exist in the Windy Nation. In fact, he hated Yi Chen a lot as well. However, Yi Chen was way too powerful, so Peng Ye did not dare to curse out loud. Otherwise, if he pissed off Yi Chen, he might be killed. Lin Shuihan sighed, Brother Peng, I am sorry for your loss. This time, we have all underestimated the fireman's plan. Before they came, none of them had thought that the fireman would work with the ghost corpse man and try to kill them all. Even now, Lin Shuihan was still scared. The corpse man had left, leaving behind a huge number of bronze shell corpses. Xiaoheng and his wife were afraid that these corpses would leave the underground world and bring disaster to the Windy Nation, so they joined hands to kill them. Yi Chen and Lin Shuihan glanced at each other, then they also went up to kill those bronze shell corpses that were not that powerful. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and Yi Chen had already returned to the Sky Cloud Martial School. After a month of training, Yi Chen had basically consolidated his early astral reaching realm cultivation base. If he wanted to take another step forward, it would not be something that could be done in a day. On this day, Yichen bid farewell to Cloud Dreamer and went to the natural moat gorge of Wild Goose Falling River alone. On the way, he purposely passed by the vicinity of the house of Ziyang and discovered that there was a faint glow of blood in the sky above the house of Ziyang. That was the sign of a large number of highly skilled cultivators dying. There were a lot of warriors around the Purple Sun Martial School, some of which were powerful late-clasping Yuan Realm warriors. Who could have known that the Fire Man had colluded with the Corpse Man and killed the great third master of the Emerald Martial School? Now, the great headmaster of the Emerald Martial School, who had lost an arm, had come to the Purple Sun Martial School to take revenge. He had killed the leader and all of the core masters of the Purple Sun Martial School. Even half of the inner masters had died. Since then, the Purple Sun Martial School has completely fallen. There are only 4 top martial institutions left in the Windy Nation. Look. It is an astral reaching realm warrior. Isn't that the great master of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yichen? I heard that he had also participated in the operation to kill the Corpse Man, but he was not injured at all. That great master of the Emerald Martial School had lost an arm. Plus, this Yichen has reached the astral reaching realm. He has a horrifying potential. Someone had noticed the existence of Yichen. Yichen did not pay attention to them and flew directly towards the entrance of the Purple Sun Martial School. In front of the entrance of the Purple Sun Martial School, a large number of disciples and masters had left the mountain. They did not want to stay in the declining Purple Sun Martial School anymore. Plus, they had offended the Emerald Martial School, which meant that the future of the Purple Sun Martial School would not be easy. If they did not make a decision now, they would regret it. Among all the masters, Yi Badian and his eldest son, Yi Feng, were walking down the mountain. Yi Badian lifted up his head and saw Yichen. He had a complicated look on his face. This time, the inner masters of the Purple Sun Martial School had been severely injured or killed. He was supposed to die as well, but Peng Ye had asked him if he was Yi Badian from the Yi family. After getting his answer, Peng Ye had decided not to kill him. A few of the inner masters who had a good relationship with him had also been spared. Yi Badian was not stupid. After thinking about it for a long time, he had thought that Yichen was afraid of Yichen and would not dare to kill him. Right then, seeing the profound qi coming from Yichen, he had confirmed his guess. He wanted to say something, but did not know what to say. Yichen looked indifferent. He turned around and shot into the distance, disappearing without a trace within a second. The Purple Sun Martial School had already fallen, so there was no need for Yichen to find trouble with them. The Wild Goose Falling River was one of the 3 largest rivers in the South Shui region. It was 650,000 miles long, and its main road went through the Windy Nation, the Thousand Thread Nation, the Grey Mystery Nation, and the other 12 nations. Its tributaries were tens of thousands of miles long, covering most of the 15 nations. On the boundless Wild Goose Falling River, Yichen flew across the water surface. Last time, I met the Black Crow Man, an astral-reaching realm martial artist. This is the second time I've come to the Wild Goose Falling River, and I'm already an astral-reaching realm martial artist, and my cultivation is even higher than the Black Crow Man's. Life is so wonderful. Looking at the ocean beast of the South Chamber of Commerce, Yichen sighed. An astral-reaching realm martial artist. The passengers on the ocean beast saw Yichen flying across the sky. They all yelled out in surprise. The natural moat gorge, which was over 17,000 meters tall and divided into 2, gradually came into view. Yichen took a deep breath and raised his speed to his limit. Swoosh, within 10 blinks of an eye, Yichen was less than 5 miles away from the natural moat gorge. From here on, I have to be extra careful. Standing in front of the branch of the Wild Goose Falling River, Yichen didn't choose to fly anymore. Instead, he stepped on the water surface step by step, approaching the natural moat gorge. Back when he was on the ocean beast, he was slightly injured when he was only 10 miles away from the natural moat gorge. But now, he was completely unharmed when he was only 5 miles away from the natural moat gorge, which was a huge improvement. Inside his storage ring, the broken Battle Emperor's sword jumped up as usual, but was firmly suppressed by Yichen. 3 miles away from the natural moat gorge, boom. A horrifying sword intent surged out. Yichen, who had been prepared for this, leapt backwards and left the area. Horrifying. Back then, the Sky Pillar Mountain was divided into two and became the Natural Moat Gorge. The crack of the Natural Moat Gorge seems to be an outlet for the sword intent. I can't even get close to it. What should I do? Before, Yichen thought that the sword intent in the Natural Moat Gorge would grow stronger gradually, but who knew that the sword intent would suddenly surge after he entered the 3 miles area. If he moved forward recklessly, he might be injured by the powerful sword intent, which was not what he wanted to see. After thinking for a while, Yichen decided to start from other places, to see if there was a suitable place for him to study the sword intent. If he couldn't find a suitable place to study the sword intent, he would have to figure out another way. 3 miles away from the Natural Moat Gorge, Yichen was flying around it. Soon, Yichen arrived at the left side of the Natural Moat Gorge. It was a flat area, where many warriors had gathered. In front of them was the left side of the Natural Moat Gorge. There was a huge crack on the top of the mountain, which was hundreds to tens of meters wide. Eh? There is sword intent here as well. The whole Natural Moat Gorge had been split in half by the Battle King's sword attack. Perhaps it was because of the vibrations, but the left side of the gorge had a crack. Under the crack was not water, but hard mud and a small stream. If one walked straight in, they would be able to reach the inside of the gorge. But of course, that would be suicidal. Dispersing his Jin Yuan, Yichen slowly landed on the flat ground, 5 miles away from the crack. Nearby, a female sword artist had just recovered from studying the sword intent. She turned her head to look at Yichen and said warmly, "This is one of the release points of the Natural Moat Gorge. But, it is not as powerful as the sword intent on the other side of the gorge. If you are careful, you should be fine." "Thanks for the reminder." Yichen nodded. He could tell that the female sword artist's sword intent had reached 50%, and she was also an early astral-reaching realm warrior herself. Perhaps it was because she thought that Yichen was very young and handsome. The female sword artist pointed around and said, "I have been here for a while, and I have seen a lot of people training their sword intent here. 7 miles away from the crack would be the best place to train entry-level sword intent. 6 miles would be the best place to train 40% sword intent, 5 miles would be the best place to train 50% sword intent, and so on. Do not be reckless. Eh? You also have 50% sword intent." After talking for a while, the female sword artist realized that Yichen was able to stand right next to her and be fine, which meant that he had obviously reached 50% sword intent. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be less than 20 years old. Yichen chuckled and asked, "Then, there are sword-shaped plants up there?" The female sword artist nodded and said, "Yes. But, there are all of the top warriors from all of the martial institutions up there. It would be best if you do not think about the sword-shaped plants. But of course, if it comes from the stream, then it would not be under their control. We can fight for it ourselves." "Sword-shaped plants come from this stream?" "Don't look down on this stream. There are a lot of people staring at it every day. If you could get a sword-shaped plant from the stream, it would be much better than cultivating here for a couple of months. If you are lucky, you might even be able to increase your sword intent. If you are not, you might even be able to accumulate some sword intent knowledge." "Oh. It seems like this place is quite popular." The female sword artist said disappointedly, "I have seen a couple of sword-shaped plants coming out from the stream, but they had all been taken by the powerful warriors in front of us. What can I do? My sword intent could not go any further. Otherwise, I would be able to join the fight." In this place, cultivation did not have much of an influence. The main thing was still the sword intent. If one's sword intent was high, then they would be able to get close to the crack. If one's sword intent was low, then they would only be able to watch others fight for the plants. Perhaps your luck will change." After understanding some of the common sense, Yichen decided not to stay any longer. He prepared to walk closer. "What are you doing?" The female sword artist covered her mouth. In her sight, Yichen's body flashed once and appeared 5 miles away from the crack. The sword intent there did not affect him at all. It was not over yet. Yichen continued to walk. Soon, he was 3 miles away from the crack, and then 2 miles away. "Oh my god! 80% sword intent. How did he learn it?" The female sword artist looked like she could not believe it. There were not many sword artists near the crack. There were only 3 of them. One was an elder in his 60s, and the other 2 were middle-aged men with cold faces. Seeing Yichen walking over, the elder seemed to be thinking about something. The 2 middle-aged men's expressions changed a couple of times. They were obviously shocked by Yichen's sword-intent realm. Yichen did not care about them. He only stopped when he was at the very front of the crack. The sword intent here is just within my limit. I will train it here. Taking out his star sword and wearing it on his left waist, Yichen glanced at the elder and the 2 middle-aged men. Seeing that they did not have any strange reactions, he then closed his eyes slightly, feeling the mysterious sword intent leaking out. After a whole hour, Yichen finally woke up from his training state. Compared to the sword-shaped plant, the sword intent that leaked out from the crack contained more information, but it was also more chaotic. It was not as orderly as the sword-shaped plant. Yichen now understood why the sword-shaped plant was so popular. Although he could train the sword intent in the natural moat canyon at any time, without any obstacles or time limit, the sword intent in the canyon was so powerful. Being covered by the sword intent, he would be like a fish swimming against the current, unable to see the whole river flow. He could only passively accept the information that he could get. After 2 hours, the information that Yichen had received was all fragmented and messy. Wanting to learn something from it would be extremely difficult. However, the sword-shaped plant was different. It had absorbed the sword intent from the canyon and made a simple arrangement, which made the training easier. In other words, it was a weaker version of the sword intent of the Battle King. Of course, it was at least 1,000 times weaker, which was extremely different from the complete sword intent of the Battle King. No rush. Although the sword intent is fragmented, it is not completely useless. At least, it can increase my sword intent foundation. In the future, I might be able to connect them together. A few thoughts flashed through his mind as Yichen continued to sink into his training state. 3 days had passed in a row. A few of the sword artists within miles had left, and a few more had come. The number had always been the same. That kind-hearted female sword artist was very patient. She had been staying where she was without moving. She would occasionally look towards Yichen's direction. Whoosh, whoosh, that day, a crazy wind suddenly blew out from the crack. The wind was like a dragon's roar, a tiger's roar, or even a ghost's cry. It was extremely horrifying. Wind! Wind! The sword artists at the back saw it, and their faces were filled with excitement. Yichen thought about it. Could it be that the wind would bring the sword-shaped plant out? That would explain why everyone, including the female sword artist, were so excited. Shoo! Just as he thought about it, a sharp air-piercing sound was heard from within the heavy wind. He looked up and saw a sword-shaped plant shoot out from within the grey wind. This sword-shaped plant contained a powerful sword intent. Although it was not controlled by anyone, it still displayed a shocking attacking power. It was like an unsheathed great sword. This is mine. Near Yichen, a skinny middle-aged man with a cold face jumped up from the ground, trying to grab the plant. This sword-shaped plant should be mine. The old man in his 60s laughed out loud. He stomped on the ground and sent out waves of earth as he chased after the thin middle-aged man. The speed of the two was extremely fast. They approached the sword-shaped plant in an instant and started to fight for it. Humph, who dares to fight with me? The other middle-aged man was not as fast as the other two, but the sword-shaped plant was something he had to get. He opened his 5 fingers, which contained sword light. He grabbed in the air, and 5 beams of sword light interweaved together, shooting out. The 3 of them did not pull out their swords. For sword artists, once they pulled out their swords, there would be blood. It was not the time for them to risk their lives yet, so they were all holding back. Yichen smiled. His body disappeared with the wind. When he reappeared, he was already on the other side. He extended his arm and picked up a sword-shaped plant from the air. What? There is another one? I could not even hear anything. Damn it, the 3 of us fought to the death, and he got one so easily. The 3 of them who were fighting for the plant looked bad. In the end, it was the elder who was more skillful, and he got the plant. Hee hee, little brother, you have sharp senses. Impressive. Putting away the plant, the elder moved away from the two middle-aged men and looked at Yichen with a smile. Yichen said, "You were attracted by the first plant. It is not because of my sharp senses." Yichen would not dare to underestimate the three. Before, his sword intent was his advantage, and it was also one of the reasons why he could fight beyond his realm. However, these three people's sword intent was not weaker than his, so it would be impossible for him to get the upper hand with his sword intent. Especially that elder, he had the highest cultivation among the four, reaching mid-astral reaching realm. The other two middle-aged men were not bad either, both at peak level early astral reaching realm, which was higher than Yichen. Is that so? The elder obviously did not believe what Yichen had said. As a sword artist, his senses were already very sharp. It was not that they had never seen a couple of plants shooting out at the same time, but this time they did not sense anything at all. Yichen being able to sense the second plant so easily was enough to explain the situation. If he was only a bit interested in Yichen before, then right now, he had already considered Yichen as a powerful opponent for the plant. As for the two middle-aged men who did not get the plant, a strange light flashed through their eyes. They seemed to want to take Yichen's plant by force, but they were also quite scared of him. The wind is still blowing. Let's see what we can do. Yichen did not expect them to believe him. Lowering his attitude was just to ease the atmosphere. If they were too aggressive, he would not mind fighting with them. The four of them had their own thoughts as they focused on the grey wind. Behind them, a lot of sword artists started to yell. They got it again. We can't even get the leftovers. What can we do? They are in the 2-mile area, which is the front line. We are too far away, and the plant would not be able to get here. Sigh. Before, there were only 3 of them. Sometimes, there would be 1 or 2 fish that slipped through the net. Now, there is 1 more. Our chance of getting the plant is getting lower and lower. It was very rare for the wind to blow inside the crack. It would only happen once or twice a month. Every time the wind blew, it would be the time when the plant would appear the most. Basically, there would be a different amount of plants flying out. Therefore, a lot of sword artists were looking forward to the wind inside the crack. They wished that it would blow every day. Although there were plants flying out of the stream, the speed of the stream was way too slow. The chance of the people behind them getting the plant from the stream was almost 0, unless there was no one in front of them. The female sword artist saw that Yichen had gotten a sword-shaped plant so easily, so she was a bit surprised. Those 3 in the 2-mile area were not simple at all. A lot of powerful warriors had tried to fight against the Battle King's sword intent, trying to take the food from them, but they had all been killed without a doubt. However, facing Yichen, who had gotten a sword-shaped plant, the 3 did not even try to take it. It seemed like they were quite afraid of him. Sighing, the female sword artist forced a smile. She was only 1 step away from the 60% sword intent. If she had a plant, she might be able to make it. Unfortunately, she had not even touched a plant in the past couple of months. She could only watch it fall into someone else's hands. Shoo, shoo. 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 Right at that moment, the wind inside the crack became even more intense, bringing up a tornado. At least 8 or 9 plants shot out as fast as lightning, flashing once and disappearing. Good timing. The elder did not care about anything else. He reached out his hand and grabbed 2 of them. The other 2 middle-aged men were a bit weaker, but they both got 1 each. The fastest one would have to be Yichen. Before the sword-shaped plants appeared, his body had already jumped into the air. His body flashed and 3 plants landed in his hand. No matter it was the timing, the movement, or the horrifying coordination, it was all frightening. The 4 of them had gotten 7 plants in total. The remaining 2 went through the air above them, reaching the 3-mile area. All the sword artists in the 3-mile area jumped into the air at the same time. However, the plants were way too fast. They went right through them and reached the 4-mile area. Haha, I got one. One of the sword artists in the 4-mile area was lucky. One of the plants had been shot in the same direction as him. Eh? There is still 1 more. The female sword artist was in the 5 miles area. She was already prepared to be empty-handed, but just like Yichen had said, her luck would eventually change. The last plant landed right in front of her, sinking 3 inches deep into the ground. The tail of the plant could not stop shaking. I got one just like this? She still could not believe it. In case something bad happened, she hurried to pull out the plant and threw it into her storage ring. A satisfied expression appeared on her face. With this plant, it is not impossible to increase my sword intent to 60%. All the sword artists in the 3-mile area and the 4-mile area who did not get any plants were almost going crazy. 9 plants. They did not even get one. If Yu-chan and the other 3 could get it, it would be fine, since they were very powerful and had a high level of sword intent. No one would dare to fight against them. As for the remaining 2 plants, why would they not be theirs? 6 swordsmen surrounded the man who had the sword-shaped plant in the 4-mile area. Between his life and the plants, the man chose to give up. He looked disappointed. Soon, the 6 of them arrived near the female sword artist and surrounded her. If you know what's good for you, hand over the plants. Otherwise, you will lose your life. The female sword artist backed out a couple of steps. It is mine. I will give you 3 breaths of time. If you do not hand it over, you will die. The leading sword artist threatened. I will not hand it over. I stay here for a couple of months every year. This is my first time getting one. The female sword artist said angrily. Huh. You want to do this the hard way? Kill her. The 6 of them pulled out their weapons, their Xianxia exploding violently. In the 2-mile area, Yichen shook his head. Under the surprised look of the elder and the 2 middle-aged men, he walked towards the 5-mile area step by step. Get the F***CK back to your positions. Without wasting any time, Yichen yelled. Brat, this is our business. You better stay out of it. Don't think that just because you have a high level of sword intent, we will not be able to do anything to you. Battling power is not something that can be supported by sword intent alone. Yichen's power was still quite powerful. Otherwise, they would have attacked him already. The female sword artist was both grateful and worried, afraid that Yichen would be taken advantage of. Having a high level of sword intent was one thing, but having a high battling power was another. The 2 were not equal. Chin, the star scar sword was pulled out halfway. That horrifying sword light cut out a crack on the ground. The crack spread out at an unimaginable speed until it reached under the 6 people's feet. I will say it again. All of you, get the F***CK off. Yichen looked cold. These 6 people were all at early astral reaching realm, and one of them was at mid-astral reaching realm. They all had 60 or 70% sword intent, but their martial arts and sword arts were way weaker. So, Yichen did not care about them at all. Brat, you are looking for death. The leading mid-astral reaching realm warrior could not hold it anymore. He yelled as his Xianxia started to burn crazily, throwing out a sword attack towards Yichen. His blue robes fluttered in the air as Yichen took out his star scar sword. The second he did so, his green lotus Xianxia had already started to burn fiercely. A pure blue fire wave exploded, bringing up a light pattern in the surreal space. This kind of power was normally only available to mid-astral reaching realm warriors. Shu, taking out his sword, Yichen threw out a sword attack towards his opponent. Within that blue sword light was a majestic green lotus, which seemed to support the sky while its roots pierced into the ground. The sword light sliced down heavily with an unstoppable momentum. It was indeed the most aggressive ace attack of the Green Lotus sword arts, Green Lotus Mountain opening. The ground cracked open, and the person who had thrown out the sword attack was shocked. He was obviously the one who had thrown out the first attack, so how did his opponent get there first? Plus, that sword light contained an unimaginable power. Facing it, he felt like he was about to be torn apart, which made his scalp go numb. Seal it. As the sword was about to land, the person changed his sword movement, trying to block out Yichen's sword light. Boom, a thick layer of the ground was shaved off. That sword artist's feet rubbed against the ground as he was blown away, puking out a huge mouthful of blood. The star scar sword created a sword flower in the surreal space, cutting through the air. The poetic perspective was horrifying. Yichen's gaze landed on the other 5, this is the holy land for sword artists. I do not want to kill you all. Back off. Yes, yes. The five saw that even the most powerful among them could not handle one sword attack from Yi Chen, so they did not dare to stay any longer. In a battle between sword artists, life and death was only a matter of a few attacks. As for that sword artist who had been beaten back by Yi Chen, he also did not dare to challenge him again, so he quickly left the place. He had been wounded quite badly, and would need some time to heal up. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to fight against the sword intent leaking out of the crack. "Thank you." The female sword artist closed her slightly opened mouth and thanked him. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "This is my first time here, so I would like to thank you for telling me some common sense. These are just small things. No need to thank me. Alright, you be careful. I still need to collect more sword-shaped plants." Although 4 sword-shaped plants could help him reach 90% sword intent, but Yi Chen planned to accumulate enough sword-shaped plants all at once. Plus, the sword intent that leaked out from the crack was not completely useless. The messy information of the sword intent would eventually be sorted out, and he might have to rely on it to break through to the peak-level sword intent in the future. Returning to the 2-kilometer area, Yi Chen pushed the matter from his mind. The middle-aged man, who was also in the 2-mile area, felt lucky that he did not try to steal his sword-shaped plant earlier. Not only had his sword intent reached 80%, his battling power was also terrifyingly high. Being able to fight beyond his cultivation, he was probably not weaker than the elder, and might even be slightly stronger than him. The elder chuckled and gave up on the idea of stealing the plant. He would have plenty of chances to get more sword-shaped plants in the future, so there was no need to risk his life for it. It was not worth it. Yi Chen did not know what the others were thinking, and even if he did, he would not care. It was not because he was arrogant, but even without his martial arts and sword arts, his sword intent was still not something they could compete with, because they did not have the Battle King's sword, and their comprehensive abilities were not as good as his either. Although they were both 80% sword intent, Yi Chen's sword intent contained the immortal mentality, which was an insurmountable advantage. It was also the foundation for him to survive. With the Battle King's sword, I would be able to use at least 10 times more efficiently than these people. What a shame. It was not that Yi Chen did not have the thought of stealing the plant, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up. He was not a demonic man, who would rather sacrifice others to strengthen himself. Therefore, there would be no difference between him and the other 6 people. If he wanted to be powerful, he would have to be powerful in an upright way, and not let his sword intent be covered by dust. His sword intent was a vast sword intent, an indestructible sword intent. Unknowingly, Yi Chen's sword intent had gotten firmer, and no evil could get through it. The wind gradually weakened until it disappeared, and the ground returned to its original peace and quiet. Hee, 5 plants should be enough. I will leave first. The elder could not wait any longer, and wanted to try to break through to the 90% sword intent. After all, he had already gotten 2 plants before, so it was not like he did not have the chance to break through to the 90% sword intent. Plus, with Yi Chen here, he did not know when he would be able to get more plants. After the elder left, the 2 middle-aged men and the sword artists behind him were the ones who were excited. Yi Chen did not care about anything, and just quietly trained his sword intent. After 10 days, the 2 middle-aged men left as well. Only Yi Chen was left in the 2-mile area, and there were not many sword artists in the 1-mile area. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen thought to himself, during these 10 days, there were 2 sword-shaped plants that flowed out of the stream, and I got both of them. In total, I have 6 sword-shaped plants, which should be enough for me to break through to the 90% sword intent. If I cannot, then it means that it is not the right time for me to break through yet, and the foundation of my sword intent would not be stable. However, it was already enough for him to break through to the 90% sword intent. If he wanted to break through to the next level, it would be even harder. He would have to wait until he got all 9 of them. Yi Chen was very ambitious. This time, he not only wanted to break through to the 90% sword intent, but he also wanted to break through to the advanced level. Of course, the possibility was very low. 80% to 90% was already hard enough, and from 90% to the advanced level, it would be even harder than from the beginner level to the 90% sword intent. If he really wanted to break through, even if Yi Chen had the Battle King's sword, he would need at least 20 to 30 sword-shaped plants. If it were someone else, it would be almost impossible for them to break through to the advanced level with just the sword-shaped plants, unless they were extremely talented in the sword arts, which meant that they were 2 or 3 times more talented than Yi Chen. Yi Chen had never heard of this kind of genius before. Breaking through to the advanced level sword intent was Yi Chen's biggest goal. After that, he wanted to at least stabilize the 90% sword intent. After all, 99% was the advanced level, and the gap between the two was not small at all. If he wanted to do it all at once, then he would have more hope. If he did it intermittently, then he would lose a lot of inspiration. After another 10 days, Yi Chen got another sword-shaped plant. The female sword artist was getting ready to leave. She was planning to say goodbye to Yi Chen, but seeing that he was still focused on his sword intent, she had to leave helplessly. The next day, there was a rare wind in the crack. However, compared to last time, the wind was much weaker, and there were only 3 sword-shaped plants. With 3 sword-shaped plants in his hand, Yi Chen had 10 sword-shaped plants in his storage now. It is time to leave. I have to give the others some chances. The sword artists who came here mainly wanted to learn the Battle King's sword intent that had leaked out from the crack. The sword-shaped plants were an extra reward, but they could not get anything from it at all. Obviously, they were very frustrated. With 10 sword-shaped plants, Yi Chen did not plan to occupy the 2 miles area anymore. He finally left. Luckily, I was able to hold on. Although the sword-shaped plants were an extra reward, if I could get one, then this trip would be worth it. Seeing Yi Chen leave, everyone was overjoyed. Of course, some of the weaker sword artists were worried. Before, with Yi Chen there, those aggressive sword artists did not dare to push it too far. But, once Yi Chen left, those people would not be able to control their greed and try to take the plants. In the end, this world had always been a survival of the fittest. The more powerful you were, the more people would respect you. 3 days after Yi Chen left, a group of unexpected guests showed up outside the crack. Have you seen this guy before? The leader took out a portrait from his storage ring. The portrait was none other than Yi Chen. Yes, he just left 3 days ago. The sword artist who was asked answered honestly. There were a lot of people on the other side, and the ones walking in the front were all astral-reaching realm warriors. More importantly, they were wearing the uniform of the Rank 6 Martial School, the Floating Mountain Martial School, which was not someone they could mess with. They could not help but wonder where Yi Chen came from, since he dared to go against the Floating Mountain Martial School. The leader heard him and said with a cold voice, "Huh. He escaped again." They were all under Taoist Jin Huang, who was the core master of the Floating Mountain Martial School. With one order, he could send out a lot of people. They were only one of the groups that were chasing after Yi Chen. This time, there were more than 10 groups, and each group had 2 to 3 astral-reaching realm warriors. The biggest group even had a late astral-reaching realm warrior, who was the assistant of Taoist Jin Huang. Taoist Jin Huang's order was to send someone to inform him as soon as they got the news. "Master Lu, don't worry. After messing with Master Jin Huang, this brat will die sooner or later." The middle-aged man who was called Master Lu put away the portrait, of course. What kind of cultivation does Master Jin Huang have? Even if we give him 5 years, he would not be able to compete with Master Jin Huang. If he does not die now, he will die even more miserably in the future. Let's go. In the mountains thousands of miles away from the natural moat gorge. Under the waterfall, Yi Chen sat on a huge rock, staring at the 6 sword marks on the wall. Among the 6 sword marks, 2 of them contained an unparalleled sword intent. The sword intent lingered for a long time, filling up the entire surreal space, making the air around it as sticky as water. Yi Chen had been sitting there for 10 days. During these 10 days, he had used up 6 sword-shaped plants in total. The sword intent of one plant could stay in the surreal space for 3 days. However, Yi Chen was not satisfied yet. Before the sword intent had completely disappeared, another sword mark would appear, which kept the sword intent at its most intense level. Woo! At noon, the waterfall stopped for a second. The water splashed in the midair and did not fall down for a long time. The breeze around had disappeared as well, and it was dead silent. Boom! Invisibly, a wave of sword intent shot up into the sky, shooting up into the clouds. 90% sword intent, done. Shaking off the dust on his body, Yichen stood up and opened his eyes. The surreal space was shaking, like a great sword that had been covered in dust for hundreds of years had just been pulled out of its scabbard, shocking the world. The sword intent slowly disappeared as Yichen let out a breath full of sharp qi. He mumbled to himself, comprehending the sword intent by myself was just a pure sword intent. However, from the Battle King's sword intent, I could sense the immortal mentality. Compared to the 80% sword intent, the immortal mentality contained in the 90% sword intent had increased by 5 times. The others would never have thought that I could gain something like this. There was only one Battle King's sword, and only that sword could trigger the immortal mentality in the Battle King's sword intent. It was Yichen's fortune, and no one else knew about it. Yichen was confident that with the 90% sword intent, he would be able to compete with other people's completed sword intent. The immortal mentality was way too powerful, and did not belong to this realm at all. It was like a life and death realm warrior, standing high above the rest and looking down on the world. With the increase of the sword intent, my cultivation is unbelievably stable. It should be because of my clear mind, without any dirt on me. Unfortunately, I do not have any pellets or spirit plants that could increase the cultivation of astral-reaching realm warriors. Otherwise, I would be able to reach the peak level of early astral-reaching realm right now. The sword intent on the sword mark had not disappeared yet, so Yichen took out another sword-shaped plant. It had been broken, and the sword intent contained in it was poured into the broken Battle King's sword. Yichen lifted up the sword and slashed out a new sword mark. Let's go all out and see what level I can reach with 90% sword intent. 99% was the completed sword intent. Even reaching 91% would be a huge improvement. 6 sword-shaped plants had increased Yichen's sword intent to 90%, but it was just the beginning. As the 7th plant was used up, Yichen could feel that the sword intent that he had learned earlier was being verified with the 7th plant's sword intent. It felt like he had accumulated a lot of experience. It seems like the accumulation of sword intent was right after all. Without those 20 days of training, it would still be unknown if my sword intent could reach 90%, not to mention breaking through to a higher realm. The sword intent inside the plant was actually not perfect, and the sword intent leaking out from the crack was not perfect either. But, the two combined together and complemented each other, making it a lot more complete. Time flew by like water. Yichen had used up all of his stored sword-shaped plants, and the reward was shocking. According to his own estimation, his sword intent was at least 93%, and was not far from 99%. As his sword intent continued to increase, Yichen finally had some understanding of the immortal mentality. First of all, the immortal mentality was something beyond the mentality, and was above it. Secondly, the immortal mentality was very special, and had nothing to do with most of the mentalities. After all, even if it was beyond the mentality, it would still have something to do with it. At least, it would be based on the mentality, and it would be impossible to create something out of nothing. However, the immortal mentality seemed to be created out of nothing, from nothing, from nothing, from nothing, and from nothing. Yichen did not know if he had guessed it right or not, but he thought that the immortal mentality meant the highest level, and was above everything else. Forget it. With my cultivation, thinking about it would drive me crazy. I would need to at least reach the Sea of Souls realm before I could even think about it. For things that he had no clue about, he would never try to understand it forcefully. That would only drive him crazy, and it would not be worth it. Above the pond, Yichen lifted up his fist and threw out a punch. Shoo! A vacuum tunnel was torn open in the air, and it was quickly filled up with new air, making an extremely shrill scream. Pooh! The waterfall was cut in half like a piece of cloth, one top and one bottom. My comprehensive ability has allowed me to increase my martial art realm at an extremely fast speed, and the higher the martial art realm, the faster my cultivation base will increase as well. However, the higher the sword intent realm, it can also increase my cultivation speed. It has only been a month since I came out, and my cultivation base has already been completely stabilized. I am about to reach the peak of early astral reaching realm. It was undeniable that Yichen's rapid growth in cultivation had a lot to do with the growth of his sword intent. In fact, in terms of cultivation talent, Yichen was just at the level of top geniuses. However, the sword intent had made his mind more clear, clearing away all distracting thoughts, allowing him to bring out his cultivation talent to 100%, or even 120%. However, some of the extremely talented people might not even be able to bring out 90 or 80% of their cultivation talent. The sword-shaped plant had been used up, but Yi Chen's learning had not disappeared yet. He planned to stay here for a few more days until he could no longer learn anymore. Wild Goose Falling River, Natural Moat Gorge. The number of swordsmen outside the fissure continued to increase. Unknowingly, the number of swordsmen had exceeded 100. Every day, many people would leave, and many more would come. And among the swordsmen who had come this time, 2 of them were extremely eye-catching. One of them was the astral-reaching realm sword artist Song Yan, who had met Yi Chen once before. The other one was an elder in black robes. His face was dry, and he did not have a beard. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Judging their cultivation, they were only at mid and late astral-reaching realm, which was not that horrifying. However, their sword intent had reached 90%, which allowed them to fight against the Battle King's sword intent that was 1 mile away from the fissure. Indeed, they were right outside the fissure. In the past couple of months, it was the first time that sword artists had appeared in this place, and there were 2 of them at the same time. 90% sword intent. So horrifying. I heard that once you reach the completion of the sword intent, battling beyond realms would be as easy as eating and drinking. But, to reach the completion of the sword intent would be extremely hard. I have been stuck at 60% sword intent for a couple of years now, and there is still no sign of a breakthrough. All of the swordsmen nearby could not help but discuss. 1 mile away, the elder in black robes mumbled to himself, no matter how powerful the sword intent is, it will be destroyed one day. It seems like this Battle King's sword intent is going to disappear soon. Song Yan chuckled, it is already impressive for it to exist for 500 years. Sword Elder, do you know what level the Battle King's sword intent has reached? Unpredictable. Unpredictable. It is almost at the level of the natural law. Almost at the natural law? So horrifying. Song Yan gasped. The natural law was something that only life and death realm warriors could learn. According to the legends, once one learned the natural law, he or she would be able to reach another realm, one that was beyond the life and death realm. Unfortunately, no one had ever learned the natural law. If the Battle King's level was close to the natural law, then why had he not become an emperor yet? I do not know why, but the fact that the Battle King's sword intent could exist for 500 years means that it is already close to the natural law. Perhaps our cultivation is still too low, and there is still a huge gap between us and the Battle King. Once we fill this gap, we will be able to touch the Battle King realm. Song Yan nodded. Indeed, they were the top of the astral-reaching realm warriors, but compared to the Battle King, they were just like ants. Talking about high-level stuff with the status of ants was already extremely ridiculous. Letting out a breath, Song Yan raised his head and looked at the crack. This crack had only appeared last year. The natural moat gorge and the Battle King's sword intent would indeed not last for too long. 3 to 5 years at the slowest, and 1.5 years at the fastest, the Battle King's sword intent would disappear for sure. We should take this opportunity to learn more about the sword intent and collect some sword-shaped plants. Yeah, that makes sense. The 2 calmed down and sank into the state of learning. Crack. Crack, boom, just when the 2 of them were trying to comprehend the sword will, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the natural moat gorge. The crack meandered and climbed all the way to the top of the gorge, reaching a height of 17,000 to 18,000 meters. The center of the crack was pitch black, like the mouth of a demon. The strong vibration woke everyone up. Another crack has appeared. The sword elder frowned. Song Yan sighed inwardly. Because of the existence of the Battle King's sword intent, the natural moat gorge had already become the holy land for sword artists. But, this holy land would also disappear in the near future. He did not know whether he should be sad or sad. Look! A huge amount of sword-shaped plants are flying out. So many! We have made it. Once the second crack was created, the violent vibration brought up the airflow, creating a strong whirlwind. Within the whirlwind, there were dozens of sword-shaped plants. They were all like sharp swords, shooting out with a shocking sword intent. They were as fast as lightning. The sword elder laughed. Song Yan, our luck is not bad. It has only been one day, and we have already found a huge amount of sword-shaped plants. I only need 10. Song Yan's body flashed as he reached out his arms, trying to grab the plants nearby. This time, I am trying to reach the completion of my sword intent. 15 will be fine. The sword elder did not want to pass on the responsibility, so he started to fight for the other plants. Shoo, not far away, a blue figure flew over at an extreme speed. Luckily, I made it in time. Another crack had appeared in the gorge. The blue figure was indeed Yi Chen. Right then, he saw the plants shooting out of the crack, so he would not waste any time. His speed increased to its limit, and within 2 flashes, he had already reached 1 mile away. What? Another sword artist with 90% sword intent? It is him. Half a month ago, people from the Floating Mountain Martial School had come to find him. Many of the sword artists had recognized Yi Chen. For Song Yan and the sword elder, they were also shocked. After seeing the face of the person who had just arrived, Song Yan was even more shocked. Brother Yi, I did not expect you to reach 90% sword intent from 70% sword intent in just 2 years. Congratulations. Hearing him, the sword elder's eyebrows flicked. This person is indeed the #1 martial genius of the South River region, Yi Chen. No wonder he has such a horrifying sword intent. No, this sword intent is not a normal 90% sword intent. The sword elder was extremely shocked. Even his speed of getting the plants had slowed down a bit, because he had sensed something similar to the Battle King's sword intent from Yi Chen's sword intent. With the 3 plants in his hands, Yi Chen continued to fight. He said, Senior Song Yan, long time no see. What is going on with this crack? Back then, the Sky Pillar Mountain had been sliced open by the Battle King's sword attack. A lot of places had been shaken up, but because the sword intent had always been in a rich state, it had the effect of toughening the rocks. Now that the Battle King's sword intent has been weakening, the gorge is about to collapse as well. This crack is a sign of it collapsing. I see. Yi Chen had always been confused. Since he could get the plants here, why did Song Yan still want to fight for them in the auction? It seemed like when the auction was held in the Gold Tripod City, the crack had not appeared yet, so the sword intent had to be trained on the river on both sides of the gorge. On top of the gorge, all of the top warriors from all of the martial institutions were shocked. Not good. Another crack has appeared. The day of the gorge collapsing is not far away. A lot of people are fighting for the plants down there, which belong to all of us. If I have guessed it right, there will be more cracks appearing in the coming days. By then, there will be even more plants flying out. If we do not do something soon, it will be a huge loss. Tell the others to lock down the gorge and get rid of these sword artists. Huh. I have been annoyed by these sword artists for a long time. Shoo. 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 Soon, dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors flew down from the top of the gorge. Some of them yelled, "This place has been locked down. Everyone, leave. If you do not leave, we will kill you." The dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors were still at the front. Soon, more astral-reaching realm warriors arrived. There were no less than 500 of them, since there were more powerful martial institutions stationed at the top of the gorge than the sword artists on the scene. As they were talking, all of the powerful martial institutions started to chase the people away. Their powerful Xianxia vibration gathered together, looking like a tsunami that could shatter the sky and crack the ground. So aggressive. How dare they chase us away? The natural moat gorge was created by the Battle King. If we are talking about the owner, it would be the Battle King and his descendants. They have been ruling the gorge for a long time, and now they want to chase us away. All of the sword artists on the scene were very angry. Boom, boom. Boom, huge holes that were dozens of meters deep appeared on the ground. That horrifying Jin Yuan flow had brought up the natural Yuan Qi, bringing up a horrifying Qi wave, forcing all of the sword artists to leave the place. So aggressive. The sword elder had almost been hit by a Jin Yuan flow, his face turning black. Song Yan's luck was not so good, as his clothes had been torn apart by the Qi wave, revealing the low-rank inner armor underneath. The 13th plant. Activating his Jin Yuan, Yi Chen's body flashed as he grabbed onto the 13th plant, preparing to leave. Huh. How dare you try to steal the plant right under our noses? Make him spit out all of the plants. 7 to 8 astral-reaching realm warriors had noticed Yi Chen, so they all rushed over, each throwing out a horrifying Jin Yuan flow. Yi Chen frowned as he took out his star scar sword, using his green lotus flower seizing seal to block out the incoming attack. How dare you? How dare you fight back? Hand over all of the plants, and we will let you live. These people saw that Yi Chen had blocked out their attacks so easily, so they were quite shocked. Although there were only 2 mid-astral reaching realm warriors among them, their combined power was so powerful that even late astral reaching realm warriors would not dare to take it head-on. However, Yi Chen had managed to take it all with one attack. With the advantage in numbers, the 2 leading warriors had a dark look on their faces as they pointed at Yi Chen and yelled. Backing out to the safe area, Yi Chen stood on the ground and said with a cold voice, I have no problem with you locking down the natural milk gorge. But, I will not hand over the plants. Even if you don't want to, you will have to. Don't force us to kill you. Yi Chen squeezed his eyes slightly. To be honest, as long as Sea of Souls realm warriors did not show up, he would not be afraid of anyone. Right now, his sword intent had already reached 93%, and because it contained the immortal mentality, it was almost equivalent to the completed sword intent. He was confident that he could beat Jin Huang even if he ran into him. Although there were a lot of powerful martial artists stationed in the canyon, as long as they did not surround him, they would not be able to do anything to him. Therefore, asking him to hand over the plants would be a pipe dream. Not to mention the fact that they would be useful to him, even if they were not, he would not hand them over. Just as Yi Chen was about to attack, the ghost head took a step out. You guys, don't push it too far. I, the sword head, have been in the South River region for so many years, and even the leaders of rank 7 martial institutions would have to be polite to me. Who do you think you are? How dare you yell at me like this? Who attacked me before? Are you blind? What? It's Sword Elder. One of the top 10 sword artists in the astral reaching realm, the Sword Elder, and the one right next to him seems to be Song Yan, right? Although Song Yan is not in the top 10 sword artists, but he is still one of the top 10 sword artists. The few of them were a bit scared. The Sword Elder was a loner, without any family or friends. His own power was horrifying, and he was ranked at the top of the top 10 sword artists. Below the Sea of Souls realm, there were barely any powerful warriors who could compete with him. Therefore, most of the time, rank 7 martial institutions would not dare to mess with the Sword Elder, since there would not be any Sea of Souls realm warriors in the martial institutions. If they messed with the Sword Elder, he could easily kill a couple of people and then run away, then come back in a few days to kill more people. Without a certain amount of astral reaching realm warriors, it would be impossible to kill him. If it were only these, then it would not be a big deal. A few years ago, there was a powerful sword artist who was called the Blood Sword Artist. Just like the Sword Elder, he was one of the top 10 sword artists in the astral reaching realm. At that time, a master of a rank 7 martial institution had bullied others, and was killed by the Blood Sword Artist. The leader of the rank 7 martial institution was furious, and sent out a lot of astral reaching realm warriors to chase after the Blood Sword Artist. However, the Blood Sword Artist's battling power was extremely powerful. He fought while running, and eventually killed a lot of his pursuers. The leader of the rank 7 martial institution regretted it. The number of astral reaching realm warriors in a rank 7 martial institution was limited, and a lot of them had been killed by the Blood Sword Artist. Their overall power had dropped drastically, and it would not be worth it. However, it would be impossible for him to let go of his pride, so he could only send out a notice, asking the Blood Sword Artist to come and apologize. However, who was the Blood Sword Artist? He was a famous brutal warrior in the whole South River region. His killing intent was extremely heavy. As long as he did not cause any trouble, it would be fine. But, if he did, he would exhaust you to death. In the past 2 years, the rank 7 martial institutions that had messed with the Blood Sword Artist had been forced to hide in their martial institutions, not daring to go out. Their disciples had left the martial institutions one after another, and a lot of the masters could not stand it either. Some of them had left the martial institutions, while others had joined other martial institutions. Not long after, this rank 7 martial institution had fallen completely, and was forced to become a rank 8 martial institution. One had to admit that the blood sword artist was too brutal. He had messed up the martial institutions, but he still did not want to let it go. Finally, one day, he sneaked in and killed the leader of the martial institution. Then, he started a massacre, killing all of the astral-reaching realm warriors in the martial institutions, completing the miracle of one man destroying a martial institution. It was the first time in hundreds of years that something like this had happened. With the example of the blood sword artist, all of the rank 7 martial institutions had come to the same conclusion: never mess with an astral-reaching realm warrior with super powerful battling power, unless you had the confidence to kill him with one attack. Otherwise, if he did not die, then the future would be hard to live. The martial institutions that they were in might become the second sacrifice in hundreds of years. It is the Sword Elder. We were blind and could not recognize you. Please forgive us. The attitude of the group of people had changed drastically, as they cupped their fists and apologized. Right next to the Sword Elder, Song Yan snorted, "My brother Yi had already left that area, yet you still dared to chase after him. I am not afraid to tell you that his battling power is not weaker than mine. Even if he killed you, your martial institutions might not be able to do anything about it." Song Yan did not know what level Yi Chen's battling power was at, but he had a feeling that Yi Chen's battling power might not be weaker than his, and might even be above it. It could be seen from the Sword Elder's shocked expression. Plus, Yi Chen was the #1 martial genius in the whole South River region. As a top martial genius, how could he only have sword intent as his ace? His sword movements and poetic perspectives were equally horrifying. Not weaker than Song Yan. The few of them looked at each other. Who was Song Yan? Even if he was not one of the top 10 astral-reaching realm sword artists, he should at least be in the top 20. He was listed as a second-class warrior by the rank 7 martial institutions, and Yi Chen's power was not weaker than him. Did it not mean that he was also a second-class warrior by the rank 7 martial institutions? Sorry. The leader of the group took a deep breath, feeling extremely regretful. Judging from Yi Chen's tough tone, Song Yan's words might not be fake. Compared to his life, what was an apology? He was afraid that he would be too shy and refuse to admit his mistake, which would make him a powerful enemy. Putting away his sword intent, Yi Chen looked very calm. He did not accept the apology, but he did not reject it either. The Sword Elder opened his mouth. "All right, you guys go and remind the others not to push it too far. The sword-shaped plant belongs to the individual." "Yes, then we will leave now." The few of them were still afraid of the Sword Elder. It was easy to tell that the Sword Elder and Song Yan were good friends. Song Yan had called Yi Chen brother Yi, which meant that they were quite close. Waiting until the few of them left, the Sword Elder turned around and smiled at Yi Chen. "This is how the South River region is. Only the powerful ones are respected. Don't think that they have martial institutions behind them. As long as it is not a rank 6 martial institution, they would not dare to yell at me. Blood sword is an example right there." Yi Chen held his fists towards Song Yan and the Sword Elder. "Thank you for your help, seniors." Without their help, Yi Chen would have been fine as well. But those were two different things, and it had nothing to do with his battling power. He would still have to thank them, since he was not someone who did not know what was good for him. At the same time, he had also learned about the power of the top 10 sword artists in the astral-reaching realm. Even the powerful warriors from rank 7 martial institutions would not dare to mess with them. If he wanted to reach that level, he would have to show enough battling power. Otherwise, he would not be able to win the approval of the whole world. Just like the Sword Elder had said, in the South River region, only the powerful ones were respected. Who had the bigger fist would be the most powerful one, everything would be decided by power. The Sword Elder shook his head with a smile. "Your potential is way more powerful than mine. I am just the icing on the cake. It seems like Song Yan thinks very highly of you." Song Yan introduced to Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, this is one of the famous top 10 sword artists in the astral-reaching realm, the Sword Elder. He is the teacher who guided me on the path of a sword artist." The three of them were all sword artists, so they had a lot of topics to talk about. With the Sword Elder's warning, all of the powerful martial institutions that were stationed in the natural Moat Gorge started to behave themselves. No one tried to kick them out again. Although those sword artists were not happy about it, they knew that there were too many of them, and they had the support of their martial institutions, which was not something they could compete with. So, they left the gorge one by one. In the afternoon, Yi Chen and the Sword Elder said goodbye to Song Yan. "Seniors, I still have to go to the martial city. I will say goodbye for now." The Sword Elder nodded. "Young man, it is better to be busy. When you have time, we can catch up. Your understanding of the sword art is very unique, and it has helped me a lot." The Sword Elder's experience has also helped Yi Chen a lot. "If there is a chance, I will definitely come and visit." "Hehe, I will wait for you." After separating from the two, Yi Chen did not stop and headed towards the martial city. This time, Yi Chen was going to the martial city for no other reason than to find some great medicines to increase his cultivation. Right now, his cultivation had already been stabilized, and he could definitely reach the peak level of early astral reaching realm. Once he reached that level, his battling power would definitely increase by a small level, which would be very useful to him. He knew very well that his battling power was not as powerful as the Sword Elder yet, and not as powerful as the top 10 sword artists in the astral reaching realm. To be able to be in the top 10, one's cultivation would have to be at least at the late astral reaching realm, and the martial arts and sword arts that they trained would have to be at least high-rank earth realm. Their sword intent would also have to be at least 90%. All in all, their battling power would be amazing. Even if Yi Chen had a lot of advantages, he would still not be able to compete with them. Of course, the only thing that Yi Chen lacked was his cultivation, which was relatively easy to increase, since it was where his potential lied. Secondly, he had gotten 13 sword-shaped plants this time, which would be perfect for him to train his sword intent in the training room in the martial city, which would be more peaceful than anywhere else. Although I am not alone, and I am not as free as the Sword Elder and the Blood Sword Artist, who are able to fight against rank 7 martial institutions without any worries, but with that powerful man and the South River Martial School, the Skycloud Martial School and the Yi family are pretty safe. Once my power reaches the level of the top 10 astral reaching realm sword artists, there would be very few things in the South River region that could threaten me. Yi Chen kept thinking and thinking about other things at the same time. A couple of days later, Yi Chen arrived at the martial city. Without stopping, he walked straight to the trading palace in the inner city. The trading palace had always been very popular, and it would always be packed with people. In the entire South River region, only the martial city's trading palace had the most treasures and spirit plants. Although the other big countries also had similar cities for warriors, they were still not as good as the martial city. Mid-rank great weapon, light spear, obtained from the Blood Demon battlefield in the Star Region Lake. The starting price is 30,000 mid-rank soul stones. The highest bidder wins. Once he entered the trading palace, Yi Chen saw someone selling a mid-rank great weapon. It was a long spear with a colorful light. The tip of the spear was shining with a cold light, giving people a feeling that it was indestructible. It was definitely one of the top mid-rank great weapons. What? A mid-rank great weapon? Let's go check it out. How could the things from the Blood Demon battlefield be bad? That place is full of danger and opportunities. There are unimaginable treasures there. The seller yelled out casually. Immediately, 4 to 5 astral reaching realm warriors surrounded him. Blood Demon battlefield. Yi Chen had heard about the Blood Demon battlefield before. It was said that it was just like the Heavenly Dream ancient region, which had existed since the ancient era. There were a lot of blood demons inside, which were divided into low-rank blood demons, low-rank blood demons, middle-rank blood demons, top-rank blood demons, and the extremely horrifying blood demon generals and blood demon kings. Blood Demon battlefield was more like a small space than a battlefield. Of course, this small space was way bigger than the Heavenly Dream ancient region, and it was divided into 2 layers. The first layer was for low-rank blood demons and middle-rank blood demons, while the second layer was for mid-rank blood demons and top-rank blood demons. Although it is a bit troublesome, after I reach the astral reaching realm, I will still need to change my Star Scar sword. Blood Demon Battlefield will be my second destination. After making up his mind, Yichen decided to go to the Blood Demon Battlefield to find a mid-rank greatsword. A mid-rank greatsword would be able to increase the attacking power by 30 to 40%, which was a must-have for all astral-reaching realm sword artists. The trading palace was huge. It was miles in radius, almost as big as a small town. Eh? It's an alchemist. Arriving at the center of the trading hall, Yichen's gaze landed on a white-bearded old man. The old man was dressed in a long robe that had an alchemy cauldron embroidered on it. With a single glance, one could tell that it was the unique clothing of an alchemist. In front of him, there was a crystal counter with all sorts of pills on it. There were pills to recover Xinyuan, pills to mend meridians, pills to speed up the recovery of Xinyuan, and there was even a thumb-sized unknown pill that shone with starlight. There were quite a lot of astral-reaching realm warriors in front of the crystal counter. They were all very respectful, not daring to make any noise. From this, one could tell that this alchemist in his 60s was not a simple person. Pill Elder, give me a bottle of miraculous spirit pills for repairing meridians. Pill Elder, I still owe you 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones from last time. I'll pay you back in one lump sum. As they spoke, Yichen walked over. Is this the Earth Star pill? Yichen pointed at the thumb-sized pill on the crystal counter and asked. The old man nodded, indeed. The Earth Star pill can increase the cultivation of astral-reaching realm warriors, but it cannot help them make a breakthrough. Little friend, do you want to buy it? Yichen looked at the price. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones for one was indeed expensive, but he did not care. In this world where power was everything, everything had to be for the sake of improving one's power. Give me 5 of them, and 2 bottles of each of the other 3 types of pills. The pill elder was a bit surprised. Seeing that Yichen was so young, he seemed to be quite rich. With all these pills added together, it would be more than 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Of course, the more pills Yichen bought, the happier he would be. He smiled and said, 5 Earth Star pills would be 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 bottles of 7-star pills for recovering Xinyuan would be 1,200 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 bottles of miraculous spirit pills for accelerating Xinyuan recovery would be 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones, and 2 bottles of miraculous spirit pills for repairing meridians would be 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. In total, it would be 10,700 mid-grade spirit stones. Little friend, since this is your first time here, I won't take the 700 mid-grade spirit stones, just 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones would be enough. Alright, here you go. Yichen took out a box filled with mid-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and placed it on the floor in front of the pill elder. After the transaction, Yichen walked around for a bit. Seeing that there was nothing else that caught his eye, he left the trading palace and came to the training room lobby inside the city. In front of the platform was still the beautiful lady. It was her first time seeing such a young astral-reaching realm warrior. She felt that he looked familiar, but she was not sure. She said with respect, "Excuse me, would you like a high-rank training room or a top-rank training room?" The training rooms were divided into 4 ranks: low rank, mid-rank, high rank, and top rank. Among them, only astral-reaching realm warriors had the right to use the high rank and top rank. Below the astral-reaching realm, no matter how many spirit stones one had, one would not be able to go in and train. This was the rule of the martial city. Yichen said, "How much for a top-rank training room?" The top-rank training room would cost 30,000 low-rank spirit stones a day. If you pay with mid-rank spirit stones, it would be 500. The lady answered honestly. Pay the low-rank spirit stones. These are the spirit stones for 3 days. Yichen thought about it and decided to pay the low-rank spirit stones. Although paying with mid-rank spirit stones seemed a bit cheaper, since 500 mid-rank spirit stones were equivalent to 25,000 low-rank spirit stones, for him, there were not many opportunities for him to use low-rank spirit stones. Mid-rank spirit stones were very useful. Sometimes, 50 low-rank spirit stones might not even be enough for 1 mid-rank spirit stone. Of course, for most of the astral-reaching realm warriors, Yichen's mid-rank spirit stones were shocking. After killing 5 astral-reaching realm warriors, he had gotten 100,000 mid-rank spirit stones. Adding his own, he had 160,000 mid-rank spirit stones in total. He had just spent 10,000 on the pellets, so he still had 150,000 left. In comparison, Yichen had even more low-rank spirit stones, which were piled up like a mountain. He had gotten more than 1 million low-rank spirit stones from the 5 astral-reaching realm warriors. Adding his own, it had reached 3,500,000. It was a frightening amount of wealth, even richer than a rank 9 martial school, and comparable to some of the weaker rank 8 martial schools. Taking the jade tag, Yichen was led to the training room area in the back by the attendant. 30,000 low-rank spirit stones a day, that would be 300,000 low-rank spirit stones in 10 days. This training room is quite profitable. While thinking, Yichen arrived outside a courtyard. This is the 3rd top-ranked training room. Sir, please come in. The attendant opened the door for Yichen and bowed respectfully. Yichen nodded and took out 30 low-rank spirit stones, throwing them to the attendant. This is your tip. Thank you. The attendant was very excited. The top-ranked training room was a bit wider than the mid-ranked training room. Once he entered, Yichen could feel the temperature around him rising. However, staying inside did not make him feel hot at all. On the contrary, his body felt very warm, and his slowly circulating Xianxia started to boil. As his soul power spread out, Yichen could see the value of the top-ranked training room. The qi rising from the ground was not light red, but dark red, which was way more than the mid-ranked training room. The materials on the walls were not simple either. Once the dark red qi touched it, it bounced back immediately, moving closer to the center of the training room, forming an extremely dense spherical area. The fire qi of the earth Evulsion qi is more than 10 times denser than the mid-ranked training room. It is indeed a top-ranked training room. I wonder what it would be like to train near the earth Evulsion fire. Slowly letting out a breath, Yichen sat on the cushion in the middle of the training room with his eyes slightly closed, entering the training mode. After a while, he opened his eyes. It seems like I only need 1 earth astral pellet. I was already not far from the peak level early astral reaching realm. Combined with this top-ranked training room, it would be much easier. Taking out the thumb-sized earth astral pellet, Yichen stuffed it into his mouth. 3 days later, Yichen had reached the peak level early astral reaching realm as he wished. His Xianxia was 50% denser than 3 days ago, but the purity did not increase much, since the purity would increase along with the realm. Going from the early astral reaching realm to the peak level did not count as a realm increase. The earth astral pellet is indeed mysterious. Besides not being able to help me make a breakthrough, it has a huge effect on increasing my cultivation, saving me a lot of time. Continuing to train was already useless, since reaching the mid-astral reaching realm was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Next, Yichen's target was the sword intent. The training field of the top-ranked training room was extremely vast. From east to west, it was 300 to 400 meters long, which was much bigger than a big family's yard. Absorbing the sword intent from the sword-shaped plant, Yichen held the broken Battle Emperor's sword and threw out a sword attack onto the training column in front of him. Swoosh, the material of the training column was close to a low-rank great weapon, and it only left a 3-inch deep sword mark. The Immortal sword intent spread out with the sword mark as the center. The good thing was that it was not too wide, and it did not go beyond the training field. Otherwise, it would cause some trouble. Being covered by the sword intent, Yichen calmed himself down and started to train. Soon, half a month had passed. Yichen opened his eyes. Just as I expected, the closer I am to the completion, the harder it is to train. During this half a month, I have used up 8 sword-shaped plants in total, but it only increased my sword intent from 93% to 95%. I wonder how many sword-shaped plants I will need to fill up the remaining gap. Without much hesitation, Yichen continued to take out the sword-shaped plants. 7 days passed. There are only 2 sword-shaped plants left. There is no chance for me to reach the completion. Forcing a smile, Yichen shook his head. Although he had prepared for it, the difficulty of training the sword intent was still beyond his expectation. No wonder the Sword Elder, who was one of the top 10 sword artists in the South River region, was still stuck at 90% sword intent. He wondered who among the other 9 sword artists had reached the completion, and who had learned the completed sword intent. Only by reaching the completed sword intent would one be able to reach the higher realms. The last 2 sword-shaped plants had finally been used up. Right now, Yi Chen's sword intent had stopped at 97%, which was only a tiny bit away from the completion. And this tiny bit would take a lot of years to reach. But of course, Yi Chen's sword intent contained the immortal mentality, which could compete with the completed sword intent, which was his advantage. It is time to leave. Next stop, the Blood Demon battlefield in the Star Region Lake. After resting for a day, Yi Chen had stayed in the top-ranked training room for a whole month. He had paid 900,000 low-rank soul stones, but the good thing was that it was worth it. Right now, he only needed an opportunity to reach the mid-astral reaching realm. How many days has it been since he left? Whistling Wind Restaurant was one of the top restaurants in Marshall City. In a private room on the third floor, 7 or 8 astral reaching experts were sitting. The one leading them was Floating Mountain Sect's core elder, Taoist Jin Huang. He wore a long gray robe with golden threads embroidered on the edges. At this moment, he glanced around and asked the astral reaching expert in front of him. 3 days. This person was one of the astral reaching experts following Yi Chen. Half a month ago, he found out that Yi Chen had arrived in Marshall City, and immediately sent a message to Taoist Jin Huang. Taoist Jin Huang's gaze turned cold. He didn't expect that Yi Chen would be so eager to die, choosing to leave Windy Nation right after entering astral reaching realm. However, it was exactly what he wanted. If Yi Chen had stayed in Windy Nation, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. The owner of the sky-covering hand was not someone he could contend with. Even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare to provoke the other party. The soul-chasing bird should have followed him. Yes, as long as the soul-chasing bird is here, even if that kid runs to the ends of the earth, he won't be able to escape from 6th Elder's pursuit. Taoist Jin Huang was ranked 6th among the core elders of Floating Mountain Sect. Therefore, everyone called him Elder Jin Huang or 6th Elder. Good, very good. This time, he won't be able to escape death. Taoist Jin Huang laughed loudly. The soul-chasing bird was a strange bird raised by Floating Mountain Sect. Although it was only the size of a palm, it had a speed of 1,000 meters per second. As long as it smelled one's aura, it would be able to sense one's existence within 100 li. With the soul-chasing bird following Yi Chen, the matter was already half done. The remaining half would be left to him. Thinking of this, Taoist Jin Huang felt extremely happy. Yi Chen was like a knot in his heart, a heart devil. If he didn't eliminate him, he would never be able to calm down and cultivate in seclusion. He was very clear that with Yi Chen's talent, given 3 to 5 years, he might truly become a threat to him. Therefore, he had to eliminate him as soon as possible. Fortunately, he wasn't far from his goal. Star Regional Lake, it was one of the top few super lakes in the True Spirit continent. Its surface area was even bigger than the Black Dragon Empire, the Ice Crystal Empire, and the Grey Mystery Nation combined. It extended all the way to the center of the Misty Snow region, bordering the Wavy Cloud region and the Thunder region. The Star Regional Lake had been an extremely mysterious place since the ancient times. There were a lot of forbidden places inside, some of which even Life and Death Realm warriors would not dare to underestimate. The Blood Demon battlefield was still within the South River region. It was a small forbidden area at the edge of the Star Regional Lake. For clasping Yuan and astral reaching experts, the danger level was extremely high. Out of 3 people who entered, only 1 would be able to come out alive. Beneath the clouds, a streak of light streaked past. Taoist Jin Huang and I are reconcilable. If he doesn't die, then I will. I don't want to go to the Wang family on the Snake Island, it will bring them a disaster. Let's go straight to the Blood Demon battlefield. Yi Chen originally wanted to go to the Snake Island and see what had happened to Wang's snake. But, he immediately gave up on this idea. Before taking care of Taoist Jin Huang, it would be best not to meet anyone, unless that person's background and power were powerful enough. Amidst the boundless sky and water, Yi Chen increased his speed to 70%, flying toward the Bloodstone Islands that were hundreds of thousands of li away. Eh? Why do I feel like I'm being followed? Ever since leaving the Marshall City, Yi Chen had felt that something was wrong. As for what exactly was wrong, he didn't know. But, as time passed, this kind of suspicion grew deeper and deeper, lingering in his heart. Until now, he was sure that something had indeed happened to him. I'd like to see who's following me. Yichen suddenly turned around. The green lotus Xianyuan inside his body burned fiercely, exploding his speed to the limit as he sprinted in the opposite direction. Within a moment, he had reached an astonishing distance of more than 1,000 meters, leaving a faint black trail in the void. After sprinting for dozens of li, Yichen released his soul power, spreading it out in a fan shape, covering the entire area in front of him. It's a bird. Within his soul power perception, a palm-sized bird that seemed to be made of black iron appeared in his mind. The bird seemed to be a bit surprised by his sudden turnaround and immediately flew in another direction like a black lightning bolt. Humph. Die. Yichen finally knew the reason. This black bird actually had the ability to follow his aura. It had been following him for dozens of li, which was a distance that he couldn't sense with his soul power. Fortunately, he suddenly had an idea. He suddenly turned around and increased his speed, shortening the distance. The star scar sword was unsheathed, and a circular sword chi sliced through the void. The sword chi's speed was much faster than the blackbird's flying speed. In a few breaths' time it had caught up to the bird. The powerful sword pressure turned the entire area into a vacuum world. Then, the sword chi flickered and heavily slashed out. Crack, the blackbird's defense was not bad, but unfortunately, Yichen's attack was not something it could handle. Its feathers were shattered into pieces, and were cut in half. Several hundred li away, an astral-reaching expert's complexion changed greatly. What? The soul-chasing bird has fallen? Who killed it? Could it be Yichen? Impossible. He absolutely couldn't sense the soul-chasing bird's existence. Perhaps it was killed by a passing expert. Damn it. This kid's luck is too good. He was the breeder of the soul-chasing bird, so he had a subtle connection with it. Therefore, as soon as the bird was in danger, he immediately knew. This place is less than 10,000 li away from the blood demon battlefield. If I'm not wrong, this kid is definitely going there to try his luck. Although the blood demon battlefield is extremely dangerous, it's hard to say if he can come out alive. I'd better go back and inform Elder Jin Huang first. Clenching his teeth, this person turned around and rushed in the direction of Martial City. After killing the black bird, the uneasiness lingering in his heart completely disappeared. Yichen creased his brows. It's most likely Taoist Jin Huang's doing. Alright, I can't wait for him to appear in front of me. At that time, I can thoroughly kill him and put an end to my heart demon. Yichen was Taoist Jin Huang's heart demon, and Taoist Jin Huang was also Yichen's heart demon. If the two wanted to continue advancing, they had to kill each other. One of them had to leave this world. The blood demon battlefield is also my battlefield. Letting out a heavy breath, Yichen's gaze turned cold as he once again flew in the direction of the blood demon battlefield. Bloodstone Islands, formed by a total of 36 islands, the majority of which were faintly blood-colored rocks. Therefore, they were called Bloodstone Islands. Each of the islands had an ancient stone gate. Inside the gate was a blood-red whirlpool that was dozens of meters tall, emitting a soul-stirring aura. At this moment, numerous martial artists had gathered on each of the islands. Most of them were clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and astral-reaching realm experts only made up about 5%. At the same time, there were also many martial artists arriving from all directions, forming a dense black mass. His figure streaking across the horizon, Yichen landed on the third island. He raised his head and saw many people entering the blood-red whirlpool, disappearing without a trace. The number of martial artists on the third island reached several hundred. Some were waiting for people, some were forming teams, and some had just come out of blood demon battlefield. They were narrating what had happened inside. Did you know? Mountain Splitter died in the second layer of blood demon battlefield. What? It can't be. Mountain Splitter is a late astral-reaching expert. Although his Mountain Splitter palm is a high-rank Earth-grade palm art, the power of its mentality is extremely rare. Even peak late astral-reaching experts don't dare to provoke him. How could he die in the second layer? How could this be fake? I saw a high-ranked blood demon pass through his body with my own eyes, taking away all of his blood chi. Then, the blood demon turned into a pile of human skin and fell to the ground. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and ran away. That was how I managed to get out of the second floor. 2 deaths and 1 life. This blood demon battlefield is worthy of being one of the minor forbidden zones. Even someone as powerful as Mountain Splitter died just like that. Sigh. Treasures are not that easy to obtain. One has to risk their life for it. In South Rudra region, astral reaching experts with mid-grade artifacts were few and far between. Everyone knew that mid-grade artifacts could be obtained in the blood demon battlefield, but those who were truly determined to enter were few and far between. After all, they only had one life. If they died, they would truly die. No matter how many treasures they had, what use would it be? Generally speaking, there were three kinds of people who dared to enter the blood demon battlefield. The first kind were those who possessed exceedingly high strength and didn't fear any environment. The second kind were those who were willing to take risks for the sake of increasing their strength. These kinds of people were few and far between. The last kind were those who dared to enter for the sake of vengeance. Seriously speaking, Yichen belonged to both the first and the second type. In terms of strength, apart from his slightly lacking cultivation base, he was at the peak in every aspect. All in all, his battle strength could be considered extremely powerful. Moreover, it could rise crazily at any time. In terms of mental quality, sword artists who comprehended sword intent always had a higher mental quality than other martial artists. Yichen was very clear that taking risks was necessary. Without experiencing 9 deaths and 1 life, the chances of stepping into life and death realm were minuscule. Life and death, these two words had too many meanings. The same teleportation whirlpool. Clasping Yuan martial artists would be teleported to the first layer of blood demon battlefield, while astral reaching experts would be teleported to the second layer. This should be differentiated by aura. I wonder where I would be teleported to. Swish, taking a step forward, Yichen plunged into the blood-red vortex. Several 100,000 kilometers away from the blood demon battlefield. Soul-chasing bird is dead? Hearing his subordinates report, Daoist Jin Huang's expression turned ugly. A murderous aura filled his face, making him look hideous and terrifying. Cold sweat dripped down the forehead of the astral-reaching expert who raised the soul-chasing bird. He promptly said, "Sixth Elder, rest assured. When the soul-chasing bird died, that kid was less than 10,000 li away from the blood demon battlefield. This subordinate is 80% certain that he went there in search of treasures. The blood demon battlefield. Look for the treasure. In the hands of an astral-reaching expert, a low-grade artifact will be damaged after being used for a long time. Especially in a confrontation with an expert, the chances of a low-grade artifact being damaged are even higher. In this case, he must get a mid-grade artifact. Otherwise, a sword artist would lose their weapon, and their battle power would be greatly reduced by at least 30%. However, with a mid-grade artifact, not only would he not have to worry about his weapon being damaged, his attack power would also increase by 30 to 40%. This is an irresistible temptation. You've done well. Daoist Jin Huang's mood turned for the better. Letting out a sigh, the astral-reaching expert who raised the soul-chasing bird cautiously said, "Sixth Elder, there's no time to lose. Let's enter the blood demon battlefield together and kill him." That's natural. However, just in case, you guys assign people to guard the Bloodstone Islands. Elder Rock and I will go in. Daoist Jin Huang was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find Yichen after entering the blood demon battlefield, so he let him slip out. As for Elder Rock, he was his assistant and had a similar cultivation base as him. With him by his side, killing Yichen would be as easy as flipping his hand. Yes. A blood-red whirlpool suddenly appeared, and a blue silhouette shot out from within. Its sharp aura was like an unsheathed sword, cutting through the void. Fortunately, there's no danger. Yichen had heard more than once that some people, upon entering the blood demon battlefield, would be directly teleported to an area denser with blood demons. As soon as they appeared, they would be devoured cleanly by the blood demons. It was a tragic sight to behold. Therefore, when teleporting, he was already prepared to ignite his green lotus Xinyuan in an instant. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, Yichen looked around. This is the second layer of the blood demon battlefield. Blood-colored clouds, dark light, black and red mountain ranges, light red water, grass, trees, and the like. The boundless second layer of the blood demon battlefield was like an extremely desolate world. It was shrouded in a stifling atmosphere and indescribable panic. Eh? Xingyuan is being suppressed a bit. Circulating his Xingyuan, Yichen discovered that his originally flowing Xingyuan was a bit sluggish. This kind of sluggishness couldn't be discovered without careful observation. Only Yichen, who had a powerful soul power, could instantly discover that something was wrong. Others didn't notice anything at first. Yichen's brow slightly creased. Don't look down on this little bit of suppression. It might not have any effect on you at your peak, but once you're exhausted, this little bit of suppression would be like the last straw on a camel's back. It was enough to crush you. Seems like this world is indeed suitable for blood demons to live in. It won't be easy for human martial artists to survive here. Tightening the star-scar sword on his waist, Yichen picked a direction and walked. He was currently in a mound. Walking out of the mound, he saw a black and red stone ridge. After walking a few steps, Yichen saw a dried-up human skin. An eerie aura lingered on it, as if a soul was crying. This is a good place. In this kind of eerie and frightening environment, my will would definitely be tempered. The stronger the will, the more powerful my sword intent would be. It would be inextinguishable. Turning a blind eye to his surroundings, Yichen straightened his back and walked forward step by step. Swish, a blood color suddenly seeped out from the rocks on the side. A blood light with distorted facial features darted out, sweeping towards Yichen, who was right in front of it. Break! This was only a mid-rank blood demon, which was equivalent to a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Yichen didn't take out his sword. Instead, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out with the 5-mountain condensing form. Pung, the air vibrated. The 5-mountain godly fist's momentum was extremely heavy. As the fist punched out, the air became sticky like water, restricting the speed of the mid-rank blood demon. It was immediately crushed into pieces by the fist power, exploding with a bang and filling the air with a blood mist. This blood demon is really strange. It doesn't have a concrete body, but it can hide inside rocks and other objects. Its aura concealing ability is quite high. After killing a mid-rank blood demon, Yichen didn't stop. His soul power spread out like a net, sensing the aura ripples of treasures. The stone ridge was huge, much bigger than ordinary large mountain ranges. After an hour, Yichen finally sensed a trace of treasure aura ripples. However, there were also astral-reaching experts Xingyuan ripples. The ripples were rather chaotic, probably due to an intense battle. Let's go take a look. Circulating green lotus Xingyuan, Yichen instantly turned into a beam of light. His speed rapidly soared, soon reaching 2 times the speed of sound. In 10 blinks of an eye, Yichen landed on a low mountain peak. Looking down, he saw 2 astral-reaching experts teaming up against a high-rank blood demon. Chi energies shot out in all directions, flattening the nearby rocks and earth. A man and a woman, a high-rank blood demon, and a mid-grade artifact beside it. Yichen thought of countless possibilities. One of them was that these 2 astral-reaching experts had sensed the aura ripples of treasures and arrived here, only to be targeted by a high-rank blood demon. The man was at the peak of mid-astral-reaching realm, while the woman was at mid-astral-reaching realm. Moreover, this high-rank blood demon couldn't be considered a peak one. It couldn't do anything to them for the time being. Brother Liao, there's someone up there. The female astral-reaching expert shot a glance at Yichen's location and said with a frown. The male astral-reaching expert forced back the high-rank blood demon with a blade strike, then said, "Don't mind him. This high-rank blood demon is troublesome. Don't let it approach." The pressure on the 2 increased greatly. Those who chose to enter the blood demon battlefield weren't good people. Sometimes, the threat from human experts was even more frightening than high-rank blood demons. At least, everyone knew that high-rank blood demons were enemies, while human experts could turn friends into enemies in an instant. The number of human experts who had died at the hands of the 2 was not few. However, they couldn't free themselves at the moment. Swish, all of a sudden, the high-rank blood demon abandoned its fight with the 2 and shot in Yichen's direction. In its opinion, Yichen's Xingyuan ripples were clearly weaker than the 2's. He should be easy to deal with. The man and the woman who picked up the mid-grade artifact exchanged a glance. They were husband and wife, and rarely had a falling out. They were no exception. At this moment, the two had the same thought. With Yi Chen's death, the storage ring would belong to them. They were well aware of how frightening high-rank blood demons were. On the low mountain peak, Yi Chen sneered. Hee, it's been a long time since I've tasted the flesh and blood of human experts. The high-rank blood demon turned into a beam of crimson blood light and pierced forward. Its speed was much faster than a mid-astral reaching expert. When the two were 10 meters apart, Yi Chen's sword left its sheath. The blue sword light was engraved with a sky-opening lotus as it cleaved apart the high-rank blood demon. What? So powerful. Not only were the two startled, but the high-rank blood demon was even more astonished. Its two halves quickly wriggled, continuing to attack Yi Chen from the left and right. Chi, countless sword lights crisscrossed, forming a sword net. The moment the blood demon's two blood lights came into contact, they were shattered into pieces. Their intelligence scattered and they quickly disappeared. Not good. Run. This person is an expert. The man pulled the woman's hand and fled into the distance, fearing that Yi Chen would catch up and kill them. Yi Chen faintly smiled. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't kill. He could understand the two's actions. In the blood demon battlefield, everyone was extremely vigilant. Those who weren't vigilant had long since become nourishment for the blood demons. It had been 2 days since Yi Chen arrived at the second floor of the blood demon battlefield. He had killed more than 30 mid-grade blood demons and 7 high-grade blood demons. Among them, there was a very powerful high-grade blood demon, roughly equivalent to a human late astral reaching expert, not much weaker than Corpse Man. Moreover, blood demons were different from humans. The higher their rank, the harder they were to kill. Even if one were to cut them into 7 or 8 pieces, they wouldn't die. Only by thoroughly scattering the blood demon would it be considered a true kill. Therefore, in situations of equal strength, it was usually the blood demons that killed the human powerhouses. The cases of human powerhouses killing blood demons were far too rare. The terror of the blood demon battlefield could only be understood by entering it personally. In these 2 days, I've obtained 3 low-grade artifacts, and not a single mid-grade artifact. Seems like finding a mid-grade artifact won't be that easy. Even if I find one, it might not suit me, and I can only sell it. Yi Chen flew in the sky neither too fast nor too slow. Having cultivated the restraining chi art, he wasn't too worried about becoming the target of the crowd. Of course, the restraining chi art's grade was too low at the astral reaching realm. It was still somewhat lacking compared to high-grade blood demons. Not far ahead, Yi Chen saw an ancient stone gate. A blood-red whirlpool slowly revolved within the gate, appearing especially eye-catching against the black-red mountain rocks. Blood Demon Battlefield is said to have several hundred conveyor gates. This is my first time seeing one. Entering the Blood Demon Battlefield from the outside, one would sometimes appear out of thin air, and sometimes one would appear through these gates. There was no pattern to it. Yi Chen had appeared out of thin air in the second floor. Flying over the gate, Yi Chen continued to search for mid-grade artifacts. Buzz, not long after Yi Chen left, the blood-red whirlpool inside the gate sped up, and a human figure instantly shot out. He was wearing a black robe, and his complexion was pale and devoid of blood. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem to be his face at all. Jia, for human powerhouses, blood demons are very frightening. I, Corpse Man, have corpse blood on my body, which is simply not to the taste of blood demons. The man sneered as he took out a ghost face mask from his storage ring and put it on. Who else could it be but the ghost man? A blood-red color suddenly appeared on the ground near the stone door. As the blood-red light flashed, a mid-level blood demon jumped towards the corpse man. However, on the way, this mid-grade blood demon did not sense any chi and blood vibration from the corpse man. Therefore, it immediately stopped and wanted to retreat. Where are you going? Like a giant grasshopper, the corpse man leaped and appeared in front of the mid-grade blood devil, reaching out with his eagle-like claw. A shocking scene happened. The mid-grade blood devil, who had always been devouring other people's blood, soon shriveled up. It was devoured completely by the corpse man, leaving nothing behind. It is indeed a great tonic. The thicker the corpse blood, the stronger my recovery ability. The corpse man waved his left arm, which had been cut off by Yi Chen, and laughed proudly. There was no day or night in the blood demon battlefield. Only by relying on the hourglass and his storage ring could Yichen know how much time had passed. A day later, Yichen arrived at the center of the rocky ridge. A mid-grade artifact's aura vibration? A mid-grade artifact could amplify an astral-reaching expert's attack power by 30 to 40%. The power contained within was enormous, and the aura vibration it emitted was naturally enormous as well. Generally speaking, if there was no one controlling it, the vibration produced by a mid-grade artifact could spread over 100 li. Of course, only astral-reaching experts could sense it from 100 li away. Clasping yuan experts would need to be 10 li away to sense it. Yichen's soul power was exceptionally powerful. He could sense this vibration from 100 li away. Swish, circulating his Jin Yuan to the limit, Yichen shot towards the source of the vibration. Regardless of whether it was a mid-grade artifact or not, Yichen would not give up on a mid-grade artifact. After all, even the worst mid-grade artifact could be sold for 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which was an astonishing fortune for astral-reaching experts. Moreover, this mid-grade artifact didn't have any activity nearby, so it should be an ownerless object. Under Yichen's full speed, the 100 li distance only took 50 blinks of an eye. Over there. Relying on his soul power, Yichen immediately sensed two mid-grade artifacts lying in the pit ahead. One was an axe, and the other was an inner armor. Two mid-grade artifacts. I can use one of them as well. Yichen revealed a smile. He could sell the axe and keep the inner armor for his own use. A mid-grade offensive artifact was important, but a mid-grade defensive artifact was even more important. An ordinary mid-grade defensive artifact could amplify defense by 30%, a high-grade one could amplify up to 35%, and a peak one could amplify up to 40%. Yichen was sure that with this mid-grade defensive artifact, his protective Jin Yuan's defensive power would be comparable to a late astral-reaching expert's. And defense had always been Yichen's weakness. This is mine. The skilled were bold. Yichen wasn't afraid of the dangers waiting for him next to the pit. His figure flickered, flying straight over. Jia, another one has come to die. In the pit, a blood shadow appeared. It was a high-grade blood demon. This high-grade blood demon was extremely confident. He didn't conceal his aura at all, letting his berserk and savage aura spread out, enveloping several hundred meters. He raised his head and cruelly looked at Yichen, as if the latter was already his tonic. What a powerful high-grade blood demon. Yichen sensed that this high-grade blood demon was a bit more powerful than the one he had killed. It was more or less equivalent to a peak late astral-reaching expert. As for blood demons using artifacts to attract human experts, this wasn't the first time Yichen had encountered one. Before reaching the rank of blood demon general, blood demons generally didn't use weapons. They themselves were frightening weapons. Their bodies would transform into a bloody light, and with a sweep, human experts of the same level wouldn't even have the leeway to resist. Their blood and chi would be devoured cleanly. Burn for me. Yichen sneered. Since he wasn't afraid of an ambush, he naturally had his own confidence. Burning fiercely with green lotus Jin Yuan, Yichen turned into a human-shaped pillar of fire and shot toward the blood demon. Great! Your blood and chi are even more vigorous than late astral-reaching experts. You must have cultivated a body-refining technique. After devouring your blood and chi, I might be able to reach the limits of high-grade blood demons and have the opportunity to attack the rank of blood demon general. The high-grade blood demon licked its lips. As soon as Yichen ignited his Jin Yuan, his blood and chi boiled, surging with essence chi. I'm afraid you won't be able to devour my blood and chi, and you'll pay for it yourself. Yichen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived within 100 meters of the blood demon. Green lotus sky. As the sword slashed out, the air froze. Sharp streams of chi formed into green lotuses, enveloping the blood demon within. A strange sword move, but it's useless against me. Break! The blood demon roared and punched out. A river of bloody light rushed out, shattering the deathly stillness of the air. Kacha! The ground cracked as the high-grade blood demon's eyes shone with an evil light. It raised its hand and lightly patted the void. Rumble, the air surged like boiling water, and a corrosive power erupted toward Yichen like a volcano, faintly taking the shape of a bloody head. Formidable. This high-grade blood demon has many attacking methods. Ordinary high-grade blood demons simply can't compare to it. Yichen didn't dare to be negligent. He raised the star scar sword in front of his chest, and a several meters long green lotus appeared on the blade, protecting his whole body. Pucci, the green lotus, which had an extremely high defense, was corroded by more than half. Not bad. You can actually block my ace move. Let's see how you block it this time. The high-grade blood demon clasped his hands and suddenly pulled them apart. A half-moon-shaped bloody light arc appeared in front of his chest. The bloody light arc flickered incessantly, emitting a vigorous aura that dyed the air blood red. Go. Accumulating power in his palm, he patted the bloody light arc. Under the high-grade blood demon's urging, the bloody light arc flickered as if it had teleported and strangely chopped toward Yichen's head. Why bother blocking? Just break it. Raising his left index finger, Yichen pointed at the bloody light arc Pucci. The deep green sword chi shot out like a waterfall and circled around the bloody light arc. The bloody light arc was split into two, and its power was greatly reduced. Destroy. Retracting his finger, Yichen punched at the broken bloody light arc. With a ping sound, the bloody light arc exploded. How is this possible? Not only can he release sword chi from his body, but his power is also so powerful. The high-grade blood demon's pupils shrank, feeling greatly surprised and troubled. Green Lotus Splitting Mountain. After destroying the bloody light arc with his left hand, Yichen's right hand did not remain idle. Holding the star scar sword, he slashed out a sword light imprinted with the sky-opening green lotus. The sword light was frightening and arrived in an instant. The high-grade blood demon no longer had the attitude of controlling the whole situation. He hurriedly condensed a bloody skull-like shield in front of his body. The sound of something breaking was heard as the sword light forcefully broke through the skull-shaped shield. In the Green Lotus sword art, the power of the Green Lotus Mountain was the strongest out of the 3 ace attacks. It was only second to the last half of the 7th ace attack, the Green Lotus accumulation. Combined with the 90% sword intent, it was almost indestructible. The sword light broke through the shield and slashed through the high-grade blood demon's chest. Damn it. I wasted 2 mid-grade artifacts for nothing. The high-grade blood demon knew that he was not Yichen's opponent, so he turned into a bloody light and drilled into the ground. Yichen sneered. His soul power seeped into the ground and quickly found the high-grade blood demon's traces. Then, he slashed down with another Green Lotus Splitting Mountain. Rumble, the ground split open like a canyon, revealing the pitch-black depths. The sword light, which had expanded to several hundred meters in length, smashed down with an unstoppable momentum, shattering the continuously fleeing high-grade blood demon. Ah! The high-grade blood demon's miserable shriek before its death resounded from the depths of the ground. It was mournful and frightening. After killing the high-grade blood demon, Yichen's gaze fell on the 2 mid-grade artifacts in the crater. His palm pulled them over. The axe was 1 meter long, and the handle was dark cyan in color, carved with patterns. The edge of the axe had a faint ring of white light. When his fingers touched the white light, he felt a stabbing pain. It was not hard to imagine what kind of might an astral-reaching expert would have when chopping down at an enemy with this axe. Putting away the axe, Yichen looked at the inner armor. The hardness of the armor was moderate, and its edges were carved with some fine patterns. On the pattern's lines, thin streams of light shuttled back and forth like a Xianxia map. The chest of the armor was a bit thicker, but it was enough to resist a large degree of damage. And in an inconspicuous corner of the armor, there were 4 small ancient characters, Streamlight Armor. The Streamlight Armor is merely a defensive artifact. Logically speaking, its aura should be inferior to an offensive artifact, and not so ostentatious. However, in comparison, the offensive artifact's aura is inferior to the Streamlight Armor. It's at least a high-grade mid-grade defensive artifact, and it might even be a peak mid-grade defensive artifact. Defensive artifacts of the same grade also had a difference in quality. If this Streamlight Armor were to be sold, it would definitely be worth close to 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones, while the axe would be worth 35,000 mid-grade spirit stones at most. Let's clear out the Xianxia inside first. The Streamlight Armor had already been used by someone, and the Zhenyuan of that person remained inside, fusing with the armor's energy. If he wanted to use it properly, he would have to clear out the other party's Zhenyuan. Of course, if he didn't clear it now, it would be cleared out in the future. It would just waste some time. The green lotus Zhenyuan poured into the streamlight armor through Yi Chen's palm. The armor glowed with a cyan radiance, with a faint yellow radiance. The yellow radiance faded bit by bit, and was eventually submerged by the cyan radiance. Done. Sensing that there was no other Zhenyuan aura on the streamlight armor, Yi Chen's Zhenyuan shook, and the stains on the armor's surface automatically disintegrated, leaving not a single speck of dust on it. Only then did Yi Chen take off his outer blue clothes and put on the streamlight armor. The size was just right. Buzz, the protective Zhenyuan spread out, and the air vibrated. So powerful. It amplified my defense by about 37%. Although Yi Chen was a peak early astral reaching expert, his green lotus sword arts had already been cultivated to the 13th layer, and his Zhenyuan was incomparably pure. It was equivalent to the defense of a peak mid-astral reaching expert. Now, with the amplification of the streamlight armor, his protective Zhenyuan had crossed a step, reaching the level of late astral reaching expert. Once my defense is up, my battle power will reach a whole new level. I'm very close to the level of the top 10 astral reaching realm sword artists. There were 3 basic factors that reflected the battling power: attack, defense, and speed. Yi Chen had rated himself as excellent attack, high defense, and high speed. High was the level of late astral reaching realm, while excellent was the level of peak level late astral reaching realm. Above excellent was the level of super, which was the level of top astral reaching realm warriors. For example, the Sword Elder's attack was at the super level. As for his defense and speed, they should be excellent, since the attack of sword artists had always been more powerful than their defense and speed. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. If he used the minor blood demon body separating great art, Yi Chen's score would be even higher. His attack should be close to superior grade, his defense close to superior grade, and his speed close to superior grade. He would only be a few steps away from peak astral reaching experts. Unfortunately, as his cultivation increased, the effect of the minor blood demon body separating great art would decrease as well. Right now, it could only increase his battle power a bit. Once he reached mid-astral reaching realm, it would not have any effect at all. On the 4th day after Yi Chen entered the blood demon battlefield, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the Bloodstone Islands. Split into groups of 5 and stand guard on each of the islands. Once he comes out, immediately use the soul-chasing bird to follow him. Daoist Jin Huang could have arrived 2 days earlier, but in order to gather his men, he had to wait another 2 days. In order to kill Yi Chen, he had gone through a lot of trouble. Yes. Everyone listened to the order. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Daoist Jin Huang said to the Rock Elder, "Old Rock, let's go in together. As long as that kid is still inside, there is an 80 to 90% chance that he will be able to reach the anti-demon fortress. This is our chance." The Rock Elder, who was about the same age as Daoist Jin Huang, sneered when he heard this. There are a total of 3 anti-demon fortresses in the 2nd layer of the blood demon battlefield. If we have enough time, finding him won't be a problem. Our understanding of the blood demon battlefield is not something that ordinary people can compare with. He's courting death. Of all places, he just had to run into the blood demon battlefield. Alright, let's go in. Whoosh, Daoist Jin Huang took the lead to rush into the blood-red vortex, and the Rock Elder followed closely behind. The closer they got to the center of the rocky ridge, the more frequently blood demons appeared. Yi Chen had seen blood demons devouring the flesh and blood of human powerhouses more than once. Facing this kind of situation, he would choose to ignore it and continue his journey of treasure hunting. If he encountered a blood demon that did not have eyes, he would kill it with a single sword strike. There was a flat peak at the center of the rocky ridge, and an extremely huge metal fortress was situated on the peak. From the outside, the metal fortress had a total of 4 layers. The lowest layer had the most windows, one right next to the other. The 2nd layer had the second most windows, and there was a certain distance between them. The 3rd layer only had 100 windows, and there were independent balconies. The fourth layer could be said to be luxurious. The independent balconies were incomparably huge, and it was quite imposing. However, there were less than 10 of them. The metal fortress was enveloped by a layer of milky white light. From time to time, humans would escape into the light cover, and the blood demons that were chasing after them would all be blocked outside the milky white light cover, returning without any success. Haha, come and kill me. After entering the light cover, the previously battered and exhausted human powerhouses stopped running. They turned around and burst into laughter, wantonly teasing the blood demons. The blood demon grimaced in pain. However, this light cover was not something that it could break. In fact, even thousands of blood demons would not be able to break this light cover. Humph, my brother died in your hands. Sooner or later, I will take revenge. The blood demons could not do anything to him, and he could not do anything to the blood demons either. Inside the light cover, he could not attack anything outside. After cursing for a while, he turned around and walked towards the gate of the fortress. Interesting. The second layer of the blood demon battlefield actually has this kind of metal fortress to protect human powerhouses. It is quite humane. Yichen was very clear about the cruelty of the blood demon battlefield. Human powerhouses were, after all, outsiders, and were suppressed by the heaven and earth. On the other hand, the blood demons appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and were impossible to guard against. One was in the open, while the other was in the dark. Human powerhouses had a lot of casualties. As for the conveyor gates, there were only a few hundred of them, and their distribution was irregular. Moreover, near the conveyor gates, there were usually blood demons lying in ambush, which made it even more dangerous. Even if one were to teleport out, if one wanted to come back again in the future, it would be very likely that one would be teleported to a dangerous place. However, with the metal fortress, it would be different. One could go in and rest for a while, and comprehend the experience gained from the bloody battles. With this fortress, staying in the blood demon battlefield for a year and a half wouldn't be a problem. It is a place to nurture one through battles. Yichen took a step forward and flew towards the metal fortress. Swish, at least a few blood lights swept towards Yichen. Die. Green Lotus Chi transformation. With a wave of the Star Scar sword, the illusory green lotus flickered, and dozens of sword chi shot out, tearing apart the bodies of the attacking blood demons. What a powerful human powerhouse. A high-rank blood demon stopped its momentum and let Yichen pass. The milky white light cover didn't repel humans. The moment Yichen passed through the light cover, he felt like he was being bathed in sunlight, feeling very warm. Swish, landing on the ground, Yichen walked straight towards the fortress's gate. Outside the gate, a charming young woman saw Yichen. Her eyes brightened as she greeted him. Sir, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time coming to the Demon Defiance Fortress? Demon Defiance Fortress. Good name. Yichen nodded. Yes. Are you the host of the Demon Defiance Fortress? He felt a bit strange. No, the Demon Defiance Fortress doesn't have a host. It doesn't belong to any power or individual. The young woman shook her head. Then why do you want to host me? The young woman forced a smile. Sir, to be honest, I don't have any food left. I wonder if you can give me some food. I'm willing to exchange it with spirit stones. Exchanging spirit stones for food? Yichen was a bit flabbergasted. Outside, a low-rank spirit stone was worth more than 2,000 silvers, and 2,000 silvers could buy a lot of food. Even if it was good food, it could still be put on the table. Could it be that she hadn't gone out for a long time? No, she couldn't go out. If that was the case, it would explain why she was exchanging spirit stones for food. That's right. 10 mid-rank spirit stones for 100 gene of rice and some dried meat. How about it? The young woman's face was full of expectation. Astral reaching experts also needed to eat. In fact, although astral reaching experts would go into seclusion for a few months, they still needed to eat during that time. Moreover, their appetite was 10 times bigger than ordinary people's. Only by reaching the Sea of Soul realm would one be able to get rid of the problem of food. At this moment, Yichen was still pondering. The blood demon battlefield was extremely dangerous, and it was very possible that one wouldn't be able to come out. Especially outside the fortress, there were a lot of powerful blood demons lying in ambush. The moment he entered, he had already suffered several attacks. If it were someone with a slightly weaker strength, they would have died immediately. Only powerful late astral reaching experts could come and go as they pleased. However, even late astral reaching experts couldn't guarantee their safety. If they encountered a peak high rank blood demon, they would also have a hard time escaping. Thinking of this, Yichen touched his back. There was a withered patch of skin there, caused by being besieged by several powerful high-rank blood demons. Although he had swallowed the blood sunflower, the blood demons not only devoured qi and blood, but also flesh and blood. It would take a while for him to recover. Fortunately, he now had the streamlight armor, which was somewhat of a guarantee. "Young master, have pity on me. I've stayed in the Demon Defiance Fortress for 2 years. It's not that I haven't thought of leaving, but those blood demons are extremely cunning. They've set up a lot of ambushes outside. Many people who go out die immediately. Only powerful late astral reaching experts have a glimmer of hope. And, in these 2 years, I've used up all my spirit stones in order to exchange for food." The young woman looked very pitiful. Coming back to his senses, Yichen took out a bag of rice and a bag of dried meat from his storage ring and threw them to her. "I don't need your spirit stones, but you have to tell me about the Demon Defiance Fortress." Yichen had a funny thought. There must be a lot of astral reaching experts like the young woman in the fortress. If he could get some food and sell it, he should be able to make a lot of spirit stones. After all, he had a lot of storage rings on him, including a mid-grade one. Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind. The blood demon battlefield was also very dangerous for him. Not to mention that he didn't have enough strength. Even if he did, he wouldn't do such a thing. He wasn't selling food, so it would be shameful. Then, he thought of another problem. This blood demon battlefield was definitely a trap. 2 out of 10 chances of survival was only an optimistic thought. Those who were lucky enough to get out through the conveyor gate would be fine, but those who didn't find the conveyor gate and arrived at the fortress would be trapped here for a long time. "Good, good. Many thanks, young master." The young woman hurriedly put away the food and nodded happily. The interior of the anti-demon fortress was very spacious. It was not that the first floor was big. In fact, the anti-demon fortress was hollow. Standing in the center of the bottom, one could see the second floor, the third floor, and the highest 4 floors. The edge of the corridor on each floor was surrounded by metal railings, so a huge cylinder could fill the interior of the anti-demon fortress. Speaking of the demon resistance fortress, I have to tell you about the origin of the blood demon battlefield. In fact, the blood demon battlefield is a space that was torn apart by someone. It has existed for a very long time, dating back to the ancient era. Walking on the metal floor, the young lady explained to Yichen. Yichen was astonished. A space that was torn apart by someone. As far as he knew, only life and death kings could tear apart space. Not to mention ordinary life and death kings, even Su King would not be able to do it. No, the disparity was not that big. Even 100 Su Kings would not be able to do it. This was already beyond the realm of life and death. It should be known that the blood demon battlefield was not smaller than a mid-sized country. One could destroy it, but it would be impossible to tear it out of its original space. What was certain was that the ancient era was very different from the world after the ancient era. At least, the level of the experts was different. In the ancient era, life and death kings could be found everywhere. However, after the ancient era, true spirit continent was ruled by life and death kings. It was impossible for existences beyond life and death realm to exist. The young lady continued, and these demon resistance fortresses were built from that time. They are the basis for humans to fight against the blood demons. As for the light barrier outside the fortress, it is a life and death realm light barrier. Using it to defend against high-grade blood demons is a waste of resources. There is no need to worry about it breaking, and there is no need to worry about the energy supply. It seems to be able to absorb energy automatically, and has never weakened. Life and death realm light barrier. Truly extravagant. Yichen clicked his tongue inwardly. If this light cover covered the sky above the Sky Cloud Martial School and the Yi family, no one below the life and death realm would be able to enter. Even normal life and death realm warriors might not be able to break through it. It would undoubtedly be an unimaginable safety guarantee. Of course, this was just a thought. Who would be able to move the light cover or the fortress to the outside world? The young lady pointed at the rooms on the first floor and said, the demon-defying fortress allocates the rooms according to the strength. The weakest ones can only stay on the first floor, which is usually for early astral reaching realm warriors. The second floor is for mid-astral reaching realm warriors, and the third floor is for late astral reaching realm warriors. The fourth floor is for peak astral reaching realm warriors. However, there are 3 demon-defying fortresses in total, so there might not be that many astral reaching realm warriors. Therefore, a lot of the rooms are empty. Yichen asked, the rooms are allocated based on strength. Do you decide it yourself? The young woman smiled, if you think you're strong enough to go to the second floor, then you can go. It's just that if you're really strong, then it's fine. If you're not, then you'll be blasted down and lose all face. So, in most cases, no one dares to try to climb up. This is interesting. Yichen rubbed his chin, thinking that it would not be a problem for him to stay on the third floor, unless the people on the third floor did not put Corpse Man and Jin Huang in their eyes. But, the fourth floor. It was a bit of a stretch. The Sword Elder was qualified enough to stay there. Boom, just as the young woman was explaining some things about the fortress to Yichen, a person suddenly fell down from the third floor, landing heavily on the ground. Huh. You're not strong enough, yet you still want to stay. On the third floor? You're looking for death. Next to the railing of the third floor, a middle-aged man with a beard said with a cold expression. Pooh, the man puked out a mouthful of blood after landing on the metal floor. He stood up and ran away with a red face. I forgot to tell you. The young woman suddenly said, the rooms in the fortress have the effect of speeding up training. The first floor is the weakest, and the fourth floor is the most powerful. Therefore, the powerful warriors living on the second floor and above do not allow anyone to go over. If they do, they might be blasted down, or even killed. Fortunately, everyone is quite well behaved in the fortress, and killing is rare. After all, if it causes public anger, even powerful astral-reaching realm warriors could be killed. It's not like it hasn't happened before. Yichen nodded. Although his battling power was quite powerful, if there were dozens of mid-astral-reaching realm warriors attacking him, his life would still be in danger. Alright, thank you for telling me these things. I'm going to find a room to rest. Now that he had learned everything he needed to know, Yichen planned to rest for a while to recover his condition and body. The young woman laughed, I'm staying in room 96 on the first floor. The room next to mine is empty. Why don't you stay here? Oh right, my name is Su Lan. I wonder what your name is. In Su Lan's opinion, Yichen's Jinyuan vibration was only at the peak level of early astral reaching realm, so he could only stay on the first floor. Yichen, I'm planning to go upstairs. Yichen pointed at the third floor. Su Lan did not see it clearly, so she thought Yichen was pointing at the second floor. She frowned, although the training effect of the rooms on the second floor is quite good, what about you? Normally, a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior would have a hard time winning against a mid-astral-reaching realm warrior, since there would be a huge difference in both quantity and quality of Jinyuan. Yichen did not explain anything as he started to walk towards the stairs. Ah. Be careful. Su Lan shook her head as she thought to herself, I am still too young after all. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. The higher the rank, the lower the possibility of a cross-realm battle. When she had reached the peak-level early astral-reaching realm, it was not that she did not want to go to the second floor, but she was still kicked out in the end. On the second floor, some of the mid-astral-reaching realm warriors saw Yichen and were a bit surprised. However, they did not do anything too extreme, since a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior had beaten a mid-astral-reaching realm warrior before. Before understanding Yichen's true power, no one would dare to make any reckless moves. After a while, they would know whether he was a worm or a dragon. However, what shocked them was that Yichen did not stop at the second floor, but continued to walk towards the third floor. Is he crazy? The third floor is the place where late astral-reaching realm warriors live. Even I would not dare to go up there. He is only a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior. He would be thrown out the moment he goes up. There would be no mercy at all. Perhaps he does not know the rules of the Demon Defiance Fort. Weren't we thrown out when we first came here? Hee, let him suffer a bit. The warriors on the second floor were all waiting to see a joke. On the first floor, a lot of people were shocked, including Su Lan, who had not left yet. Her mouth was wide open as she forced a smile inwardly. I have said so much. Did he not listen to me at all? Or did he have some kind of confidence? Everything in the fort was made of metal. Walking on it made a crisp metallic sound. He had arrived at the third floor. Yichen stopped and looked around. If there are people living in the room, the gems on the door will shine. If the gems don't shine, it means there is no one living in it. Yeah, there is an empty room here. Under everyone's gaze, Yichen walked towards the number 12 room on the third floor. Brat, who allowed you to come up here? The middle-aged man with sideburns stood in front of the door. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking at Yichen coldly. Yichen was not afraid of his aura at all. Isn't the rule of the Demon Defiance Fort that you can choose your room according to your power? I am powerful enough to live on the third floor. You are powerful enough to live on the third floor? The bearded man seemed to have heard something funny, so he laughed out loud. His white teeth shone with a cold light. I will give you one chance. Piss off, otherwise, I will throw you down myself. Oh yeah? Make sure again. Yichen's voice turned cold. His green lotus Xianxia exploded violently, along with his almost completed sword intent. The surreal air started to shake. Pap, pap. Pap, the bearded man took 3 steps back. Yichen's green lotus Xianxia was of a high quality, but it was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the latter's sword intent made him feel like he was suffocating. It was definitely more than 90% sword intent. No, it was close to completion. It was not that he had never encountered top astral-reaching realm sword artists, such as the Blood Sword Artist, who was an extremely powerful existence. However, the latter's sword intent was still not as powerful as the former's. If the latter's sword intent gave him the feeling of a surging tide, then Yichen's sword intent gave him the feeling of a stormy sea, which made it hard for him to breathe. Do I have the right? Yichen looked at him coldly. The bearded man let out a heavy breath. Yes, I have. All right then. Yichen was not the kind of person who would look for trouble. He did not want to do anything to the bearded man, so he brushed past him and entered the number 12 room. Scary young generation. Scary sword artist. Waiting until Yichen disappeared from his sight, the bearded man wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Just for a second, he felt like he was about to die. Fortunately, he did not do anything too extreme. Otherwise, he would not be sure if the latter would kill him or not. None of the people who entered the blood demon battlefield were kind-hearted. This is the sword intent. It even scared a late astral-reaching realm warrior. Su Lan's face was full of disbelief. In the beginning, she thought that Yichen was only a lucky young man who had not been devoured by the blood demon and managed to make it to the fort alive. She did not expect that she would be completely wrong. Yichen was not a normal young man at all. The power he contained was way beyond her expectation. Perhaps he has the power to leave the blood demon battlefield. Let's wait and see. Su Lan was excited as she thought to herself. Where did this young sword artist come from? How come I have never heard of him? This sword intent is even scarier than the top astral-reaching realm sword artists. Yeah. We were all wrong. If he had a higher cultivation, it would not be impossible for him to enter the 4th floor. Everyone who had noticed this scene began to discuss among themselves. Closing the door, Yichen looked around and found that the rooms on the 3rd floor were quite spacious. They were well equipped, and there was even an independent training room. Arriving in front of the balcony, Yichen could see the scene outside the fort from where he stood. A lot of human warriors were entering and exiting, battling with the blood demons. Power is everything. I can see it everywhere. The blood demon battlefield is a good place. I will train until I reach the mid-astral reaching realm. After training in the top-ranked training room for a month, Yichen's Xianxia had already accumulated to the limit. He was only missing an opportunity to make a breakthrough. He believed that as long as the pressure was high enough, it would not be too hard to make a breakthrough. But, if there was no pressure, then he would have to follow suit. The training rooms on the third floor had a very good effect, almost as good as the training rooms in the Martial City. According to his estimation, the training rooms on the third floor would be equivalent to the high-rank training rooms in the Martial City, and the fourth floor would be the top-rank ones. The only difference was that the training rooms in the Martial City could increase the training speed because of the existence of the Earth Evulsion fire. However, the training rooms in the Demon Defiance Fortress were filled with a milky white light, which was very similar to the light cover of the fortress, giving people a warm feeling of being bathed in sunlight. Swish, Yichen sat on the ground with his upper body bare. The dried flesh on his back gradually swelled up, and a scarlet gas was released, which was then extinguished by the milky white light. The blood poison has finally been forced out. Slowly letting out a breath filled with the smell of blood, Yichen opened his eyes as sweat appeared on his forehead. The scariness of the blood demon battlefield was still beyond Yichen's expectations. The day before he obtained the 2 mid-grade artifacts, he had been attacked by 3 high-rank blood demons and dozens of mid-rank blood demons. The situation at that time was extremely dangerous, and the 9 green lotus sword chi in his body had been completely used up during the intense battle. Fortunately, his sword intent had the effect of killing the spirit. High-rank blood demon's spirit was originally rather chaotic, and could not compare to human experts at the same level. This was why Yichen had been able to kill them in one fell swoop. However, it was impossible for him to be completely unscathed. His back had been grazed by a high-rank blood demon, which had taken away a lot of blood and flesh. My battle power is still not enough to run amok in the blood demon battlefield. Although I have the streamlight armor, which has increased my defense a lot, once I encounter a peak high-rank blood demon, only my sword intent can be relied on. The sword intent had helped Yichen too much. Without it, Yichen would only be a top-grade martial genius, and there were at least 80 top-grade martial geniuses in the whole South River region. Training in seclusion alone is not enough to increase my cultivation in a short period of time. I still need to fight bloody battles, and I need a frightening pressure. When my spirit is suppressed to the limit, it is not impossible for me to break through to the mid-astral reaching realm. Right now, Yichen had a basic understanding of what kind of life one had to go through in order to become a life and death realm warrior. It was like a steel wire that had to be stretched to its limit, yet not broken. Ordinary people would not be able to understand the feeling of being on the verge of death. I don't want to be mediocre, so let's challenge it. The muscles on his slender body bulged, and Yichen's eyes were sharp and cold. There's only one last anti-demon fortress left. The rock elder looked slightly exhausted. Before they came here, they had made a lot of preparations. For example, the mid-grade artifact armor they were wearing was borrowed from an inner court elder of the Floating Mountain sect. The thunder saber in their hands had the effect of restraining the blood devils. But even so, it was still very strenuous for them to fight all the way here. The blood devil battlefield was not a place where they could come and go as they pleased. Daoist Jin Huang said gloomily, he must be in the 3rd demon resistance fortress. Find him and make him suffer the pain of 1,000 cuts. The rock elder said with a sinister smile, that's too easy on him. Wouldn't it be better to cripple him and throw him outside to be devoured by the blood demons? Hee, that's not a bad idea. The #1 martial genius of the South River region being devoured by the blood demons. Nothing could be more interesting than this. Unfortunately, the one he offended was our Floating Mountain sect. Otherwise, he would definitely shine in the near future. What's there to be sad about? The South River region only needs one Xikongxing, not another Yichen. From the moment he defeated Xikongxing, this was already the end of it. You want to go out? Su Lan saw that Yichen was about to walk out of the fortress, so she said with surprise. Yichen nodded, I'll just walk around the fortress. I can't just do nothing. Actually, you can do it too. In the past few days, Yichen rarely saw people going out to challenge. They all stayed in the fortress to train in seclusion. Although training could increase one's power steadily, it would be extremely hard to make a big breakthrough in this lifetime. Of course, his original intention was not to send them to their deaths. He only hoped that they would have a bit of drive. Without drive, they would lose the spirit to advance bravely, which was a huge taboo for warriors. I think I'll pass. I'll wait until I reach mid-astral reaching realm. Su Lan shook her head. The fortress was surrounded by layers of ambushes. Without reaching mid-astral reaching realm, one would be devoured by the blood demons the moment they went out. Alright then, goodbye. Activating his Jin Yuan, Yichen flashed his body through the milky white light cover. Hee hee. Another one to die. Eat him. He's mine. Once he got out of the light cover, Yichen's eyes were filled with blood. Demons were dancing in the air. It was a scene of mountains of corpses and oceans of blood and hell. Green Lotus Chi. Yichen didn't back out. He took out his star scar sword and waved it in front of him. All of a sudden, a huge green lotus appeared in the air. Hundreds of sword chi shot out in all directions. The 3 basic sword movements of the green lotus sword arts had been developed to the extreme by him, and their power was even more powerful than before. Pooh. Pooh. Pooh, like a hedgehog, Yichen tightened his body and shot out his spikes. Large amounts of blood demons were pierced by the sword chi and killed. Since when did such a frightening sword artist come to the fortress? He seems to be only at the peak of early astral reaching realm. You still don't know? Yesterday, he burst out a frightening sword intent, scaring a late astral reaching realm warrior on the 3rd floor. Sword artists are indeed powerful. Only after reaching the Sea of Souls realm can other martial artists gradually compete with sword artists. For now, sword artists are the peak attacking power. Not everyone stayed in the fortress. Many human warriors chose to team up and fight against the blood demons. Relying on their skillful cooperation, they were able to preserve their lives. Cut. Killing a large amount of blood demons, Yichen held his sword with both of his hands and waved out a sword light imprinted with the sky-opening green lotus. The sword light expanded to several hundred meters long, seeming to be able to split the whole world. All of a sudden, countless blood demons were cut in half, crushed into pieces by the aftershock of the sword light. They could no longer form their bodies, and their consciousness had completely dissipated. Little brother, let's team up. It will be safer with more people. A team of 7 or 8 people approached Yichen. Yichen glanced at them. You guys can just follow me. Alright, we can help you kill the blood demons behind you. These people didn't look dissatisfied, since their goal was to fight with the blood demons and gain experience from it. If they had a sword artist as powerful as Yichen, they wouldn't have to be afraid even if they ran into a powerful high-rank blood demon. The team moved further and further away, increasing the distance between them and the fortress by dozens of li. Since you're here, then stay. While everyone was killing excitedly, a surging blood-red light suddenly shot out from a nearby mountain peak. The blood-red light contained great power and dyed the surrounding air blood-red. A top high-rank blood demon. Behind Yichen, a person said with a trembling voice. You guys don't need to worry about it. Leave it to me. Yichen was indeed not a top astral reaching realm warrior, but it didn't mean that a top astral reaching realm warrior could kill him easily. What he needed was a bitter, bloody battle. Blood explosion spell. The green lotus Jin Yuan burned fiercely as the ace attack of the minor blood demon body separating great art was performed. Yichen's whole body was covered in a blood-red flame, looking like a blood flame war god. Hee hee, interesting. It can actually increase its battling power twice. But, in the hands of me, the battle-mad blood demon, it will still be hard for you to escape death. This blood demon was one of the top blood demons, and already had his own title. Of course, there were also differences among the top blood demons. In Yichen's eyes, the blood demon was only slightly more powerful than him, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Devouring blood spear, die. The battle-mad blood demon opened his right hand, and a blood-colored light ball condensed in his palm. The light ball stretched out, turning into a blood-red spear. Shoo, the blood-red spear pierced through the air, creating a thin vacuum tunnel. Green Lotus Mountain, break. With his sword intent exploding to its limit, Yichen's sword landed heavily on the blood-red spear. Pung, the power contained in the long spear was unimaginable, and Yichen was blown back by it. However, something surprising happened. The moment Yichen's blood-red sword light touched the long spear, the latter suddenly started to burn, and its power started to decrease rapidly. What? The battle-mad blood demon was shocked. Yi Chen's Xingyuan had ignited his devouring blood spear. It should be known that there were a lot of Xingyuan that could suppress blood demons, such as Fire Xingyuan, which could evaporate blood demon Xingyuan, and Thunder Xingyuan. But, he had never seen anyone's Xingyuan being able to ignite blood demon Xingyuan. Retreat. The battle-mad blood demon was a bit scared. He was only at the bottom of the top blood demons, and it was obviously impossible for him to kill Yi Chen. A top blood demon was beaten away. Teaming up with him is indeed a good thing. I don't have to worry too much about being devoured by the blood demons. Fighting was one thing, but life was another. If not for Yi Chen, they would not have left the fort too far, and would have only been fighting with the blood demons nearby. That way, they would be able to enter the light cover as soon as they encountered danger, but the rewards would be less. For example, during the dozens of Li journey, they had obtained more than 10 low-rank weapons, all of which were left behind by the dead human warriors. They had given almost half to Yi Chen, so each of them could have one. Not to mention the battle experience they had gained from fighting. Days passed by, and Yi Chen would go out to fight every day. The number of people following him had gradually increased, and everyone knew that Yi Chen could suppress the blood demons. The threat he posed to the blood demons was equivalent to that of a top astral-reaching realm warrior. On this day, 2 people had arrived at the demon resistance fort. They were indeed Taoist Jin Huang and a rock elder. After blowing away an astral-reaching realm warrior who had come to trade for food, Taoist Jin Huang stepped into the fort. He gathered his Xingyuan and yelled, "Yi Chen, get the F***ck out and face your death. Today, I will personally end your dog life." Taoist Jin Huang's full-power roar was extremely powerful. His voice echoed throughout the fort. What is going on? Someone wants to kill Yi Chen. Isn't that the core master of the Floating Mountain Martial School, Taoist Jin Huang? Everyone was discussing. Inside the room, Yi Chen heard Taoist Jin Huang's roar. His face was expressionless as he took out the Star Scar sword from his storage ring and wore it on his waist, then pushed open the door. Taoist Jin Huang, you are finally here. With a flicker of his body, Yi Chen appeared on the first floor from the 3rd floor. Arrogant brat, accept your death. The moment Yi Chen landed, Rock Elder pulled out his thunder blade. Lightning filled the air, and electric snakes danced chaotically. A berserk arc-shaped blade chi swept towards Yi Chen like a flood dragon out of the sea, sweeping everything in its path. Whoosh, Yi Chen was already prepared. His body erupted with cyan flames. He took a step forward, and the Star Scar sword was unsheathed. The sword light imprinted with the mountain-cleaving green lotus carried a frightening sword intent as it rushed out with an even more berserk power. At this moment, even the air in the fortress was twisted. Kacha, Rock Elder was merely a slightly more powerful late astral-reaching expert. He couldn't even compare to Corpse Man. Although Yi Chen hadn't used the minor blood demon body-separating great art and had merely ignited his Xingyuan, it was enough. As matters stood, even Taoist Jin Huang wasn't worthy of him going all out. The flood dragon blade chi slashed out by Rock Elder seemed to have its head chopped off, dispersing upon contact. The remaining sword chi fiercely attacked his protective Xingyuan. Rock Elder turned pale with fright. His left hand blocked the sword chi. With a swishing sound, his palm was drenched in blood. The Xingyuan within his body was impacted by the sword chi, flowing in reverse. He couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was shot backward. One move, and Rock Elder was heavily injured. How is this possible? How could he have become so powerful? Taoist Jin Huang instantly appeared behind Rock Elder, wanting to catch him. However, in the next moment, his face turned red and white. The flying Rock Elder was no different from a speeding mountain. No matter how much Taoist Jin Huang mustered his Xingyuan, he couldn't forcibly catch him. He could only drift along with the flow, his feet rubbing against the metal floor as he slid backward. Taoist Jin Huang, from the day you came to the Skycloud sect, you were destined to die under my sword. Today, between you and me, only one can leave the fortress. Die. As soon as the word die came out, a sword light flickered in front of Yi Chen. Countless sword chi pervaded the air, radiating toward Rock Elder and Taoist Jin Huang. Sixth Elder, save me. Looking at the densely packed sword chi, the Rock Elder lost all of his courage. He said to Taoist Jin Huang in terror. Right now, only Taoist Jin Huang could temporarily save his life. Old Yan, I will avenge you. An ice-cold expression flashed across Taoist Jin Huang's face as he firmly grabbed onto the Rock Elder's constantly struggling body. With so much sword chi, even if he was wearing a mid-grade armor, he still didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. He could only let the Rock Elder block in front of him and eliminate this calamity for him. Pu 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 pu, ding 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 ding, the sound of sword chi piercing through flesh rang out continuously. Accompanying it was the sound of metal colliding. That was the sound of sword chi cutting through the mid-grade armor on the Rock Elder's body. Other than his torso, Rock Elder's limbs and head were chopped into meat paste by the sword energy. Blood mist exploded and dyed the ground red. Bang, throwing aside the Rock Elder, Taoist Jin Huang resentfully said, Yi Chen, you dared to kill my floating mountain. Sex Inner Sect Elder. Do you know that you have committed a capital crime? Nobody can save you. My floating mountain sect's sea of soul realm experts can flatten sky cloud sect with a single palm strike. Taoist Jin Huang, no matter how eloquent you are, you won't be able to escape death today. If floating mountain sect dares to act blindly without thinking, I will destroy them in the future. How could Yi Chen let Taoist Jin Huang go? His scar sword slashed out a sword light. Clang, sparks flew everywhere, and cracks appeared in the vacuum. Unknowingly, a thick metal shield had appeared in Taoist Jin Huang's hand. Fine electric currents flickered on the shield, containing a powerful magnetic force. The sword light only left a shallow mark on its surface. Of course, the metal shield was fine, but it didn't mean that Taoist Jin Huang was fine. Blood flowed out of his 7 apertures, clearly bearing a part of the impact. At this moment, face was no longer important. He hastily shouted, Everyone, whoever helps me kill Yi Chen will be heavily rewarded by the floating mountain sect. Outer Sect Elder, Inner Sect Elder, pellets, manuals, everything can be promised to you. If I, Taoist Jin Huang, deceive you, I will not have a good death. What? Taoist Jin Huang wants us to kill Yi Chen? Should we do it or not? Being an elder of floating mountain sect means an unimaginable amount of resources. At the very least, we can obtain some precious pellets or manuals. F*CK, let's do it. With so many of us attacking together, no matter how strong Yi Chen is, he will still die. It's like a meat pie falling from the sky. Hearing these words, many people were tempted. On the second floor of the Demon Defiance Fortress, dozens of Zhen Yuan streams bombarded Yi Chen. Caught off guard, Yi Chen dodged 7 or 8 Jin Yuan streams, but the remaining ones bombarded his body. Fortunately, he was wearing the stream light armor, and the strength of his protective Zhen Yuan was no different from a late astral reaching expert's. Moreover, the second floor was filled with mid-astral reaching experts, who couldn't tear apart his protective Zhen Yuan. Even so, Yi Chen's expression was exceptionally gloomy. Filled with killing intent, he glanced in the direction of the incoming Zhen Yuan streams, imprinting the latter's figure in his mind. Brothers, let's go. If we kill Yi Chen, Floating Mountain Sect will certainly reward us handsomely. Being stared at by Yi Chen, the leader of the group felt his hair stand on end. He was sure that once the latter had the time to attack, he would certainly be killed. In order to preserve his life, for the bounty of Floating Mountain Sect, he could only incite the others to attack Yi Chen together. Only by killing him could he feel at ease. F*CK, who dares to attack? Who dares? Although we, Red North Duo, are not that strong, whoever dares to attack Yi Chen will not rest until one of us is dead. Right at this moment, the astral reaching experts who had gone out to kill with Yi Chen a few days ago stood out one after another. Each and every one of them had bloodshot eyes, which was the result of fighting for a long time. Some astral reaching experts who were tempted but had yet to act retreated. The current situation was rather chaotic. Once a great battle broke out, not more than 10% of the people would be able to walk out alive. There was no need to wade in these muddy waters. Yi Chen gave them a deep glance, including Su Lan, who had struggled for a long time before standing out. He said in a loud voice, "Everyone's help, Yi Chen is eternally grateful." As long as I don't die in the future, don't hesitate to look for me if you need any help. I can guarantee that within 5 years, whatever floating mountain sect, nothing will enter my eyes. Yi Chen, we're not helping you for your return. Otherwise, how different would we be from these people? Kindness must be repaid, and enmity must be repaid. You've saved us many times in the past few days, but you didn't take all of our harvest. I can guarantee that if we don't stand out and watch you being humiliated, then what's the point of cultivating martial arts? What's the point of cultivation? We might as well go home and farm. That's right. Yi Chen, don't worry. We'll take care of this. Daoist Jin Huang's lungs almost exploded from anger. Pointing at the astral-reaching experts, he said, each and every one of you will die. I, Daoist Jin Huang, swear that you will die miserably. You won't have the chance. Yi Chen roared, activating the minor blood demon body separating great art. The cyan flame outside his body was dyed cyan red. The opponent had a shield that contained magnetic power. If he didn't go all out, he wouldn't be able to kill him in a short period of time. Yi Chen didn't want to cause any problems, so he immediately burst out with all of his battle power. Green Lotus Accumulation. A fist-sized red lotus condensed in front of the Starscar sword. Following Yi Chen's slash, the green lotus tore through the air and heavily collided with the metal shield like a thunderbolt. Creak, the metal shield slightly twisted and flew out of his hand. As for Daoist Jin Huang, the bones in his left arm were broken inch by inch. The fierce power transmitted from his arm to his body, causing him to spurt out a huge amount of blood. Die. Striking while the iron was hot, Yi Chen slashed out with his sword. All of a sudden, a cold blade chi shattered Yi Chen's sword chi. From the 4th floor of the Demon Defiance Fortress, a middle-aged man with a cold expression jumped down. Enough. You've already killed one. There's no need to kill him as well. It's better to leave a way out. This middle-aged man's blade chi was swift and fierce, and his blade intent crisscrossed. He was a blade artist Yi Chen had never seen in his life. In terms of strength, he was not below the Sword Elder. Not good. It's one of the 7 great blade artists, Iceblade. One of the Red North duo furrowed his brows. Iceblade's cultivation base has reached late astral reaching realm, and his blade intent has also comprehended more than 90%. I'm afraid Yi Chen will be at a disadvantage against him. I don't understand why he would make a move. I've never seen him do this before. I heard that Iceblade once received benefits from an inner sect elder of Floating Mountain sect. There's such a thing. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, Daoist Jin Huang spurted out a mouthful of turbid blood and said with great joy, Iceblade, this kid is extremely arrogant. He killed my assistant, Elder Rock. I hope you can lend a hand. Bang, as he spoke, a golden light ball condensed on Daoist Jin Huang's fingertip and shot toward Yi Chen with a swish. The golden light ball exploded, and the aftermath caused Yi Chen's protective Xinyuan to distort. Dodging the center of the explosion, Yi Chen slashed at Daoist Jin Huang with all his strength. Pung, the sword chi shattered, and Iceblade, holding his treasured blade, said indifferently, I told you, it's better to leave a way out. You're so young, so why be so sinister? Iceblade, no need to speak nonsense. Kill him. With Iceblade here, Daoist Jin Huang could attack as he pleased. Golden light balls bombarded Yi Chen one after another. If not for the demon resistance fort being exceptionally hard, it would have long been overturned. His protective Xinyuan shattered, and Yi Chen was sent flying. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth as he said in a cold voice, You dare to stop me? If not for Iceblade shattering his sword chi, Daoist Jin Huang wouldn't have been able to injure him. Daoist Jin Huang can't die. Iceblade's expression was cold. Every time Yi Chen attacked, he would shatter his sword chi. As for Daoist Jin Huang's attacks, he didn't care at all. Haha, Yi Chen, it seems like this day next year will be your death anniversary. Daoist Jin Huang's left arm was completely shattered, and he waved his right arm repeatedly. Golden light balls shot out one after another, attacking toward Yi Chen. Blood Explosion Art. Although Blood Explosion Art could only restrain blood demons and was the technique blood demon used to subdue blood demons, compared to the minor blood demon body separation art, the amplification of battle power was 10% higher, reaching 30%. This was the limit of Yi Chen's battle power. Activating blood explosion art, the green-red flame around Yi Chen's body became even brighter. A surging aura radiated out in all directions like a hurricane. Green Lotus Sky. As the sword was waved out, the air became like a lake, turning into a deathly stillness. It enveloped Daoist Jin Huang and Iceblade, and patches of green lotuses spread out in the void. Do you know the consequences of fighting with me? Iceblade ignored Yi Chen's sword attack as he put his left hand behind his back and said word by word. Yi Chen said, if people don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. Since you have messed with me, then I don't need to reason with you. Kill. Activating the Jin Yuan on the sword, all the green lotuses in the air transformed into sword chi, shooting towards the Iceblade and Daoist Jin Huang. How could Jin Huang block so many sword chi attacks? He hurried to pick up the metal shield on the ground and defended with all his strength. With only his right hand left, he did not even have the chance to fight back. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as his body shook violently. Seal. The Iceblade had attacked. His name was Hong Kong, and because he had trained the ice element Jin Yuan, his blade art poetic perspective was also of the ice element. Therefore, all the warriors in the world called him the Iceblade. Right then, Hong Kong had thrown out his attack. The blade light was hazy, and the cold chi spread out in all directions, freezing Yi Chen's sword movement and poetic perspective. Cold light flash. Iceblade changed his stance again, throwing out a blade attack towards Yi Chen. Ka la la, the frozen air split open like a huge crack on a frozen lake. The sharp blade radiance swept through everything in its path, destroying everything in its path. Green Lotus Light. Pointing out his left hand towards Jin Huang, Yi Chen blocked it with his sword. Ah! Jin Huang screamed. His right arm was cut off at the shoulder, falling onto the ground along with his metal shield. Blood splashed everywhere. How many sword chi attacks can you block for him? Yi Chen backed out under the attack of the blade light. He was talking to Iceblade. It turned out that he had shot out a beam of sword chi, intending to kill Jin Huang. Iceblade had discovered his intention, so he formed a palm blade with his left hand and cut the sword chi in half. However, the green lotus sword chi inside Yi Chen's body could be both hard and soft. It could be as hard as a great sword, and soft as a finger. Iceblade's palm blade had only cut off part of the green lotus sword chi's power. The rest of the sword chi went around Jin Huang's shield and cut off his right arm. Iceblade squinted his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "You will die after killing him. You can try." "Is that so? Let's see how you kill me." Yi Chen sneered. He opened his left hand and 5 beams of blue lotus sword chi shot out from his fingers. These 5 beams of sword chi formed a straight line, moving as fast as lightning. Some of them were in the shape of a half-moon, drawing a stunning arc in the air. Some of them were like thin strips of cloth, without any trace at all. Impudent! You will die today. Once the green lotus sword chi appeared, Ice Sky realized that he could not destroy all of them no matter what he did. At most, he could only destroy 4 of them. The remaining 2 could still kill Daoist Jin Huang. Even so, he still went up to block it. The great blade in his hand was swung out at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, spreading out layers of cold blade light. Chi! Ice Sky had overestimated himself, and underestimated the unpredictable power of the green lotus sword chi. Out of the 5 green lotus sword chi, one of them had perfectly avoided the blade light and went through Jin Huang's head, leaving a finger-sized bloody hole. The other one had been scratched by the blade light, and its power had been greatly reduced. It then stabbed right into Jin Huang's chest. Bang! Jin Huang's chest exploded. His body was like a broken sack as he fell on the gate of the fortress, no longer breathing. After killing Jin Huang, Yi Chen felt like there was a small chain in his heart that had been broken. It was the inner demon that Jin Huang had brought to Yi Chen. Now that Jin Huang was dead, the inner demon had naturally disappeared, and could no longer affect Yi Chen. Kill! Ice Sky's expression was very bad. Jin Huang's death was not that important, but being killed right in front of him was like a slap in his face. Without any nonsense, he held his blade with both of his hands, raised it high above his head, and hacked down. Rumble! The air in the fortress was suddenly pushed out completely, making everyone feel like they were suffocating. In the next second, the blade light, which was as tall as the fortress and a couple of meters wide, hacked down heavily. Because of the limited space, the blade light first made contact with the inner structure of the fortress, bringing up a teeth-aching metal exploding sound. Only then did the blade light attack towards Yichen. Green Lotus Mountain. It was Yichen's first time facing a top astral-reaching realm warrior, so he did not dare to be careless. His nerves were stretched tight, and the Zhenyuan inside his body poured into the star scar sword like a tide. A sword light that was not any smaller than the blade light and had a huge green lotus engraved on it shot out like lightning. Go back to your room. The battle between the two was too loud. Seeing the power of the blade light and the sword light, the astral-reaching realm warriors with faster reactions hurriedly rushed back to their rooms and shut their doors. The others with slower reactions smiled bitterly and pushed their protective Zhenyuan with all their strength. Dang, the blade light was like a blade used by a giant, while the sword light was like a sky-opening great sword. The two clashed together, and layer after layer of shockwaves spread out, filling up the entire fortress. Creak, at first, it was a slightly weaker astral-reaching realm warrior whose protective Zhenyuan had been twisted. Then, a series of twisting noises were heard. Most of the warriors had pale faces, and their eardrums were ringing. Only a small number of late astral-reaching realm warriors were able to take on the shockwaves head-on. Before they could catch their breaths, an even more powerful shockwave exploded out. The only exit was the gate of the fortress. A couple of meters thick light wave shot out. If the fortress was made of normal metal, it would have been shattered instantly. A lot of people puked out blood. No. Let's use this chance to go back to our rooms. The battle between top astral-reaching realm warriors was extremely destructive. If they used all of their power, even early astral-reaching realm warriors might be shaken to death. Of course, attacking together would be a different story. Dozens of Zhenyuan streams would be thrown out, and even a top astral-reaching realm warrior would not be able to handle it. His feet rubbed on the ground as Yichen slid out dozens of meters. Ice Sky was a bit more powerful than Yichen. He backed out 7 or 8 steps, looking at Yichen coldly. I admit that your battling power is already close to the top astral-reaching realm warriors. But, the gap is still the gap, and it will never be made up. Take one of my attacks. Cold. Light break. This time, Ice Sky's blade light was even brighter, containing the ice mentality that could freeze everything. At the astral-reaching realm, after digging out all of the potential of the martial arts, the only thing left would be the mentality. If the mentality was powerful enough, then the power of the martial arts would be endless. A cracking sound was heard as the inside of the fortress was covered in frost. The frost was getting thicker and thicker, turning the fortress into a world of ice. Sky-shattering clouds. An eye-piercing electric light exploded, and countless electric snakes shot out in all directions before exploding. Facing the ice mentality, Yichen used the thunder cloud mentality that he was best at. The thunder cloud mentality was based on the cloud mentality, and the thunder mentality was used as a supplement, so its form was based on the thunder mentality. The thunder and the ice clashed together, causing electricity and ice shards to shoot out continuously. Eh? Thunder mentality? No, there is another mentality inside. Ice Sky frowned as he pushed his body art, rushing toward Yichen. Ding. Ding, ding. Dang, the two moved around, sword light and blade light flying everywhere. From time to time, they would fight from the first floor to the second floor, then from the second floor to the third and fourth floor. The whole fortress was filled with the two's figures. Ice World. Being in midair, Ice Sky waved down his blade. Within the ice mentality, there was the snow mentality. The temperature inside the fortress dropped to the extreme. Green Lotus accumulation. Break. The Green Lotus sword art contained the mentality of wood and the mentality of water. The Green Lotus accumulation was the second half of the 7th movement, which only contained the mentality of wood. However, the Green Lotus sword art was very special. It was obviously a mentality of gentleness, but when it was used, it had the characteristic of being indestructible. Crack, the Blue Lotus was frozen, but it soon broke through the icy light. The concept of wood was extremely tenacious, it could break through earth and ice. Only the concept of metal could restrain the concept of wood. However, because Cold Sky's Jinyuan was too vigorous, the Blue Lotus eventually lost its strength. Shoo! Shoo! Jumping back a couple of times, Yichen avoided Ice Sky's blade light. He looked down and saw that a large part of his chest was covered in frost. The good thing was that he was wearing the light armor. Otherwise, that blade attack would have frozen his chi and blood, which would greatly decrease his power. The top astral-reaching realm warriors are indeed not to be underestimated. I have to finish the battle quickly and beat them back. Burning my Jinyuan and using the blood explosion spell at the same time is too damaging for my body. Right then, Yichen's body was like a piece of porcelain, looking like it could shatter at any second. It was still because he had trained the pure jade body-boosting spell and had been trained by the Sky Demon Flower. His body was no weaker than the top astral-reaching realm warriors. Otherwise, he would not be able to last this long. This secret martial art of yours should be the minor blood demon body separating great art of the blood demon master, right? Unfortunately, you do not have a blood demon doppelganger. Otherwise, I would not be able to do anything to you in a short period of time. Ice Sky was confident that he could beat Yichen, or even kill him. But it would take a lot of attacks, since the gap between the two was not that big. The blue and red flame was burning fiercely. Yichen took a deep breath. The Star Scar sword in his hand seemed to have become heavier as he lifted it up slowly. Green Lotus Sprout. Who, as he waved out his sword, the sword wind started to howl. The blue intent spread out, and the water-like sword light was extremely cold. Your most powerful ace attack? Then take my Ice River Pressure. Ice Sky yelled. He could tell that Yichen did not have the power to continue battling anymore. This attack would be able to beat him completely. After that, his life would be in his hands. Boom, the two's most powerful attacks clashed. The ice mentality and the wood mentality were fighting against each other. The blade light and the sword light clashed. However, what made Ice Sky feel bad was that Yichen's sword light had been weakened from its peak to its peak, and then to its peak again. It was like the little grasses that had withered in the winter, and then started to grow again in the spring. It was as if they had broken through the ice and sprouted. Yichen looked at Ice Sky coldly. This was the 8th movement of the Green Lotus sword art. As a top of the top rank Earth Realm sword art, the 8th movement's power was way more powerful than the 7th movement. The poetic perspective was even more incomparable. Up until now, he had only mastered 80% of its essence. Crack, Yichen's sword light's power had been pushed to its limit while Ice Sky's blade light started to dim down. Even though he was more powerful than Yichen, his protective Jinyuan layer had still been broken through. He puked out a mouthful of blood as his body was blown away. It's not over yet. Green Lotus Sky. The 8th movement of the Green Lotus sword art was the same as the 7th movement. It was also divided into the first half and the second half, which could be separated. Before, Yichen had only performed the first half, but now, he had performed the second half. The power of the sword light expanded at a horrifying speed, heavily smashing towards Iceblade, who was still flying backwards. This sword attack, I will remember it. Iceblade was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices as a deep sword mark appeared on his chest. The next time we meet, it will be the time to kill you. Weren't you acting all high and mighty? You are nothing special. If it were not for the fact that his body was under too much pressure, Yichen would have attacked him even more fiercely. That dignified attitude of his made him feel disgusted. You. Very good. Iceblade, will kill you for sure. Iceblade's face turned green. This time, he had not been able to save his people, and he had been defeated as well. The mental humiliation had even weakened his blade intent a bit. His body shot out of the ground like a hawk, flying out of an empty room and out of the fortress. After a couple of flashes, he disappeared without a trace, giving people a feeling of being able to come and go as he pleased. Letting out a heavy breath filled with the smell of blood, Yichen extinguished his Jinyuan and released the blood explosion spell that had been burning his chi and blood. Without taking out the medicinal power, Yichen directly swallowed a small piece of blood sunflower petal, chewed it up, and swallowed it down. Iceblade has been defeated. Seeing that there was no more movement, most of the people walked out of the room, including the dozens of people who had attacked Yichen. With a glare, Yichen threw out 5 sword attacks towards them, crisscrossing them. Screams were heard. The dozens of people did not even have the chance to react before they were dismembered immediately. They asked for it. The situation was not clear yet, and they had already attacked. Waiting for the enemy to turn the tables, it would be strange if they were spared. Exactly. No matter how good the rewards from the Floating Mountain Martial School are, you need to be alive to get them. Many people discussed in low voices. Yichen cupped his fists towards the Red North duo and the other astral-reaching experts. Everyone, words cannot express my gratitude. Let me recuperate first, then we can all drink together. Alright, we'll wait for you. The Crimson North duo laughed. In the cultivation room filled with milky white light, Yichen was only wearing a pair of shorts as he sat cross-legged. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. This milky white light can not only speed up the training, but also has a great effect on the recovery of injuries. It seems that the anti-demon fortress is a base that integrates defense, training, and healing, and its auxiliary function is very powerful. As his injuries were more or less healed, Yichen took out a sky demon flower petal from his storage ring. The petal seemed to be made of gold, yet not gold, like jade, yet not jade, and was extremely heavy. A palm-sized petal weighed 50 to 60 jin. Its surface was covered in deep and mysterious patterns, which seemed to contain the essence of martial arts. With a single glance, one could sink into it. Unfortunately, Yichen did not walk the demonic path, but the sword path. Otherwise, he would have been able to study it. After entering the astral-reaching realm, my body quality has improved by quite a bit, but it is still far from reaching the limit. Once I reach the limit, I will be one step closer to the astral-reaching paragon. Yichen was very clear that the Sea of Soul realm was not something that could be achieved just by saying. He only had a 50% chance of entering the Sea of Soul realm within 5 years. However, with his current speed of improvement, he would soon become a peak astral-reaching expert. And, above the peak astral-reaching experts, there would certainly be extreme astral-reaching experts. The so-called extreme astral-reaching experts were those who had reached the limits of astral-reaching experts in all aspects. Moreover, ordinary people would never be able to reach this level. It was not that they were lacking in talent, but in resources. In order to become an extreme astral-reaching expert, the martial arts that one cultivated had to be at the top rank Earth realm, and they had to reach an extremely high realm. Secondly, they had to have mid-grade defensive artifacts and mid-grade offensive artifacts, and their mentalities had to reach an extreme. In addition, their cultivation base had to be at the peak of late astral-reaching realm. None of the 4 conditions could be missing. But of course, there would not be that many people who could actually become extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. The last condition was still manageable, but the first 3 would be too difficult. How could normal astral-reaching realm warriors have top-rank Earth realm martial arts? Only rank 6 martial institutions would have them. If others wanted to learn it secretly, it would be suicide. Since they could not learn it secretly, then they would have to find some amazing opportunities. In some ancient ruins, it was not impossible to find top-rank Earth realm martial arts, just like how Yichen had found the Flow Rudra 3 mysterious spell in the Goat Head Mountain, which allowed him to increase his separating shadow art to the top-rank Earth realm. Then, he had found the top-rank Earth realm Green Lotus Sword spell in the Hidden Dragon's secret realm. Since he could get it, then someone else would be able to get it as well. However, the chance was extremely low, and there would not be many people in the whole South Rudra region. Even having top-rank Earth realm martial arts would not be enough. If one's talent and comprehension were too low, then it would be a waste of top-rank Earth realm martial arts. There might be people who had trained top-rank Earth realm martial arts, but it would not be as good as mid-rank Earth realm martial arts. At least, with a lot of time, they would be able to train the mid-rank Earth realm martial arts to the highest level. After satisfying the cultivation and martial arts, the great weapons would also be indispensable. Great weapons were just worldly possessions, and one could not doubt their usefulness. Having a handy great weapon was even more important than training a powerful martial art. This was also the reason why a lot of people would risk their lives to enter the blood demon battlefield to try their luck. Lastly, it would be the mentality. Mentality could be learned from martial arts, or it could be learned by oneself. Regardless of which one it was, it would all lead to the same destination in the end. One would need to understand the nature of nature. After reaching the astral reaching realm, under the same conditions, it would be the mentality that mattered. For example, this time, Yichen had relied on the mentality of the 8th movement of the Green Lotus sword art to turn the tide and beat Iceblade. In terms of real battling power, he was still slightly weaker than his opponent. Of course, if they were to fight again, Yichen did not think that he would be the opponent of Iceblade. Before, the latter did not understand the power of the 8th movement and chose to fight with brute force. In fact, if he had avoided the attack first, then it would be Yichen who would have lost. Who would have known that Yichen's sword light could go from weak to strong? Under such circumstances, as long as one's power was not insanely powerful, one would lose. I won by luck. But, the Iceblade has already understood the mystery of the Green Lotus sprout. In the next battle, I can't just rely on this movement. I have to increase my own cultivation. Currently, Yichen had almost reached the limit of his martial arts. He also had a mid-rank defensive weapon, and his mentality was close to the limit. Most importantly, he still had the Immortal sword intent. In other words, as long as he reached the mid-astral reaching realm, Yichen would be one of the top astral reaching realm warriors. Once he reached the peak level of mid-astral reaching realm, he would be an extreme astral reaching realm warrior. This was the advantage of being a sword artist, and his advantage was even bigger than normal sword artists. The Sea of Souls realm is still far away from me. Right now, I will focus on dominating the astral reaching realm. Yichen had a huge ambition. He wanted to become the most powerful astral reaching realm warrior, the most invincible one, just like how he had dominated the clasping Yuan realm before. But, the difference was that back then, there was still Xing chasing after him. This time, he wanted to completely dominate the astral reaching realm and kill all of the astral reaching realm warriors within seconds. Otherwise, it would be a waste for him. Shoo, shoo. Shoo. After absorbing the heavenly demonic flower's medicinal power, Yichen's bones, flesh, blood, and qi and blood underwent a small strengthening. During the strengthening process, some stinky impurities were expelled. As soon as they came in contact with the milky white light, they were immediately annihilated, disappearing without a trace. 3 days later, on the metal floor of the Demon Defiance Fortress, everyone had gathered together to barbecue and drink. Here, everyone give it out. Yichen took out a large amount of wine from his storage ring. These wine bottles were placed in a wooden chest, making a total of 12 chests. Haha, this is the Black Dragon Empire's top-notch wine. It's also good for cultivation. Many of them hadn't left the Blood Demon battlefield for a long time. Smelling the enticing wine fragrance, they couldn't wait to open the cork and gulp it down. Yichen laughed, I have a lot of wine here. Everyone, drink as much as you want. Red North twin warriors were a pair of sworn brothers. The two grabbed meat with one hand and drank with the other. Yichen, I didn't expect Iceblade to be beaten away by you. He is one of the top 7 astral reaching realm blade artists, and the 7 blade artists are just as famous as the top 10 astral reaching realm sword artists. They are all top astral reaching realm warriors in the whole South Rudra region. Luck. If he comes again, I won't be his opponent anymore. Hee hee. His injuries are not light. Even if he comes again, he won't be your opponent. Plus, if he comes again, he won't dare to be so arrogant. Iceblade's actions that day were indeed not kind. Even if an inner master of the Floating Mountain Martial School had an old relationship with him, he shouldn't have only targeted Yichen and let Daoist Jin Huang attack him as much as he wanted. Everyone had long since seen him as an eyesore. He looked cold, but did not have a noble heart. Let's not talk about him. Who wants to leave the Blood Demon battlefield? I will take him out. Before entering the Blood Demon battlefield, Yichen did not know that the minor Blood Demon body-separating great art could suppress the Blood Demons, and could ignite the Blood Demon Jinyuan inside their bodies. Without exaggeration, although Yichen was not a top astral reaching realm warrior, he could beat top high-rank Blood Demons. Killing them would not be impossible. Take us out? A lot of people's eyes brightened. They had been trapped in the fortress for too long. Although they could trade for food every time, they could not eat and drink as much as they wanted. Plus, some of them had families, so they missed them very much. Su Lan said excitedly, "Yi Chen, you can take us out." Yi Chen said, "Of course, but you have to come in batches. If you bring too many, I can't guarantee your safety. You all know how scary the blood demons are. No hurry. As long as we can get out, it doesn't matter if we stay a bit longer." This barbecue went on for a whole day. On the second day, Yi Chen led the first group of people and flew towards the nearest conveyor door. After killing a lot of blood demons and a powerful high-rank blood demon, the first group of people left smoothly. Then came the second group. The third group, after a week, all of the astral-reaching realm warriors who wanted to leave had already left. The rest were either people who did not want to leave or people who had just gotten in. The news of me killing Jin Huang should have already spread out. I wonder what kind of astral-reaching realm warriors the Floating Mountain Martial School would send to deal with me. I have to reach the mid-astral reaching realm as soon as possible. Only then would I have the power to protect myself. Yi Chen did not dare to relax. There were a lot of astral reaching realm warriors in rank 6 martial schools, and there would be a lot of top astral reaching realm warriors as well. If there were only 1 or 2 of them, he might still be able to escape. But if there were more than 2, then it would be extremely dangerous. And this was without the possibility of an extreme astral reaching realm warrior. Otherwise, an extreme astral reaching realm warrior would be enough to kill him. There were many artifacts in the blood demon battlefield. One could obtain at least 1 or 2 low-grade artifacts almost every day. After so many days, Yi Chen's storage ring had accumulated dozens of low-grade artifacts. There were blades, spears, swords, staffs, hammers, pikes, short pikes, and all sorts of artifacts. If sold, Yi Chen's low-grade spirit stones would increase by at least 6 to 700,000. In terms of earning spirit stones, even peak 7th grade sex couldn't compare to him. Of course, the stronger one was, the easier it was to earn spirit stones. In the blood demon battlefield, Yi Chen couldn't say that he could walk sideways, but he could walk straight without any problems. The others who followed Yi Chen all had their own harvests. Each of them had several low-grade artifacts, which was equivalent to their harvest in several months. More importantly, they used to earn spirit stones with their lives. But now, as long as their luck wasn't too bad, the chances of them dying were very small. However, the artifacts in the blood demon battlefield were not inexhaustible. After a period of time, low-grade artifacts had become rare. Only battle experience continued to increase. There are many low-grade artifacts, but only 3 mid-grade artifacts. The first 2 are the axe and the streamlight armor, and the last one is the purple gold mace. Seems like getting a mid-grade sword won't be that easy. In the room, Yi Chen put away the axe and the purple gold mace, then shook his head. With a mid-rank greatsword, Yi Chen's attacking power would be able to compete with top astral-reaching realm warriors. Even if the other top astral-reaching realm warriors also had mid-rank great weapons, at least he wouldn't have to worry about their weapons being damaged. For a sword artist, not having a sword was a very serious problem, and it was also something that Yi Chen had been worrying about. Forget it, let's go barbecue first. Opening the door, Yi Chen shockingly lived on the 4th floor of the Demon Resistance Fortress. After defeating Iceblade, everyone believed that Yi Chen had the qualifications to live on the 4th floor. Yi Chen, on the other hand, didn't care about this. The 4th floor of the Demon Resistance Fortress was empty. After Iceblade left, there was not a single person. Living here was no big deal. On the metal floor, Red North Duo and the others were already barbecuing. The aroma of meat and wine mixed together, pervading the entire Demon Resistance Fortress. Yi Chen, come quickly, the barbecue is done. Yi Chen walked down and smiled. Debay, you guys can really eat. Big North was the eldest of the Red North Duo, and the second was called Little North. Both of them had the word North in their names, and their hometown was also in the same place, Red Valley City, so they were called the Red North Duo by the martial artists in the pugilistic world. Big North was in his 40s this year, and looked very sturdy. Before you came, we ate rice every day, and it was tasteless. I didn't expect you to have so many kinds of dried meat in your storage ring. Hehe, just in case. Yi Chen had 2 low-rank storage rings that were used to store all kinds of food, which were piled up to the brim. Picking up a piece of roasted meat and munching on it, Yichen suddenly had an idea. He asked, "You guys have been roaming around the blood demon battlefield for so long. Do you know any places with more prized artifacts? Mid-grade prized artifacts?" Crimson North Duo's complexion changed. Lil Bei solemnly said, "I know a place where there is a high chance of obtaining a suitable mid-grade treasure." "Oh. Where is it?" Yichen's spirit was roused. That place is located at the center of the blood demon battlefield, as well as the center of the 3 demon-defying fortresses. It's called the Mass Burial Mound. Many astral-reaching experts have died there. As for why there are so many artifacts there, it's mainly because a super war happened there in the ancient era. Thousands of astral-reaching experts participated in the war. In the following years, many astral-reaching experts went there to search for treasures. Some of them were killed, but their artifacts were also left there. In this cycle, the number of artifacts inside has not decreased. Yichen understood Big North's meaning. The artifacts of the ancient era were certainly unusable in the present era. However, more and more people went there to search for treasures. Leaving their artifacts inside would only attract more people, just like a rolling snowball. Of course, the majority of artifacts were trash, and there was nothing that could be done about it. "Why didn't you tell me before?" Yichen asked curiously. Little North smiled bitterly. "It's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's just that it's a dangerous place. If the blood demon battlefield is a place of death, then the danger of that place is several times higher. Moreover, I've never been there before, so I don't know the specifics. I was afraid that if I told you, it would harm you." "Many thanks for telling me." Yichen smiled. He had never been afraid of danger. Not to mention that this danger was within his tolerance range. Big North tore off a piece of meat and said vaguely, "You really want to go? That place is called the Mass Burial Mound, and it's not just for show." "I'll definitely go, but not now." Yichen had his own plans. Recently, the bottleneck of mid-astral reaching realm had loosened, and he planned to use this opportunity to break through. With a mid-astral reaching realm cultivation base, there would be very few things in the blood demon battlefield that could threaten him. There was no day or night in the blood demon battlefield. After eating the barbecue, Yichen looked at the unique scenery on the balcony, relaxing his mind. The Earth Astral Pill isn't that important in breaking through realms, but I still have to take it. Only by relying on the Earth Astral Pill's medicinal power can I have a chance of breaking through to mid-astral reaching realm. Otherwise, I'll have to wait a bit longer. If Yichen's body was a bottle, then the green lotus Xianxia would be like the water in the bottle. Now that the water was full, it would be impossible to continue filling it. Only by making the bottle bigger could it hold more water. Yichen did the opposite and prepared to continue filling the bottle with water. Once the bottle became bigger, he would naturally break through to mid-astral reaching realm. Doing this would be very dangerous. His body might explode, and even if it didn't, it would leave behind serious injuries. Very few people would choose to use this method to speed up their breakthroughs. It was truly not worth it. My body's strength has already reached the limits of astral reaching realm experts. There shouldn't be too much danger. I just don't know if I can succeed or not. Yichen dared to do this because he had his own confidence. First of all, the bottleneck had already loosened, and was not unbreakable. Secondly, his body was very powerful, and could endure the majority of the backlash. Failure wouldn't affect him much, but success would allow him to enter mid-astral reaching realm in advance. "Let's begin." Letting out a breath, Yichen returned to the cultivation room. The milky white radiance had a calming effect. Yichen quickly calmed his mind. He took out an earth astral pill glowing with starlight and swallowed it without a second thought. Gurgle gurgle, the moment the earth astral pill came in contact with the green lotus Xianxia, it immediately dissolved, transforming into waves of tyrannical medicinal power that surged forth like a torrential river. Refine. The surging green lotus Xianxia wrapped around the earth astral pill's medicinal power, forcibly refining it. After an unknown amount of time, Yichen's body started to swell a bit. This feeling is like an inflated balloon. No wonder not many people dare to try. After refining the entire earth astral pill's medicinal power, the Xianxia in Yichen's body could no longer be described as surging. It was extremely berserk, sweeping out from time to time. At this moment, his powerful soul power played an absolute role, forcibly suppressing the green lotus Xinyuan, not letting it run amok. Second Earth Astral Pill. Taking out the second Earth Astral Pill, Yichen swallowed it without the slightest hesitation. Creak, Yichen's body started to swell a bit. Third. Fourth, the fourth Earth Astral Pill was only half refined, and Yichen was like a barrel of gunpowder that could explode at any time. Astonishing Xinyuan ripples filled the cultivation room, unable to be transmitted out. Ah! Compress! The might of his soul power exploded to the limit. Blue veins popped out on Yichen's forehead as he commanded the green lotus Xinyuan to compress and fuse. Pung! Suddenly, a small explosion occurred on Yichen's left side. It turned out to be a massive berserk green lotus Xinyuan leaking out and exploding. Fortunately, the milky white light could annihilate energy and impurities, and had little effect on Yichen. Otherwise, even his own Xinyuan would have been blasted away and suffered some shock. As if that massive berserk green lotus Xinyuan was superfluous, the following process went a lot smoother. At least, Yichen felt the pressure on his soul power lessen a bit. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was the fourth day. Buzz, the Xinyuan ripples in the cultivation room were extremely powerful, giving rise to raging waves. This was still because of the isolation of the cultivation room. The milky white light suppressed the Xinyuan ripples. Otherwise, everyone in the Demon Defiance Fortress would know that Yichen had broken through. Slowly opening his eyes, a tyrannical light flickered in Yichen's eyes. The light was like a sharp sword, incomparably sharp. Opening his palm, Yichen forcefully clenched it. Dong, a muffled sound resounded in the air. Yichen's palm seemed to have exploded a small bomb. I've finally broken through to mid-astral reaching realm. The danger is a bit dangerous, but the harvest is frightening. I've saved at least a month or two. As far as Yichen was concerned, time was life. There were more than one or two people who wanted him dead. Standing up, Yichen muttered to himself, after entering astral reaching realm, I'm a peak astral reaching expert. No, I'm a bit more tyrannical than ordinary peak astral reaching experts. At the peak of early astral reaching realm, I could contend against Iceblade. Now, my Xinyuan's quality and quantity have greatly increased, and my battle power has increased by more than 30%. Moreover, it's an all-round improvement. With the increase of realm, one's battle power could directly increase, but with the increase of attack power, the increase of battle power was limited. The two were completely different concepts. Pushing open the door of the cultivation room, Yichen walked out. Now it's time to go to the mass grave. I wonder how many powerful experts I'll run into. Descending the stairs, Red North Duo saw Yichen. Little North said in astonishment, Yichen, you've broken through? N. Yichen nodded. Gasp, the two sucked in a breath of cold air. Before breaking through, Yichen was already frightening enough. Now that he had broken through, wasn't he even more frightening? Tell me the location of the mass grave. The blood demon battlefield was huge, and Yichen didn't know the specific location of the mass grave. Alright. Knowing the location of the mass grave, Yichen urged his Xinyuan and flew into the distance, not concealing his aura in the slightest. Mass Burial Mound, the most dangerous place in the blood demon battlefield, was also the place with the most treasures. It was not that big, only a few thousand miles in radius. The terrain inside was strange, with bones everywhere. Because people had been trying to find treasures, they had opened up countless tunnels. These tunnels crisscrossed, running through the underground. It was hundreds of times more complicated than the most complicated maze. Although most of the astral reaching realm warriors knew that there were a lot of treasures in the mass burial mound, and that there was a 50% chance of getting a mid-rank treasure, there were not many people who dared to go. It was simply too dangerous. If 4 or 5 people went, perhaps only one would make it back alive. It was a dangerous place with only 4 or 5 people going. Of course, the temptation of the treasures was too big. Some of the weaker astral reaching realm warriors would try their luck there. But, there were too few of them. Those who had the confidence to go to the mass burial mound were basically the more powerful late astral reaching realm warriors. Besides them, the top astral reaching realm warriors had chosen the mass burial mound as a must-go place. For them, the mass burial mound was only a small dangerous place. As for extreme astral reaching realm warriors, they were rarely seen in the whole South River region. They did not lack mid-rank treasures, so naturally, they would not go there. All in all, the mass burial mound was a place for the top astral reaching realm warriors. Shoo, in the sky, a blue shadow streaked across at an extreme speed. From time to time, there would be blood light shooting up into the sky. However, without exception, they were all killed by the sword chi. When I was at peak level early astral reaching realm, I could already fight against ice sky. Now that I have reached the mid astral reaching realm, most of the top astral reaching realm warriors would not be my opponent. However, the situation in the mass burial mound is quite complicated. There might be a couple of top astral reaching realm warriors working together. I still have to be careful. In the battle for treasures, it would be fine if there were only 2 people. But once there were a lot of people, a couple of people against one would definitely happen. This was a blood-red world. The clouds in the sky were so red that they looked like they were about to drip blood. The ground was full of holes, and there were many broken stone tablets stuck in the ground. The smallest of them was 7 to 8 meters tall, while the tallest one was hundreds of meters tall. They were covered in blood stains, and filled with evil chi. Caw. Caw, a few crows flew past. Unlike ordinary crows, the crows here were blood crows, the same race as blood devils. They lived by devouring blood essence. Poochie, all of a sudden, a beam of blood-red light flashed across, and all the blood crows in the sky were swept away. Swoosh! The blood-red light returned to its original spot, condensing into a human shape. It was clearly a high-grade blood demon. Beside him, there were 2 people. One was wearing a black robe and a ghost mask, it was indeed the corpse man. The other was wearing a blood-red robe, and his blood-red pupils were like 2 blood diamonds, shining with an evil light. Tang Shui, your blood demon doppelganger is getting more and more powerful. Its power should have reached the top-level blood demon level, right? The corpse man did not let out his gold shell corpse, so his tone was a bit flattering. The man in the blood-red robe glanced at the corpse man, just a little bit more. The blood demon doppelganger's growth speed is 2 times slower than a free high-grade blood demon. The reason it could grow until now is because I often bring it to the blood demon battlefield to hunt. Oh right, you are doing well in the Windy Nation. How come you have the time to come to the blood demon battlefield? This is not a place for you to rampage. The corpse man felt a bit embarrassed after being looked down upon. This man was none other than the infamous Master Blood Demon. Master Blood Demon's cultivation had reached the peak of late astral reaching realm a long time ago. Among the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 ghost cult, he was one of the top warriors. He was more than twice as powerful as the corpse man. Something unexpected happened. Therefore, I wanted to get a mid-grade artifact from the blood demon battlefield. Although the golden skulls on his body were powerful, they were not artifacts. This time, he wanted a mid-grade claw. If he had a mid-grade defensive artifact, then it would be even better. Just follow me. Among those people, any one of them could take your life. The blood demon licked his lips as he stared in front of him. A couple of people had appeared out of nowhere. On the dozens of meters tall steel, a skinny sword artist wearing a blood robe stood. He looked to be in his 30s, and his face was strangely pale. His pitch-black pupils seemed to have the power to pierce through the surreal space, shining brightly and piercing. This is the blood sword artist. The corpse man was stared at by him, and his hair stood on end. The blood demon said, "This man is even crueler than us. His battling power is extremely powerful. He once killed 3 late astral reaching realm warriors with 1 sword attack. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not provoke him. Otherwise, even if you run to the ends of the earth, he will still be able to catch up." Indeed. Although the corpse man looked like neither a human nor a ghost, he was also afraid. From the blood sword artist, he could feel a bloody, murderous sword intent. Subconsciously, he did not want to provoke this person, so he did not need the blood demon's reminder. Glancing over the blood sword artist, Master Blood Demon's vision landed on a tall and sturdy man, Ghost Bear, the leader of the bandits in the Star Lake Black Dragon Empire. He has a large group of astral-reaching realm warriors and a lot of underlings. He is also a top astral-reaching realm warrior himself. We can pull him into our ranks. It does not seem that easy, Our 9 ghost cult used to be unparalleled in the past, but now, everyone wants to kill us. Not many people would dare to join us. Everything depends on effort. How would you know if you do not try? The day the leader returns will be the day the South River region becomes the new leader. The blood demon's body emitted a soul-stirring domineering aura. The corpse man was secretly shocked. The top astral reaching realm warriors were not only the blood demon, but also the blood sword artist and the ghost bearer. On the ground between the steels, there were many different sized tunnels. Right then, a large group of people rushed out. Among them, there were a couple of people with horrifying auras, which were comparable to the blood demon and the other two. Boom, after a while, beams of blood-colored light shot up into the sky. These light beams appeared from the underground passageway, and they were shot out from the ground. Every 3 days, the blood devil baleful chi will erupt. Those who are infected by the blood devil baleful chi will fall into an illusion of slaughter, unable to extricate themselves. The blood devil baleful chi is no exception. Now that the blood devil baleful chi has appeared, we will be safe for the next 3 days. Waiting until the light beams disappeared, the blood demon's body flashed, flying into the nearest tunnel. The corpse man and the blood demon doppelganger followed closely behind. Go in. The blood sword artist and the ghost bear jumped in. As for the people who had just come out, some of them went back to the demon defiance fort, while others rested for a bit before continuing to enter the tunnel. Soon, there was no one above the burial mound. Shoo, landing on the 7 meters tall steel, Yichen frowned slightly. Just as the Red North duo had said, there were countless tunnels in this place. People who came here for the first time would definitely be hesitant, since the underground was not like the surface. Hee, I did not expect to meet a newbie here. All of a sudden, a rock behind Yichen vibrated, turning into a human shape. It was an astral-reaching realm warrior who was good at disguising. Without thinking, he threw a deadly attack toward Yichen. Didn't anyone tell you that the people who come here are not normal people? Turning around, Yichen pointed out his finger. Shoo, the cloth-like green lotus sword chi pierced through the warrior's head, causing a blood mist to burst out. How is this possible? You are obviously a mid-astral reaching realm warrior. He still could not understand how Yichen's battling power could be this powerful. His right hand made a grabbing gesture, and the warrior's storage ring landed in his hand. Without looking at it, Yichen flashed his body and disappeared into the tunnel 10 meters away. Powerful. Fortunately, I was far away, and could not assassinate him in time. Otherwise, I would be the one dead. On a slope far away, the soil split open, and a human figure rose up. He looked at the place where Yichen had disappeared, and thought to himself that he was lucky. Yichen's cultivation base and battling power were not comparable, which made him easy to be overlooked. And the consequence of being overlooked would be his life. Traveling through the pitch-black tunnel, Yichen could already hear the sounds of fighting. After a few blinks of an eye, a scream was heard, and the underground returned to silence. Every step in this place is dangerous. Not only do I have to guard against the sneak attacks from the top astral-reaching realm warriors, I have to guard against the blood demons as well. They are the true masters of this place. Wearing the star scar sword on his waist, Yichen released his soul power. Everything within 500 meters was under his control. Once there was a slight movement, he would be able to sense it immediately. Woo woo woo, a ghostly wail and wolf howl was heard as a few blood lights converged from 500 meters away. High-rank blood demons, a bit strange. Blood demons were good at sneak attacks, and there were very few examples of them attacking humans head-on. These high-rank blood demons seemed to be afraid of not being noticed, so they did not hide their aura at all, and even let out a mournful roar. Yichen's goal this time was to find a mid-rank greatsword. He did not want to be entangled with the blood demons, so he flew down the tunnel. Shoo, sword light flashed, the high-rank blood demons blocking his way were sliced into dozens of pieces. Gradually, Yichen arrived at a depth of 1,000 meters. Before he could do anything, an intense battle came from above. The earth shook, and the mountains shook. Mud and rocks flowed down, flooding the tunnels one after another. Bang, a huge chunk of mud was thrown at Yichen. Break! The sword light flashed, and the mud chunk was cut in half. Eh? There are treasures inside. Once the mud chunk was separated, countless rays of light could be seen, as if it was embedded with hundreds of bright gems. There are a few mid-rank treasures. Easily distinguishing the aura of the mid-rank treasures, Yichen reached out his hand to suck. Courting death. How dare you steal our things? Two human figures shot down from above, each throwing an ace attack at Yichen. The destructive shockwave collapsed countless tunnels. Using the separating shadow flying art, Yichen dodged as he raised his head. The first one that entered his eyes was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man, carrying a frightening evil aura. The other one was a short old man with wrinkled skin, looking like dried tree bark. Not bad, but your luck is bad. The old man stared at Yichen with evil intentions. He and Ghost Bear had fought over the mud chunk containing many treasures. He did not expect that Yichen would appear down there. Unfortunately, he and Ghost Bear were both top astral-reaching experts. Killing Yichen would only take a few moves. Perhaps you two are just unlucky. Yichen's expression was indifferent. Hee, are the young generation all this arrogant nowadays? Ghost Bear turned his head and glanced at the elder, Old Zhu. He doesn't even put us in his eyes. Old Zhu laughed. Ghost Bear, you and I will take care of him first, then we'll decide who these weapons belong to. What do you think? That would be for the best. These weapons won't be able to run away anyway. Ghost Bear smiled coldly as the huge axe in his hand ignited with a raging flame. This was a fire attribute mid-grade weapon. Under the activation of Jin Yuan, waves of powerful pressure spread out. Die. Taking a step forward, Ghost Bear fiercely chopped at Yichen with the axe in his hand. The berserk power suddenly sucked out the air in front of him. Yichen's sword left its scabbard. The sword light flashed, shaking the void. How did Ghost Bear get here? How did he get back? His hand felt numb. You pushed me back? Ghost Bear was surprised. Although he had only used 80% of his battle power, Yichen was only a mid-astral reaching expert. He could kill one with one axe. Kid, interesting. Take my axe-cleaving river. The axe was thrown out, and the air was like a raging river, splitting in two as a huge axe light smashed over. Comparing battle power, you were only at the same level as Iceblade. Piss off. Holding the Star Scar sword, Yichen counterattacked with an even more ferocious manner. The sword light imprinted with sky-opening green lotus shattered the axe light and landed heavily on Ghost Bear's protective Jin Yuan. Pooh, spurting out a mouthful of blood, Ghost Bear was blown back in shock. This kid is troublesome. Old Zhu, let's kill him together. Ghost Bear was truly shocked. As a peak astral-reaching expert, the number of people who could defeat him could be counted on one's fingers. He had never thought that he would lose to Yichen. It was simply unimaginable. Old Zhu was also shocked. If he had treated Yichen as a sheep before, then right now, the latter had already risen to the level of a wolf. Shattering Heart-Lung Claw. Old Zhu walked the Devil Dao. His body shook, and black Jin Yuan surged like a giant black snake. He raised his gloved right hand, and three black claw lights tore through the air, attacking Yichen's vital points. Green Lotus Chi. With a slash of his sword, a huge illusory green lotus appeared in front of him. The green lotus expanded rapidly and hundreds of sword chi shot out, annihilating Old Zhu's claw light and enveloping the two of them. Ding ding dang dang, there were too many sword chis. Elder Zhu couldn't be bothered to attack Yichen, his hands danced around, forming a claw net in front of him. Phantom Bear took advantage of the fact that his axe was big enough. He slammed it against the ground and used the wide body of the axe to block the sword chi that shot at him. Brat, I admit that I have underestimated you. But now, you will die without a doubt. Burn for me. It was impossible for Old Zhu to give up on so many artifacts. The black Jin Yuan and his body rubbed against each other, giving birth to a surging black flame. Amidst the flame, he pounced at Yichen, drawing out a black arc in the air that looked both real and fake. Old Zhu has even used the Black Devil Phantom art. Entangling that brat should be no problem. I will give him a fatal blow. Phantom Bear also chose to burn his Jin Yuan. Then, using some unknown secret art, his arms swelled up and became as thick as buckets. Even his clothes were torn apart. Black Devil Suppression. Old Zhu's short body miraculously extended to the length of a normal human. His hands were like ropes, twisting and pulling around Yichen. After a few blinks of an eye, black Xinyuan chains appeared around Yichen. These chains were as thick as arms, locking Yichen in the center. Then, above Yichen, at the end of the chains, a black Xinyuan stone platform pressed down. What a profound Xinyuan materialization! It seems to contain two different mentalities, one is the metal mentality, and the other is the earth mentality. Yichen was slightly surprised. This old Zhu was extremely ugly, but he was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, in front of absolute power, everything was meaningless. Break! 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 The green lotus Xinyuan burned as Yichen uttered the word break 3 times in a row. Once the last word was uttered, the Xinyuan chains around him shattered inch by inch, and the stone platform above him was covered in cracks before exploding. How is this possible? What kind of fast sword speed is this? Old Zhu hurriedly retreated. With his eyesight pushed to its limit, he could barely see Yichen's 49 sword strikes. Each strike landed on the weakest part of the Xinyuan chains and the stone platform. That kind of extreme speed made him tremble. Die. At this moment, Ghost Bear rushed up. Taking advantage of the moment when Yichen shattered the Xinyuan chains and the stone platform, his bucket-thick arms held the huge axe and chopped down. This axe strike contained the fire mentality that could incinerate all living things. The fierce heatwave burned the collapsed passage red. Sure enough, these peak astral-reaching experts have all researched their mentalities to their limits. If I want to maintain the superiority of their mentalities, I'll have to make even greater breakthroughs. Facing the bright red axe light, Yichen still had time to think. All along, he had a lot of advantages, such as sword intent and mentalities. However, after entering the astral-reaching realm, all he had encountered were powerful astral-reaching experts. The advantage of mentalities was negligible, and only his sword intent was his greatest reliance. Slow. Activating the never-before-used slow sword mentality, Yichen stabbed out. The air became motionless, and Ghost Bear's axe light seemed to have slowed down a lot, moving towards Yichen bit by bit. Meanwhile, Yichen's sword light was like a spark, dazzling to the extreme. Rumble, the passage behind Yichen shattered and melted, and a light sword scar appeared on Ghost Bear's right arm. What? He dodged my killing move? Ghost Bear seemed to have sensed something and was astonished. Entering the astral-reaching realm, mentalities were quite important. Most people studied the mentalities of nature, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and so on. Although the illusory mentalities could be comprehended, they were extremely difficult. Among them were fast mentalities and slow mentalities. Just now, Yichen had clearly used slow mentalities, which had caused his thoughts to pause for a brief moment. This kid is a freak. He even comprehended slow mentalities. Ghost Bear and Old Zhu exchanged a glance. Quick! Changing from slow sword mentalities to fast sword mentalities, the flow of air accelerated. With a slight breeze, countless sword lights shot out at an extreme speed. The fast and slow transition was too quick, and the two's thoughts almost couldn't keep up. They were forced to defend passively. In these 2 years, I've never given up on comprehending fast and slow mentalities. In fact, slow and slow mentalities exist in the majority of mentalities. For example, thunder mentalities are both fast and slow. Once separated, it becomes fast and slow mentalities, which makes my comprehension even smoother. Sword lights fell like rain as Yichen shot out along with numerous sword lights, his frightening speed like a beam of light. Rip, Old Zhu and Ghost Bear were both injured. Old Zhu, we can't beat him, but it's impossible for us to give up on so many artifacts. Let's join hands and take some of them, then retreat. Ghost Bear had to admit that Yichen's strength was above his and Old Zhu's. If Yichen were to be ranked among the top 10 astral-reaching realm sword artists, he would be at least number 3. The thought of retreating appeared in his mind. Alright. Old Zhu was a peak astral-reaching expert after all. Although Yichen was powerful, it wouldn't be that easy for him to kill them. He and Ghost Bear had only suffered some light injuries. The two didn't cultivate the same type of Xinyuan, but at this moment, the powerful Xinyuan flow still forced Yichen to retreat. Rise. Jin Yuan turned into a huge hand, and the two each grabbed a piece of broken mud, which was about 20% of the total amount. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the mid-grade artifacts in the mud. He yelled, "Stay!" The sword light slashed through, and small pieces of mud fell down along with 4 or 5 fingers of Jin Yuan. Damn! Let's go! With their harvest reduced by half, Ghost Bear and Old Zhu were furious, but what could they do? Yi Chen's strength was right there, and he also knew the fast and slow mentality. It was not very realistic for them to join hands. If they continued to fight, the situation would be very unfavorable for them. Shwa! Shwa! A shadow flashed through, and the two escaped. They are weaker than me. 1-on-1, or 2-on-1, I would not be afraid. But, it would be hard to kill them. Top astral reaching realm warriors are not that easy to kill. Even if I perform the 8th movement of the Green Lotus sword art, the Green Lotus sprouting, it would only wound them a bit more, which would expose my ace card for no reason. Yi Chen did not chase after them, since it was more important to check the remaining 80% of the weapons first. Wrapping the mud with Jin Yuan, Yi Chen exerted his strength. With a crashing sound, the mud shattered, and all sorts of artifacts fell onto the ground, forming a pile. No need to look at the low-grade artifacts. Put them away first. Yi Chen was concerned about the mid-grade artifacts. Low-grade artifacts were no different from low-grade spirit stones to him, and were considered his personal wealth. After putting away the low-grade artifacts, all that remained were mid-grade artifacts. There were 7 of them in total. A mid-grade treasure sword. Yi Chen immediately saw the black sheathless heavy sword among the 7 mid-grade treasured weapons. But in the next moment, Yi Chen was dumbfounded. The black heavy sword fell into his hands, and as soon as he poured his true essence into it, the heavy sword collapsed into a brilliant light. Too much time has passed. Even the middle-grade swords had decayed. Yi Chen was very regretful. Aside from the black heavy sword, there were 4 other mid-grade artifacts that had decayed. Counting all of them, there were only 2 mid-grade artifacts that could actually be used. If nothing unexpected happened, then the low-grade artifacts would have decayed even more. After all, in terms of durability, low-grade artifacts were much worse than mid-grade artifacts. The 2 usable mid-grade artifacts were the Golden Gauntlets and the Eyebrows Iron Staff. The Golden Gauntlets were perfect for Su Jing, so Yi Chen planned to leave them for her. Once she reached the astral reaching realm, she would not need to look for a suitable mid-grade artifact anymore. After checking everything, Yi Chen let out a breath. There were still too few sword artists on this true spirit continent, and mid-grade great swords were relatively rare as well. Among the top 6 rank 6 martial institutions, only the Fire Spirit Palace seemed to have a weapon master who knew how to make great artifacts. He had never heard of any master from the Fire Spirit Palace having a mid-grade great artifact, and even a lot of the inner masters did not have one. It was not hard to imagine how hard it would be to make one. Most of the time, it could only be provided for a small number of people. With a mid-grade great sword, I would have a higher chance of killing a top astral reaching realm warrior. It would be a necessity for me right now. A thought flashed through his mind as Yi Chen flew deeper into the ground. Damn. All of them are useless. Only one low-grade artifact is still intact. Somewhere in the complicated tunnel, Ghost Bear cursed. Old Zhu's expression was also not that good. This time, not only did he not get any mid-grade artifacts, even the low-grade ones that he got were basically useless. Ghost Bear, I have to admit that we have been messed up this time. I wonder where that brat came from. Old Zhu said with a low voice. Putting away the only intact low-grade artifact, Ghost Bear said with hatred, no matter who he is, he has messed with me. I will make him die sooner or later. Die without a body? You? Old Zhu said with a sarcastic tone. Ghost Bear stared at him. What? You dare to look down on me? Don't forget that he is only around 20 years old. If I have guessed it right, this brat should be Yi Chen, who was famous in the Hidden Dragon Ancient City 2 years ago. Among all the contestants, only that Yi Chen has the same age as this brat. We all know Si Kongxing, and he is even older. Besides him, there are not many young warriors who could make it. Yi Chen? The Yi Chen who was able to fight against early astral reaching realm warriors when he was only at late clasping Yuan realm? Ghost Bear was a bit surprised. There were a lot of astral reaching realm warriors that went to the Hidden Dragon ancient city, but compared to all the astral reaching realm warriors in the whole South River region, it was not even 1/10 of them. Therefore, there were a lot of people who did not know about Yi Chen. Most of them had only heard of his name. Right then, hearing old Zhu, Ghost Bear also thought that this person must be Yi Chen, the martial genius who had made all the other martial geniuses in the whole South River region pale. Think about it, he is only at mid-astral reaching realm, and he already has the power to beat us. If he continues to improve, then even extreme astral reaching realm warriors might not be able to beat him. Ghost Bear controlled his anger. Old Zhu, what do you think we should do? We can't just take a loss and pretend that nothing happened. I, Ghost Bear, am not that stupid. No need to rush. Even if we rush, it will not help. The most important thing right now is to increase our power. Once we have a good mid-rank artifact, we can discuss how to deal with him. Ghost Bear lacked a mid-rank defensive artifact, while old Zhu did not even have one. But, he had reached the peak level late astral reaching realm longer than Ghost Bear, so his Jin Yuan was more abundant. His achievement in the poetic perspective was also higher than Ghost Bear's. Therefore, judging on overall power, the two were almost the same. Wow, you two must be escaping from a disaster, right? Look so messed up. A sword light flashed past from the top of the tunnel as a human figure flew down. Blood sword. Old Zhu's pupil shrank. Even top astral reaching realm warriors had different levels. For example, Yi Chen was one of the more powerful top astral reaching realm warriors, and this blood sword was also one of them. Blood sword glanced at Ghost Bear and old Zhu, feeling a bit surprised. The two had blood stains on them, and their clothes were torn. They must have been through a huge battle. But, it seemed like the battle was not between the two of them. Otherwise, they would not need to stand together and talk. Who had wounded them? The strength of these two people was only slightly inferior to his. Blood sword, you have both a mid-rank defensive artifact and a mid-rank attacking artifact. It seems like there is no need for you to come here, right? Ghost Bear looked at Blood Sword with fear. Blood Sword chuckled, I have nothing better to do, so I came here to kill some people. You too, please be careful. If I run into you alone, I might kill you. Hunting top astral reaching realm warriors must be interesting. Huh. Although you are more powerful than us, it is impossible for you to kill us. Plus, there is still Master Blood Demon in the grave. I don't think I need to explain his power, right? It would be extremely difficult for top astral reaching realm warriors to kill warriors at the same level. It was an undeniable fact. Therefore, top astral reaching realm warriors all had a certain pride. They would not give in to anyone, and it would be impossible for them to be afraid of anyone. My sword art has improved recently, and I am looking for someone to test it on. I will fight with Master Blood Demon sooner or later. You too, goodbye. A blood shadow flashed, and Blood Sword disappeared from their sight. Let's go as well. The two did not say anything about separating. For them, working together would be better than fighting alone. One was Yi Chen, one was Blood Sword, and the other was Master Blood Demon. All of them were powerful figures. There were countless underground passages in the mass grave, and it was 100 times more complicated than an ant's nest. Because it was too complicated, there would be human warriors who would choose to open up new passages at any time, making the underground environment even more complicated and confusing. It was impossible to tell which passage was which. Boom, an explosion sound was heard from deep underground. There is fighting sound, and the chi vibration of a mid-rank artifact. It is so powerful. What kind of mid-rank artifact is this? Yi Chen was shocked. He took out his longsword and cut open the ground under his feet. He then activated his protective Jin Yuan and rushed down. 2,000 meters underground, 5 to 6 people were battling. B*****. We found this sword first. Piss off. Who do you think you are? Treasures belong to the right people. You guys do not deserve it. You are looking for death. Kill. I am afraid of you. Kill them. All of the people battling were late astral reaching realm warriors. There were only 2 of them, but there was a top astral reaching realm warrior among them. He was fighting against 3 of them, and was not at a disadvantage at all. Swoosh, the tunnel above them cracked open, and a blue shadow fell down. It was indeed Yi Chen. His eyes scanned through the 2 battling parties and landed on a blood-red rock. There was a sword hilt on the surface of the rock, and the chi vibration of a mid-rank artifact was coming from it. The chi vibration is 3 times more powerful than a normal mid-rank artifact. It must be a top-rank artifact. No, it is said that top-rank artifacts will have a strange phenomenon. Although the chi vibration of this sword is powerful, it does not have any strange phenomenon. It should be a special mid-rank greatsword. Yi Chen's eyes were burning with passion. Crack, the tunnel nearby shattered all of a sudden, and a man in black robes with a ghost face mask walked out. Behind him were the man in blood robes and a top-rank blood demon. "It's you." The man in black robes immediately noticed Yi Chen and said hatefully. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent. "Ghost corpse man, long time no see. This time, no one can save you." "What a big tone. You even dare to speak arrogantly in front of me, Master Blood Demon." Master Blood Demon had guessed Yi Chen's identity. His face was full of disdain as he caressed the storage ring on his right hand with his left hand, as if Yi Chen was already his prey. "So you are Master Blood Demon. I have long wanted to meet you. Also, many thanks for your minor blood demon body separating great art. It has helped me a lot." Master Blood Demon froze, then turned his head and asked Corpse Man, what's going on? What does my minor blood demon body separating great technique have to do with him? Good kid, you're indeed not afraid of death." Corpse Man was inwardly startled by Yi Chen's courage and replied, "You still don't know. He cultivates the minor blood demon body separating great technique you created. If not for this secret skill, he would have died in my hands long ago." "You lost in his hands?" Master Blood Demon finally understood what was going on. No wonder Corpse Man didn't stay in Windy Nation and ran to the Blood Demon battlefield. It turned out that he was beaten out by someone else. As for the minor blood demon body separating great technique, he had once taught it to a few of his subordinates. 2 of them had been killed, so Yi Chen must have obtained it from them. Or perhaps they were killed by someone else, and Yi Chen killed that person. Narrowing his eyes, Master Blood Demon's tone was indifferent. "Kid, are you going to kill yourself, or do you want me to capture you and feed you to my blood demon doppelganger? You don't seem to have the qualifications." At this moment, Yi Chen could be considered as a tycoon among astral-reaching experts. In the past, Corpse Man and Master Blood Demon were legends to him. He could still clearly remember that moment of horror when he saw the 5 ghosts carrying the coffin. But now, even Corpse Man had been defeated by him. If one were to talk about legends, then he himself was a legend. "Haha, I don't have the qualifications." Master Blood Demon seemed to have heard something funny, and started to laugh in a strange manner. Who was he? He was the peak battle strength of the 108 ghost generals of the 9 ghost cult. He had once participated in the extermination of a 6th grade sect, slaughtering a large number of 6th grade sect elders. In terms of battle strength, under Sea of Soul Realm, those stronger than him could be counted on one hand. There was a period of time when his name could stop a child from crying. It was a synonym for terror. Who would have thought that the current young generation wouldn't take him seriously? How could he not laugh? However, the killing intent in his laughter made Corpse Man's pupils shrink. He actually dared to anger Master Blood Demon. This kid really doesn't know how the word death is written. In terms of terror, Master Blood Demon is one of the few ghost generals. As one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 ghost cult, the Corpse Man was very clear about the characteristics of the other ghost warriors. Excluding the top 3 super horrifying ghost warriors, the Blood Demon would definitely be in the top 5, just like the Soundwave Ghost General. When he went crazy, he would be able to kill gods and demons. My god! It's Master Blood Demon. Quick, take the treasured sword and run. As soon as Yi Chen, Master Blood Demon, and the others appeared, the people who were fighting immediately split up. One of them was very agile, rolling up the rock with the sword in it and running away. Courting death. The blood demon doppelganger beside Master Blood Demon turned into a blood-colored light and pounced forward. The blood light pierced through the body of a slightly weaker late astral reaching expert like a hot knife through butter, appearing in front of him at an astonishing speed. Get lost. The man punched out, causing the void to tremble. Unfortunately, the blood demon doppelganger didn't fight him head-on. Its body elongated like a blood-red cloth, wrapping around the opponent and tightening abruptly. Creak, the protective Xianyuan warped and deformed. The corrosive blood demon Xianyuan invaded, turning into fine needles and piercing into the opponent's head. The plump skin and flesh shriveled at an unimaginable speed. Losing control, the powerful protective Xianyuan naturally lost control and immediately dissipated. With a ripping sound, the blood-colored light entered the opponent's body. By the time the blood demon doppelganger came out, the man had already turned into a skeleton wrapped in a layer of skin. His flesh and essence yuan had been cleanly devoured. Jia jia. Licking his lips with his blood-red tongue, the blood demon doppelganger let out a strange laugh. Yichen looked on with cold eyes. Even if these people were alive, they wouldn't help him. Therefore, whether they died or not didn't affect him in the slightest. He was more than happy to let the blood demon doppelganger kill them. Master Blood Demon, you're too tyrannical. I, Xianxia, have never offended you, nor do we have any conflicts of interest. Why did you kill him? Among the 6, only one dared to speak to Master Blood Demon in such a manner. It was that peak astral reaching expert, Xianxia. Although he was apprehensive of Master Blood Demon's strength, he didn't believe that Master Blood Demon could do anything to him. In a one-on-one battle, he was confident that he could escape with some injuries. Master Blood Demon shot a glance at him. What? You're not convinced? Leave the sword, and you can scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Merciless? I'd like to see how you're going to stop me. Xianxia coldly snorted. His Xianyuan turned into a huge hand and grabbed the blood-red rock. In order to save time, he didn't immediately put it into his storage ring. Instead, he charged at the blood demon doppelganger. This series of actions was completed in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. The blood demon doppelganger's mouth suddenly opened, and a strange scene occurred. His mouth seemed limitless, expanding to several meters in size before swallowing Xianxia. Insignificant skill. Break! An arc of light flickered in the void, and a hole was torn open in the blood demon doppelganger's mouth. Dark red blood splattered everywhere, sprinkling on the surface of the passage, producing sizzling sounds of corrosion. Corpse Ghost, you go kill the others. Master Blood Demon said to Corpse Man, then coldly looked at Yichen. Kid, stay here and don't move. If you move, I'll chop off one of your legs. If you don't move, perhaps I'll let you live. After speaking, the air turned fuzzy, and Master Blood Demon disappeared. Pong! In the next moment, Master Blood Demon and Xianxia exchanged blows. The result was that Xianxia was blown back, and the blood-red rock fell to the ground. Just as Master Blood Demon was about to grab the rock and throw it into his storage ring, a figure flickered, and the rock disappeared. Kid, you're courting death. Master Blood Demon was fuming with anger. How could he not know that the one who made the move was none other than Yichen? Master Blood Demon, you don't have the qualifications to order me. Right now, I want to kill Corpse Man. Who can stop me? After seizing the blood-red rock, Yichen didn't bother with Master Blood Demon anymore. He turned around and rushed toward Corpse Man. His shadow separation light art made his figure seem like a ghost. The asterisk starred. Do you think I, Corpse Man, am a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered by you? Corpse Man thought that Yichen's battle strength wasn't much different from before, and only his cultivation base was a bit stronger. Therefore, he wasn't the least bit worried about his life. Green Lotus Mountain Splitter. The sword light imprinted with the Sky Creation Green Lotus split the passage and slashed toward Corpse Man. Break for me. With a shriek, Corpse Man smashed the golden skull on the sword light. Rumble, a frightening shockwave radiated in all directions, piercing through countless passages nearby. The hard soil was blown away like weathered sand. Impossible. His battle strength can't be this powerful. The golden skull flew out of Corpse Man's hand, and he shot backward like a broken sack. His broken body pierced through layer after layer of soil. Die. Yichen chased after him, performing the seventh movement of his Green Lotus sword art, Green Lotus Sky. All of the moving sand and rocks floated in the air, losing all of their momentum. The corpse man's flying speed suddenly decreased drastically, as he sank into the mud and could not control himself. Brat, you've angered me. Master Blood Demon's face was frighteningly gloomy. He tossed aside Xianxia and chased after Yichen. Xianxia didn't dare to provoke the furious Master Blood Demon, but the death of his subordinates made him very angry. He didn't get the sword, and had caused a lot of trouble. Leaving in a cowardly manner wasn't his style. His eyes turned, and his gaze fell on the Blood Demon doppelganger. Since he couldn't beat Master Blood Demon, eradicating his doppelganger would be a great thing. In any case, if it was one-on-one, almost no peak astral-reaching expert could kill him. Rip, the arcs of light crisscrossed, enveloping the Blood Demon doppelganger within. The Blood Demon doppelganger was a great helper of Master Blood Demon. Its battle strength was very close to peak high-grade Blood Demons. However, a gap was a gap. Under Xianxia's all-out attack, the doppelganger was chopped miserably, letting out strange cries. If not for high-grade Blood Demons' exceptionally tenacious vitality, which allowed them to be dismembered, the doppelganger would have long since died under Xianxia's hands. I'm going to die from anger. On the way, Master Blood Demon heard the doppelganger's miserable cries. His heart was filled with fury, almost driving him insane. His soaring blood chi was even more frightening than peak high-grade Blood Demons. The soil above his head was corroded, forming a huge hole, with debris falling down. I'll kill that kid first, then kill this person. Knowing which was more important, Master Blood Demon held back his desire to kill Xianxia and continued chasing after Yichen. Tang Shui, save me! In front of him, Corpse Man was terrified. It originated from the fear of death. He had traveled unhindered in South River region for many years, and everyone knew that he was cruel and frightening. Who would have thought that he, who was cruel to begin with, was extremely afraid of death? From a dead man to a living man, he treasured his life very much. Yichen, who seemed to be in his 20s, was like a fiend. Under the activation of his sword intent, all distracting thoughts seemed to have been erased. His emotionless eyes were fixated on Corpse Man. You're known as Corpse Man. Today, I'll turn you into a real ghost. With a slash of the Star Scar sword, a fist-sized green lotus tore through the air and rapidly pierced through Corpse Man's face, coming out from the back of his head. The life aura in Corpse Man's eyes disappeared, and he smashed into the soil with a bang. Kid, I'll skin you alive. Master Blood Demon caught up. Raising his hand, 5 blood-red streaks shot out. Turning around, he raised his sword to block. Pong, the blood-red streak scattered, and Yichen retreated 3 steps. Eh? That kid is powerful. He blocked Master Blood Demon's attack. Blood Demon Doppelganger was extremely hard to kill. Xianxia attacked while observing Master Blood Demon's situation. Seeing Yichen block Master Blood Demon's furious attack, he was quite astonished. Activating his Jin Yuan to disperse the blood chi on the Star Scar sword, Yichen raised his eyes. Master Blood Demon, don't think too highly of yourself. Your era has long passed. Very well, I'll let you know the consequences of being arrogant. In the future, you'll spend your days howling in grief. Those who offend me, Master Blood Demon, will find it hard to die even if they want to. Master Blood Demon laughed out of extreme anger. His storage ring flickered with a dim light, and a blood-red stick appeared in his hand. This stick was thick at the front and narrow at the back. At the end, several blood-red ribbons were coiled around it. These ribbons danced on their own like tentacles. Brat, die for me. The blood-red stick in Master Blood Demon's hand was a mid-grade artifact. As those tentacle-like ribbons streaked across the air was cut open, issuing a strange buzzing sound. As Master Blood Demon poured his Jin Yuan into it, a blood-red halo appeared on the tip of the stick, and it heavily attacked toward Yichen. So strange. It can affect people's minds and make them confused. Yichen squinted his eyes. The buzzing sound of the ribbons cutting through the air even made him feel a bit scared. It should be known that his current sword intent was enough to contend against a normal complete sword intent. No distractions would arise, and no evils would invade. In other words, Master Blood Demon's achievements in the demonic Tao were absolutely frightening. Without any thoughts, Yi Chen's sword greeted the blood-red stick. Bang, the blood-red stick was much heavier than metal. As soon as the Star Scar sword slashed at it, it felt like it was slashing at a metal mountain. The powerful impact crazily surged forth, and Yi Chen couldn't stop his body. He was forced to take 5 steps back, and the hard soil was turned into dust. Meanwhile, Master Blood Demon also took 3.5 steps back. You? My full power attack in my normal state only made him take 5 steps back. Moreover, it seems like he has the advantage of a mid-grade artifact. Master Blood Demon angrily looked at Yi Chen. He was in his normal state, but Yi Chen was also in his normal state. If the weapons in their hands were the same, he wouldn't have the confidence to make Yi Chen take 5 steps back, even though each of the latter's steps had turned the ground into dust. You take my sword as well. His right foot stomped on the ground, creating a hole. Yi Chen held his sword with one hand and thrust out, using the lone peak kill that he hadn't used in a long time. Not good. Master Blood Demon could tell that this sword contained the killing mentality. The killing mentality contained many different mentalities, such as speed and distance. Under this sword, it immediately gave rise to an illusion. The sword light was clearly right in front of his eyes, but he still felt that it was far away. Roar. At this moment, blocking was clearly a bad idea. Master Blood Demon's throat swelled, and his Jing Yuan condensed into an illusory skull. Along with his roar, the skull exploded with a frightening sound wave. The sound wave was gray-black in color, and it swept out like a wave, radiating in all directions. It's that sound wave technique again. Yi Chen had seen it once from the corpse man, so he hurriedly pulled back his sword and retreated, using his green lotus Jing Yuan to protect his entire body from being injured by the sound wave. Buzz, the speed of sound was the speed of sound, but under the stimulation of Jing Yuan, the sound wave released by Master Blood Demon had clearly surpassed the speed of sound by several times. The hard soil vibrated at an abnormal frequency, disintegrating on its own. In terms of lethality, the sound wave released by Corpse Man could not be compared to Master Blood Demon at all. We can't stay here for long. It's better to leave. The range of the sound wave was very wide. Xianxia was only several hundred meters away from the two. His qi and blood were boiling from the sound wave, and his chest felt like vomiting. Even if it were to happen a few more times, he wouldn't dare to guarantee that he wouldn't suffer any internal injuries. Not caring about killing the blood demon doppelganger whose blood light had dimmed, Xianxia slashed apart the doppelganger and fled towards the nearby passage. Master Blood Demon had already classified Yi Chen as a great enemy. He didn't care about Xianxia's departure in the slightest. Moreover, even if he did care, he could still kill Yi Chen, and then kill Xianxia. Just now, Yi Chen's sword strike had made him feel a trace of threat. Fortunately, he had exchanged the Great Blood Demon body separating great technique with the Soundwave Ghost General. Unlike Corpse Man, Master Blood Demon had already cultivated the Ghost Roar technique to an extremely high realm, only slightly inferior to the Soundwave Ghost General. Under this roar, even peak astral reaching experts would have their qi and blood flow reverse, suffering some light injuries. However, it was a pity that Yi Chen was completely unscathed. In terms of Jing Yuan purity, there are very few astral reaching experts that can surpass me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to block this sound wave. After entering mid-astral reaching realm, Yi Chen's Jing Yuan was more than twice as pure as when he defeated Corpse Man. Therefore, even if Master Blood Demon's Ghost Roar technique was more powerful, it couldn't injure him. Demon Morning Wind Rod. His body rising from the ground, a blood-red flame ignited on Master Blood Demon's body. The blood-red flame adhered to the rod, condensing into blood-red skulls. These skulls were densely packed, covering the entire rod as they opened their mouths and roared simultaneously. Rumble, the air collapsed, and a large spatial crack pervaded the air. Accompanying the crack was the rod with the blood-red skulls. The heavy rod ignored the distance between the two and fiercely smashed over. What a powerful killing move. Sky-shattering clouds. Zigzagging lightning erupted, and a cyan flame ignited on Yi Chen's body. His sword struck the center of the rod without any deviation. Creak, the shockwave exploded in an instant, and the star scar sword in Yu Chen's hand distorted for a split second, folding like a ripple. Not good, the star scar sword is reaching its limit. Although a low-grade artifact was exceptionally tenacious and could endure the infusion of Jin Yuan, it had experienced many big and small battles ever since it followed Yu Chen. Among them, there was no lack of evenly matched, bitter, and bloody battles. For example, the previous confrontation with Iceblade could be considered a battle where defeat was turned into victory. However, the current situation was different. As Yu Chen entered mid-astral reaching realm, his Jin Yuan became increasingly purer and more tyrannical, and the star scar sword itself was under a lot of pressure. After exchanging blows with the infamous Master Blood Demon several times, the star scar sword finally couldn't bear the burden and showed signs of breaking. Seeing Yu Chen's embarrassment, Master Blood Demon laughed, "Kid, artifacts are also a part of strength. Die." Bang, 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 holding the blood-red rod, Master Blood Demon smashed at Yu Chen again and again. Each strike was as heavy as a mountain, forcing Yu Chen to meet force with force. Green Lotus Chi Transformation. An illusory green lotus appeared, and hundreds of sword chi shot out like the spikes of a hedgehog, forming a black mass. Useless. Break for me. It was impossible for Master Blood Demon to give up such a good opportunity. The blood-red rod crazily swept out. Before the sword chi could even approach, they were shattered into nothingness. Break! Swish, taking a step forward, Master Blood Demon suddenly appeared 5 steps in front of Yu Chen and smashed his rod over. Creak, tiny cracks appeared on the star scar sword, and a teeth-numbing metallic sound rang out. In the next moment, thousands of fragments exploded. The star scar sword was shattered. Haha, a sword artist has lost his sword. Let's see how you contend against me. Master Blood Demon was incomparably carefree. He had roamed the South River region for many years, and it wasn't that he hadn't fought against peak sword artists. He was very clear that once a sword artist lost their sword, their battle strength would be reduced by at least 50%. The reason for this was precisely the sword intent. Only by attaching the sword intent to the sword could it display its greatest might. Without the sword intent was equivalent to being crippled. At most, it could increase the offensive power of Jin Yuan. The air was torn apart, and the blood light hacked toward Yu Chen's head. That tentacle-like ribbon was even more frightening than a sharp blade. Even if the rod couldn't hit Yu Chen, a single scratch from the ribbon would cause his head to break. At this moment, having lost his sword, it wouldn't be that easy for Yu Chen to receive Master Blood Demon's attack from a distance. Chi! 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 Yu Chen's expression was grave and stern. Both of his hands flicked, and 3 green lotus sword chi shot through the air. What? Sword chi aroused from within his body? Withdrawing the rod, 2 of the sword chi were annihilated. The remaining sword chi coiled around Master Blood Demon's neck, letting out hissing sounds. Extinguish! Master Blood Demon thought that the sword chi aroused from within his body wouldn't be that powerful, so he attacked the sword chi with his bare hands. Blood splashed everywhere. Master Blood Demon let out a muffled groan. Good kid. Wait till I take you down. I'll make sure you won't be able to live or die. Even the bones of his left hand could be seen. Yu Chen's green lotus sword chi was like a saw blade. Not only did it cut open his protective Jin Yuan, it even left a bloody sword mark on his palm. Originally, if Master Blood Demon was a bit more cautious, he might not be injured even if he attacked the sword chi with his bare hands. However, he had treated this sword chi as an ordinary sword chi. Green Lotus sword chi is limited. Even if I arouse it completely, it won't be able to injure Master Blood Demon. Seems like I'll have to use the mid-grade sword inside the blood-red rock. I hope it's not trash. Yu Chen was very worried. He was worried that he would obtain a piece of trash that couldn't bear the infusion of Jin Yuan. In that case, he would have no choice but to retreat. He was not arrogant enough to contend against Master Blood Demon empty-handed. The storage ring flickered with a dim light, and the blood-red rock appeared in Yu Chen's hand. At this moment, Master Blood Demon approached and smashed his rod. Holding the sword hilt on the surface of the rock, Yu Chen welcomed the attack. Gotcha! The blood-red rock exploded, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. Abruptly, a sword hum resounded, and a dazzling 3-colored splendor filled the air. dazzling Master Blood Demon and Yi Chen's eyes. A pressure 3 times more powerful than an ordinary mid-grade artifact erupted. Damn it! This mid-grade artifact is not ordinary. Even if it's not an upper-grade artifact, it's not far from it. Master Blood Demon couldn't see through the details of the sword in Yi Chen's hand. He thought hatefully. At the same time, his attacks became even more ferocious, each of them fatal. Yi Chen shot a glance. The sword scabbard was simple and unadorned. The 3-colored splendor was emitted from the body of the sword when it was pulled out. However, this 3-colored splendor was a bit special. It seemed to be superimposing on top of each other, not fusing with each other. Eh? There are 3 sword hilts? Yi Chen was astonished, but the situation before his eyes didn't allow him to think. With a swipe of his finger, a deep blue sword light soared into the sky, blocking Master Blood Demon's attack. Thunder attribute mid-grade swords. There are 2 more inside. Yi Chen finally understood what was going on. There were actually 3 swords inside the scabbard, and the one he had just pulled out was only one of them. However, none of this was important. What was important was that the sword was not trash. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to block Master Blood Demon's full power attack. Sky-shattering clouds. Holding the deep blue sword in his hand, Yi Chen circulated his Jin Yuan and slashed out with the sky-shattering clouds, which contained the intent of thunder and clouds. The air became chaotic as a half-meter thick and dozens of meters long thunderbolt shot out. Its frightening might was several times more ferocious than the heavenly thunder, giving off an irresistible feeling of insignificance. Facing this thunderbolt that had materialized as a sword light, Master Blood Demon was greatly shocked. He had no time to dodge, and neither could he. Circulating his Jin Yuan to the limit, he raised his staff to meet it. End of chapter 344. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.